CH84, the time heist P1. The Ministry was in an uproar over the aftermath of the fight between the Dark Lord and Harry Potter. The fact that the entire event transpired inside the Ministry premises was more than enough to spell the end of Fudge's term. No one knew this better than Cornelius Fudge himself, and that was why the man was groveling at Dumbledore's feet. Amelia could only look on with amusement as she watched Minister Fudge all but wash the feet of Dumbledore with water and drink that water as if it were the greatest cure for all ailments. But she doubted Fudge would find much luck with Dumbledore. On the other hand, the illustrious headmaster of Hogwarts was pretty much set on events to play out naturally without his interference. There was no doubt after tonight, Fudge would be pressured out of his office even if Dumbledore chose to support the man. Dumbledore remains a well-respected wizard and holds enormous influence among the Wizengamot members. But that influence had proven to be fickle with the latest witch hunt by the Ministry. Fudge didn't succeed in keeping Dumbledore suppressed for nearly a year because of his skill but because of the enemies Dumbledore cultivated after the First Wizarding War. A silent minority within the Wizengamot and the Ministry had wanted reformation, and they were cheated out of that by Dumbledore and his insistence on keeping the status quo. When Dumbledore compromised his ideals to shake hands with the likes of filth like Malfoy, McNair, and Nott, a permanent fissure was created in the base of Dumbledore's political base in the Ministry. It was that same group that tactically aligned with Fudge to let Dumbledore reap his just deserts. And now, that same group was going to pull Fudge down. After all, she had worked diligently in the shadows to set up Fudge for the big fall. But merely pulling down Fudge was not enough. The entire Ministry needed to be purged and rebuilt from the ground up. There was no other time than wartime to accomplish such a task, and she now had the backing and resources to pull off such an ambitious task. "You must do something, Dumbledore. You must help me," Fudge begged. "I warned you last year, Cornelius. I warned you about Voldemort's rise, and what was your response to my warnings? You declared war against me instead of preparing the Ministry to face Voldemort." "I know, Dumbledore. I know." Fudge let out a pitiful groan while rubbing his face tiredly. "I was wrong. I made a mistake. Can we put this behind us and work together?" "I'm afraid it's not that simple, Minister." Amelia spoke up, earning the attention of both men in the room. "What do you mean, Amelia?" Fudge asked warily. "I've just received word from some Wizengamot members. There have been some movements within certain factions, and the topic under discussion pertained to your removal from the post of minister," said Amelia, staring impassively at Fudge, whose chubby face now looked like melted ice cream. "It won't be long before the Prophet starts printing the whole story about a bunch of teenagers breaking into the Department of Mysteries to fight and capture Death Eaters. They'll also know Harry Potter fought a very much alive Dark Lord to a standstill and cut off his arm in a duel all on his own." While all this was happening, not a soul in the Ministry was aware of what was going on. Amelia. You. How am I going to get through this?" Fudge groaned, putting his sweaty face into his palms. Amelia could only feel a surge of excitement seeing Cornelius Fudge. But the man was a corrupt wastrel who was not really the object of his ire. He was just the product of the corruption in the Ministry. Her ire had always been on people like Dumbledore, who promised change and attracted the young of their world to waste their lives on false promises like her brother and sister-in-law. Her entire family, including her parents and grandparents, had paid the price for her brother's misadventure in joining Dumbledore's stupid crusade to reform murderous scum who should have been put down like rabid dogs. Not only did Dumbledore fail to reform the Death Eaters, but the old man was directly responsible for allowing them to grow in strength and blocking her path over the years to make them pay for their crimes in the interest of keeping the status quo. She had lost all hope and was ready to slink back into the shadows to care for her orphaned niece, but she received an unexpected visitor who offered an alternate route. Amelia hadn't blindly taken the words and offers of a stranger for granted. She had seen for herself with her own eyes about the visitor's claims replicated in other wizarding communities across the world. The visitor offered no grand utopia, but she was convinced things could be better and leaving Wizarding Britain as it was would only spell disaster down the line. "Maybe Harry Potter can help me, Dumbledore." Fudge suddenly sat up straight with an excited gleam. This time Amelia couldn't hold herself back from grinning at the buffoon who adorned the post of the Minister of Magic. "How exactly do you expect Harry to help you, Cornelius?" Dumbledore asked passively. "He can help me, Dumbledore. If Harry says certain things in favor of the Ministry, yes, why yes it could work splendidly. All Harry has to say is that the Ministry was aware, and everything happened with my full blessings." Amelia looked at Fudge like the man had grown another head. She marveled at the depth of idiocy and ignorance on display by the Minister of Magic. But she held her tongue and let the man walk into a hole of his own making. Besides, it's almost time for the fun to begin, Amelia thought. Just then, the door to the Minister's office swung wide open. Amelia's eyes fell on the faces of Damian Greengrass, Sirius Black, and Harry Potter. Behind the trio were a few Wizengamot members, all members of a secret faction that was carefully built over decades with careful planning and patience. "Harry. How wonderful to see you. We were just talking about you." Fudge's eyes lit up with delight, and the blubbering man climbed to his feet with his bowl hat in hand. Amelia couldn't help but roll her eyes, lamenting at the fact that an idiot who could not even read the room somehow ended up as the Minister of Magic. Then again, that was probably why most of the pure-blood maniacs supported the man in the first place. While Minister Bagnold was as corrupt as they come, at the very least, she managed to hold the ministry together when the Dark Lord was in his prime. On the other hand, Fudge was chosen by the Wizengamot as the Minister of Magic precisely because he was easy to control through bribes and threats. But that was soon coming to an end. It was now time for the rot infecting the ministry to be cut out without mercy. Minister Fudge. You'll immediately declare a nationwide emergency in the wake of Voldemort's sighting inside the ministry atrium. After which, you'll resign, thereby transferring your post to Amelia Bones, who in your absence becomes the natural head of the ministry in her capacity as the head of the DMLE. Harry declared, leaving Fudge to gape like a fish. Amelia could feel her smirk widen as she stared at the surprise on the two men she hated most, Albus Dumbledore and Cornelius Fudge. You want Amelia Bones to become the interim minister with all the emergency powers assigned to her position? She was trying to put Sirius in prison a year ago. Harry whispered furiously at Damian Greengrass. Because she plays her part well, Harry. Amelia Bones is Lady Lilith's creature through and through. She'll do anything to maintain her position in the ministry, including pretending to harass you to gain the confidence of the likes of Fudge and many other players who wanted Sirius silenced. Damian explained earnestly. She was working for her? Harry asked curiously. Yes, Harry. Once Fudge declares a nationwide emergency and resigns, Amelia will be in a position with unlimited power without facing an election. We'll make our move on the Wizengamot members supporting the Dark Lord and Dumbledore's stooges who obstruct the ministry from using deadly force. We'll use the Aurors and Lady Lilith's men to bring them into our cause. Those that won't turn will be quietly disposed of. Within a few months, we'll have the ministry under our command. Then, the real purge will start, removing all obstacles from your path to eradicating the Dark Lord and his cause. But still. Amelia Bones. Harry trailed off hesitantly, unable to believe that the head of the DMLE was a Flamel loyalist all this time. Why do you think she sent her Aurors on a merry chase across the continent for your godfather? She was instructed not to capture Sirius by Lady Lilith. But she had to act in a certain way to ensure the likes of Malfoy and Nott were not tipped off. Said Damian. Harry let out an angry huff and proceeded to walk back and forth in the lobby while he thought over what to do. Harry, we don't have much time to waste. We must press the advantage while we still hold it. Fudge is like a cat in a boiling water. We must turn up the heat, and that'll be enough to make him jump to save his own hide. Harry was hesitant to go ahead with Damian's plan because he could not trust them, and his own plans were entirely different. However, he acknowledged this was an excellent opportunity to hijack the ministry. The confusion and fear would soon settle with Dumbledore's cooperation. It'd give the ministry bureaucracy the breathing space to step in and keep the status quo until the elections happen. The time it takes for fresh elections to be conducted would be the lifeline for Voldemort and the bureaucracy to act. All right. We'll do it your way. But I have a condition. Harry agreed, keeping in mind that he could turn the tables around on Pernell Flamel by having her carefully constructed faction in the Wizengamot transferred into his control in exchange for access to Slytherin's chamber and the secret hidden inside. Name it, Harry. Said Damian. Harry stared at Daphne's father silently for a moment before he whispered his demand into the man's ear. While a bit confused by the demand he made, Damian vowed to abide by his demand. Harry managed to convince Sirius to go along with the plan by the skin of his teeth. He was not the only person to hold a grudge against Madame Bones. But Sirius was eventually convinced that Amelia Bones would be a manageable figurehead they could use against the supporters of Voldemort and Dumbledore. After that, Harry had to get reacquainted with some of the major Wizengamot players under his grandmother's thumb. Some of them he had met at the ball hosted by Daphne's family last summer. There were only a few new faces he had to acquaint himself with, like Amir Shafik, Olivia Blair, and Lachlan Brown, before stepping into the minister's office. Harry led the delegation into the minister's office and saw Dumbledore sitting across from Fudge. He knew he had to go for the jugular from the start if the plan made the desired result. Minister Fudge. You'll immediately declare a nationwide emergency in the wake of Voldemort's sighting inside the ministry atrium. After which, you'll resign, thereby transferring your post to Amelia Bones, who in your absence becomes the natural head of the ministry in her capacity as the head of the DMLE. Harry said, leading with a dialogue he thought would unsettle the Minister of Magic. Going by the wide eyes and the impression of a gaping fish made by Fudge, Harry was certain he nailed it. Wah! Preposterous! Fudge spluttered, looking like melted ice cream. On the contrary, Minister Fudge. We are as serious as we can get. We have enough proof to prove your financial dealings with the likes of Malfoy. If you don't cooperate, all the evidence we have amassed about your collusion with the captured Death Eaters will get into the Wizengamot and the Daily Prophet. When all is said and done, you'll be lucky not to be called a Death Eater. Damian threatened, loudly dumping a thick file on Fudge's table. Death Eater? Me? Fudge asked, gulping audibly. Should you do as we ask, these records will never come to light. You can quietly retire and lead an enjoyable life with no one bothering you. However, if you remain in the post of minister, you'll find yourself incarcerated in Azkaban for aiding the rise of a Dark Lord. Amir Shafik threatened, glaring at the sweating Minister of Magic. Fudge looked helplessly at Amelia Bones, who only stared back at him coolly. You have no other moves left, Cornelius. It's time that you retire from the ministry, said Damien Greengrass. Dumbledore. Please help me. Fudge begged, turning to the old wizard in the room who so far had stayed silent and merely observed everyone quietly. Is this how you want to pursue this war, Harry? Serious? Do you think I'll stay a silent spectator as you overthrow the ministry in this manner? Dumbledore asked, staring down at everyone through his half-moon glasses with a disappointed look. On the contrary, that's exactly what you'll be doing, Albus Dumbledore, said Harry, looking coolly into the blue eyes of the headmaster of Hogwarts. You've stayed silent all these years as this corrupt ministry released some of the worst scum of this world into the open and declared them upstanding citizens. You've had nothing to say for over a decade as murderers, rapists, and criminals escaped justice while their victims starved for justice. You've remained silent as those same scum cropped up another generation of mini Death Eaters and sent them off to Hogwarts, where they continue to celebrate and profess the ideology that killed thousands of innocent people. Harry said coldly, moving close to Dumbledore, never taking his eyes off for a second. So, you'll stay silent now while I do what I must to clean up the mess you left, Dumbledore. You lacked the will to bring justice and thought to smother yourself under shadows. Unfortunately for you, I'm committed to exposing those shadows that you worked so tirelessly to conceal. And this is how you right the wrongs of the past, Harry? Dumbledore asked tiredly. Yes, by shining a little bit of light on you all. If it is becoming uncomfortable for you, that's only because you've been living for too long in the shadows. Harry retorted rather nonchalantly. The light spreads warmth and comfort, Harry. Not fear and despair. Dumbledore said sagely. Yes, indeed. But you forget the light also eradicates darkness, Professor. Those who have thrived in darkness for too long will find that the light burns them whole. Harry calmly countered. I tire of this conversation, Professor Dumbledore. Harry said before turning his sights on Cornelius Fudge, who looked like he was a minute away from having a heart attack. Will you do as I ask, or are you brave enough to face Azkaban? I'll do as you all say. Fudge stuttered out, keeping his head bowed low. Good. Harry smiled, nodding at Damien to finish off everything so that no backdoors were left open to challenge their decision. The first thing Damien did was call on the head of the Department of Mysteries, Saul Croker, to witness Fudge signing the declaration of a nationwide emergency followed by his resignation, thereby charging the head of the DMLE with emergency powers. All of this was completed in the swiftest manner possible, as time was of the essence. All the paperwork was done within half an hour, which conferred Amelia Bones with emergency powers until a new election could be called in a Wisengamot session. Harry waited patiently until Fudge vacated his seat, and Amelia Bones took the seat of the Minister for Magic. And that was it. It was now official. Amelia Bones was now the interim minister until fresh elections were called. If all went according to plan, Madame Bones would also become the next Minister for Magic. Now, then. I assume everyone is happy with what has transpired. Dumbledore spoke up after all the official ceremonies were finished. So far, yes. Maybe some biscuits and tea would have smoothed over the ceremony. Sirius quipped. I'll have that arranged in the next ceremony, Lord Black. Madame Bones commented. Wonderful. Now, Harry. You're out of bounds when you should have been sleeping soundly in the Gryffindor Tower. I believe you'll not protest when I ask you to return to your dorms, said Dumbledore. Naturally. Harry nodded at Dumbledore. Good, said Dumbledore before fishing out a sock from his robes and tapping it with the tip of his wand. Porches. The sock glowed a bright blue before settling down, and just like that, a portquet was created inside the Minister of Magic's office in violation of a plethora of laws. An illegal portquet? You created it inside the office of the Minister with 2 senior heads of the departments of the Ministry and several Wisengamot members as witnesses. My, you must be slipping in your old age, Albus. Saul Croker said, an admonishing look on his old face. Quite necessary, I'm afraid. With Voldemort out in the open, I don't believe it's wise to take Harry through the flu. A portquet to Hogwarts from the most secure room of the Ministry is the safest mode of transportation for Harry, no. Dumbledore said with twinkling eyes. Dumbledore has a point. The Aurors have yet to vet the Flu network to see whether they were tampered with. Madame Bones also agreed with Dumbledore's portquet idea. Very well, said Harry, shrugging his shoulders. What about my friends? I'll send them over after you and Harry, Please don't get into any more trouble. It's only a few hours, and you can leave Hogwarts to your home, said Dumbledore. I'll think about it. Harry quipped, taking the offered portkey. I shall see you in half an hour, Harry. Dumbledore muttered before moving a few paces back. 1, 2, 3. Harry felt the familiar sensation of a tugging in his gut as reality warped around him. But unlike the last time he used a portkey, Harry saw a bright golden sphere form around him, and soon, a myriad of colors appeared around him in the form of smoke. What the hell? Harry muttered in disbelief as he saw the smoke getting sucked into his jacket. Harry parted his cloak slightly and saw a time turner hanging loosely from his pocket, absorbing the golden light around him and spamming out a myriad of colors from its other side. He winced as the whooshing energy around him grew into a storm of colors, and he felt the brightly polished floor beneath him disappear. When the bright colors around him dimmed, Harry stood on a grassy hill surrounded by forest on all sides. The time turner continued to glow an eerie bright gold in his pocket while its many needles and rings continued to spin, making Harry worry. To make matters worse, he could see a slight crack in the glass holding some sand inside a small hourglass of the time turner. He did the only thing that made sense in the situation despite the growing fear that something had gone wrong in his mind. He applied a stasis charm on the time turner and kept it safely in the inner pocket of his jacket. Harry looked around the area bathed in moonlight but saw no familiarity. I think I'm stranded far away from Hogwarts in a good scenario. In the worst scenario. Harry shook his head, as such thoughts were not helpful in his situation. He could see a hill ahead of him that looked covered in grass, similar to the one he was standing on. Assuming his spirit form, Harry flew straight towards the hill and settled himself on its peak. The view he got once he settled on the hill was both comforting and troubling at the same time. Standing before Harry was the towering castle of Hogwarts in all its glory. But there was one glaring problem. He could see several globes of fireballs being thrown at the castle as if Hogwarts was under attack by some foe. Another disconcerting observation he made was that he could not find the village of Hogsmeade anywhere near the castle. Under the extraordinary circumstances he found himself in, only one thing came to Harry's mind. What the fuck is going on? Harry asked no one in particular, but he only heard the sound of crickets and the booming sound of the bombardment of Hogwarts Castle. CH-85, the time heist P2. What is the meaning of this, Dumbledore? Sirius snarled, holding Dumbledore up by the collar of his robes. What have you done with my godson? I swear on my parents' grave I didn't do anything to Harry. Please be calm so that we may study what happened and reverse the damage. Dumbledore pleaded. No, you twinkly-eyed bastard. You've meddled enough with our lives. I'm going to curse your head off. Sirius roared, brandishing his wand and pressing the glowing tip into Dumbledore's neck. But before a spell could be fired, a stunner slammed into Sirius' back, leaving the last black unconscious. Dumbledore felt his feet touch the ground, gasping for air while he rubbed his sore throat. Thank you, Madam Bones. Dumbledore nodded gratefully at the newly charged interim minister for magic. Oh, don't thank me yet. I'm merely keeping Lord Black out of prison when we could use that space for you, Dumbledore, said Amelia Bones. Now tell me. What have you done with Mr. Potter? I don't know, Amelia. I swear I've not done anything nefarious with Harry, and never would I do so to any child. Dumbledore said earnestly. I believe Dumbledore is speaking the truth in this instance, Madam Bones. This is not Dumbledore's doing, said Saul Croaker, poking at the bubble of magical energy formed around a small space that used to contain Harry Potter. What do you mean? Asked Amelia with a frown, lowering her wand trained on Dumbledore. As I said, this is not a spell of Dumbledore's doing. At least, it's not entirely his doing. I received word from my colleagues in the department that the time chamber was smashed beyond repair. It looks like the Dark Lord unleashed the fiend fire curse inside the premises. That's unfortunate. But what has that got to do with this spell? Amelia nodded at her room's slowly growing golden bubble of magical energy. It's not a spell, Madam Bones. It's an expanding tier in space-time, powered by an infinite source of magic that'll consume this building and, in time, our whole world. Said Saul Croaker with a grave look. Space-time tier, you say? How can this be possible? What sort of spell could create something like this? Damian Greengrass asked with fear shining in his eyes. Not a spell, Lord Greengrass. Saul Croaker sighed. I suspect Mr. Potter was either doused in the time sand used in time turners or had a malfunctioning time turner on his person. When Dumbledore's portkey activated, the space occupied by Mr. Potter was moved sideways in time. The question is whether he went into the past or the future. What can we do to reverse this, Croaker? Amelia asked. We'll need another time turner, one powerful enough to reverse the damage in space-time. We can create a containment field to render the space around the anomaly in a stasis temporarily. Then what are you waiting for? Let's reverse the damage done and retrieve Harry Potter. Amelia urged, but she got a bad feeling when Croaker remained grave. As I've said, the Dark Lord unleashed fiend fire in the time chamber. There is nothing useful left in the chamber. Depending on several factors, we'll need to ask for aid from foreign ministries to loan a powerful time turner or even several time turners. Cracker explained. It'll be difficult to arrange for new time turners. They are a safely guarded secret of the ministries. Dumbledore started to say with a pessimistic look. I can have as many time turners you want to be arranged tonight itself. Damien butted in, addressing Croaker. Can you make sure Harry will return without any harm? If you can ensure the delivery of the time turners I require, I can reverse the space-time anomaly. But Mr. Potter's safety depends on his survival in the past or the future he is currently inhabiting. I'm afraid you'll have to make arrangements should the worst come to pass. Croaker warned truthfully. We'll cross that bridge when the time comes. You are positive that you can retrieve Mr. Potter if you have a functioning time turner? Amelia asked. Yes. I'll need to call in my colleagues from the department, said Croaker. Then do it fast, Amelia said before turning her attention to Lord Greengrass. Lord Greengrass. If you need any help, I'll need an international part3 to Dresden, Damien said immediately. You'll have it. Amelia nodded before she went straight for the fireplace in the office, connecting it immediately with the Department of Magical Transportation. Perhaps I can be of some aid, my boy. I do have some connections outside Britain, Dumbledore offered, looking imploringly at Damien. If I need any help, I'll be sure to ask for it, Headmaster Dumbledore, Damien said calmly. Damien. Go to level 6. Robert Skyver will help you reach Dresden, said Amelia. Thank you, said Damien before turning to leave. But he paused halfway towards the door. What about Lord Black? Damien asked hesitantly, looking at the unconscious form of Sirius lying on the floor. I'll take care of that. Go, Amelia urged the man. She immediately contacted the Aurors and had them track down Andromeda Tonks to make sure Sirius Black remained calm. Of course, she had to go over the circumstances that led to the unconscious state of Lord Black. The expanding glowing ball of magical energy in her office at least made the whole story more believable. By the time Amelia had explained the situation to Andromeda Tonks, Croaker's colleagues in the Department of Mysteries had gathered and started placing several wards and charms that isolated the sphere of energy. Do you think they can reverse what happened? Andromeda asked worriedly. I do not know, Amelia admitted. If the Unspeakables can't help Mr. Potter return, I'll ask for foreign aid. We are not the only Ministry of Magic in the world with knowledge over time and space. Do you think they'll help? They didn't aid us with the Dark Lord last time, Andromeda reminded her. That's because we were led by indecisive leaders. This time, it'll be different, Amelia promised. Even if she had concerns about accepting foreign aid in public for the sake of her political career, there were other avenues to receive help. The only downside was that once it got leaked to the public, it'd damage her far more than accepting aid in public. Her political opponents could launch a witch hunt against her and pin everything wrong with the ministry on her head. This was why she had only agreed with Lady Lilith to accept aid from her mercenaries instead of hit wizards registered with foreign ministries. If the mercenaries got exposed, she could disavow any direct involvement in their deployment. With the hit wizards, it'd be impossible to maneuver out of direct responsibility. But that point was moot now. Harry Potter was now beyond space and time. If word got out that the boy who lived went missing right after fighting Voldemort to a standstill, the public outcry would pull down her regime faster than she could blink. She'd end up losing the fight even before it began, and that could not be allowed to happen. It was as if the whole world had gone mad in a few minutes. One moment, Harry was bringing down Fudge and helping the ascension of Amelia Bones like in one of the most significant political coups Britain had seen. But now he was in a time and place that was alien to everything he knew, and most importantly, this whole new chapter of life that opened before him was something that made all his plans useless. He had never factored in time travel into the many plans he had constructed in his mind, therefore, his mind was a blank slate. He could only dumbly stare at the Hogwarts castle undergoing a siege like in the Middle Ages with siege engines. But strangely enough, magical attacks landed on the protective shield around the castle. He could tell because there were flashes of strange light impinging on the shield and fracturing it in places. Harry could see several large holes blown open on the barrier protecting Hogwarts. He immediately took his wand into his hand, determined to lend a hand in protecting the school from harm, but then he hesitated. If I interfere, I could destabilize the entire timeline. I should be a mute spectator and invisible to this time and its people, Harry decided. But there was another danger in that decision. It left him wholly separated at an unknown time without any help. If there was any chance of returning to his own time, he needed the help of the most knowledgeable wizards and witches of this time to make it possible. My knowledge of magic is lacking in deciphering the secrets of time travel on my own. I'll need help, Harry admitted to himself while staring at Hogwarts uncertainly. There was no telling whether the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore or even his grandmother would succeed in helping from their side. Therefore, Harry was left with the prospect of seeking local help. Unfortunately, the best help he could think of right now was in the castle that was under siege. So, his choices were clear. He could either turn a blind eye to the world around him and hope the unspeakables managed to save him, or he could seek Hogwarts' help. A woman's scream suddenly captured Harry's attention. Since he wore the Horus glasses, he could make out a woman running out of a tree line. To his surprise, he saw a stave in the woman's hand with which she threw a curse blindly over her shoulder. One of the trees suddenly came alive, its roots and branches attacking something in the forest. Harry frowned as he stared at the witch dressed in grey robes running towards his direction. The stave in her hand made Harry worry that he was too far back in the past. Magical staves had gone out of fashion in the wizarding world for centuries. So, seeing a stave-wielding witch made Harry worry that he was too far back in time. Harry was startled when the witch fell with a cry, and he found the reason in the form of an arrow sticking out of her left knee. An arrow. Muggles. Harry frowned thoughtfully, staring at the tree with keen eyes. His eyes, however, widened when he saw several small creatures dressed in gleaming silver armor with wicked-looking axes in their hands. Goblins. Harry breathed, staring at the foot soldiers led by 5 mounted goblins. Is that wild boars they are riding? Harry wondered, looking at the mean-looking creatures mounted by the goblins. The mounted goblins atop the boars ordered something in gobbledygook, which made Harry remember that his modern English would probably stand out like a sore thumb. He was sure modern English was not around at a time when even Hogsmeade was absent. He was expecting Gaelic or even Scot to be the dominant language in the area. There was a chance Latin was a preferred language among some wizards and even nobles of the time. Thankfully, he had an easy remedy for the language barrier. Harry placed the all-speak charm on himself before moving towards the downed woman. Bind the witch in magic suppression shackles. She'll be a nice amusement for the men in our camp. A mounted goblin ordered. But to Harry's surprise, the woman was no damsel in distress despite the arrow sticking out of her leg. The red-haired woman slammed the butt of her stave into the ground, generating a blast of magical energy. Harry hastily placed a shield before him to withstand the blasting spell. The land around tore apart under the force of the spell. It was as if someone had carved out a giant hole in the face of the earth. Most of the goblins close to the woman were blown to bits while the force of the spell smacked away the rest. Who are you? The woman turned her blazing green eyes on Harry with her stave raised threateningly. A traveler who thought you needed help. But I seem to have misjudged the situation, said Harry, bringing down the shield with a thought while eyeing the downed goblins warily. Do you need any help with that arrow? I do not, stranger. The woman growled, tapping her stave against the arrow, making it disappear into thin air. But Harry noticed the woman was not healing the wound on her leg, and she was losing blood. May I? Harry looked pointedly at her wound. You know to heal wounds made by goblin steel? The woman asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry remembered a portion of a half-forgotten lesson from Professor Bin's history class. Goblins used to coat their steel with poisons that were most harmful to wizards and witches in wars. Therefore, he understood why the woman was not treating the wound with simple healing spells that'd close the wound. She must be forcibly fighting off the effects of the poison with her magic and sheer will. Harry mused. No, I won't be able to treat the poison, but I can keep it contained in your leg and prevent it from spreading into other parts of your body. I know a spell to keep you safe until you can find a good healer to administer a proper antidote, said Harry truthfully. Now, may I? You may. The redhead woman said after a moment of scrutiny. Harry bent down to get a closer look at the wound. He looked hesitantly at the woman who slowly hiked up the hem of her grey robes, allowing him to see the wound. Harry held his palm hover over the wound, trying to sense malicious magic from the wound. There was a faint echo of destructive magic in the wound that made Harry assume it was some form of a mild poison. There's poison, but it's non-lethal. I suppose they were trying to take you hostage. Harry told the woman as he applied a stasis charm on the whole leg to keep it in suspended animation. That makes sense. The woman muttered but didn't elaborate. Either the woman was someone important enough to take hostage, or the goblins had certain nefarious intentions in capturing her alive. I've placed your leg in suspended animation. It'll regulate the flow of your blood, preventing the spread of the poison. I'll carry you to your destination. What is your name, traveler? The woman suddenly asked, making Harry flounder for a second. He couldn't use his real name because he feared changing things too much. I need an alternate name that'll have the least impact on the timeline. Something that could blend in. Harry thought. Suddenly, he remembered the name of one of the 5 good emperors of the Roman Empire. Hadrian. My name is Hadrian. He said, smiling at the witch while mentally patting himself on his back for a job well done. Only Hadrian? The woman asked with a raised eyebrow. Darn it. Family name. I need a family name that won't conflict with the future. Something unique. Harry fussed over in his head. Then, an idea came to his head, and he said the first fictional family name that came to his head. Targaryen. Hadrian Targaryen. Immediately after, he said that Harry felt like he made a mistake. Hadrian Targaryen. The red-headed woman slowly said, testing out his name with a thoughtful frown. You are not from the kingdom of Alba, are you? I. Hey. A goblin warrior roared, swinging a wicked-looking axe aiming for Harry's head from behind. On instinct, Harry dived, pulling the witch with him. They rolled under the wild swing of the axe, and Harry quickly followed it up with the gouging curse. Defodio. Harry's aim was true as the gouging spell struck right between the eyes of the goblin. A straight cylindrical hole was punched through the head of the goblin, making it keel over dead with blood pooling beneath it. Filthy human. Scum. More goblins poured out of the forest with warcry on their lips and weapons in their hands. No. Harry said, placing his hand on the redhead woman's shoulder when she brandished her stave to perform a spell. The poison could spread fast if you weaken yourself magically. Let me deal with this. A line of goblins stayed back close to the trilene and chose to release a sea of arrows high into the sky. Magical shields won't work. Their arrows can breach our shields. The woman warned him immediately. Don't worry. My spell is designed to combat goblin steel, said Harry. The advantage of time travel was that he had the edge when it came to certain spells that became sophisticated enough over the passage of time. Indemitus. A golden sphere of magical energy swirled into existence around Harry and the woman. The enchanted steel of the goblins harmlessly impinged on the shield and was consequently repelled away in quick order. Cancelling the shield, Harry immediately launched a spell in his arsenal that had the scope to take out multiple opponents with precision. Tenitruum fulminata. A ray of pale white lightning blasted out of the tip of his wand before branching off into hundreds of miniature lightning bolts. The goblins and their armor were no match for the power of lightning. Thousands of volts of lightning energy arced through the goblin warriors in an instant. With no magical defense, their bodies fried instantly under the onslaught of his lightning spell, turning them into charred corpses within minutes. You'll suffer for this, human. After this, there'll be no peace but only war and death between us. A goblin groaned from the ground who had miraculously survived. Because of the lack of burn marks on the goblin's body, Harry assumed the goblin was a survivor of the witch's spell. That was a mistake. You could have lived had you remained silent, Harry said coolly. He conjured a metal spike and banished it straight into the goblin's head, silencing the creature forever. We must leave this place and seek refuge inside the walls of Hogwarts. More of them will be coming towards us. The red-haired witch warned Harry, heaving herself over using her stave as a crutch. I'll carry you to the castle. It'll be better if you're not moving that leg, said Harry. When he was sure the woman was not showing any protest, Harry gathered her up bridal style and slowly walked towards the castle. Forgive me for not asking. What's your name? Harry asked the beautiful woman in his arms. I'm Rowena Ravenclaw. Harry had to exercise all his willpower to not react in sheer surprise. He looked closely at the face of the woman in his arms, and she didn't look anything remotely similar to Helena Ravenclaw. There was also the possibility that the woman was lying. But he couldn't think of any reason for someone to impersonate Rowena Ravenclaw, least of all before him. The fact that he was carrying Rowena Ravenclaw made him silent throughout the rest of their journey. His mind was whirling with possibilities and the dangers of discovery as well. Ravenclaw was a beautiful woman but renowned for an even more beautiful mind. This was the same mind that birthed the Room of Requirement and the enchanted ceiling of Hogwarts. A single misstep by him could jeopardize the entire future. Therefore, he felt it was better to keep his silence and think things through while he had the time. The closer he got to Hogwarts, the sounds of the bombardment became more pronounced. At least, the siege's sounds had the effect of distracting Rowena Ravenclaw from scrutinizing him further. Stop here. Rowena suddenly spoke up. We are at the edge of the wards. I must open the wards to grant you entry within its protection. Harry nodded and carefully set Rowena on her good leg. She leaned on her stave and carefully moved a few feet forward. Tell me, Hadrian Targaryen? Why have you come to Hogwarts? Rowena suddenly asked. I ask because I want to know whether you are a threat. I seek the greatest treasure known to man in Hogwarts. Knowledge. If you're willing to share that, then allow me entry, said Harry. Rowena remained contemplative for a moment before tapping the wards with her stave. You are welcome to share the hearth of Hogwarts, Hadrian Targaryen. The wards and barriers surrounding Hogwarts flickered into existence near Rowena. Come, Rowena said before stepping inside the ward. Harry took a deep breath, gathering himself before he followed Rowena Ravenclaw into the protection of Hogwarts. He hoped he was not going to screw things up. CH86, meeting the founders. I meant to ask this earlier. What is that strange thing on your nose? Rowena asked, an inquisitive frown on her face while looking at the glasses on Harry's face. Oh, this? It helps me see more accurately. I have trouble seeing with clarity, you see, said Harry, tapping the glasses on his nose. You are blind without these glasses? Rowena asked curiously. I'm not blind. I have poor eyesight, and these glasses improve my vision. That's all. Harry explained. I see. You are not from around here at all, are you? Said Rowena. Harry merely smiled at Rowena instead of dignifying that with a response that'd undoubtedly land him in a heap of trouble. Instead, Harry diverted the conversation to a more relevant topic as he carried the Hogwarts founder into the castle. Why are the goblins attacking the castle? Why were you even so far away from the castle? Harry asked, taking an unfamiliar flight of stairs that led to a giant oak door. The Goblin King Sabretooth wants to carve out a kingdom of his own in this place. Hogwarts will pose a threat to his plans if we educate the wizards and witches to fight back. Shouldn't they see the muggles as more of a threat than wizards and witches? After all, there are more of them than us. Harry pointed out. I take it you've never encountered the goblins before. They are not exactly the brightest bunch. All they want is a good fight, and whenever a new king is crowned, they'll launch an assault on wizarding settlements. Rowena said with a huff. I see. Harry nodded. With a flick of his wand, he unlocked the door. He could hear the locks coming undone one by one on the other side. I was sent to negotiate with King Sabretooth. It was a desperate attempt to stop the bloodshed, but I suppose it was a wasted effort from the start expecting such bull-headed creatures to see reason. Said Rowena, a look of disgust on her unblemished face. Sometimes, war is the only path to peace. Said Harry, opening the doors wide with his magic. Wise words, stranger. Now, who are you? Harry was immediately on the business end of a long stave with a glowing crystal at the tip. A bearded, bulky man was holding the stave, glaring at him threateningly. Enough, Godric. He saved me from the goblins. I owe him, and I can vouch for him. Rowena said immediately, pushing the stave away from Harry's face. Is he a? Yes, Godric. He is a wizard. Now, can we please go? I need Helga's aid. Rowena said in an annoyed manner. Are you injured? Godric asked in concern. A goblin arrow struck her leg. I've placed her leg in stasis. The poison will be slow to spread, but she'll need the antidote before the wound is healed. Said Harry, struggling to keep a straight face standing before Godric Gryffindor. Come inside. I'll lead you to Helga. Godric let them inside while tapping his stave on the floor. Harry could feel the raw power of magical energy from the illustrious Hogwarts founder even though the spell was merely to lock the door. You are finely attuned to magic, aren't you? Rowena asked, staring at his face with discerning eyes. Harry didn't say anything and focused on following Godric inside the castle. Your mastery over magic is almost uncanny for a young wizard. I don't believe I've seen anyone so eloquently bend lightning to their will. Rowena commented. Lightning. Godric looked at Harry with an impressed look. Yes, Godric. He used a lightning spell to kill the goblins attacking us. Impressive. Godric nodded in a respectful manner. You look a tad younger. What's your name, and how old are you? I'm Hadrian Targaryen, and I'm 16 years old. Harry lied through his teeth with ease. While the conventional times were pretty much lax on age restrictions, he didn't know how the founders viewed the world during this time. The founders were portrayed as the prime movers of the wizarding community of Scotland during this era. So, they must have had a standard in accepting students. According to the Ministry of Magic, the age of majority under normal conditions for a wizard or a witch was 17. Unfortunately, he was aware his body didn't have the physique close to an ordinary 17-year-old boy, nor did he have substantial facial hair to pass off as older than he looked. Therefore, he hedged his bets on passing off as a 16-year-old. Going by the lack of reaction from the two founders, he supposed he nailed it. Lightning spells at such a young age. Godric looked appreciatively at Harry. You must have had quite a skilled master. Harry didn't vocally respond to the comment, poised to dig into his past. Therefore, he merely nodded while thinking up more lies for short-term use until he properly grasped the situation in Hogwarts. But Harry didn't get the time to cook up a false story in his head on the fly as his senses went haywire, making him stop walking. It was as if his entire being screamed at him with such urgency as if he was about to die. What the hell? Harry muttered confusedly as the feeling slipped away from his senses. When he looked at the founders, he saw Godric and Rowena signaled at him to remain silent. Harry gripped the holly wand, feeling the tension in the air. He slowed his breathing rapidly while occluding his mind to sharpen his focus. He could see some sort of danger afoot in the area, but it was as if the danger was also expert at hiding from his senses. Suddenly, a section of the roof collapsed, forcing Harry to backpedal. But from the ceiling, a giant golden head of a vicious-looking lion emerged, and it promptly roared. The force of the roar forced Harry to his knees while his ears started ringing, and all over his body, he felt as if miniature blades were spearing into his bones. A rush of warmth suddenly enveloped him, making Harry gasp as if he was breathing for the first time. It's the roar of a chimera. You managed to stay conscious without a magical shield in between. Rowena commented randomly, her stave churning out a warm golden glowing shield that allowed Harry to regain his wits from the attack. This is not the time and place to study and observe magic, Rowena. Godric Gryffindor grunted. I shielded my mind, said Harry, pointing his wand at the most fearsome creature in the magical world right after an adult Nundu and Thunderbird. A shield around your mind? That's a brilliant piece of magic, Rowena said, straining a little as her shield flickered as the chimera launched another roar. This time, Harry acted on instinct and put up a shield. He could feel tiny needles of energy pushing against the shield he created, desperately trying to breach the barrier. His eyes widened as his senses screamed at him, warning of another impending danger. Pouring more power into his shield, Harry braced for the next attack. It came in the form of a golden snake, opening its mouth and spitting out bright gold fire. Of course. A chimera has a snake as its tail, Harry thought. The snake blasted more fire at Godric and Rowena, forcing them to defend themselves from the onslaught. A chimera has 6 eyes because it has 3 heads. Therefore, attacking a chimera and forgetting the defense is futile. The solution is to create a blind spot, Harry thought. Harry windlessly performed Serpensortia and cast an enlarging charm on the snake in quick order. Attack the chimera. Kill it. Harry ordered in Parcel tongue. The enormous cobra lunged into action, which was enough to distract the tail of the chimera, giving some breathing room for Harry as Godric and Rowena were appropriately distracting the lion and goat heads of the beast. Harry allowed his shield and used a spell targeting the snake head. Suffusio. A torrent of water jumped from the tip of his wand and smashed into the chimera. But it hardly damaged the beast, which was to be expected. However, he followed it up with a spell that made the chimera regret not escaping when it had the chance. Pruin Ventus. Gales of frosty wind bellowed out of his wand, turning the water he used earlier into ice. The chimera's movements became sluggish as frost formed all over its body. Harry could see the lion head was almost entirely frozen dead as it had stopped moving altogether, but the snake had managed to burn away the snake he conjured. But before the snake head could burn away the frost, Godric removed the snake head with his sword out of nowhere. When Harry blinked again, Godric had stabbed his sword through the goat head of the chimera with the tip of the blade protruding from its frosted lion head. To Harry's relief, the monstrous form of chimera fell dead with a distinct thud that shook the floor. A young wizard proficient in elemental magic and conjuring with the ability to speak to snakes. Godric muttered, a shadow falling on his face as he scrutinized Harry with his brown eyes. Are you an illegitimate child of Salazar? Harry gaped at the founder of his house for a moment, but he was spared from saying anything when he saw Rowena Ravenclaw collapse. Arresto momentum. Rowena's fall was arrested by the slowing charm he cast. The spell probably helped save the founder from getting a nasty concussion. She needs Helga's help, said Godric, taking the fallen staff from the ground. Harry applied the levitation charm on Rowena that floated her prone body in mid-air. Then let's go fast. If the wards have been breached, it'll be better to fight as a group, said Harry, which earned him a strange look from Godric. Follow me, said Godric, running ahead with Harry closely following with Rowena floating alongside. Harry found it all surreal that he was walking amongst the Hogwarts founders, and by the looks of the incomplete corridors, classrooms, and sculptures, he had a feeling Hogwarts was still under construction. Strangely enough, he wished Hermione was with him in this adventure. Her expertise in the written history of the Founders' era would have been immensely useful for him. But that was spilt milk under the bridge. He hoped the Ministry and his family back home had better luck reversing his time travel problem. With the god-forsaken siege going on against Hogwarts, his first priority was to survive the siege and, along the way, befriend the Founders so that they'd later be amicable to help him return to his time. You are telling me that my grandson is lost within the folds of time somewhere in the past or the future? Pernell said, keeping her voice deadly cold, devoid of a hint of emotion. Damien could feel pinpricks on the back of his neck as he felt the tension in the room. I'm afraid so, my lady. Croaker believes the battle in the Department of Mysteries must have left a stray damaged time turner on Harry's person. So, when Dumbledore gave Harry the portkey at it, I gave you a simple task, Damien. Do you remember what the task was? Pernell asked coolly, cutting off the explanation Damien was making. You ordered us to keep Harry safe from Dumbledore, my lady. Damien muttered, keeping his head bowed low. And is he? No, my lady. You became blinded by power that was nearly in your grasp. You forgot your duty in your haste to consume the factions inside the Wizengamot. Pernell accused. My lady, Harry fought the Dark Lord to a standstill and even cut off the man's arm from his shoulders. When I met Harry, I only looked for injuries from the battle, but he never sustained any. It was a misjudgment on my part, but Croaker assures me that he can bring back Harry if he can gain access to a powerful time turner. We'll see, Damien. You'll have as many time turners as the unspeakables in Britain want. But if they can't rescue my grandson, I'll be coming for you. Keep that in mind. Pernell warned. Within half an hour, Pernell arranged the time turners from the German ministry. Of course, she didn't hand over the time turners alone. She also had the most competent authority in time turners sent to Britain to ensure her grandson safely escaped the time anomaly. I warned you something like this could happen to the boy. Magic herself does not wish for what you intend to happen. She will fight you every step of the way. Nicholas whispered from the shadows. Pernell scoffed before lighting the chimney with fire that chased away the darkness in her room, revealing her husband. Perhaps it's the will of magic to fade into nothingness like the elder races. But I won't allow that to transpire. Wizards and witches are the inheritors of this world, not the Muggles. As Antonich Peveril dreamed, the Hallows will become one, and the Muggles will face judgment when the clock strikes millennium, no matter the hurdles that come my way. This is inevitable. Pernell said firmly. She could hear a deep sigh let out by her husband. I do not like the path you've taken, Pernell. But I won't stop you since you have given me time to try my hand at uniting our worlds. Sadly, I failed. Nicholas shook his head. However, I advise you to inform the child what you intend for him soon. He has an inkling. Pernell said with a scoff. The only reason he has yet to give me access to the chamber was because he wanted to find out what I wanted in the first place. Why do you think I let him take his merry time? Still, it'll be better if he hears it from your mouth. Pernell grunted. She supposed it was time for her grandson to at least understand his destiny. As soon as he returns, a talk will be necessary. Pernell mused. Helga Hufflepuff must be the most powerful healer in the history of the world. Harry mused. He could not think of any sorcerer with the power and skill to draw out poisons from blood and healing wounds using wandless magic. Harry strongly suspected Helga Hufflepuff had a unique magical ability that helped her heal this fast. Otherwise, her capabilities didn't make much sense. Harry watched quietly as Lady Hufflepuff held her hand against the wounded leg of Rowena. Her hand remained on the leg for less than a minute, but the skin was unblemished when she took back her hand. The arrow wound on the leg had closed up, leaving not even a scar. The most impressive part was that Lady Hufflepuff did not even use potions to counteract the poison in Rowena's bloodstream. Instead, she drew it out with magic like it was a walk in the park. I take it you are suitably impressed by Helga's skill as a healer? Rowena asked with a grin as she sat up on her bed. I've never heard of a sorcerer capable of drawing out poisons without the aid of a foci like a wand or a stave. You must be the most gifted healer in the world. Harry admitted, staring at the auburn-haired witch with wide eyes. I have what you'd call the skill to enchant anything I touch with my magic. So long as my skin is in contact, I can reverse any damage done at the expense of my magic. Lady Hufflepuff explained. I've never heard of such an ability manifesting in anyone. Harry said honestly, already in awe of the woman. Neither has any one of us until we met Helga. Godric said. Harry was the next patient on Lady Hufflepuff's list. The older witch placed both hands on either side of his head. He could feel a pulse of energy passing through his body as Lady Hufflepuff began healing him from the injuries he sustained from battling the Chimera. One by one, his joints started to click back in place, and the strain Harry was feeling on his shoulders eased as Helga Hufflepuff's magic enveloped him from head to toe. You are inflicted with a curse of a dark nature. Right here. Lady Hufflepuff said, sweeping the bangs covering his forehead to the side as she stared at the lightning bolt scar etched on his skin. I know. Unfortunately for you, that one is beyond even your abilities, Lady Hufflepuff. Said Harry. I'll be the judge of that. Said Helga Hufflepuff after staring at him for a few seconds with her onyx eyes. Her eyes scrunched together in concentration as she tried to undo the curse clinging to the scar. Despite strenuous efforts on her part, the curse remained whole and bound to the scar. As I said, this is beyond your abilities. You should focus on your other patients. Harry advised, removing her hands from his head while standing up from the bed he was sitting on. There is no curse, poison, or wound that I can't undo. Said Lady Hufflepuff, becoming flustered as she stared at his scar. Except this one. Harry smiled at the older witch. I thank you for healing me. I'll need to study this curse more closely. Not now, Helga. Godric said firmly before turning his sights on Harry. Hadrian Targaryen. I know this is much to ask from a traveler, but we are severely outnumbered and outmaneuvered. Your skill in magic is commendable from what I saw while battling the Chimera. Will you help Hogwarts in defending families and children from this war? Godric asked seriously. I'd be honored to fight alongside you all. Said Harry, making the illustrious founder of his house grin. Very good. Welcome to Hogwarts. Godric patted on Harry's shoulder appreciatively. Thank you, Hadrian. Said Rowena. It's time you met another one of our friends, Salazar Slytherin. He oversees the castle's defenses. It's entirely possible you might know him or even related to him by blood. After all, you are both Parselmouth. Said Godric. That doesn't mean they are related. There must be many wizards and witches with that ability. Rowena argued. Harry remained silent as Godric and Rowena argued back and forth as his mind was otherwise engaged. Out of all the founders, he knew Salazar Slytherin far better. While the Slytherin never left any memoirs, several of his works survived in the chamber. Therefore, he knew the land upon which Hogwarts was built was the ancestral land of the Slytherin family for generations. The chamber only held his writings on magical fields of study that he found interesting. But from those writings, Harry could understand Salazar Slytherin was a wizard of extraordinary caliber. Throughout his century-long life, the man managed to gift many great magical discoveries that empowered wizardkind in the future. Most of them were in the field of potions, rituals, and charms. But what interested him most was how Slytherin developed all those potions and rituals. He was sure beyond doubt Parseltongue was involved in the process as it had a deep connection to old magic. Unfortunately, he had no concrete proof or details on the processes involved. Salazar had almost as if painstakingly done everything in his power to keep all information about Parseltongue from his written works that survived in the chamber. Or it could be that future descendants of Salazar took the works based on Parseltongue out of the chamber. There was also the interesting fact that the Hollow Earth theory was a reality and deeply connected to those carrying Peveril blood. If his stay during the Founders' era were to be extended, Harry intended to learn everything he needed to know about Elysium from Salazar Slytherin himself. At least, he hoped he could convince the wizard to share those details. And Harry finally saw the illustrious founder of Hogwarts watching over the battlefield from a tower. Salazar Slytherin was as tall as Godric Gryffindor, but the wizard had no hair on his head. Slytherin was dressed in dark robes while holding a stave with a snake head at one end. Salazar. Godric. Rowena. Slytherin acknowledged without taking his eyes from the battlefield. I take it the goblins refused our peace proposal. They want war. Said Rowena. We'll give them one that they'll never forget. Slytherin said darkly before pointing a finger at Harry. But tell me, who's this guest you've brought inside Hogwarts? My name is Hadrian Targaryen. I came across this battlefield and found Rowena injured near the forest. If you'll have me, I'll lend you my power to win this war. Slytherin said nothing and merely observed Harry with keen onyx eyes. We'll see whether you are useful or just another one of those useless rabble cowering inside my castle. Slytherin said harshly before turning his sights on the enemy ahead. Harry didn't react to the barb, nor did he feel slighted the least bit as he understood why Slytherin said that. He had seen many wizards and witches hiding inside the castle without doing anything worth their while to defend the castle. He also remembered most witches and wizards were weak morons hardly able to defend against even muggles of this era. Instead, he focused on the goblin army arrayed outside Hogwarts. He supposed it'd be interesting to fight against goblins as he had only read about goblin wars in books. The chance to engage the goblins in a battle was something he looked forward to. After all, he had always wanted to test some spells, and the goblins were giving him the opportunity. He was not going to waste it. CH87, in for a penny, in for a pound. Harry levitated the rebel out of the way, blocking a corridor. The roof had collapsed on the corridor, probably by the siege engines of goblins. He could see a massive stone inscribed with runes among the rubble. The rock looked like it had come out of a scorching furnace. Most of the runes inscribed were blackened out after breaching the wards surrounding Hogwarts. He became curious about the runes used by the goblins. While the runes were burned out, a chunk of the stone was missing, and he used his sensory abilities to get a feel for ambient magic in the runes. Unfortunately, he received mixed results. The magic lingering on the stone gave him only vague intent to grind, shield and pierce. He could have pieced that together without even looking at the rock. The barriers surrounding Hogwarts are empowered to burn away foreign hostile magic. Rarely anything survives once it comes in contact with the barriers. Harry looked over his shoulder to see Rowena Ravenclaw, dressed in fine blue silk, strutting towards him with her staff in hand. I thought you were asked to take bed rest by Lady Hufflepuff, said Harry. And you believe yourself to be far too clever than everyone else, don't you? Said Rowena, her eyes sharpened as she scrutinized him. Why would you think so? Harry asked, taken back by the suspicious look the Hogwarts founder was throwing at him. I've been carefully analyzing everything that happened since I met you in the forest, and two things stood out. Is that so? Let's hear it then, said Harry, forcing his body to relax a little bit, but his magic was spreading out of his body, looking for any threats around him. You have so far avoided saying anything about your homeland despite repeated inquiries, which means you're probably on the run or a spy. Second, you've shown you're terribly misinformed about goblins, which does not happen to wizards and witches in the Isle. So, you're from a distant land with little to no exposure to goblins or a spy sent by the goblins. Or maybe, I come from a place where goblins are nasty little buggers but don't wage war on wizards and witches. Harry retorted. And what place is that, Hadrian Targaryen? Rome? Because I've been to Rome and never heard of a wizarding family named Targaryen. Rowena said, scowling at him while keeping her staff at the ready. Harry knew he was in a bind as he had not considered a specific area as his homeland. He thought he could wing it by passively projecting himself as a Roman or Greek, but that idea was now useless. Under pressure, he spouted out the first name of a place that came to his mind. Valeria. What? Rowena asked, staring at him with a raised eyebrow. Harry felt like palming his face but resisted the urge by sheer will. No choice but to roll with it. Harry thought. Valeria is my homeland. It's an island city near Greece's western coast. It's a city made by 14 great sorcerers 5 centuries ago. To this day, those 14 families administer the city, forming the Dragon Council of Valerian Freehold. Harry made up a backstory, heavily drawing from a fictional book on the spot. Name these 14 families. Rowena demanded sharply, still eyeing him suspiciously. Balerion, Viagar, Meraxes, Vermithor, Cyrux, Caraxes, Tessarion, Malays, Tyraxes, Arax, Sunfire, Galathox, Shrikos, and Targaryen. You happy now? Harry thanked his lucky stars he was obsessed with House Targaryen and their dragons in the past. Otherwise, he'd have floundered for names. The dragon names of House Targaryen were the perfect cover for the lie he was spinning. However, he also understood he was weaving a web of lies, and sooner or later, he would get caught up in it if he was not careful enough. But for now, he had no choice but to proceed. In for a penny, in for a pound. Harry thought. I've never heard of this place before, Rowena said suspiciously, but Harry noticed her stance relaxed slightly. I'd be surprised if you've heard of it. Valerian Freehold is a city exclusively for magical beings. Our ancestors built the city to avoid getting embroiled in Muggle wars exacerbated by the rapid expansion of the Roman Empire, said Harry, turning his focus back to repairing the damage inflicted on the roof. Harry unleashed his magical power and let it blanket the whole area before he applied the repairing charm. The wide area effect of the charm started a chain reaction that reassembled the broken roof from all the rubble lying around. Within half a minute, the collapsed roof reassembled itself in pristine condition. That's impossible. No magic could shield an entire island from the eyes of Muggles, Rowena argued. At this point, Harry realized the founders had most probably not developed Muggle-repelling wards or even unplottable wards that secured magical communities inside Muggle settlements. In History of Magic taught at Hogwarts, he had learned the founders created the Muggle-repelling wards and other illusion charms that kept Hogwarts as a rundown old castle to the Muggle eyes. There were also some popular questions about why the founders built a school for children so close to the Forbidden Forest filled with dangerous creatures. Harry now understood why. The founders used the dangerous creatures in the forest as a buffer against Muggles. They must have created the Muggle-repelling wards after Hogwarts was built. Harry mused. There are charms that can shield entire tracts of land from Muggles. The Freehold uses it most extensively. My family had developed even a charm to ward off the Freehold from even foreign magical creatures and wizards, Harry claimed. Is that true? Is there magic capable of hiding lands under wards even from wizards and magical creatures? Rowena asked excitedly. Of course. I'll be happy to share it with you to protect Hogwarts, said Harry. And that offer clinched Rowena Ravenclaw, smashing through the doubts plaguing her mind. At least, Harry hoped that was the case because he was winging it with his backstory, and now he was in uncharted territory. He also felt the founders would not be of much help in solving his crisis. Still, he hoped to use the founders and their knowledge to his advantage to get back to his time without disclosing his true identity. He just had to come up with a good story. Harry had spent the rest of the night helping the inhabitants of Hogwarts and cleaning up the wreckage from the siege. For some reason, the goblins had stopped their attacks against Hogwarts. Whatever the reason behind the abrupt stopping of the siege, the people huddled inside Hogwarts were immensely thankful, as was Harry. With everything falling quiet for the night, Harry had the opportunity to observe the refugees inside Hogwarts properly. There were some 30-odd wizarding families taking refuge in the castle. Of those 30 families, only 10 wizards and witches pitched in to help with the castle's defense. The sad fact was that most of them were too young and some of the first students of the founders. So they were not as knowledgeable. Aguamenti. A jet of water blasted out of the tip of his wand, dousing the flames burning the window. Harry transfigured a stray piece of wood into a metallic square plate the exact size of the window. Using the sticking charm, he fixed the plate on the window to close off a potential place the enemy could infiltrate in the worst-case scenario. You're so fast at casting spells, Lord Targaryen, said Siren, with stars in his eyes. Harry grunted, moving ahead to look for any other damage to the castle. Siren Flanagan was a boy of 12 who took a fancy to hang around him, and due to the lies he spun with Rowena, he became a lord within the span of an hour. I guess rumors spreading like wildfire is a tradition that started from the Founders' era. Harry reflected with some amusement that made him grin. Or he was not giving Rowena the benefit of the doubt. His well-dressed attire might have given a noble or lordly impression to the wizards and witches dressed in rags and animal skin. Harry was fortunate to have dressed in dragonhide boots, a basilisk skin cloak and jacket, a cotton shirt and dark pants. Of course, there was trouble waiting for him as he had not carried anything on his person that translates to wealth in the time he found himself in. He was sure that would bring trouble upon his head, but he possessed a small pouch of gold and silver. However, the coins were few, not enough to cover an extended stay. They say you slow goblins by summoning lightning from the sky. Is it true? Siren asked, keeping up pace with Harry's long strides. The kid is persistent. I'll give him that. Harry mused, eyeing the young brown-haired wizard out of the corner of his eyes. Summoning lightning from the sky is beyond me. But yes, I used a lightning spell to dispatch some goblin warriors. Harry answered, knowing the kid would not give him peace of mind if he remained mute for too long. That's so wonderful. I'd have loved to watch that, but my mother refuses to let me help in the war effort. Siren complained, his eyes darkened suddenly. Even after what they did to my father, she won't let me. A mother's love for her children is the most powerful force in the world and, therefore, the most revered even by magic. Great feats of magic have been done by those who loved fiercely. So, do not despair for what you have, Siren. Its value is incalculable. Said Harry. I suppose. Siren said morosely. But I want to fight. And you will, in time. There will be many wars to fight in your lifetime. I guarantee you that. First, learn to harness the magic within you. You have to learn to walk before you can run. Then, will you teach me? Siren asked eagerly. Aren't you a student of Hogwarts? Why would you need my tutelage when you have 4 of the finest teachers in these lands? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. They don't teach us anything of war. Lady Hufflepuff taught us how to heal injuries, grow plants, and brew potions. How's any of that useful when the goblins attack? I want to protect my mother. Harry was taken aback by the resolve shining in the boy's eyes. It was almost like seeing a reflection of himself in that moment, which made Harry give in. All right. I'll give you some tutelage. Harry said to the excitement of Siren Flanagan. Harry was not blindly jumping into any commitment out of a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was all but sure that his stay at this time would get extended a bit. While he was here, it behoved him to share some of his knowledge with Hogwarts so that the founders would not be reluctant to share theirs. After all, a bridge has to be used from both sides. Harry thought. Harry spent the rest of the short time he had to instruct his new student in casting the stunning charm in between cleaning up the northern parts of the castle. When he was finally done, Harry was relieved there was no trace of the enemy or hostile magical creatures unleashed by the goblins hiding in the northern parts of the castle. When he finally returned to the hall where the families were camping, it was time for dinner, and the 4 founders were also there. Dinner was a silent affair, which Harry was not used to in Hogwarts. The Great Hall was usually brimming with the excited murmurings and jokes of students from all 4 houses. To sit in the Great Hall and not experience the sensory overload of hundreds of teenagers was disconcerting for Harry. Not to mention, the food was abhorrent. Harry was used to rich, spicy food in Hogwarts, especially some smoked beef, mashed potatoes, or even some tasty chicken soup. Whatever soup was currently on his plate was something he could not identify. But he couldn't complain as everyone was eating the same food. Right. Scotland's cuisine during this time can't be expected to come close to 20th century Scottish cuisine. Harry mused, taking a spoonful of soup into his mouth. Lord Hadrian. I'm not really a lord. Harry interrupted Salazar Slytherin. I was told your family was a noble family from a distant island ruled by 14 noble families. Salazar looked at him with an unimpressed look. My family is what your people would call a noble house, but I'm not a lord. My father Aegon holds the title, and after his time, my eldest sister Visenya shall inherit the title as per Valyrian custom. Harry carefully said, neatly following the backstory he had painstakingly crafted after much internal debate. Painting himself as a spare heir also had the added advantage of explaining his long journey away from his home island. Without the responsibility associated as the heir, he was free to roam the world, giving him the perfect cover. It also neatly disassociated from any formal nonsense that could rear its head in the future. Slytherin grunted but didn't say anything else but observe Harry closely. It's fascinating that wizards came together to build a city. Most of our people never see eye to eye on any matter. Godric commented. I imagine it was no easy task. But the 14 were convinced to take as many magical families away from the constant war of muggles. Since then, we've had 5 centuries of peace on our island while Europe bleeds under Roman greed for power. How did your people keep yourself unseen all these years? Helga Hufflepuff asked curiously. Our people realized early on the Roman fleet could find our island as it's located between Rome and Greece. So, our ancestors designed a ward that turned the whole island unfloatable for muggles and magicals alike. Then, there is the muggle repelling charm that encompasses the island's shores for added protection, making it inaccessible for ships to access our waters. Harry explained. Muggle repelling charm? Salazar asked with renewed interest, steepling his fingers as he stared at Harry with unbridled curiosity. It's a charm that specifically targets the minds of muggles to ignore an area warded by the charm. It'll make them unable to see the warded area and deflect the attention of their mind. That's an impressive piece of magic. I've been thinking of a spell that could be something along those lines. Can you share this spell with us for Hogwarts protection? Salazar asked eagerly. We, of course, understand if it's a secret of your people. Godric started to say, but Harry cut off the man. I'll be happy to share the spells with you. Your efforts to safeguard wizards and witches and empower them through knowledge is commendable. I'll be happy to help in any way I can to safeguard Hogwarts. Harry readily offered. This is heartening to hear. You've our heartfelt gratitude, Hadrian. Helga Hufflepuff graced him with a radiant smile. Harry nodded at the older witch with a smile. Your spells are far different than I assumed, Salazar said, staring at the rising sun from the top of a tower. Our spells were designed with wands in mind. Our people have abandoned using staves, said Harry, joining Slytherin in watching the sunset. How many in your home island speak the noble tongue of serpents? Salazar asked in Parcel tongue. Only those with Targaryen blood. Harry answered. Slytherin showed no reaction to his Parcel tongue ability, which Rowena or Godric mentioned to the man at some point. If Valeria is a secure island, why have you left its safety? Salazar asked. Because Hadrian is adventurous like me. Isn't that so, friend? Godric laughed boisterously, clapping Harry on his shoulder. I wish that were the case, Godric, said Harry, sticking to the made-up story he had prepared beforehand. Truth be told, I wouldn't have ventured out of the island for an adventure. Our people are facing an unprecedented threat, and I was assured the answer to our problem lies in the British Isles. What do you seek? Perhaps we can help you. Rowena offered. I seek knowledge of time magic, Harry answered. He was not surprised to see the total bewilderment on the faces of the four founders. But he was disappointed because he had hoped they'd show some familiarity with the subject. Time magic? What's that? Godric asked curiously. It's the magic that exerts power over time and perhaps space. Theoretically, time magic could bend space and time. It could reverse an event after it happened or empower a wizard to move backwards or forward in time. Harry explained, gaining only fascinating looks from the founders. That's... I had never thought of such a magic. Salazar muttered, looking at Harry with intrigue. Why do you want the power to control time? What sort of threat does your home island face that you require dominance over time? Rowena asked. That's a long tale, and one I don't think most would readily believe, said Harry. Then that tale will have to wait. Our enemy is getting ready to attack, said Salazar, capturing everyone's attention. Harry was a little relieved for the distraction as he didn't want to lay out all his backstory in one go. That was a classic way to fuck things up down the road. It was better to treat everyone with doses of his backstory for authenticity. Or maybe I'm overplanning this whole stuff. They look like they are eating out of the palm of my hand. Harry thought, bucking up a little as he dosed himself with some self-confidence. I'm good at making up stuff. I got this. Harry said to himself in the confines of his mind. But his attitude changed when he looked at the goblin army arrayed against Hogwarts. Oh, I'm so fucked. Harry thought, staring at the four massive dragons facing Hogwarts. Dragons. Helga Hufflepuff breathed, staring at the battlefield with wide eyes. There are 4 of them, Salazar. Rowena said worriedly. I know. I can see the battlefield, Rowena. Salazar muttered, glaring at the dragons as if the man was willing them away with his eyes. Well, I say we slay them all. I could use some dragonhide armor. Godric said giddily, looking rather eager to battle the dragons compared to the others in the tower. Do you not see what Sabretooth is planning, Godric? That horrid creature wants to shift our attention to the dragons so that he can attack the barriers that protect Hogwarts in earnest, said Rowena. Ah, but Sabretooth is discounting our new friend here, said Godric, placing his hand on Harry's shoulder. While we confront the dragons, Hadrian can hold the wards together, protecting the castle. Harry was somewhat stunned by the level of trust Godric was showing. Entrusting the keys to wards to someone was a sign of great trust. Trusting the wrong person with such an honor would also undo everything, like what happened to the Potters. He was not the only one stunned into silence by Godric Gryffindor's show of trust. The other founders looked apprehensively at each other. Salazar. I trust in Godric's judgment, said Helga Hufflepuff. Her easygoing attitude was nowhere to be seen as a mask of stoicism surrounded her. I concur. If we're free to focus on the dragons, our chances of victory increase twofold. Rowena quietly said, her green eyes staring piercingly into Harry's for a moment before being trained on Slytherin, who remained silent till now. Suddenly, Harry was facing the full attention of Salazar Slytherin. Will you guard Hogwarts Hadrian Targaryen? Slytherin asked, switching to Parcel tongue. No harm shall befall Hogwarts or her inhabitants under my watch. I swear it. Harry hissed back in the noble tongue of serpents. Then the wards are yours to command Hadrian Targaryen, said Slytherin, raising his staff, which glowed an eerie white glow at the snake head on its top. Harry raised his wand, pressing the tip of his wand against the snake head when Slytherin extended his staff in his direction. The white glow slipped into the tip of his wand, and Harry could feel the wards encompassing the castle. "All right, then. Let's give Sabretooth a warm welcome," said Godric, fishing a pointy hat out of nowhere and covering his head with it. Ch88, The Siege of Hogwarts P1. It was the first time Harry was in control of the wards of a magical place, much less a gigantic castle like Hogwarts. He had experience in erecting wards over Grimmauld Place with Sirius. That was the extent of his expertise in maintaining wards. But, those wards were later upgraded by Sirius, employing some professionals and tethering the wards to a proper wardstone. However, Harry didn't have the opportunity to study the intricacies behind such a method properly. He was keyed into the wards of Grimmauld Place, and to him, that was more than enough. He also didn't have much time to study the wardstone and how the wards were tethered or controlled because he was otherwise engaged. His focus tended to focus overtly on battle magic in the past, and right now, Harry was feeling the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. The only reason he was not panicking was because he knew he had to stay strong and keep Hogwarts safe while the Founders handled the dragons. Failure was not an option when he was in charge of the fate of 30 wizarding families. Only 10 wizards were capable of defending themselves out of those 30 families, which was a poor number. He had counted 97 wizards and witches, including children, among the refugees. Out of such a staggering number of people, only 10 were moderately powerful enough to defend themselves. It's no wonder why Muggles dominated the world. Harry thought. Most wizards and witches have not even mastered fire. They're guarding the entrances as you ordered, Lord Targaryen. Harry eyed the man who updated him on the status of the wizards and witches assigned to guard the entrances and passageways inside the castle. Good. You can stay by my side, or you can stay with the families. It's your choice, said Harry. I'll stand by your side, my lord, Keith Doyle said. Harry nodded before his attention shifted to the battlefield. The 4 Founders stood inside the protective barriers surrounding Hogwarts, facing the Goblin army. They'll triumph over the dragons, right? Keith asked earnestly. You've known them far longer than I do. What do you think? Harry turned the question around to the troubled-looking wizard. I've known Lord Salazar all my life. The Slytherins have guarded this land for generations. The other 3 came from afar with Lord Salazar after one of his many travels. Together, they're the most powerful sorcerers this land has ever seen. But... Keith trailed off. But what? Harry asked curiously. The goblins, they're powerful and cruel. They're strong warriors with strange magic, and they burnt down our houses and villages. Even if we survive this war and return, we'll be blamed by the Muggles and hunted down as word spreads about us to other villages. Either we all die at the hands of the goblins, or we get hunted by the Muggles. Keith said, his eyes downcast. Then band together and make yourself a new home close to Hogwarts. Your children can benefit from Hogwarts, and your families can build a safe haven for future generations of wizards and witches. It's not so easy, Lord Targaryen. How will we benefit from trade if we are not among the Muggles? Who'll give us access to gold and silver? Who'll trust us when we sell our wares? Nothing worth doing in life is ever easy. There will always be obstacles, no matter what you do. The strength of a people, a civilization, is not defined by how easily they succeeded but based on how much they endured together, said Harry, disliking the attitude of wizards who always give up and hide away rather than face the world with their heads held high. It's easy for you to say these things, my lord. Our families are not as strong as you or them, said Keith, nodding at the Founders. Harry turned his back to the battlefield as he stared at Keith. The wizard looked young, but the disheveled black hair, unkempt black beard and the dark beneath his eyes made the man look far older. Do you think it's magic that makes those 4 stand straight with their shoulders back as they stare down at the dragons and an entire army of bloodthirsty goblins? No, it's not. They know they can die any moment, but they stand because they have the resolve to assume the weight of responsibility on their shoulders, said Harry, looking at the Founders. Once you assume responsibility, it weighs you down but also tethers you firmly to the ground. That's why this huge army cannot make them move an inch backwards. They've planted their feet firmly on the ground and are ready to take on all the challenges the world throws at them. The question is, are you ready to do the same? War horns blew across from the battlefield, making Harry take a deep breath. It begins, he muttered, staring at the flurry of activity behind the goblin army lines. The goblin warriors unleashed a first salvo of attacks using their siege engines against the protective barriers surrounding Hogwarts. Harry felt every single bombardment in his bones as his magic made him aware of every single attack and its intensity. It was a feeling Harry was unfamiliar with so far, and it was slightly disconcerting to focus his attention on a singular matter or area in the battlefield as the goblins attacked many places simultaneously. Taking a deep breath, Harry closed his eyes and centered himself in his mind. Withdrawing his awareness gently, Harry managed to occlude his mind. The magic in his body, which had been acting restless till then because of the constant barrage of attacks, settled like a placid lake. When he opened his eyes, Harry felt slightly better with his magic settling down and not acting like he was about to get pulverized by the siege. With his mind firmly tucked behind a barrier, he could feel the wards with greater precision. The attacks on the barriers were like pinpricks, and he found he could reinforce the barrier with his own magic. This is exhilarating, Harry muttered, feeling like he was in multiple places simultaneously because of the wards. He distinctly remembered that the wards surrounding Grimmauld Place had a vaguer stratum when it came to pinpointing the location of a breach. Those wards only gave a general idea of the direction of the breach and didn't distinguish whether it was a large or small breach. But the wards currently surrounding Hogwarts were far more sophisticated than what Harry was used to. It even challenged the notion that magic became far more versatile and sophisticated as time rolled by. Or Hogwarts still had wards like these but remained inactive because it had stopped facing sieges for centuries. Harry mused. Either way, Harry made a mental note to study the wards protecting Hogwarts. He had no doubt it'd come in handy in the future. I've always wondered why they keep attacking the top side of the barriers instead of the ground. Keith commented from his side. It's because all barriers are strong near the ground. The weakness of the magical barrier lies at the farthest point from the ground. Harry answered. But why? Because the magic of a wizard alone does not fuel barriers. It absorbs magic from the earth to sustain itself. As you can guess, the farther it is from the ground, the weaker a barrier gets. Harry explained, watching more and more large rune-enforced boulders grind against the magical barriers protecting Hogwarts. However, Harry noticed when the goblins switched from bombarding the barrier with stones to long metal bolts. This time, the push against the barriers was far more powerful than the boulders. Shield breakers. Harry thought with a frown. The bolts impinging on the wards were somehow consecrated with magic meant for breaking shields. They might be enchanted bolts. Harry thought. After a couple of hits on the barrier, Harry felt holes opening up over some parts of the spherical barrier. He immediately poured more energy into the barrier to close up the holes, but more and more boulders and bolts started hitting the barrier. There was a concentrated barrage of attacks against the barrier, keeping Harry on edge as he strained to keep the protective barrier intact. Suddenly, Harry felt a large breach open on the barrier. He saw a half-burnt boulder breach through the barrier coming towards the castle. Before he could strike down the boulder, a bright flash of yellow energy struck it, shattering it into smithereens. Harry was not surprised to see Salazar Slytherin with his serpent-headed staff raised high in the air. Good to know a blasting curse would destroy these boulders despite their runes. Harry thought. Look. They are releasing the dragons. Keith pointed out in alarm. Sure enough, Harry saw the goblins unchaining the dragons one by one. He was a little relieved to see no Hungarian horntail among the 4 dragons. All 4 dragons looked native to the British Isles with their long, curvy horns on their heads and wide, expansive wings. Their tails were not thorny and looked rather plain. 2 dragons had jet black scales, while the other 2 had red and green scales adorning their bodies. For a moment, Harry thought the dragons would attack the goblins as their bindings were released, but the beasts took to the skies carrying 3 goblin warriors on their necks, respectively. How the fuck did these goblins tame these dragons? Harry wondered. Wow! The sound coming from the back attracted Harry's attention as it was not Keith Doyle who spoke up. His instincts were not wrong as Harry's eyes met the wide brown eyes of a familiar boy he met earlier. It was none other than his new student Carlin Flanagan. Boy! What are you doing here? Keith thundered. Why aren't you with the families? Harry couldn't be bothered to focus on the 2 wizards because the 4 dragons opened their maws and breathed bright, hot fire into the barrier. The outpouring of magic in the flames was tremendous, and Harry was forced to pull more magic into the barrier to maintain it. Harry braced himself for the next attack, and he knew what was to be expected. Confirming his worries, the dragons smashed into the weakened barrier with their heavily scaled bodies. The strain this time was far too great, and Harry couldn't replenish the barrier in a timely manner. The dragons clawed their way in, shearing off chunks from the barrier with their claws while thick scales protected their bodies. 4 blasts of energy struck the green dragon on its belly, blowing it away in one swoop. The dragon roared as it was blasted away from the barrier by the force of the spells. Even when Harry was far removed from the founders, he could feel the preeminence of their magic. Especially when the 4 of them were together, it was like watching raw magic coming to the surface, shining like a bright star. The green dragon tumbled down from the sky, falling face first on the barrier, crushing the goblin warriors on its neck against the surface of the barrier. The armor the goblin warriors wore didn't help them the least as they were cooked alive by the barrier and crushed to a pulp by the dragon's weight. The other 3 dragons managed to claw their way inside the barrier while the founders were distracted, but not without suffering some damage. Harry had tried to rejuvenate the barriers as best as possible despite the dragons smashing several large holes. Their scales were sizzling with heat after they forced their way in. The mighty dragons let out terrifying roars that shook the castle to its core before they took flight in different directions. 2 dragons went straight for the founders, while the 3rd dragon went straight for the castle. That's not good, Harry thought, seeing the dragons split off. Just as he feared, the two black-scaled dragons were enough of a distraction to keep the four founders engaged. This left the red dragon free to do what it wanted, which meant Harry would have to fight it to keep Hogwarts safe. Oh, no. Not again. Harry muttered dejectedly, realizing he was about to face a dragon in a straight battle. Unlike last time, the battle would not end if he stole an egg. Strangely enough, he found himself missing the first task of the Triwizard Tournament. He cast a hopeful look at the founders and found them wholly engaged in a fight with the two dragons. Helga Hufflepuff had a dragon ensnared in vines and thick wooden roots while Rowena bombarded the trapped dragon with spell after spell. Godric and Salazar, on the other hand, were forming rock golems to attack and defend against the dragon they were facing. No help from them. Harry mused, keeping a wary eye on the red dragon as it drew closer towards the castle. At this point, Harry had two choices. He could either focus on strengthening the barrier, which had weakened under the dragon's assault, or he could focus on the dragon that would undoubtedly burn Hogwarts to the ground. Either way, Harry saw no way to avoid a lot of damage on Hogwarts, but the dragon was far more threatening than the bombardment from the goblin army in his eyes. Keith. Harry suddenly called the wizard standing by his side. My lord. Can you use the blasting curse? Harry asked. Yes, lord. Good. Hogwarts will be facing bombardment from the goblins. Try to destroy as many attacks as you can with the blasting curse from this tower. Harry ordered before jumping on the parapet of the tower. Also, keep the boy close. Harry added as his eyes fell on Carlin. It'll be dangerous for him to go back now. I'll shield the tower from any attacks. Harry placed a runestone on the tower and charged it with his magic. A shield made of blue energy encompassed the tower partially. The runestone was a work in progress, and it showed by the incomplete shield surrounding the tower. But for the time being, it was an adequate shield for the situation they were facing. He had been hoping to complete it and use it to protect Potter Manor from Voldemort's attack in the future. With that done, Harry jumped out of the tower, assuming his spirit form. His body transformed into sparkling silver smoke as he streaked across the early morning sky straight for the red dragon. That should look so cool. Harry thought giddily. Harry couldn't help but feel the rush of battle despite the massive dragon heading his way. More than fear, he was excited at the prospect of an air battle against a dragon. The worries he had been having while standing inside the tower fled as Harry streaked across the sky at full speed. The red dragon had undoubtedly picked out Harry's arrival and considered him a threat because once Harry climbed straight up to the clouds, the dragon followed him instead of attacking Hogwarts. Okay. You got the dragon's attention, Potter. Harry muttered. Several whistling sounds reached his ears, and Harry was forced to do several acrobatic twists and turns while flying to evade a rain of arrows. Looking back, Harry saw the goblins strapped to the harness on the dragon's back were the culprits. Okay. New plan. Kill the little buggers on the dragon's back before dealing with the dragon. Harry decided. With that thought in mind, Harry twisted and turned in midair, forcing the dragon through hard turns while evading the arrows from the goblins until suddenly, he disappeared into a cloud. When the dragon came soaring in, Harry expertly hid himself on the underside of the dragon's belly. The dragon flew aimlessly, searching for Harry until it slowed down a little after finding nothing but white clouds and a blue sky around it. After ensuring the dragon was sufficiently distracted, Harry emerged from beneath it in haste from its tail end. The goblins were wide open before Harry's eyes, and he didn't waste the opportunity to kill all three. Torrens Incendio. A blast of red-hot fire shot out of the tip of his wand, consuming the three goblins. The flames cooked the goblins in their armor while also burning away the bindings of the harness they were using. The goblins, consumed by his spell, fell from the dragon's back with the harness slipping away. Their tale of suffering ended abruptly when the red dragon promptly snapped its jaws around the burning goblins in midair. The sickening crunch as the dragon munched on the bones of the goblins made Harry flinch. It was all the more intimidating because the dragon stared at Harry with its large yellow eyes while enjoying the fried goblins for breakfast. Gales of wind brushed past Harry as the dragon remained suspended in the air, its wings flapping in the sky to stay afloat. Even though he was a bit intimidated by the dragon, Harry felt like trying his luck in suspending hostilities with the red dragon. I mean you no harm, great dragon. I'll help you to get free from the goblins. Harry hissed in Parseltongue. The dragon paused its chewing and roared at him. Oh yeah. I should have tried French. Harry thought sardonically. Harry turned midair and flew away with the red dragon hot on his tail. He twisted and turned, tried going high and low, tried all sorts of maneuvers, but the dragon was unwilling to leave him be. Oh, come on, you blasted dragon. Why don't you just fly away? Harry screamed. The dragon answered with a roar, and it tried to roast him alive with dragon fire. But Harry evaded it by plunging into a steep dive. Startling Harry, his ears picked up on the painful whimper of the dragon, making him look up. He saw the dragon going into a free fall with a shower of stone along with its massive body. One of those stone boulders must have hit the dragon. Harry thought. Harry also noticed that one of the dragon's wings was twisted at an odd angle. The dragon desperately tried to beat its other wing as it spiraled towards the ground. The dragon made pitiful sounds all the way, and Harry, who heard these sounds, found it to be a desperate cry for help from a creature that was staring death at its face. "Oh, what the hell?" Harry muttered, chasing after the dragon on instinct. The logical side of his mind kept saying that he should leave the dragon to fall to its death or even get gravely injured. After all, the fall would keep the dragon out of the war and make it easy to kill. On the other hand, another voice in his head was urging him to save the dragon. For reasons beyond his understanding, Harry found himself heeding the latter voice. Streaking past the dragon in his spirit form, Harry fired off several cushioning charms on the ground before conjuring a giant rubber bed. The dragon smashed into the rubber bed with full force but suffered no further injuries. Harry kept a wary eye on the dragon as it slowly moved out of the rubber bed he conjured and into the ground. It let out pitiful sounds while licking its injured wing. Harry even saw tears leaking from the dragon's eyes, making him feel sorry for the magnificent creature. "I offered you peace. We could have parted on good terms," Harry said to the dragon, only to receive more pitiful groans and screeching from the dragon while he materialized in his physical form on the ground. The dragon made a fearful noise in the back of its throat as it backpedaled on the ground, seeing several streaks of burning boulders coming its way. Tenitruum fulminata. The white lightning that blasted out of the tip of his wand split off and struck down all the boulders within the blink of an eye. The boulders exploded into a shower of pebbles. "All right. As for you," Harry said, pointing his wand at the dragon, making it backpedal more. "You'll behave and harm no one." The dragon folded in on itself and stayed unmoving on the ground while observing him. Noticing that the dragon was not acting hostile, Harry focused on the barrier surrounding Hogwarts. Raising his wand, Harry shot raw magic into the barrier. Steadily but surely, the barrier started to recover, blocking out the siege weapons of the goblins once again. The holes that were clawed open by the dragon sealed themselves shut. "Okay. That's dealt with." Harry let out a relieved sigh once the barrier was back in place. Other than some minor damage, Hogwarts was mostly standing intact, and he could see the tower he had left Carlin and Keat was standing strong without suffering any damage to its structure. "Now, let's see how the Founders are faring." CH89, The Siege of Hogwarts P2. Harry found the Founders in battle with the two dragons. He wouldn't exactly call it a battle because it was so one-sided. The dragons were getting thrashed by the Founders. Lady Hufflepuff had one dragon ensnared in gigantic roots and vines while Rowena bombarded it with blasting curses. The dragon struggled to move or even let out a sound as its mouth was tightly wound up by whatever spell Lady Hufflepuff used. The dragon looked like it was on its last legs, fighting to keep its awareness despite the spells impacting its body. He decided to pitch in and help the two witches deal with the dragon. He touched down on the ground with his body covered in sparkling silver mist that vanished as his body assumed physical form once more. His sudden appearance on the battlefield startled the two witches. "You can fly?" Rowena asked in amazement and a hint of jealousy. Harry was momentarily confused as to why Rowena Ravenclaw was jealous. After all, he had acquired the skill thanks to Helena Ravenclaw sharing her mother's knowledge with him in the future. Therefore, it stands to reason Rowena and Salazar were aware of the ritual to acquire the ability of flight in a spirit form. Unless, of course, Rowena has yet to stumble onto the ritual. Harry thought. There was also the distinct possibility that Rowena had the knowledge of the ritual but had not perfected it yet. "On a good day, I can go faster than a dragon." Thankfully, this was one of those days. Harry replied in a lackluster manner. The dragon strained against the bindings, snapping one or two wooden shackles, attracting their attention. Harry could see the crushed forms of goblins on the dragon's back, bathing the dark scales of the dragon in goblin blood. "This one is a stubborn one, hey." Harry stared at the defiant look in the dragon's eyes as it renewed its efforts to break free from the bindings. Rowena and Helga resumed bombarding the dragons with spells, but the dragon refused to go down. Harry was a tad surprised to see the dragon resisting the attacks from the two witches. They were not throwing around simple magic against the dragon. An ordinary dragon should have fallen unconscious by now. Feeling a little curious, Harry pointed his wand at the dragon's head. "Stupefy." Harry cast the stunning spell consecutively against the dragon's head. After the 8th time, Harry stopped bombarding the dragon with the spell, seeing as it only annoyed the dragon. He wished he had the foresight to learn the sleeping charm Fleur used on the dragon when she faced the first task. He felt the charm would have been extremely useful in handling the dragon. A giant fist made of rock smashed on the dragon's head with ample force. The dragon that had refused to go down stubbornly till then slept soundly on the ground. "That's how you deal with a drake like this one," Godric bellowed, letting out a hearty laugh standing atop his rock golem. Harry saw the other dragon had stopped thrashing around with a stone arm choking it until it fell unconscious. Its limbs were locked in with earthly hands clamping the dragon down by its wings and tail to the ground. "So what are we to do with these dragons?" Harry asked. "We'll have to kill them and extract useful parts, but first, we have to destroy that army," said Salazar, glaring at the goblin army that had renewed their assault on the barrier protecting Hogwarts. I agree. Rowena pitched in, shooting a cold look at the goblins. Sabretooth will never let us conduct our affairs in peace. The goblins must learn a lesson in blood that they'll never forget for a few generations. Harry's eyes shifted to the front lines once again when he felt the barrier flicker far more than usual. To his utter surprise, the first dragon knocked out by the Founders at the beginning of the fight was now making itself known by clawing at the barrier. Oh, I've had enough of these annoying beasts. Harry groaned in frustration. We'll need a plan of attack, said Slytherin. I have a plan. Attack, said Harry. Assuming his spirit form, Harry started to lift off from the ground. I like this plan, Godric said with a massive, bloodthirsty grin. Harry flew straight for the edge of the barrier, where the dragon was trying its best to claw a hole through. He went past the barrier and avoided battling the dragon. Instead, he flew straight for the goblin army. You little buggers were tolerable as bankers. Because of you, I've been unable to even take a good look at the time turner that brought me into this blasted place. Now disappear into ashes. Concentrating the rage and all the worries, he poured every ounce of those feelings into his magic. The tip of his wand pointed towards the goblin army below. With a mighty yell, he unleashed a devastating spell that was fueled by rage and hunger for death. Fiend fire. Bright red flames roared out of the tip of his wand. Harry tied his bet to control the flames, to shape it in such a way that it assumed the form of a snake. A head of the snake formed, followed by a long tail connected to the tip of his wand. Harry was pleasantly surprised to see the fiend fire curse bend easily to his will. But that surprise was momentary as he ignored it in favor of unleashing the spell on the army. The hellfire curse bent perfectly to his will and created wide rings of fire as it crashed into the ground. The snake made out of hellfire reared its head as the rest of its body burned away the tents and goblin warriors into ashes. Feeling complete control over the spell, Harry directed the snake to attack the siege engines. The wooden constructs had no chance as they were quickly devoured by the cursed flames, as were the goblin warriors nearby. Harry was forced to cut off the spell when some of the goblin warriors tried to shoot him down with their arrows. But he was not worried as the fiend fire curse was notorious for sustaining itself by devouring everything around them. The screams of the goblins reached his ears as the fiend fire curse became far more brutal without his control. The fiery snake made of the cursed fire sought out the goblins one by one and devoured them en masse. It went on to attack the tents and the supply carts of the army and started to devour everything in its vicinity to sustain itself. This was the true danger of the fiend fire spell. It was a spell that refused to subjugate itself to a wizard's will. It devoured everything to fuel itself and, in the process, destroyed everything. Harry allowed the spell to wreak havoc for a few more minutes before he settled down near the edge of the wards beside Godric. That's a dangerous spell, Godric commented. The illustrious founder of Hogwarts didn't look the least bit bothered, nor was he unhappy with the spell Harry used. Harry was relieved that Godric was not antagonistic towards him for using a dark curse like fiend fire against the goblins. Yes, it is. It's far more dangerous when it's set loose without a wizard to control its hunger, said Harry. Pointing his wand at the wildly cackling fire, he drew a circle in the air, opening a tear in space. A dark hole opened up in the middle of the camp and began to suck in the flames and everything that was burning. It took a few minutes, but all the flames were sealed away in the tear in space, and Harry allowed the spell to collapse in on itself. He noticed the green dragon was bound by giant earthen hands, pushing its head and limbs to the ground. The dragon was grunting and struggling against the bindings on its body, but it was having no success in escaping its fate. Your proficiency in fire magic is commendable. I don't believe I've ever encountered such a powerful flame in my journey, Godric commented, bending down and inspecting the charred ground with his palm hovering above the sand. Harry was somewhat confused by Godric's words as he had seen references made in several scrolls inside Slytherin's chamber about the fiend fire curse. Maybe the founders learned about the spell later, or Slytherin never shared the spell with his colleagues. Harry mused. There was also the distinct possibility that one of Slytherin's descendants brought the knowledge of the spell to the chamber. There was no reason to believe Tom Riddle was the sole person to find the secret chamber left by Salazar Slytherin. Your magic is also unique. I've not seen anyone bend the earth like you and with such ease. Harry paid compliments to Godric where it was due. Despicable scum. The lot of yet. A goblin shouted, riding into the field atop a massive boar with a huge hammer in hand. Sabretooth. We meet again. I see your people have placed a crown on atop your head. Were your people that desperate and lacking anyone of sound mind? Godric shouted back a tad gleefully. Nice trash talk. Harry thought, eyeing Godric Gryffindor and the Goblin King. Harry had read in passing about Godric Gryffindor's many battles against the goblins. Of course, any information in the history books was vague and limiting. The only relevant part was that Godric Gryffindor was gifted a goblin steel sword for his ferocious battle prowess by some nameless goblin after an unknown battle. You. I curse you, wizard. You and your kind are a blight on this world. I'll end you by my own hands. Sabretooth declared, brandishing his hammer threateningly. What a douche! Harry thought, readying for anything from the Goblin King. Attack! Sabretooth yelled, charging forward on his giant boar. The surviving goblins heeded the call and rushed towards Harry and Godric, brandishing their weapons and war cries on their lips. You've done enough, Hadrian. Leave them to me. Godric whispered when Harry started raising his wand. Godric walked forward and raised his staff in the air. Harry's eyes widened as he sensed the build-up of a tremendous amount of magical energy. He found himself looking at the ground where he could feel the magic rushing towards Godric. Then Godric slammed the staff on the ground, and Harry's senses went haywire momentarily. It was as if there was a clap of thunder, and in the next moment, the earth shifted under the feet of the goblin army. Earthen spikes skewered the incoming goblins to death, and the rest were thrown away by the overturning of the ground they were standing on. Harry's eyes widened when he noticed trees had fallen over as far as his eyes could see under Godric's spell. That's an impressive spell, Harry muttered. Not as impressive as flying, though. You should prepare for a persistent onslaught of questions from Rowena. She'll not leave you alone until she pries that spell out of you. Godric laughed. Harry stared at Godric Gryffindor, weirded out by the man's attitude. One moment, the wizard was crushing the entire earth for miles on end, and in the next, he was laughing like someone told him a great joke. Harry was wondering what sort of emotional roller coaster Godric Gryffindor was going through in his mind. He had no doubt Godric Gryffindor was using what the modern-day wizards would call old magic. He sensed the magic surge from the earth and bent to Godric's will in a jiffy. It was the art of manipulating the magic of the world without using the bodily magic of a wizard. It was pretty fascinating to watch a man like Godric Gryffindor performing magic long lost to the wizarding world. Is it because of the staff that he is using old magic so easily? Harry wondered in the confines of his mind. Wizards had gradually stopped using staves in favor of wands as spells became more sophisticated and connected to runes and arithmancy. The magic prevalent in the world was gathered up by wizards in their bodies naturally, like all magical beings. But wizards of the future had stopped directly wielding the magic of the world and instead termed it as old magic, confining it to the magic of a bygone era. Instead, wizards and witches depended on their wands to pull out the magic in their bodies to shape their spells. A staff is in constant contact with the earth. Does that make it easy for a wizard to wield old magic easily? Harry wondered. If that was the case, Harry saw the advantages in learning to use a staff in tandem with a wand. But he could also see why the Ministry would never approve. Using old magic would leave all their monitoring spells impotent. The unique energy signatures of wizards and witches would be scrubbed altogether if they started using old magic en masse. Maybe the wizard's staff went out of fashion after the creation of the Ministry. Harry mused. He wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. Tracking wands and controlling the supply of wands should have been one of the first things the Ministry did after its creation. Managing the supply and monitoring the production of weapons were always some of the first things any government did once it came into power. Harry accompanied Godric when the older wizard carefully navigated through the desolate battlefield until they reached the prone form of the Goblin King lying on the ground, choking on his own blood. Several earthen spears had skewered through the Goblin King's legs and shoulders. The chest plate of Sabretooth was crushed under the attack of earthen spears made by Godric, but the armor held firm on the goblin's body. I'll kill ya for this. The Goblin King spat out blood at Godric's feet. No, you won't. Godric said firmly. Godric unsheathed his sword and plunged it straight through the throat of Sabretooth. The Goblin King grunted as blood flowed out, and slowly, his eyes lost their light. If any of you foul creatures have survived this battle, I suggest you run back to your homes. If you dally any longer in these lands, I'll have your heads mounted on the castle walls. You have till sunset to make yourself scarce. Godric yelled into the deathly silent battlefield, which had turned into the graveyard of the Goblin army. Harry was relieved that no one among the survivors was courageous enough to challenge Godric. Finally. This blasted war is over. Harry let out a relieved sigh. We should kill the dragons. They'll be quite useful for their parts. Salazar commented, glaring at the 4 captured dragons. The red dragon Harry had captured let out a fearful whine as it tried to hide its enormous body behind Harry quite unsuccessfully. For some odd reason, the red dragon took a shine to Harry and thought it could get away scot-free if it acted like an innocent puppy. While Harry was becoming increasingly sympathetic to the dragon's attempts to escape what was most assuredly a painful death, the rest of the founders were lacking any sort of sympathy for the creatures. While the red dragon was somewhat behaving tame for its kind, the other 3 dragons were not so diplomatic. The black-scaled dragons were the worst, as they constantly tried to burn everyone while the green dragon attempted to break the bindings. Their reaction was understandable. If Harry were in their position, he'd also be trying to break free. I concur. I could see many uses for some dragon blood. Helga Hufflepuff added, eyeing the dragons like they were a prize. Spare them, said Harry, earning curious looks from the 4 founders. They've been held captive for so long. Give them freedom. They'll only bring ruin everywhere. They could even attack us once we release them in the wild. said Rowena. Or they might fly far away from the land they've been held captive for so long. They've probably served the goblins from the moment they hatched from the eggs. Give them the chance to live a free life. Harry argued. Why are you so adamant in defending the dragons? Godric asked. Harry turned his head to stare at the red dragon, looking at them all fearfully. Sometimes, he felt like the dragon understood what they were saying. Oh, what the hell? Might as well make up some more lies to save 4 lives. Harry thought. My family carries dragons on our banners, a 3-headed red dragon. Valyrian noble houses are called dragon lords because we learned to coexist with dragons on our island. Valyria is a sanctuary for all magical creatures, and these dragons deserve another chance. Let them be free to make their own choices rather than sentence them to death for their actions while serving under the thrall of goblins. The founders stared at him silently for a long moment, making Harry slightly nervous. Thankfully, the scrutiny came to an end when Godric let out a loud sigh and spoke in favor of Harry's decision. It didn't take long for Helga and Rowena to side with his opinion reluctantly. Fine. Salazar grunted. The dragons can go free, but they're your responsibility, Hadrian Targaryen. If they harm Hogwarts, you'll kill them. Do you agree? Harry had no other way but to assume responsibility for the dragons. I hope you're happy. Harry muttered to the red dragon once the founders left him with the dragons. I hope you can communicate with your dragon friends to fly as far away from here as possible and never return. The red dragon let out a snort through its nostrils. Harry didn't know whether the dragon was mocking him or saying yes. He liked to think the dragon was replying to him positively because he was not looking forward to killing 4 dragons if they misbehaved. The dragons had to stay the whole day on the castle grounds, and he had tried to help them the best way he could. At his request, Helga had attempted to heal the dragons as best as she could. Unfortunately, most of her enchantments did not work on the red dragon whose wing was bent at an off angle. The thick hides of the dragons not only resisted hostile spells but also healing spells. The other dragons were less injured comparatively, and they were quickly patched up and ready to go. So, hoping nothing untoward happened, Harry released the dragons after urging them using Parseltongue to fly away. The dragons had looked at him with thinly veiled contempt whenever he used Parseltongue. But he knew no other language that could communicate with the dragons. Thankfully, the dragons must have understood that they were being set free because when he vanished the bindings on their body, they didn't linger for a moment and flew westward. Phew. Harry released a breath he was holding, feeling somewhat relieved the dragons didn't make an issue. He could see some of the families taking refuge in Hogwarts come out to see the sight of the dragons taking flight. While there was the danger of the dragons turning hostile, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see so many dragons assembled in one place. Even now, he could feel awe when he looked upon such majestic creatures like dragons. Turning his sights on the red dragon, he was left with a quandary. The dragon had to be sheltered until it could be healed. That meant it had to be fed as it was unable to hunt. Well, I guess I'll have to feed you somehow. What is your preference? Harry asked the dragon, which tilted his head in return. Right. Silly of me. Do you prefer a goat or a cow? The dragon snorted and lay down on the ground, watching him like a hawk. CH90, a dilemma. Finally. Harry let out a breath he was holding as he finished writing the schematics of the ward scheme and some assortment of enchantments that he thought would be useful for Hogwarts. He took a last cursory look at the scroll's contents before rolling it up. Harry patted himself on the back for having the foresight to take up ancient runes and arithmancy in his 4th year. Without those 2 subjects, he'd have sounded like an idiot while describing the spells in the scroll. Most Latin-based spells were derived from their Anglo-Saxon runic counterparts and streamlined by arithmancy. Even the most basic spells that were in use before the advent of wands were converted to fit the modern script. This also meant the spells in Harry's repository of knowledge were only as useful if wizards and witches were using their wands and not their staves. This was why he was not surprised when he was asked to incorporate the wards and charms into the ward scheme of Hogwarts. The founders understood that their way of magic was not suited to the wards he proposed, not without some heavy modifications. But Rowena was not someone so easily let down by the differences in their approach to magic. He didn't know how, but the woman had found a wand on short notice and started practicing with it. Or maybe she had the wand long before he met her. According to the history lessons he received in Hogwarts, the invention of wands preceded Hogwarts, but it took time to get popular with wizards and witches. Harry supposed the advent of the modern English script hastened the popularity of wands. Since the modern script of English was derived from German and Latin, it was not a long shot to assume the Gaelic-based spells became unpopular among wizards and witches, which led to the decline of staves. Of course, there could be other reasons, and Harry was merely basing his observations on pure conjecture at this point. Setting aside the quill, Harry stretched his limbs. He was feeling the telltale signs of boredom as he had been cooped up in a chamber Salazar Slytherin had graciously offered him in Hogwarts. In return, Harry had started giving lectures to the handful of students that Hogwarts was currently housing. Some were newly made orphans, and Harry felt obligated to help them get back on their feet. Seeing that they needed financial security, he had them training in magical sensing and some gouging spells that could work in their favor. Gold and other precious metals were the currency of the time. Harry felt like wizards could utilize their magic to unearth precious metals and make a decent living. While the four founders covered other bases of their knowledge, Harry tried to impart the knowledge they needed the most to thrive in the world. But that was not the extent of his involvement. He had been lobbying the families to build a new village near Hogwarts. He even offered them aid in the construction and warding of the village to give them a safe place to live without being bothered by any foe. But the people were still hesitant to form a tight-knit magical community for idiotic reasons. At this point, Harry was starting to think most wizards and witches were closet masochists and had zero survival instincts. All of them were worried about how they'd get cut off from trade with muggles when they should be worrying about their lives. But, at the same time, he could see the disadvantages of cowering behind wards for perpetuity. While wizards needed tight-knit communities under protective wards, they also needed to get exposed to the world. Harry was broken out of his musings when he heard a knock on his door. With a flick of his wand, the door swung open, and it was none other than his apprentice. "Carlin. You should be with Lady Hufflepuff," Harry said, staring at the boy confusedly. "Lady Hufflepuff cancelled the classes. The families are moving out today." "What?" Harry sat up straight in his chair. "Where are they going?" "No one knows. I suppose most of them want to return to their old homes and rebuild," Carlin said with a shrug. Harry almost facepalmed and wanted to use a few choice words on the stubborn wizards and witches. "What do you want to do, Carlin?" Harry asked patiently, suppressing his annoyance. "I want to stay close to Hogwarts and you, my lord." "What about your mother?" Harry asked. "She wants to stay. She thinks staying close to Hogwarts is safe." "Good. Your mother is wise, unlike those idiots with a death wish," Harry muttered, shaking his head disappointedly. "My mother says they'll listen if you talk to them again. If you promise protection, they'll follow you," said Carlin in a manner that was supposed to look innocent, but he knew his apprentice was a crafty fellow. The little bugger was goading him to assume responsibility for the 30 or so families and build a village for them. Voldemort's philosophy of magic is might had some elements of truth in it, especially during this era. Power was a currency highly sought after at this time. Perhaps across time. Harry mused. "My mother asked me to give you this," said Carlin before placing a black cloth on the table. "It's a gift for saving our lives, my lord." The innocent look on the brown-haired boy's face let Harry know that it was another trick of some sort. When he unruffled the cloth, he was met with the three-headed dragon banner of House Targaryen. "Crafty little fellow. Trying to appeal to my noble lineage and guilt-trip me or entice me with the opportunity to lead a village. Not bad," Harry thought. Of course, he had suspected something of this sort when they had insisted on seeing his family's sigil. Their reasoning was to honor the noble lineage that saved their lives. "I believe I'll have a talk with them one last time. Let's see whether I can't persuade them," Harry said eventually, which lit up his apprentice's face with a radiant smile. It was not like he was making much progress with deciphering the time turner anyway. There were so many unidentified spells bound to the time turner in his hand, and he could not discern most of them. The library in Hogwarts had so far proven to be a giant disappointment. There was not a grain of information about magic related to the aspect of time. He was still searching and combing through the many available scrolls in his free time, but he was starting to get the feeling that he was wasting his time. The only good news so far was he managed to keep the time turner intact. He had even secured the delicate piece of cosmic time bomb in a charmed box under heavy wards. With nothing much going for him, Harry thought it'd be worth his time to help the refugees in Hogwarts settle. Besides, there was a certain thrill in participating in the construction of what had eventually become Hogsmeade Village. If he didn't know warming charms, he was sure he'd have been suffering from hypothermia or worse as the climate had taken a turn for the worse overnight. Still, Harry made sure to buy some fur from the local hunters. However, it became a problem when the families did not have enough fur to keep them warm on the snowy nights in Scotland. It became all the more important to gather as much fur as possible because the refugees had no homes to resettle after the war. That was how Harry found himself facing the first challenge to make Hogsmeade possible. Fortunately, hunting for fur was an easy enough activity for a wizard with a certain skill set. All he had to do was track the wildlife using tracking charms and have them killed before they could blink. After some judicial use of cutting charms, Harry scored the highest number of kills among the hunting party. The number of bears, badgers, and red deer that fell prey to his spells was enough to keep a good number of people warm in the worsening cold that was setting in. When Harry returned with the hunting party from the nearby forest, he found the people were fast working on raising temporary tents a bit farther from the Black Lake. But they needed more forest area to construct houses for the families. "Cut down the trees and make a long clearing. I'll have the trees marked," Harry ordered the wizards and witches around him. It took him the better part of the day to cut down the trees and make a clearing near the Black Lake. Fires were up and running by the time the evening sun was shining in the sky. The tents the people erected were charmed with warming charms to ward off the cold during the night. By the time the sun started to disappear from the sky, Harry had nearly finished placing all the relevant wards he knew that could safeguard the budding wizarding community from harm. He even made it into a practical session of his class for his students while he helped their families set up their new homes. You must visualize the result of the spell that you are using. The imagery helps in the concentration and execution of the spell. Harry advised some of his struggling students to perform the spell. Harry walked among his students, observing their work and, if need be, helping them with the spell. When the light started to dim, he escorted the children back to the castle while he stayed behind to light the fires to keep the families warm. While the tents were warm thanks to the vigorous use of the warming charm, the lands around them were another issue. People had to cook their food and could not do it inside their measly tent. It'd have been possible if space expansion charms were used. Unfortunately, that spell was something Harry never bothered to learn. His one-track mind of focusing on offense and defense was biting him on his back. Harry looked up when he picked up on the sound of flapping wings. A strong gale of wind rushed past him, making him shield his eyes as the snow acted like arrows on his body. He observed the red dragon circling back in the sky, intent on landing near the small camp they had set up. Don't panic. The dragon is harmless. Harry shouted to assure the inhabitants the safety of the camp. But the howling whines and fear of dragons proved to be an effective barrier in warding off his words from having the intended effect. Wizards and witches ran out of their tents in droves, screaming their hearts out. Harry immediately touched his throat with the tip of his wand when he saw the chaos unfolding. Sonoras. Go back to your tents. The dragon is harmless. The magnifying charm did the trick in projecting his sound to all the camp's inhabitants. But my lord. That's a dragon. Keith said with frightened eyes. So what? Harry shrugged, walking a few paces away from the folk in the camp. Once he put some distance from the people, the dragon landed in front of him, unceremoniously kicking up sleet mixed with sand. If it weren't for the shield he put up, Harry would have most likely swallowed a whole lot of snow and sand. Your wings seem to have healed. Harry observed. The red dragon let out a huff through its nose and stretched its wings to show it was completely healed. Good for you. So, what's the plan now? You could go anywhere you know. Find a nice place to nest and hunt in the mountains away from goblins or wizards. Harry suggested. The dragon cocked its head to the side before looking back at the castle, making Harry frown thoughtfully. You want to stay here? Harry asked curiously. Harry's eyes widened in realization when the dragon bobbed its enormous head. You want to stay with me? Harry asked, staring into the large yellow eyes of the huge dragon. The dragon lay down on the ground and looked expectantly at him. It took Harry a moment to realize what the dragon was doing. It was all so surreal, but excitement smashed away the doubts in his mind. He made tentative steps towards the dragon and let out a breath he was holding when he reached the neck of the dragon. His eyes lit up when the dragon adjusted itself, giving him a clear path to climb onto its neck. Harry didn't think anything else and followed his instincts by climbing atop the dragon. He promptly used the sticking charm on himself once he nuzzled between two giant spikes and cushioning charms to make himself comfortable. He could see the inhabitants of the camp looking at him with their jaws on the floor. All right then. Let's fly. The dragon let out a roar before flapping its massive wings. Harry slightly lurched forward despite the sticking charm as the dragon climbed into the sky. Hoo hoo. Harry laughed as he soared through the sky, riding a dragon. It was not the first time he was flying, but this was the first time he was riding a dragon, and the feeling was powerful. At first, he thought it was because of speed, but he dismissed that absurd thought as he could fly faster in his spirit form. No, it's because of the powerful magic emanating from the dragon I'm riding. Harry thought, nodding to himself as they soared high into the sky. Closing his eyes, he could feel the draconic magic pulsing with a unique magical signature emanating from the dragon's body. He knew what it was. It was the raw form of fire magic, given shape and form. Ultimately, dragons were creatures of fire given shape and form by magic. Dragons were supposed to be the guardians of Elysium, while the giants were supposed to be the gatekeepers of the mythical dimension that was the source of all magic. He had read about several elder races of magic from the tomes and scrolls in Slytherin's personal collection. Dragons were one of the most prominent races. It was no coincidence that dragon blood had such innumerable properties when used correctly. He didn't know how long they sailed among the clouds. But he returned to reality when the dragon made a steep dive towards the ground, making the air rush past Harry. It felt like his heart was about to exit through his mouth. Thankfully, the dragon gracefully pulled out of the dive and glided over the surface of the Black Lake with its talons and tail skimming the surface. It gracefully landed on the side of the Black Lake near Hogwarts, and Harry carefully dismounted from the dragon's back once it settled on the ground. That was exhilarating. I can see the appeal of being a dragon rider. Harry muttered, patting the long neck of the red dragon with his gloved hand. The dragon shook its head before settling down on the ground with its head tucked between its limbs. Harry found it amusing that the dragon was now peeking at him from between its limbs. One moment, the dragon was all adventurous, and in the next, it acted like a shy toddler. Harry frowned thoughtfully before looking towards the castle to find a familiar figure walking towards them at a sedate pace. I think it's time that you take a name. How does Athena sound? Harry asked, but the dragon withdrew into itself, refusing to communicate with him any further. You are naming that dragon after the Greek goddess of war? Rowena asked with some amusement. Athena is also the goddess of wisdom. She had the wisdom to behave in your presence. Harry said with a chuckle, seeing the dragon snort out a puff of smoke in displeasure. It's fascinating to see a familiar bond form between a wizard and a dragon. I think this is the first time in our islands. Rowena commented, her green eyes holding a peculiar gleam that was hard for Harry to discern. Is there something that you wanted, Rowena? Harry asked. Your method of magic seems to be easier for the students to learn. We've been noticing a marked improvement in their spell work as of late. I see. That's mostly because the students already have a thorough base in magic. You've educated them very well, said Harry. I doubt that, Rowena said with a slight smile before her expression smoothened out. We are impressed with your unique magical skills, and I'd like to see it imparted to the children on a more permanent basis. What are you saying? Harry questioned the woman. We'd like to offer you a permanent spot in Hogwarts. Like the rest of us, you can make Hogwarts your home and spend the rest of your life educating the young ones on the intricacies of magic. Harry was, in parts, surprised by the offer, but at the same time, he was sort of expecting it. As I told you earlier, I'm on a journey to unearth the secrets of time. At the same time, I might get called back to my home by my family. If they call, I've got to leave. You could build a home here and have a family, said Rowena. It's not that simple, Harry said nervously, reluctant not to divulge any details. Why? You said you were not your family's heir and have traveled afar from your people. Why go back when you could build a new life here? Asked Rowena. Harry had no answer to that question. He had even asked himself this same question for many sleepless nights while lying in bed. He had almost given up hope in finding anything of value regarding time magic in Hogwarts. The fact that the founders had also bluntly told him they had never encountered time magic was also a blow to his hopes. As of now, he had little hope of returning to his time from his end. All his hope was now on the incompetent ministry, and he felt they were their usual bumbling self. Still, he hoped Dumbledore and the Flamels would never allow him to be lost. Their self-interest would make them work hard to rescue him from the clutches of time. Of course, it was possible that even Dumbledore and his grandmother might fail in their endeavor. I suppose I could stay for a while. Harry hedged a little. Rowena hummed in the back of her throat before she moved into his personal space. Harry was a little taken aback as he was treated with a full-blown equivalent of a death stare from Basilisk from Rowena Ravenclaw. That'll do for now, I suppose. Now come. We have something important to talk about, said Rowena, taking his hand into her own before dragging him towards Hogwarts. Harry had the distinct feeling that Rowena was giving him some mixed signals. Either way, he was curious to find out what the future holds as he had nothing better to do. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, Harry muttered to himself as he followed Rowena Ravenclaw. Ch91, a nation forged from war. How dare you say this to me, Croaker? Amelia thundered, her eyes blazing with fury as she stared down at the head of the Department of Mysteries, calmly sitting across from her on the other side of her desk. I know this is not what you wanted to hear, Minister, but you've got to come to terms with the truth. Harry Potter is lost to us, Croaker said in a monotone voice, largely unbothered by the outburst of the newly elected Minister of Magic. Amelia continued to glare into the emotionless eyes of Croaker before she fell into her seat with all the strength leaving her limbs. Why? You promised everyone that you could return Harry Potter so long as you had access to time turners. What has changed, Croaker? I need answers, Amelia asked. We've located Mr. Potter, but retrieving him is now nearly impossible, Croaker admitted with a sigh. On second thought, highly improbable might be the right words. Explain, Amelia demanded before taking a deep breath to calm down and think. Wait a moment, Croaker. Amelia immediately moved towards the fireplace and threw a handful of fluo powder before dipping her face into the fire. Hogwarts headmaster's office. Amelia. What a pleasant surprise. Spare me the platitudes, Dumbledore. I have news to share about Harry Potter. You better come in haste. Amelia bit through her pursed lips before withdrawing her head from the fireplace of her new office. The old office of the Minister of Magic was now sealed off under the most powerful barriers and wards the Department of Mysteries could employ. To the public, it was under the pretense of an ongoing investigation regarding Fudge's corruption and possible Death Eater connection. To sell it better to the public, she had to place Fudge in a detention cell in the Ministry. She had expected stiff resistance from Fudge's old colleagues and supporters but was greeted with dead silence. How long that'd continue was a relevant question, but she was willing to put that aside for the time being. The floor lit up with flames, and Albus Dumbledore stepped out of the fireplace in his flamboyant robes. Amelia. What news? Croaker says he can't retrieve Harry Potter. Amelia bluntly said forthrightly, leaving the headmaster gaping like a fish. What? Dumbledore was aghast. Why? Amelia stared at Croaker, who remained patiently in his seat without a change in his posture. Explain, Croaker. Very well. Croaker sighed before standing from his seat. Taking out his wand, he drew a straight line in thin air. Amelia raised an eyebrow when a thin silver line manifested on her eye level. Croaker then tapped 2 points on the silver line. 2 dots formed on the line, one was red, and the other was black. Consider for a moment the black dot is us in the present, and the red dot is Mr. Potter in the past. We must traverse the distance between these 2 spots to get to Mr. Potter. The good news is we know for certain Mr. Potter is lost in the past, but we cannot retrieve him because the past branched off into a new reality. Said Croaker, drawing a red line from the red dot branching away from the white line. I don't follow. Said Amelia, scowling at the wizard. I'm also confused, but first, how are you sure Harry is not lost in the future instead of the past? Asked Dumbledore. Because the future is not set in stone. The future contains events that have not happened, and therefore, magic has limited powers over the future. Time turners are specifically designed not to access the future because the entire magic in the world is not enough to construct events that are yet to be. If Mr. Potter is in the past, on the other hand, it has already happened and is therefore accessible, transporting matter through time and space. Okay. Then what is the issue in retrieving Harry from the past? Dumbledore calmly asked. Because Mr. Potter is no longer strictly in the past. Croaker said. You are not making sense, Croaker. If Mr. Potter is not in the past or the future, where is he? Amelia asked, annoyed by the long-winded conversation. Speak plainly instead of wasting our time. Very well then. I'll make it simple. Mr. Potter is in an alternate reality of our past. Amelia looked expectantly at the man, but Croaker looked at her as if that explained everything. Croaker. Amelia bit out. Yes. I distinctly remember asking you to explain what happened to Mr. Potter plainly, Amelia said with restraint she thought she lacked. I don't think I can make this any plainer, Minister Bones. Mr. Potter is in the past, but a significant event changed in the past, which has triggered the creation of an alternate reality to branch out from our past. Are you saying a whole new world was born from Harry's accidental arrival into the past? Dumbledore asked curiously. Yes. Some event in the past shifted so drastically that it has created the reality we have experienced. I do not understand this. How can a new reality be born if something changes in the past? Whatever changes in the past do not affect the future because we are here, right? Amelia asked confusedly. That's because you are viewing time as a linear stream. You think the clock spins and time passes with every second. But that's the low-resolution understanding of time we created to make sense of our everyday lives. That's not how time works. Croaker said with a sigh. He drew a large circle in the air with his wand. Time is cyclical, and we observe time from one point. But what if I take an arbitrary point in space and create another loop of time? Croaker tapped his wand at a point on the circle and drew another circle, but it was tilted on its axis. Again and again, he drew several other circles with tilted axes but with a common center. These are all time loops but observable only in a specific dimension of space. Similarly, Mr. Potter is in the past, but he occupies a space different from our dimension. I don't know what changed, but it must have been something fundamental enough that shattered reality as we know it. The silence that prevailed was the most uncomfortable for Amelia as all her plans hinged on rescuing Harry Potter from the freak accident that whisked away the boy. We must get the boy back somehow. The prophet has already started to call him the chosen one as some idiot in the ministry spilt the beans about rumors of a prophecy involving Potter and the Dark Lord. If the public learns Harry Potter, the boy who crippled the worst Dark Lord we have ever seen, is lost due to a fluke accident, they'll lose all hope to fight. It'll be an easy victory for the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters. Amelia said, falling into her seat and placing her head in her palms. Amelia is right. Harry is a beacon of hope for many, and we can't afford to lose him at this juncture. Is there any way we can retrieve Harry? Dumbledore asked, looking hopefully at Croaker. There is a small chance, Croaker breathed, shaking his head. But it's highly experimental, and I'll need the aid of your phoenix, Dumbledore. Fox. Dumbledore blinked in surprise. Of course, but may I know why? Because a phoenix is a creature untouched by time in the conventional sense. Only 2 days have passed for us, but that may not necessarily be the case for Mr. Potter. A day for us might be a month, a year, or a second for Mr. Potter. We frankly don't know. Croaker shrugged while rubbing the back of his neck in a sheepish manner. I see. Fox perceives time differently. Dumbledore nodded in understanding. Yes. It'll be better if we have the aid of a phoenix. I'll need your phoenix to carry something to Mr. Potter and create a bridge connecting us through time and space if we are to retrieve them successfully. Croaker explained. I believe Fawkes would be more than happy to help. It also helps Fawkes have a rapport with Harry, said Dumbledore. Then it's settled, said Amelia. Seeing the two men nod, she let out a sigh of relief. How long will you need to make the attempt? She asked immediately. Soon. As I said, Minister, this will be an experimental procedure. We've never done something like this in the history of the Department of Mysteries. Give me some time, said Croaker. Unfortunately for us, time is something we do not have in abundance, Amelia said, rubbing her face tiredly. Do what you must, but do it fast. I hate to say this, but the fate of the wizarding world rests on that boy's hands. As months passed, Harry developed a tight schedule between his duties at Hogwarts and Hogsmeade's demanding work. At first, his work in the village was focused on building houses for the 30 families that were refugees in Hogwarts during the war. This later developed into Harry being saddled with the responsibility for the village's security and being the sole arbitrator of disputes despite his strenuous objection. He had tried to pawn off the undesirable job on Salazar Slytherin or the other founders, but they expertly evaded all responsibility. It was not that he disliked the position of power in Hogsmeade, but the responsibility of being a village leader of wizards and witches robbed most of his free time. This left Harry little time for his attempts at studying the time turner in his possession. But that was 2 months back, and Harry had abandoned his study of the faulty time turner after constantly hitting dead ends. Instead of wasting his time on an impossible task, Harry was more or less resigned to accepting the harsh truth that he was not getting out of the current timeline. With his attempts to study the time turner to rest, he dedicated much of his time to Hogwarts and helping wizards and witches to thrive in the world. Instead of viewing his situation as a curse, Harry started seeing an opportunity. The Muggles were bereft of rampant scientific and technological advancements. This left them relatively weak in Harry's eyes. However, in that weakness, he saw an opportunity for the wizarding world. As of late, he started to entertain the idea of creating a magical nation in the British Isles. While he had made up the fanciful tale of Valeria, he was equally enthralled by the prospect of forging a nation exclusively for magical beings. A nation exclusively for those blessed with magic. Harry mused, staring at a crude map of the British Isles. The idea had its merits, but Harry knew accomplishing such a task was bloody. What would happen to the millions of Muggles inhabiting the home islands if a nation for magical beings was forged in the British Isles? That was a moral, political, and geopolitical quandary. With a deep sigh, Harry set aside the map and tended to the fire that was giving him the warmth to ward off the cold of the night. Instead of using the bed in the castle, Harry decided to camp near the Black Lake. He also waived the use of warming charms to keep himself warm during the night. The bright full moon shining in the night sky tempted him not to think of dreary topics of conquests and wars. But the markers he made on the map of Britain stole his attention from the beautiful moon in the night sky. Harry had marked the different kingdoms that were in existence in England and Scotland. The Anglo-Saxon petty kingdoms in English lands were getting consolidated under the rule of a single king of England. On the other hand, Scotland was also suffering from small kingdoms inside the larger Scotland area Harry knew from his time. Hogwarts was sitting inside the territory claimed by King Constantine of the Kingdom of Alba, while the rest of Scotland proper was divided between Strathclyde and Northumbria. Those Anglo-Saxon kingdoms were kept in check by constant Viking invasions. The situation in the Islands was far worse from all the sources he could get from Hogwarts. Supposedly, there were Viking enclaves in Ireland, leaving the Irish kings in a constant state of war. These settlements were also a cause of concern for the rest of the Isles because the Vikings could launch their ships from Ireland to anywhere in the home islands. However, the levers of power were truly in the hands of Rome even though the Roman Empire had withdrawn from the British Isles on paper. The clergymen were in key positions of the many royal courts, and they enforced church doctrine on the Isles using the Muggle kings. Whenever the church's authority was challenged, the king would either get deposed or invaded by a rival kingdom. Therefore, the church and its teachings had to be destroyed if he were to forge a magical enclave inside the British Isles. Unfortunately, that was nearly an impossible and bloody task. If he wanted to use the Muggles in an army against their own kind, he'd definitely want to make this a religious war, and he'd need non-Christian allies. I'll have to turn the Vikings into allies at some point to sow more discord among the Muggle kingdoms. Harry thought with a grimace. Harry shook his head, realizing the conquest he fantasized about was too much of a hassle. He began scribbling down the idea in a diary he kept exclusively for jotting down ideas for the expansion of Hogsmeade. It also had to be factored in that some of the information he gathered from Hogwarts about the present-day polities of Britain might not be accurate. It was not as if he could verify and cross-reference the current status of the Isles using newspaper clippings or some media reports. The curse of the ancient world was that information was sketchy and highly unreliable. He suddenly sat up alert when the proximity ward he had set up was breached. However, he relaxed upon seeing Rowena walking towards him from afar. What was that ward? Was it some kind of an early warning spell? Rowena asked once she neared his tent. A proximity ward. It allows me to find intruders in an area under the ward. Harry explained. That sounds useful. Rowena nodded before looking around his modest campsite with a curious look. Did the facilities in Hogwarts displease you? Oh, heavens no. I just wanted to enjoy the moon. Harry nodded towards the full moon shining brightly in the night sky. The night sky was beautiful, littered with spots of brightly shining stars and constellations. Harry could even pick out a few planets in the sky. The lack of industrial revolution and wide-spanning metropolitan cities cropping up every few miles meant that there was less pollution and artificial light in the sky. This made it easy to enjoy sights like these. Then again, he desperately missed modern food and other Muggle inventions like the radio. He desperately wanted to enjoy some music while camping outside but was out of luck. I should have carried an emergency supply bag on my person. Harry thought. Harry quickly jotted down a reminder in his diary about the emergency supply bag as a backup with all the essential things he needed to survive if he were to be cut off from all known civilization. What's that? Rowena asked. Oh, this? Just some notes on, hey. Harry was affronted when Rowena snatched away his diary. Rowena hummed to herself over the notes he made. Your language. Valyrian is simpler. Rowena said in perfect English instead of the guttural Gaelic. He was not surprised to see Rowena had quickly learned modern English, which he had passed off as Valyrian, the official language of his fake homeland. To facilitate the fast learning curve of his students, Harry had to write a whole book on the English language and keep it in the library of Hogwarts. It was a necessity because correct pronunciation of spells was necessary for beginners. It's made from the combination of Latin and Germanic languages. I know, I read your book. Rowena commented, never taking her eyes away from the contents of the diary. A light gale went past them, and Harry was mesmerized by the beauty of the witch standing before him as her hair danced in the wind. Her blue and red dress hugged the curves of her body in all the right places. Her hair was the color of the reddest of wines he had ever seen, which he only found more attractive in the moonlight. You know it's rude to read someone's diary. Harry scowled at the woman, beating down the kind of feelings that were overtaking his mind. I'm just curious what you're planning, said Rowena while leafing through the pages of his diary. Haven't you ever heard of the saying, curiosity killed the cat? Harry asked, gazing at the Hogwarts founder in a different light. Of course, Harry was not blind to see the sheer beauty of the witch he admired in his own timeline. Anyone possessing the sophisticated mind that birthed the enchanted ceiling of Hogwarts was worth his attention. Since then, many great wizards and witches have copied the work of Ravenclaw, but they all paled in comparison. It was one of the most elegant magic Harry had ever seen in his admittedly short stint as a wizard. There was also the masterpiece in the form of the Room of Requirement, a piece of magic that no one in the wizarding world could ever replicate. Never heard of it. Rowena muttered distractedly while running her eyes through the pages at a pace that made Harry raise an eyebrow. Shrugging his shoulders, he settled on the ground and waited patiently for the witch to finish reading his diary. There was no great secret hidden in his diary anyway. So, you've decided to stay in these lands? Rowena commented, holding out the diary after she finished reading. What gave you that impression? He asked, taking back the diary into his possession. What other reason is there in planning a conquest of Scotland? Rowena asked, tilting her head to the side. Maybe I'm bored. Harry shrugged his shoulders. Bored enough to be callous of the bloodshed from the war you're planning? Rowena asked, with a hint of disapproval shining in her eyes. Nations are forged by waging war. If you're comfortable watching the Muggles take over all the lands, then by all means do so, said Harry. I find you interesting, Hadrian. You advocated strongly for the lives of 4 dragons that attacked us, but now you plan on waging a war on the Muggles that never harmed you. I'll fear dragons when they start breeding like rabbits, Harry said blandly. He was a little disappointed that a brilliant woman like Rowena Ravenclaw could not see the obvious threat Muggles posed to wizard kind. Of course, the founders don't have the benefit of foreknowledge regarding the growth curve of the Muggles. Man has been waging war amongst each other since he walked the earth. He is not going to stop till the end of times. If our people and other magical creatures are to survive better, we need a place of our own. A sentiment that I share, Hadrian. But our people are not strong enough. Most wizards and witches are not skilled to protect themselves, much less attack huge swathes of Muggle armies. Well, I can be persuaded not to seek war with the Muggles if I'm otherwise engaged, said Harry, reaching out with his hand towards Rowena. The silence that followed stumped him. Harry thought he had overstepped a boundary for a moment, but he was startled when Rowena placed her hand in his. A grin broke out on his face, and he pulled her into his lap. They gazed into each other's eyes before their lips met with the moon and the stars as their witness. Ch92, Freedom, Magic, and Scotland. A mage's power comes from their relationship with the magic in the land. The stave helps to keep the nodes on our wrists connected with magic, but it'll be on the wizard to shape the magic to cast spells, Rowena said. Harry maintained his posture while sitting cross-legged on the ground, trying his best to pull magic out of the land with the aid of a stave. In theory, it was a simple process. All he had to do was to pull magic out of the ground, coalesce the energy inside the stave, mix the energy with his bodily magic and then shape the magic into a spell. However, it was a challenge to pull magic out of the ground. Try as he might, Harry found he had mixed results in pulling magic out of the land. He could achieve this task using Parseltongue, but that was not good enough. While Parseltongue was a useful skill, it was not combat-friendly. While no one could identify the spell if her were to speak in Parseltongue, it still announced to his enemies that he was attempting one. The advantages of silent casting would be nullified if he were to rely on Parseltongue. Not to mention, it was not a bright idea to air out his status as a Parselmouth. The last thing he wanted was to air out his secrets to random strangers or even possible enemies. This was not exactly a safe time for wizards. Witch burnings were rampant among the Muggles. The problem he was facing was not from magic. At least, he hoped it was not. Harry was sure his ability to absorb magic into the stave from the land had more to do with the stave. He came to this conclusion simply by observing the lofty quality of wands used by the wizards. Therefore, he saw no reason to assume the stave he found was any better. The quality of magical foci available at the current time was lacking mostly because of a lack of professional wand crafters or staff crafters. This also led to a shortage of core materials. Unicorn tail hair was the most common core material used in wands or staff. Unfortunately, Harry's bodily magic was diametrically opposed to the unicorn hair core in his stave. My suggestion would be to practice with your wand for now. Perhaps you'll bond with a better stave in the future. Rowena suggested after seeing his repeated failures. Harry scrunched up his nose in dissatisfaction. The entire reason he had gone out of his way to procure a stave was to master old magic in the traditional sense. If that was not possible, he had no choice but to depend on Parseltongue. Harry abandoned the stave he procured from a local stave crafter for the next few weeks in favor of his trusted holly wand. At the same time, Harry also started venturing into wand crafting. He was mostly focused on collecting small parts from the dragon he had charmingly named the Red Queen. By the preening the dragon had been doing at the name, Harry was sure the dragon just got an ego boost. He remembered dragon heartstrings being one of the core materials Ollivander used in his wands. But Harry couldn't get his hands on one of those because there were no dead dragons to harvest. Therefore, he went on occasional hunts for other magical creatures in the forests surrounding Hogwarts. Mostly, his prey were a stray thestral herd, kelpie, neasels, etc. One night, he returned from his hunt, securing a few strands of thestral hairs from a herd not far from the castle. The thestrals, being a peaceful bunch, were hardly bothered by his scavenging for their tail hair. But upon his return to the castle, he was immediately accosted by a grieving family from Hogsmeade. "They took my husband, my lord," the witch wailed, crying her eyes out. The witch refused to elaborate despite Harry's strenuous efforts and repeated the claim like a mantra in an endless loop. So, he abandoned the hope of getting any straight answer from the hysterical woman and instead inquired with other wizards and witches accompanying her. "What happened to her husband?" Harry asked. "The Muggles, my lord. They took Cato, accusing him of being a wizard when selling pumpkins in the Muggle village. They say the church is keeping him prisoner and intends to burn him tomorrow," one of the villagers said. "It's starting again, my lord. They'll come after us all and burn us all at the stake," another villager fearfully said, spreading a wave of fear among the villagers. "No one is coming to burn us, and Cato will not be burned at the stake either," Harry said firmly. "Does anyone know where this Muggle village is located?" "I know my lord." "That'll do." Harry nodded at the man before shooing away the rest of the villagers, including the grieving wife of the hostage. "What's your name?" "Peleus, my lord." The man grinned, showing off his crooked teeth. I need you to tell me everything you know about this village." Harry observed the village in question from a distance under the cover of a disillusioned charm. The village looked like a rundown hellhole crawling with rats. The worst thing was that he could feel the odorous shit of the village folk from miles away. Scrunching up his nose in disgust, he congratulated himself for having the presence of mind to build a sound sewage system for Hogsmeade. He had Rowena's help setting that up as she had experience doing the same for Hogwarts. He supposed he shouldn't disparage the Muggles too much on their planning skills as wizards had an advantage with magic. The average Muggle during this era was ignorant of the importance of cleanliness. People shat and pissed on the open fields without a care in the world because they didn't know any better and they were poor. Most people didn't have a roof over their heads. So, having a functioning toilet and waste disposal systems was a luxury they couldn't afford. Harry dispelled the invisibility charm around himself and Peleus. "Where is Cato held?" "That chapel, my lord. The church people keep our kind in the dungeons of their church like rats," Peleus said with wrath as he stared at the chapel. "Let's break them out then," said Harry before walking straight towards the village. "Wait. My lord, what are you doing?" Peleus asked in a hurry as he followed Harry. What wizards should have done from the beginning wage war? Harry said frostily before walking towards the village with long strides. The village had little to no fortification anywhere. But it had a few armed soldiers patrolling the streets near the road leading to the village. Why you one who are? The soldier didn't get to finish before Harry promptly cast the disarming charm, silenced him and had him neutralized using the body binding charm. Seeing the bright flashes of spell fire, the remaining 2 guards charged at Harry with their swords drawn. Levi Corpus. The 2 soldiers let out frightened screams as they were suddenly dangling upside down in midair by their ankles. He let them dangle in the air but secured them using ropes that shot out of his wand on a mere thought. Though he had left 2 Muggle guards to dangle in midair, he had left them conscious and free to scream their hearts out. Just like he wished, the villagers woke from the guards' frightened screaming, which made it easy for what Harry was about to do next. Witch! Satan spawn! Demon! The villagers began shouting once they saw the soldiers dangling in midair. To Harry's mild surprise, instead of getting frightened, the Muggles started throwing stones and anything solid they could get their hands on against him. But he was well prepared. Harry covered himself and Peleus using a shield charm that made the stones and other objects bounce away. You'll never again pick up a weapon against a wizard. Harry vowed before using a wide area blasting curse that blew the villagers off their feet. The church bell began ringing in earnest, possibly to alert the entire village of the impending danger. Harry fired off a spell, pointing his wand at the church's doors. Bombarda Maxima. The church doors were blown wide open as a sizzling orange spell impacted the doors. The Muggles standing behind the doors were blown to bits under the spell's power. Incendio. Harry spun his wand in a wide arc that made it put out flames that lit up the whole street. The sudden emergence of flames made the disoriented Muggles scream in terror and give him a wide berth. Using the situation to his advantage, Harry walked towards the church with long, purposeful strides while he cleared off the debris blocking his way by vanishing them into thin air. Once he stepped into the church, he faced a priest holding a cross while muttering prayers. The priest was a middle-aged bald fellow dressed in dark robes. The man shook like a leaf while speaking softly into his closed hands as if some divine entity heard the man's mad ramblings. Harry's attention went to the aides of the priest instead. You. Lead me to the cellars beneath this church where you hold prisoners. Harry ordered, jabbing his wand threateningly at the pair of aides standing near the priest. I command thee, Sada. Ah. The aide screamed as Harry used a bone breaker on the man's hand. The sound of the bone snapping could be heard loud and clear inside the church, making the priest and the other aide flinch. Extorquio. A sickly-looking yellow spell crashed into the aide's shoulder. The aide screamed again as his right arm hung loosely from his shoulder when Harry used the joint dislocating spell. I don't have all day. One of you will lead me to the cellar, or heads will roll. Harry threatened the remaining duo while their colleague screamed to the heavens, cradling his broken arm. The other aide to the priest volunteered, and Harry was promptly led towards the cellar while he left the priest in the custody of Peleus. The cellars were filled with prisoners, most of them women and children. Tell me of their crimes. Harry ordered, staring coldly at the Muggle, making him gulp nervously. Witchcraft. The Muggle whispered with fear shining in his eyes. Release them all. Harry ordered without showing any emotion. One by one, the prisoners were released from their cells. Who's Cato? Harry asked loudly at the group of prisoners. My lord. My lord. You came for me. A brown-haired man came before Harry and prostrated himself at his feet. I promised you protection when we built the village. So, of course, I came for you. Now, up on your feet, man. Said Harry. May the spirits bless you, Lord Targaryen. Cato bowed his head before walking out of the cellar with the other prisoners, who also muttered their thanks to Harry for freeing them. Harry had the church aide at wand point and had the man escorted out after the prisoners. He had the newly freed prisoners, and the church officials assembled outside the church. From this day forth, Christianity will never be practiced in this village. I, Hadrian Targaryen, declare this religion foreign and alien to Scotland. This is the land of magic, and it'll remain so till the sun loses its light. Harry proclaimed with the aid of the sonorous charm, amplifying his voice so that the entire village could hear him. This will not stop the Lord's work. You've merely ensured your doom, Satan's spawn. Your magic comes from the devil, and in God's good time, your kind will be wiped out by his favored knights. The priest loudly proclaimed once Harry made his. With remarkable sagacity, Harry thwarted the priest's attempt at controlling the crowd through religious fanatism and fear. In such situations, Harry knew only one thing could swing public opinion power. Flageolate flagellum. A long 10-foot whip of bright orange flames formed from the tip of his wand. The ground sizzled as the fiery whip coiled on the ground. Harry made the priest press face first against the church wall with a flick of his left palm. Wandless magic was a difficult trick to pull off in the past, but Harry had noticed he was getting better with it every day under Rowena's tutelage of old magic. You claim your god will strike me down. Let's see if this god of yours has the power to defend you, his faithful servant, from my strike," Harry said coldly before he swung his wand arm. The fiery whip seared a long gash on the back of the priest, making the balding priest scream at the top of his lungs. He swung again, and there was now an X-shaped burnt scar on the priest's skin while the priest screamed himself hoarse. The priest's clothes were aflame, and Harry doused them using conjured water. The priest continued to cry as the burnt skin on his back remained an angry red despite the water cooling off the searing heat. "Now you see, my brothers and sisters of Scotland. Where is this all-powerful God? Where is the might of the heavens? Where is the miracle?" Harry asked, looking at the villagers while pointing at the helpless crying priest. Harry turned his attention back to the priest. "You may leave this village. Spread the word to the rest of your friends that your shared delusion will no longer be tolerated in Scotland. I'm coming for you all." A few minutes after his decree, Harry, as well as the villagers, watched the priest and the aide with the dislocated shoulder was exiled from the village. Harry gave them a horse to ride away, knowing they'd inform some petty lords or knights of what happened in the village. That was precisely what he wanted anyway. Harry also had the prisoners strip everything remotely useful from the church. While they were looting the church, Harry focused on applying the memory charm on the captured villagers. His intent was quite simple. He removed all memories of the church and preaching the villagers ever heard from their minds. He also had all religion-related icons and records summoned using magic and had them destroyed. While destroying the icons and written records was easy, wiping out the memories of religious indoctrination was not an easy feat. It was time-consuming and challenging to pull off. Harry was not surprised that he had barely wiped the memories of half the people in the village before a scout alerted him about a company of knights riding towards the village. "We should withdraw to Hogsmeade, Lord Targaryen. They'll not hesitate to send an army of thousands against our kind," Pelias warned quietly. "Good. That's exactly what I want," said Harry. Harry expected the confused stare from Pelias, and therefore, he was not surprised to see the wizard looking lost. "I don't understand, my lord. The muggles they are. They are a valuable resource for those who can see their worth. Maybe they lack magic, but they can provide us with a sizable army." Harry cut in. "An army for us? But who'll they fight?" Pelias asked. "Who else? Their own brethren and, if need be, the goblins," said Harry with a disinterested shrug. But, that's impossible." Pelias stuttered while looking at Harry in disbelief. "Is it?" Harry asked rhetorically. Looking ahead, Harry waited patiently for these knights to arrive. He had given some thought in length about the muggles on both timelines. While many Dark Lords saw the muggles as an enemy that had to be wiped out, he saw the value in muggles because he was one in the past. The muggles were capable of radical advancements at a pace that frankly outstripped the growth of the wizarding world by leaps and bounds. Harry only saw advantages in combining the scientific exploration embedded in the muggle consciousness and the magical power of wizards. The hurdles before such a union were the inherent deep, entrenched misconceptions among muggles and magicals alike. The enmity cultivated for over 1,000 years was hard-pressed to be wiped away from both people overnight. He doubted even centuries of peaceful coexistence would heal such deep wounds of the past. At least, it was nearly impossible for muggles and magic to coexist in the future timeline despite the rainbow utopian bullshit Dumbledore was selling. But that was not the case in the current times, where Harry found himself in by a trick of fate. He understood the unique advantage he was presented with. If he could pull the wizards and witches of the current time to a level of competence in magic, many great things could be achieved. Instead of brutishly taking the fight to the muggles all the time, a more subtle approach could yield better results. Therefore, Harry was intent on testing out his theory, and if it yielded better results, he could replicate it on a larger scale. "My lord, look!" Pelias urgently whispered. Harry found the company of knights emerge from the treeline, riding as fast as possible on their horses. "Swords and arrows are not something to be feared when you have magic, Pelias. The problem with our people is that most of our kind don't know anything about magic or don't bother to learn. If they had..." Harry flicked his wand, and a bright wave of bluish energy washed over the knights and their horses. "Levi Corpus. They'd have never feared muggles." Harry finished, staring unimpressed as the knights and their horses were hung upside down by their ankles in mid-air. "Mobila Corpus." With another flick of his wand, he had the floating knights move with his wand movement. Harry counted 12 knights among the group and had them disarmed before having them bound in ropes. He promptly used a combination of memory charms and legilimency to convert the knights into his loyal soldiers with no memory of their religious convictions. Without the element of religion in their heads, the knights were quite cooperative. He continued his work on the villagers one by one until finally, he finished his work on most of the people by sunset. The remaining were stuffed and kept isolated under spells as his prisoners until he could rewire their minds. When the night fell, Harry had the villagers gathered before a bonfire as he addressed them. His casual displays of magic had long since become familiar to the villagers, and therefore, they didn't bat an eye when he conjured an enormous amount of fire behind him with a flick of his wand. "Our enemy is cunning and subtle. It hides within constructs like these, indoctrinating good Scottish men and women of their lies so that they can sap our strength. They want to keep us weak and force us to forget the delightful blessings of magic. They want us to turn our eyes away from nature's beauty, diversity, and divinity. They want to destroy our oneness with nature to worship a fictional story with fictional megalomaniac characters. They want us and our children to become slaves to a fictional construct of theirs so that we lose our strength and sight of magic from our blood and souls. Do you want to become slaves to such an uncaring, cruel, and imaginary being? No. The villagers shouted with the 12 knights, the most prominent with zealotry in their eyes. My friends, I do not wish to wage war on our brethren. I wish to save them from the danger of these Romans and their lies. Join me, sons and daughters of Scotland, to free our land from the Church of Rome and its perfidious hold on our people's minds. For freedom. For magic. For Scotland. The chanting of the villagers grew more potent, and Harry let the spell loose on the church behind him. The flames consumed the building whole and left nothing in its wake. The fire burned brightly, lighting up the whole village with its light chasing away the darkness of the night. One village down. Several more to go. Harry thought. CH93, In a Raven's Arms, NSFW content. What started as a rescue mission spiraled into a war of conquest in a matter of days. Initially, Harry had only intended to carve out a small fiefdom for the magical community to thrive by taking possession of several neighboring Muggle villages within a 50-mile radius of Hogwarts. To that effect, he used the same strategy in the first village. He selected a village, attacked them early in the morning, and destroyed everything related to any religion in one day. Then, he wiped the villagers' memories the following week while securing the village under wards to keep them safe from Muggle attacks. After entrenching himself in these villages, he also started recruiting Muggle militias by turning the knights sworn to King Constantine of the Kingdom of Alba into his loyal followers. The constraints presented by the rapid expansion of his fiefdom also presented a problem. He alone remained the skilled wizard capable of wiping memories from the Muggle populace. It was a taxing process to wipe memories of the Muggles one by one, supplanting the indoctrination done by the Church of Rome. But the sheer number of Muggles made it impossible for Harry to reach everyone. This led him to confine his brainwashing enterprise to knights and recruit militia soldiers. For now, the time constraints on his person and the lack of skilled wizards and witches affected any expansion he could possibly make. However, it was by no means a simple feat to capture 14 Muggle villages in the span of 3 weeks with no army to speak of or even supplies. His budding army of knights and common soldiers could not fight on an empty stomach. Establishing a stable source of food, water, medicine, weapons, and other resources was necessary to pursue a successful war against the Muggles. That was why Harry understood the need to enlist the aid of the world's most powerful herbologist for his war effort. My lord. Are you sure you should leave now? We don't have enough men to guard our gains should Constantine's armies turn their sights on the villages we captured. Peleus urgently whispered. I know. That's why I've erected wards to deter the Muggles. Their armies won't find our villages. Harry assured the man. When the Romans came to these lands, our people thought our magical skills could withstand their assault. Look at us now, said Peleus, sweeping his arms wide. We've forgotten who we were and are busy doing what the Romans are doing. What are you saying? Harry asked with a frown. It's good that you are leading us, and it's good that your magic is so overwhelmingly powerful enough to sweep through village after village on a dime. But the people need a king of Scotland to rally behind. Said Peleus. Harry fell silent and merely stared at the boundaries of the village he was occupying. The thought of staking his claim for kingship had crossed his mind, and he was prepared to wage a war to that effect. After all, his aim of creating a magical fiefdom in Scotland would only become a reality if the wizards and witches of Scotland created the ruling bureaucracy. What that current government form remained a mystery, but he'd definitely not want democracy to crop up. At least, he didn't see any virtue in establishing a democracy in a land where the majority were illiterate buffoons. He was a staunch believer in the critics of Plato on democracy. Without a literate, wise, and well-educated populace, democracy would only facilitate selfish and ignorant people to attain power. In his lifetime, he had seen the rise of populist regimes and the nation plunging into chaos in their wake. However, he was also mindful that the wizened elitist rule proposed by Socrates was also an abject failure. Primarily because men and women could not ensure their wisdom could be sustainable in their chosen successors. Even great men like Marcus Aurelius had failed to produce worthy and wise successors. So, Harry saw no reason to trust an elite council of wizards and witches to rule Scotland. There were no good answers to the question of who should rule Scotland. It had been the age-old question humanity had been asking since man learned to hunt and farm. It was a question that'd never be settled without some form of bloodshed. Despite all that, Harry saw the merit in crowning a magical king for Scotland. Establishing a kingdom that'd safeguard the rights of wizards and muggles could perhaps be a beacon of hope for wizarding communities across the planet. Perhaps we can coexist if I can purge religion from muggles. Harry thought. The moment the thought came to him, Harry shook his head at his naivete. He knew religion was not the core issue. It was in the nature of muggles and wizards to distrust and destroy each other. Religion or no religion, the conflict could never be permanently settled. Those with power will try to safeguard it at all costs, and those without will kill for it. Harry muttered. My lord. Peleus looked at him in askance. It's nothing, said Harry. I'll give your suggestion some serious thought, Peleus. I hope you do. Even if your magic can protect us, Constantine's court might advise him to employ other wizards against us like the Romans did when they first came to our lands. They'll start to use their maps, and they'll trace the villages. Peleus warned. Let me assuage your fears about the village's security. Harry turned his wand on the whole village. Nebulous. Thick fog began to gather outside the village. He willed his magic to let the fog surround the village from all corners, neatly hiding the place from curious eyes. Even if the Muggles King enlists the services of sorcerers, they'll be hard-pressed to find the villages I conquered. For now, that'll do, said Harry, nodding at the thick fog covering the village. After saying his goodbyes, he ascended to the sky in his spirit form. He was really starting to regret not learning to apparate or even the Portus spell. His method of transportation was not as fast as the ones used by the wizards of his time. Harry's return to Hogwarts was with some fanfare. Hogsmeade had immediately turned his arrival into a sort of mini-festival. With his conquest in full swing, Hogsmeade was experiencing an increased trade, especially in magical potions. The Muggles were far more receptive to magical medicines and the wares of wizards. However, how long would that last? That was a question Harry was asking himself every day. He knew religion was not precisely the sole issue between Muggles and wizards. It was just that the intensity of persecution only increased when the Muggles abandoned the worship of forces of nature. There was no shortage of bigots among Muggles and wizards. I suppose I'm a bigot among wizards now. Harry amusedly thought as he waded through a sea of happy faces and well-wishers to Hogwarts. He was more careful when he entered Hogwarts by cloaking himself from the students. Getting swarmed by the residents of Hogsmeade was one thing, but having it repeated by Hogwarts students would be disruptive to the school's normal functioning. You've become popular among the people of Hogsmeade and the students. Harry paused as the words filtered in through his ears before he slowly turned around to find Salazar Slytherin leaning against a wall. He had completely missed the man standing there, and not even his sensory magic had detected the founder. But, of course, Harry was not that surprised. Slytherin was a master of blood magic and parcel magic, allowing him to blend in almost anywhere. It was something Harry was trying to learn under Rowena's tutelage by mastering old magic. They desperately wanted trade restored, and I've seen to it. Harry replied. Do you really think that's the only reason? Salazar asked with a snort. Harry didn't answer that and merely shrugged his shoulders. Follow me, Hadrian. Salazar suddenly said before turning around and walked away. Harry had to walk a bit faster to catch up with the founder. He soon found himself entering Salazar's office adjacent to the room where potions were brewed. The room was filled with potion ingredients and scrolls. It's the first time in living memory of our people that a wizard is trying to carve out a kingdom of his own. You needn't feel like you've to defend or explain yourselves. If I hadn't been bound by oaths, I would have, anyway. Salazar shook his head. Let me say that what you're doing is something that I approve of, and I wish you the very best in your campaign. Thank you, Salazar. Harry nodded, feeling happy for the compliment paid by the Hogwarts founder. It was not every day that one of the Hogwarts founders gave you their blessings and compliments. So, Harry soaked it up like a sponge, especially since it came from Salazar Slytherin. Anyway, I've been studying your form of magic and found it extremely easy to learn and teach compared to our own. You'll be heartened to know that we've started framing the lessons based on your branch of magic and language. That's heartening to hear. Harry said, feeling a sense of accomplishment. One of the major reasons wizards preferred to hide instead of fight the Muggles for dominion over the lands was that most wizards were unskilled in battle magic. At the same time, Muggles were quite adept at fighting and followed a militaristic culture out of necessity. While Harry didn't wish for the wizarding population to turn militaristic, he hoped they would develop a spine and defend themselves from their attackers rather than cower behind wards while the world changed around them. Well, I won't keep you from meeting Rowena. But I have something for you, Hadrian. Salazar fished out a scroll from his black robes and gave it to Harry. Rowena told me that you've been struggling with our form of magic but excelled at it while using Parseltongue. This should help you more in that endeavor, said Salazar. When Harry unruffled the scroll, he found it was a treasure trove of information on Parcel magic, which also meant he was now in possession of a scroll on binding magic using blood. When he looked up from the scroll to thank the founder, Salazar was nowhere to be seen. So cool. I think I'm on Team Slytherin from now on. Harry thought before his eyes went back to admiring the elegant English script on the scroll. He even learned the language this fast. Salazar Slytherin is a genius. Harry found Rowena in a class full of students hanging on to every word she was saying about runes. He remained invisible as he didn't want to disturb the class. Unlike popular belief, Rowena Ravenclaw was not a highly skilled enchantress or a charms mistress in modern magical terms. She could enchant, but her primary skill lay in runes and astronomy. She had a huge repository of battle charms in her mind, but her forte lay in runes and astronomy. He supposed she later developed the fortitude for charms and became renowned for the enchanted ceiling of Hogwarts. The fact that Hogwarts still lacked an enchanted ceiling proved his assumption. The same could be said about the Sorting Hat. He had seen the hat on Godric Gryffindor, but it neither talked nor gave off a magical aura when he scanned it. Once again, Harry was reminded of how far he had traveled back in time. The founders were young, considering the lifespan of powerful wizards. It was just a theory on his part, but Harry believed the more magic a wizard amassed over the years, the greater their lifespan is extended. All sacrificial rituals he had studied from the Black Library and Slytherin's library used components that could enhance the inflow of magic into the body. All strengthening rituals also followed the same pattern. The real-life examples of Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Alastor Moody and even Voldemort, to some extent came to his mind. Most of the founders were in their early 40s or 30s. So, they had more than enough time in the world to become far more powerful and renowned for their magical skills. Harry waited for the class to end, patiently listening to Rowena's words. When the class finally ended, he waited for the students to filter out before he stepped into the classroom. Carefully, he made his way towards Rowena, who had her back turned while cleaning the runes drawn on the board. When he was just about to surprise her from behind. "I know you're there. Your charms are flimsy at best for hiding yourself from a proper sorceress." Rowena's words cut deeply into him, making him freeze. Shrugging his shoulder, Harry dropped the spells concealing him, but he wrapped an arm around Rowena's waist, earning a squeak of protest from the witch. "I have something for you," Harry whispered before offering the book he had painstakingly written, employing all his imaginative powers. The book's cover read The House of the Dragon with the Targaryen sigil of the three-headed dragon painted on the cover. It was a brief history of House Targaryen in Valyria. He had been worried whenever someone asked about his home island and his family. So, he thought it'd be better to write it all down in a book so he'd never get caught in the lies he had peddled. "You finished it?" Rowena gasped, taking the book out of his hand. "Of course. I needed some form of relief during the campaign, and you were not available, so..." Harry smirked before pressing a kiss against the nape of Rowan's neck. The older witch moaned, and Harry smiled against her skin, knowing it was a sensitive spot for her. His hand that was squeezing her hips climbed up, but before it could reach its destination, Rowena pushed herself away from him. "Stop it. I've got a class coming up," said Rowena before pushing him out of the classroom. "That's no way to treat a man who returns from war with a present for his woman," Harry complained when she slammed the door shut. He could hear deep breaths being taken by Rowena from the other side of the door. "Come to my quarters at night," came Rowena's muffled reply. "Now go before someone sees us like this." Harry chuckled but complied with her demand. "All right, Rowena. I'll be going to meet Lady Helga. I need her help with something," Harry said before walking away. He found Lady Helga in her usual spot, tending to her garden filled with magical plants as well as everyday vegetables and fruits that kept Hogwarts fed. "Lady Helga. Lord Hadrian. Back from your war, I see." "Yes." Harry kept his hands behind his back as he carefully stepped into her garden. He could feel an undercurrent of disapproval and wariness from the older witch in her mannerisms. Yet, he kept that feeling aside and prowled on. "I came seeking your help, Lady Helga." "With the war? I'm afraid I'm not the one you should be talking to if that's the case." "Salazar would be a better choice," said Helga without looking up from her work in the garden. "It's not related to the war. I'm seeking your help to increase the yield in Muggle farms." "Increasing the yield, you say?" Helga looked up from harvesting the roots of a plant in the garden to stare at Harry. "Yes. Most of the Muggle villages under my protection are underdeveloped and incapable of feeding the Muggles. Cut off from the rest of the settlements of the kingdom, they'll starve without a higher farm yield. I've already used several warming charms to protect the crops from the cold, but your expertise in herbology would help me lift the rationing of resources allocated to the Muggles," Harry explained. "Dragon dung in sufficient quantities and tepid water would help turn a barren land into fertile ground in a matter of days." "Ah." Harry had forgotten all about using that avenue with the Red Queen being a resident near Hogwarts. "I'd also have to apply some spells on these lands to regulate some of the extreme properties of dragon dung. That means I'll have to travel to these villages, which would separate me from Hogwarts and my work here." "You could teach me," Harry suggested. "You're right." Helga suddenly smiled. "That saves all of our time." "No. It saves your time." Harry grouched in his mind but didn't show his displeasure outwardly. Besides, learning new magical spells was always fun. Harry stood outside the oak doors of Rowena's room. He raised his hand to knock on the door but hesitated at the last moment. Women had historically enjoyed much freedom before the Roman Church started cracking down on the feminine in the world. But that doesn't mean there weren't stigmas in ancient cultures. Relationships outside marriage were frowned upon, but he didn't see much attraction in confining carnal pleasures solely to the marriage bed. However, that was his opinion. In this place and age, a woman's reputation was easily tarnished compared to the modern era, though such situations were not non-existent. Rowena was not merely a woman he found attractive. She was also a friend and someone he deeply admired. So, he was evaluating his current position. Ultimately, his dilemma was for naught because the door swung open, and Rowena pulled him inside before slamming the door shut. Well, that was unexpected. Harry muttered. He took in Rowena's flushed face in the dimly lit room. Her red hair was swept to a side, falling over her right cheek like a curtain. She was dressed in a plain white gown that barely reached her knees. Was it? Rowena asked, raising a delicate eyebrow. Then what do you say about this? She smashed her lips into his own, taking his breath away. Lemon start. Harry's hands wandered along the fine contours of Rowena's body until finally settling for resting against her hips. His hold on her hips tightened when Rowena pressed herself more firmly against him while becoming more passionate in her kissing. It felt like ages had passed when they parted. His lungs greedily took in some much-needed air. Rowena was no better. She was out of breath, listening with sweat on her forehead and her eyes shining with dark desire. Catching her just ass in his palms, Harry lifted her, making Rowena squeal. He carried her forward until he reached her feather bed and dropped her into it before he climbed in. Harry undid his shirt and pants while Rowena lay there on the bed, watching him closely. When he was done disrobing, he threw away the clothes to the side before he pressed his body against her. Their lips met again in a frenzy while his hands squeezed her thighs, making Rowena moan against his lips. Harry dragged his hands upwards, rolling up the gown along the way until his hands settled on her hips. He could feel the skin under his grip heating up. Their lips separated again, and their eyes locked on each other. Harry dipped his head to the side of her neck and sucked on her pulse point. Oh! Rowena gasped sultrily. Suddenly, Harry felt her nails dragging up along his back until they bit into the skin of his shoulder. A tingling sensation was left in their wake that made Harry bite against the skin of her neck. His hands that were resting on her hips climbed upwards and took her breasts in his palms. Her round orbs filled his palms, and he squeezed them, earning a lustful, drawn-out moan from the witch underneath him. Hadrian! Rowena moaned out his name as he pushed his length inside her. He hid his face in her red hair while peppering kisses along her neck. His right hand sank into the bed for support as he pistoned in and out of her warm folds. He kissed all the way from her neck to her lips before leaving a trail of kisses on the other side of her neck. Rowena gasped at a particularly hard thrust from his side, and she dragged his face towards her to kiss again. Their lips battled in a frenzy as his pace increased. When he felt her walls clamp down on his length hard, he knew what was about to happen. He slammed his cock, again and again, churning her insides, making her gasp and moan to the heavens. He felt her entire body shudder in pleasure as she came to her release, moaning up a storm. He let her vent out the pleasure while his lips dragged downwards. Harry dragged the gown down her shoulders, exposing her round breasts to his eyes. He squeezed her right breast while peppering the left one with kisses and playful bites that forced Rowena to make all sorts of sounds. His hips picked up pace when he also felt cresting over his own release. With a gasp, he let go while Rowena pressed his face against her breasts. Her fingers were threading through his hair. He could hear Rowena whimper as he filled her up. They stayed like that in bed for a while, his face pressed against her breasts while he slowly humped against her folds. Pressing one last kiss against her pink nipples, Harry laid down beside her in bed, pressing against her back. His left hand snaked around her waist and pressed her back against him while he peppered her shoulder with kisses. They were both drunk in pleasure and hardly able to do any talking for the rest of the night. Harry also felt like an unbearable weight on his psyche had been dealt with. Lemon scene ends. A fire cackled in the fireplace, which was the sole source of sound in the room save for their heartbeats. Harry stared at Rowena, who also had her eyes open as they lay in bed. The skies remained dark outside, but he knew it was early morning. What? Rowena asked. Nothing. You look beautiful, said Harry. Did Helga agree to help with the farms? Rowena asked while drawing circles on his back with her fingers. She agreed to teach me some spells that'd help increase the yield. She also agreed to supply some potions that'd help to increase the fertility of the soil as well. I see. So, you'll be staying in Hogwarts for a while. Why? You want me in your bed for the next few nights? Ow. Harry winced when Rowena dug her nails into his shoulders. I can't afford to stay away from the conquered villages. There is still work to be done, and I've sent spies to Constantine's court to glean their actions. And most importantly, I need to build an army to defend our gains and enforce our rule on the lands we take. Harry saw a thoughtful frown adorn her face. An army, you say? I have an idea to solve that dilemma, but it'll be a little unorthodox. Rowena warned. I love unorthodox ideas, said Harry, poking Rowena on her nose playfully. Now, let's hear this idea of yours. Ch94, amassing an army. When you said you had an unorthodox idea, I didn't expect this. Harry said, keeping his eyes open at the clearing ahead from the top of a tree. If you want a strong and trained army to fight against the Muggles, then the Goblin army is the better choice. Said Rowena. I don't think it's a good idea to involve the Goblins. They won't be interested in fighting under my command after what I did to their army. That's where you are wrong. Goblins respect two things, wealth and power. You've proven yourself capable and powerful by decimating their army. You stand to become wealthy after you've crowned yourself king of all Scotland. I don't think we've decided on that. Harry shook his head. Well, I have, and so have the people of Hogsmeade. These lands have never had a king of magical blood. You've managed to unite more people and conquer more lands than any wizard had done in living memory. You're the king of Scots in all but name. The students have even started to call you Dragon King. Monarchies are an unstable form of governance. Look at the Muggles. They kill each other in droves because some idiot tells them to. Said Harry with a derisive snort. Then create another form of government. Maybe use the governance model of Valeria in this new polity you're creating. Rowena suggested, forcing Harry into silence. That is not as easy as it looks. A ruling council must have a shared vision and the resolve to set aside their personal differences to achieve the common good. That's a difficult balance to achieve most of the time. Then I suggest you crown yourself as king but also create this ruling council in the model of Valeria. You could keep the council in check while the council could keep your power in check. The system of checks and balances could form out of these two pillars of power in the kingdom. Rowena suggested. Harry gave the suggestion some serious thought. He was not ignorant of the fact that a new kingdom in Scotland that works as a sanctuary for pagan culture and magical communities could become a target in the long run. Under such threats, a singular leadership that could make quick decisions to mobilize resources and armies to defend the nation and withstand the test of time was necessary. Under the current geopolitical scenario, the best form of government to preserve the new Scotland would be a kingdom where a king and a Wizengamot could share power. He could see that such a dual form of government could offer long-term political stability and equip the kingdom to face the challenges ahead. Maybe Scotland could expand its borders and kick out Rome's influence in its entirety from the British Isles. A new kind of power could rise on the European continent, and that could change the world forever. For ill or for good, only time could tell, and Harry was the least bit bothered by such speculations. Are you interested in making me king so you can become the queen? Harry teased. So, you've considered making me your queen? Rowena turned the tables on him expertly. I'll give it some serious thought if your idea pans out. After all, a queen must be witty, cunning, merciful, and wise. Harry said sagely. Movement in the clearing attracted their attention. Harry saw a small delegation of goblins in the distance carrying a white flag of truce. Looks like they seem to be in a talking mood. Harry muttered. Snipshank is far more reasonable than his predecessor. But I suggest we stick to the matter and avoid bringing up the battle. Rowena advised. All right. Harry said before taking her hand in his. Harry assumed his spirit form and allowed it to encompass it over Rowena. Together, they surged upward into the blue sky, leaving sparkling grey smoke in their wake. They fell from the sky and hovered above the ground before reforming their physical body a few feet from the goblins. Harry took in the armor-clad goblins while maintaining a firm grip on his wand. Lady Ravenclaw. Lord Targaryen. King Snipshank. Harry observed the crowned goblin king. Like all typical goblins, this one sported the standard pointed teeth and a crooked nose. But he couldn't make out the rest of the physical features of the head as they wore steel helmets save for their slanted eyes. All four goblins in the delegation were barely 3 feet tall, and he was being generous with their heights. But these goblins were clearly warriors, or at least they worked out because their physical characteristics spoke of their martial culture. Their bodies were stocky and filled with muscles. He supposed their wicked-looking axes and hammers were not for show. You asked for a meeting, Lady Ravenclaw. Say your piece. Our peoples have warred for centuries, spilling magical blood. But what if we can come together as allies against a common enemy? You speak of the Muggles. Snipshank asked coldly. Yes. Together we could. Rowena started but was cut off. You want us to fight your battles? No. Not at all, King Snipshank. We hope to reclaim these lands from the Muggles and establish a kingdom of wizards. But there is so much land under Muggle control. We could divide the lands claimed equally between our people upon victory. Rowena offered. Harry only kept an ear out for the conversation between Rowena and the Goblin King. His true focus, however, was on the guards of Snipshank. More specifically, their minds and the secrets they hid in their wicked little minds. When he finished scheming through the surface thoughts of the goblins, Harry knew what he had to do. You think too highly of your people's capability. Harry said coolly while looking down on the Goblin King. What? Snipshank snarled at the insult to his people. Hadrian, what are you doing? Rowena asked worriedly. I can't see any other reason why you'd think having some weak fools of your kind hide away like rats under the ground and hope to entrap us with your weak juvenile magic. Harry said with a snort. What? How? Snipshank spluttered before his brain finally realized the gravity of the situation. Attack. Yeah right. Harry snorted before using the blasting curse on the ground. The goblin delegation was blasted away by the explosion while Harry placed a shield around himself and Rowena from the debris. Rowena. Will you keep these fools bound for a moment? I've got some pests to kill. It'll be my pleasure, said Rowena before channeling magic through her stave and binding the Goblin King and his guards under the hold of a stone golem. Harry walked a few paces away from Rowena and touched the tip of his wand on the ground. He dipped into the magic in his body and connected it with the magic in the natural world. Keeping a clear picture of what he wanted in his mind, Harry began uttering a spell in Parcel tongue. The ground underneath him shook as the enchantment took effect. The tremors on the ground stopped, but a radical change happened. The greenery that surrounded the clearing vanished instantly, and in its place, there was smooth white marble from one edge of the forest to the other. That should do it. Harry nodded to himself before standing up from his crouch. What did you do, wizard? Snipshank snarled. I transmuted all the land a few feet down into marble. Yes, I turned this land into a tomb of your precious warlocks. Harry said coldly. No. Snipshank looked at the white marble in horror. Yes. Your people are now taking their last breath of air in a dark place where they can't see or move. They'll scream at the top of their lungs, but no one will hear them. They'll call out to their king and wonder why they're abandoned. They'll reach out with their magic to feel a bit of hope that's never there, said Harry, bending a knee so that he was level with the trapped Goblin King. Instead, they'll die blind, deaf, and dumb when they should have been enjoying their life in a land ruled by those gifted with magic. All because little Snipshank thought he could destroy what I'm about to start. We offered you peace and an alliance. Why would you reject it? Rowena asked, staring at Snipshank with a disappointed look. Because he'd like to live in a world where the wizards are nothing rather than something, said Harry. Your kind is an abomination, a mistake. You should have never existed. You are wrong. Snipshank snapped. I see. Then let me tell you a little secret, Goblin. I will build the most beautiful castle the world has ever seen in this place, atop the tomb of your people. I will build a throne fit for myself and my descendants here, and your kind will call me king, as will the wizards, the muggles, and every other creature that breathes in these lands. Harry claimed while glaring into the slanted eyes of the Goblin King. You are delusional. No goblin worth their name would call you king. Snipshank yelled, straining against the restraints. That's where you are wrong, Harry smirked before standing to his full height while pointing his wand at the goblin. You will be the first to do so. Imperio. The goblin army was barely 2,000 strong. But numbers didn't bother Harry that much. He was expecting such a low number, especially after some mutinies. As expected, Snipshank's decision to join the wizards in the battle against the muggles was unpopular. Harry had hung back and watched as some goblins mutinied and fled Snipshank in protest when he declared his intentions to fight the muggles. Of course, Harry could never allow a breakaway goblin army to crop up a new goblin kingdom in his lands. Therefore, he had to wipe out all deserters of Snipshank's army without any mercy. It was cruel and not gentlemanly, but Harry had no intention of getting bogged down in a cycle of war against different breakaway groups of goblins for the rest of his life. He already had the massive hostile Muggle populace of the islands to contend with. After securing the aid of Snipshank and his army, Harry returned to the villages under his control with the goblin army in tow. As expected, the Muggles could not locate the exact position of the settlements because of the Muggle-repelling wards he erected. But that doesn't mean the Muggles were not making the lives of the villagers any more difficult. King Constantine had sent an army of 700 men strong to reclaim the villages. They patrolled the roads to other parts of the kingdom, forcing Harry to suspend all trade with the outside world. The only reason they had survived so far was because Hogsmeade and Hogwarts were keeping them supplied with all the essentials and traded for valuable commodities. They've blocked all the major trade routes to our villages. While Constantine's men have not found the villages, they're keeping watch on the roads. Keith explained, pointing at several roads on the map laid bare on the table. Harry didn't say anything and merely observed the enemy positions on the map. It looked like the Muggles were slowly surrounding the lands close to Hogwarts. The Muggle-repelling wards kept Constantine's army miles away from any of the villages under Harry's control or Hogwarts. But having the war drag on for too long was not smart. Besides, Constantine was not the only king who posed a threat to magical beings in the British Isles, nor were the many kings the sole threat. We need to attack these 3 villages where the army is concentrated simultaneously. Peleus pointed to 3 villages on the map where their scouts claimed to have seen more soldiers. It won't be easy to dislodge Constantine's army and secure the village from. Keith started, but Harry cut in. We won't be needing these 3 villages intact, Harry said before turning his sights on the silent Goblin King in the room. Snipshanks. It's time for the goblins to enter the field. The Goblin King nodded before leaving the room silently. But my lord. The goblins, they'll show no mercy. Keith said worriedly. Good. We need Constantine to take our threat seriously. Once word spreads of the battle, he'll be forced to gather a large army and perhaps even lead it against us. We'll save ourselves months of war if we're lucky, said Harry before calling the meeting to a close. The goblin army was brutal in its attack against the 3 villages and spared nothing after the battle. They killed anything that moved in the villages and left nothing to stand after the soldiers were killed off. After looting anything of value from the villages, everything was set on fire. Harry watched dispassionately as screams tore through the battlefield as the goblins ransacked the villages. He had left the goblins to conduct warfare on their own terms to take the pressure off Snipshanks. Even if Harry had the Goblin King under the Imperious curse, the rest of the goblins were hardly impressed by their king's decision to join the wizards to war against Muggles. Having the goblins thrown into battles kept them from rebelling against the current arrangement. He needed their cooperation until Constantine was defeated and Scotland was liberated from Muggle rule. Harry was confident he could make some inroads into the goblin community within that time frame. Harry was hoping to take advantage of their greed for power and wealth in the coming days. Harry walked through the burnt remains of one of the villages after the fighting subsided. The goblins had torched everything to the ground, and Harry had to use the bubble-head charm to avoid the smoke. Half-burnt bodies were strewn across the streets, which gave Harry the urge to throw up. Despite that, he braved the streets as he owed it to himself to see the aftermath of his decision. So far, his war had always been with minimal war crimes and deaths. Keeping the Muggles alive had been one of his prime concerns as he found value in their lives, and he knew Muggles could contribute immensely to the benefit of the kingdom he was building. But this time, he had allowed wanton destruction and indiscriminate killing to unfold, and he needed to see it with his own eyes to ensure that he learned the actual cost of war of this scale. He walked the length of the destroyed village for nearly an hour before returning to the camp set outside, where the goblins held a few prisoners. Harry found the prisoners shivering in fright, surrounded by goblins armed to the teeth. Before the battle, Harry had asked the goblins to capture the priests from the church, and thankfully, they followed through with that order. I have a message for your king, priest. Harry said while coldly staring down at the priest. What do you want, monster? The priest stuttered out after gathering some courage. Imperio. Harry returned to Hogwarts to oversee the dragon dung being transported out to the fields under his control. He also had a few things to set up in Hogsmeade, like recruiting a lot of builders to start building his castle. The workforce that built a massive castle like Hogwarts was a sure bet in raising his grand new castle. Therefore, he made sure to recruit some of the best builders he knew for the castle. He also had plans to build a new city around the castle in time, which required some advanced planning and space allocation. There was also the need to discuss the finer points of what a new Kingdom of Scotland would look like with the founders. It was also a convenient excuse to spend some time with Rowena during her free hours. So, you want to create a council of wizards and witches mimicking the one you told us about in the Valyrian Freehold? Helena asked with a pensive look. Something like that. I call it the Wizengamot. Harry said with a bright smile, earnestly looking at the founders for their opinion. Where will you find worthy wizards to fill this Wizengamot, and what powers does it have? Slytherin questioned. I have 4 worthy wizards before me now. The rest will be picked to represent a specific locality within the kingdom. As for powers, I envision the Wizengamot becoming the chamber where new laws are proposed, discussed, and voted on. Harry explained. I'm sorry, Hadrian. We cannot join the Wizengamot. It'll interfere with our work in Hogwarts, said Godric, shaking his head. What? Don't be ridiculous. You are some of the best healers, potion masters, battle mages, and enchanters. To top it all off, you are educators. Your voice must be heard in the Wizengamot. I think our voice is aptly represented, Hadrian, said Godric, nodding at Rowena. Of course, Rowena's opinions and advice are highly valued and taken into consideration. But I require people with wisdom and differing opinions in the Wizengamot for it to function productively. Harry argued, but it was for naught. All 4 founders were adamant to keep themselves away from a seat in the Wizengamot despite Harry's repeated attempts to influence them. He even offered to create a law that'd ensure Hogwarts would remain an independent entity without any interference from the state. But even that refused to make them change their opinion. He went a few steps back and even offered a seat for a representative of Hogwarts, but even that got rejected. Harry was flummoxed when Salazar Slytherin, a man who was famed for looking for traits like ambition and cunning in his students, was the most adamant in rejecting any position of power in the Wizengamot for Hogwarts or the founders in their individual capacity. But he managed to extract a promise from the founders that they'd join the Wizengamot when they stopped working in Hogwarts. He had no intention of leaving the founders out of the Wizengamot. He was confident he could convince them to join the governing body in time. Harry spent most of the next 2 weeks in Hogsmeade. If he was not overseeing the construction of his castle, he was training with the Red Queen. Riding a dragon was far different, and Harry was intent on using the dragon in the war. As Rowena pointed out, he was the only wizard to have bonded with a dragon, and he wanted to milk it for all it was worth. His wait, however, came to an end when Harry got word from his spies. "My lord. We got word from our spies. King Constantine has called all his banners. He has started gathering his full army like you wanted," Peleus reported. Harry was immediately on his feet, feeling satisfaction at his plan having its intended effect. He had sent the corpses from the goblin attack to Constantine with improvised priests to spread every gruesome detail of the attack. The priests under his control were also ordered to stir up religious fervor to force Constantine's hand. By the looks of it, his plan worked like a charm, forcing the Muggle King to commit most of his forces in a decisive battle. It had been held to fight all his opponents spread out in the kingdom, and by Constantine calling all his banners, Harry got the opportunity to destroy and capture the Muggle army. It was now time to put an end to the Kingdom of Alba. "Very good. Let's begin. I plan to write 8 chapters on Harry's time travel. I've reached the 9th chapter. I could go on for another 5 at max with the plots in my head, but I'm winding it up in the next chapter with a time skip. Ch 95, the King of Scotland. Are you sure that'll work?" Albus asked, staring at Croaker expectantly. "It'll work, Dumbledore," Croaker said firmly. "I only ask because the last few times were a failure, and I get the feeling Fawkes would be less inclined to spare me his flames." The trill from his companion, who was entrapped in a contraption, sounded like a promise of bad things to come if Fawkes was hurt. "As I told you before, Dumbledore. The last few times, our calculations were way off. We didn't take into account that the branch reality could be developing a temporal dissonance as it branched away from the main timeline." "A temporal dissonance?" Albus asked curiously. "Mr. Potter's arrival has created a branch reality that occupies a unique space in time, connected to our reality by a common past but at the same time far away from us because of the differences. Do you understand that?" "Yes." Albus nodded. "Then you understand Mr. Potter has inadvertently become the focal point of change within this new reality. Every action he takes is creating ripples in space and time. It is affecting other people, and those people are making decisions that deviate from their future selves. These differences or anomalies in the past have created more distance between our reality and the branch reality. Does that make sense? I suspect what you are saying is that as Harry makes more changes in the branch reality, that reality is branching farther away from our reality. So, there is more distance between our reality and the branch reality than, say, last day." "Essentially, yes." Croaker nodded slowly. "But it's not just Mr. Potter. He must have affected other people's lives since his arrival. Those changes are also reverberating across reality, making this branch reality farther away from our own." "I see. Does that mean Harry has spent more time in this new branch reality than we experienced?" Albus asked. "I can't say for sure. There are no specific laws for space and time. If there was, we didn't know about it. In my experience, the laws that bind time and space are fluid in nature. They're always in a state of flux, always unpredictable," Croaked explained. "Yet, you claim you can retrieve Harry." Sirius barged in with a cold stare. Albus could see the man was apocalyptic and, therefore, chose to keep his silence despite Croaker's hopeful look. "How can you retrieve Harry when you don't even know whether he is in the past or the future?" Sirius asked furiously. "Do you know what happens when you cast a spell, Lord Black? Do you truly know what happens?" Croaker asked. "I'm not here to get lectured on magic," Sirius thundered. "It has been nearly a month. I want my godson. I assure you. Mr. Potter will be brought back. We've toiled day and night to make this work, Lord Black. Today, you'll be leaving with Mr. Potter from the Ministry." Sirius growled one last time before walking away while muttering darkly under his breath. Albus watched Sirius join Damian Greengrass and Minister Bones in a corner of the chamber. Of all the people who had worked strenuously to bring Harry back, Damian Greengrass worked the hardest. The man had not only obtained time turners from beyond Britain but also got expert wizards from across the many wizarding communities of the world. That's probably why Minister Bones made Damian Greengrass the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Albus thought. However, he felt there was something driving Lord Greengrass. Albus recognized some of his paranoia stemmed from the Greengrass family's sudden closeness to Harry and Sirius. After Voldemort's fall, he had been responsible for keeping Harry insulated from the unwanted attention of several elements within the wizarding world. Of course, his protection was necessary as Harry was a little child barely able to make coherent sounds on his own. Even if he had let Harry grow up among the Dursleys, it would have been a kinder fate than what would have happened had a wizarding family raised him. But now, things have changed. He knew Harry was more than capable of taking care of himself. The fight in the Ministry atrium proved Harry was ready to stand against Voldemort and all the challenges that lay ahead. It was his hope that Harry could succeed where he failed and overcome all the odds that were arrayed against him. Nonetheless, he could not help but worry for Harry. He had once abandoned his family, and Albus has lived with the consequences of that decision till now. He could not do the same to Harry, whose parents died because he failed to destroy Voldemort. The endless resources that Damien Greengrass was magically pulling into London were concerning. It's true the Greengrass family stayed away from the Isles during the war. But to amass such connections to not only make different ministries cooperate but also share their resources. Albus trailed off in thought. Shaking his head, Albus put such thoughts at the back of his mind. For now, he focused on getting Harry back safely. His worries went to Harry's condition in the branch reality. From what he had observed so far, the chances of Harry getting into the future were slim. If their current reality were not a branch reality, then the future would remain unknown to everyone. Under such a circumstance, Harry was most likely stranded in the past. How far in the past was a question that could only be answered by Harry. But his worry was the time Harry spent on this branch of reality. If too much time had passed in the branch of reality, then Harry might have started a life of his own in the new world he found himself in. It'd be cruel to wrench Harry back from the branch reality. But most importantly, Albus knew Harry would have comparatively a safer and normal life in the branch of reality than in this world. Albus. We're ready. Croaker suddenly said, snapping him out of his thoughts. He kept his concerns in a dark corner of his mind and instead went straight for Fawkes. His trusted Phoenix companion was dressed in a small black jacket lined with runes with no beginning or end. Are you ready, old friend? His trusted Phoenix trilled a hopeful note that lifted his spirits. I hope everything works as we hoped for Harry's sake and our own. Albus muttered before taking Fawkes towards Croaker. Croaker chanted something under his breath and, together with the unspeakables, both foreign and British, used a spell against the suspended sphere of energy that swallowed Harry into a different reality. The barriers that were keeping the sphere contained flared to life as the sphere rapidly expanded. Albus could see the wizards straining against the sphere as they manipulated it to suit their needs. Unlike many of the last attempts, this time, the sphere collapsed in on itself to form a whirlpool that began sucking everything inwards. Dumbledore. Now's the time. Remember, it has to be quick. Not a drop of time should be wasted. Croaker shouted over the whirling sound of the portal opening. You know what to do, Fawkes. Albus said, patting his friend on the head. Bring Harry home. Fawkes bobbed his head before turning himself into a ball of fire. The unspeakables lifted a portion of the barrier, allowing Fawkes to slip in, and he disappeared into the vortex of space. What now? Sirius asked. Now, we wait for Fawkes to return with Harry. Said Albus, looking expectantly at the whirlpool that was ever so slowly expanding. Albus hoped there were no hiccups and Harry returned safely. If they could not return Harry, then all hope was lost for the wizarding world. There was far too much at stake. Company, release. Peleus shouted at the top of his lungs. The siege engines lining the cliff released as one, throwing huge round rocks carved with runes courtesy of the goblins. He'd have never imagined the goblins would give up their weapons of war for the benefit of wizards. But impossible things tended to happen under the reign of his king, Hadrian Targaryen, the first of his name, King of Scotland. Hundreds of rune-enforced boulders fell on the ships from the kingdom of Bernish-Nisha. The stones began exploding with terrifying power once they fell on the unsuspecting enemy ships. Planks of wood splintered away as ships were blown to 3 or more pieces under their assault. Arm the catapults! He shouted. He could hear the screams coming from the shoreline as the men of Bernish-Nisha faced their worst defeats in the sea. Peleus could sense the desperation and fear of his enemies. It was only natural for them to feel this way. His king had spread fear in their home islands as his armies marched in all directions, expanding the newly formed Scottish kingdom. Constantine's defeat at the Battle of the Dragon, as it was called, was the deciding moment when the kingdom of Alba was done away, and in its place, the kingdom of Scotland emerged. All across the countryside, dragon banners rose within a month as King Hadrian enforced his control by turning his kingdom into an impenetrable fortress. No one could enter or leave the kingdom of Scotland without the king's permission. The following year, the army of Scotland gathered to invade Dalriada. With the former army of Constantine under King Hadrian's control, the fall of the many tribes in Dalriada was almost inevitable. Despite being the center of Christian expansionism, Dalriada was rife with factionalism between different tribes and the chieftains that led these tribes, like in the old days. But the main reason his king attacked Dalriada instead of Moray or Strathclyde was to gain access to the vast naval fleet in the region. With the entire region of Dalriada assimilating into the Kingdom of Scotland, they now had access to the North Channel and possessed a large fleet of ships. The rapid expansion of the kingdom had spooked the surrounding kings of Moray, Strathclyde, and Lothian. An invasion attempt from the Highlands was expected by the king by the spies in Bernish-Nisha. But what surprised them was a naval invasion from their enemies supported by the Vikings. For years, his king had tried to court Vikings as allies, but they had joined with the enemy. Peleus was relieved the Vikings had joined the enemy. He was not fond of Muggles, and the less of their kind in the kingdom, the better it was in his mind. Looking at the screaming men desperately trying to land their rowboats, Pelias could only scoff in derision. Where did the vaunted ferociousness of the Vikings go? Company, release. Another volley of boulders took flight from the cliff, bombarding the Vikings and Bernikian army. The siege weapons of goblins were terrifying, and Pelias was relieved the goblin army was on their side instead of fighting against wizards. He didn't know what his king did to earn the allegiance of the goblins, but there were rumors of a single combat between King Hadrian and Snipshank. Whatever the case, goblin weapons were highly effective in combating Muggle armies. This is why the goblin army was deployed along the Scottish kingdom's borders to destroy Bernishnisha's invading army. Pelias oversaw a few more volleys, wreaking havoc on the enemy fleet. The Muggles could not properly execute their amphibian assault because his king knew their landing site beforehand. The few that landed on the beach were unlucky, and his thoughts were proven correct when a huge cavalry force rode into the beach with dragon banners in hand. The screams from the Muggles and the clash of steel filled the morning sky. He ordered the assault to stop as the king's army was now pushing the enemy into the sea. The battle at the beach quickly turned into a one-sided slaughter. Even if the Vikings were ferocious fighters, they were outnumbered 10-1. Those were odds that even the best of armies could not easily overcome with the sea at their back. Pelias' attention shifted to the surviving ships in the enemy fleet. They were not even attempting to rescue their stranded brethren. Seeing the losing fight, the ships turned away from the disastrous battle to flee and survive the day. A guttural roar came from the north, making Pelias and his men look back. From the clouds, a giant red dragon glided through the air towards them. His men began hollering the king's name to the heavens as King Hadrian, atop his draconic mount, passed by the cliff at great speed and dived down the edge of the cliff. Pelias doubted he was the only one to feel a surge of glee and satisfaction as his king swept away the remnants of the enemy fleet on his dragon. The men under his command screamed and shouted in jubilation as the king's dragon breathed out a long line of fire that broke several ships trying to make their escape. For someone who had only known the taste of helplessness and defeat, the string of victories under his king tasted like the sweet wine of Hogsmeade. Pelias hoped it was a taste that'd never leave his tongue. Harry scoffed as the Muggles in the enemy ships tried to bring down his dragon using their archers. Steel-tipped arrows only bounced off harmlessly against the magically protected hide of the Red Queen. His dragon opened her maw wide and breathed dragon fire upon the ship that dared to attack her. The screams of men and the smell of burnt flesh and wood were kept at bay from his nostrils by the bubblehead charm. But that didn't prevent his dragon from inhaling the smoke and the scent. Letting out an unhappy growl, the Red Queen flapped her wings and put some distance between her and the ship she was intent on destroying. She breathed out another globe of fire at the ship as it started to come undone at the seams. The ship broke by its center as wood burned away under the intense heat of dragon fire. Water began rushing into the ship, dragging it ever so slowly underneath the sea. Harry's attention was taken away from the sinking ship when an arrow was stopped by his magical shield. The red cloak he had on his back flared up with runes once again, producing a shield of energy that stopped more arrows. He found the culprits on a rowboat busily arming themselves with more arrows when they realized their first salvo was ineffective. Going by their attire and the color of their hair, Harry assumed the men were Vikings. Harry snorted when the Viking archers tried their luck once again by shooting arrows at him. The Celtic runes woven into his cloak flared to life again, making the arrows bounce off harmlessly against an energy barrier. No Muggle weapon in existence could bypass the protections enchanted by my wife. Harry thought as he took careful aim with his wand. Bombarda Maxima. The rowboat was blown to bits, as were the soldiers who didn't have the presence of mind to jump from the boat when he cast the spell. He began to similarly destroy any stray ships or boats that were trying to escape the trap he had set for them. The flames of the Red Queen burned and set the sea alight, turning the small pocket of the sea into a burning oven for his enemies. Many of his enemies begged for mercy, but Harry had none to spare. He had graciously offered the Viking raiders a peace deal that would have allowed them to keep the Highlands of Moray in Ireland. He had offered them an alliance of equal partners and preference in maritime trade, but they had spurned his generous offer to side with Bernishnisha to attack his lands unprovoked. He could have understood if the Vikings had disregarded his offer of alliance as he was new to kingship and the Kingdom of Scotland was newly formed. But to attack his lands when he extended them the hand of friendship. Well, there is only one thing left to do. A total purge of the Vikings from all the islands and even Ireland. Harry vowed. The war didn't end at the sea. There was a host of Bernikian soldiers trying to invade his lands, but magic kept them at bay, and then he unleashed the goblin army on them along with some wizards. It was a one-sided slaughter that decimated the Bernikian army and opened up the Scottish lowlands for further invasion by his army. When Harry marched his army into the lowlands, he faced little resistance. One by one, villages, towns and castles fell under his control. He took the church officials, lords and knights as his prisoners and wiped their minds clean. The churches were either converted into temples of learning or soup kitchens for the children. The former church officials were tasked with increasing literacy rates by functioning as educators and surveyors for the crown. They were also charged with undoing Rome's hold on the populace. Harry had seriously contemplated the introduction of a new religion to replace the old one, but he left that idea on the back burner as he was not entirely sure what could replace the existing Christianity and whether it'd be of benefit to the people. Bernish-Nisha eventually came under his control when the Bernikian king was captured by his soldiers before the man could escape to Strathclyde. There were disgruntled and wary eyes in Strathclyde that Harry was not prepared to address at the moment, so the capture of King Malcolm of Bernish-Nisha was a boon in his eyes. With the capture of King Malcolm, his campaign in Lithlon came to a close. The complete subjugation of Lithlon was unfinished, as the purge of church infrastructure and doctrine was incomplete. But that was a time-consuming process, and Harry left some of the work to his apprentices in the royal army. His army would go around the newly conquered area, imprisoning church officials and having them transported to the capital of Scotland to get brainwashed. All it took was a memory charm and some memory modifications to get the former church officials to become loyal servants of the Scottish crown. After the fall of Bernish-Nisha, Harry was forced to spend some time in the newly conquered land to ensure Strathclyde did not develop any ideas to invade his lands. To that effect, he erected Muggle-repelling wards that blocked major passes that'd facilitate army movements to be on the safe side. He preferred to act against Strathclyde as soon as possible and gobble up the kingdom into his expanding Scottish polity. But Harry was forced to re-evaluate his strategy now that he knew he had to contend with the Vikings. There was a need for a strong fleet on the North Channel and the North Sea. It was not imperative to strike at Viking positions in Ireland and have them dislodged from their entrenched positions. Harry was starting to see the danger of weakening the Christian kings too much if the Vikings were hostile to the Kingdom of Scotland. This'll need to be discussed in the Wisengamot. Harry mused. It was with such thoughts that he returned to his capital city of Valyria. There was a celebration going on when he entered the city walls. The celebration of Scotland's victory over Lothian was indeed an occasion for great revelry. The captured former king was also paraded through the city's paved streets, but of course, the former monarch was welcomed into the city with dignity. There was a ceremony where Malcolm had to voluntarily submit to the crown and accept subservience to the Scottish crown. But all those ceremonies or the politics of the kingdom fled his mind as Harry entered his castle. A bright smile overtook his face as his wife and son waited for him near the doorway of his throne room. Rowena. Alexander. Harry pressed a chaste kiss on his wife's lips and another on his son's forehead. Make sure I'm not disturbed for the remainder of the day. Harry ordered his advisors and servants. For the remainder of the day, he spent his precious time mostly entertaining his son and sharing some intimate moments with his wife of 2 years. The entire day he spent with his family as he had missed the warmth of his wife and the joy of holding his son in his arms. When night came, Harry slept peacefully in bed with Rowena in his arms. The next day, Harry was greeted by dark clouds in the sky. At first, he thought the sky would clear itself once it rained. But the sky remained filled with dark clouds and fierce winds while rain eluded them. He got the distinct feeling that the rain was waiting to pour on them to disturb the ceremony. When it was time for the ceremony to begin, arcs of lightning started dancing in the sky. Fearing a fierce storm was brewing, he ordered the ceremony to speed up. The former king of Bernish-Nisha was forced to kneel before Harry's throne and offer his crown and sword. After giving an oath of allegiance to the Scottish crown, Malcolm was allowed to leave Valyria for his home. When Harry, along with his court, came outside the castle to see the departure of the former king of Bernish-Nisha, the storm that was brewing in the sky took a turn for the worse. A giant vortex started to form in the sky, surrounded by dark storm clouds that made everyone uneasy. The clouds gathered around the vortex as if shielding it from something. Rowena, take Alex inside, said Harry. What is it? Rowena asked worriedly. I don't know. Maybe it's a thunderbird, Harry said, but he doubted that was the case. Suddenly, a whooshing sound reverberated across the land as the vortex in the sky suddenly became pale white and started emitting rainbow colors. Yeah, definitely not a thunderbird, Harry thought. He took his wand into his hand, ready to face whatever was brewing in the sky. To Harry's surprise, the whooshing sound stopped abruptly, and a phoenix song filled the air. What the hell? Harry's eyes widened as he saw a familiar phoenix exit the vortex in space. The soldiers around him unsheathed their weapons while the wizards produced their wands and staff, but Harry stopped them from acting against the phoenix as it flew towards him. Instead, Harry offered his arm for the bird to land. Fox. Harry breathed in surprise once the phoenix landed on his offered arm. The flaming bird let out a trill that sounded like a happy greeting to Harry's ears. I don't understand. How did you come here? Harry breathed out in amazement. Fox shook his head before he climbed onto his shoulder and rubbed his head against his cheek. Harry. Rowena called him cautiously. It's all right. Fox is a friend from home, Harry said, smiling at his wife. The air around him suddenly simmered, making Harry's eyes widen. Bright gold flames started to cover him like a cocoon, making Harry look in panic at Fox. No. Stop, Fox! Harry shouted, but his attempts to dissuade Fox from teleporting fell on deaf ears. The golden aura completely encompassed him, and in the next moment, he felt like he was being squeezed through a small tube at breakneck speed. His body felt like it was being melted off, and his ears could only make out a high-pitched scream. Harry had to shut his eyes as he could see an explosion of colors that threatened to make him blind. He didn't know how long he was subjected to the assault on his senses, but when it finally ended, he was on his stomach on a smooth marble floor. Harry! Harry, my boy! You're safe, lad! Up now! Different voices bared down on him, but he could not discern who was talking or where he was. His eyes were out of focus, and he could only see dark spots in his vision. His legs gave out, and Harry fell, allowing darkness to claim him. Ch96, Summer Holidays. You know you could have warned Hermione, said Tonks. Sirius looked at her incredulously. Are you kidding? I told her not to go in there. She didn't listen. Sirius shook his head helplessly. You could have explained it a bit better, said Tonks, cringing slightly as more shouting and the sound of glass and furniture breaking could be heard throughout Grimmauld Place. Sirius looked troubled for a moment before shrugging his shoulders and lying back down as he held a wet cloth against his broken nose. Where is Creaker? I told him to bring me the... Sirius was cut off by an abrupt popping sound near the couch he was lying down. Did the Blood Traitor Master call Creaker? Sirius was so startled by Creaker's sudden appearance that he nearly fell off the couch. Creaker brought the potion for Blood Traitor Master. Creaker drawled, holding out the small vial of green potion in his hand. Sirius plucked the vial with a growl while Creaker popped away after shooting him a nasty grin. One of these days, I'll wring his neck. Sirius grumbled as he poured the green sludge over his nose. The essence of Dittany worked its magic within a few seconds after he poured it over the bridge of his nose. The bleeding stopped altogether, and when Sirius looked himself in the mirror, he found the skin had knitted itself back together. Harry, no. Stop it. I meant... Sirius looked up as he heard Hermione's voice getting consistently high-pitched and closer as seconds trickled by. He found the curly-haired teen floating down the stairs and unceremoniously dumped on the wooden floor on her back with a distinct thud. Harry, I know. Sirius abruptly cut in before Hermione could dig a bigger hole. I warned you to give him space. But, he's so different now. Hermione said, her lips quivering as she looked up the stairs with a frightened look. Well, that's because Harry is different, Hermione. If we experienced 3 weeks without him, Harry spent 3 years wherever he went. Whatever happened there affected him deeply. Tonks explained as she helped Hermione to her feet. How do you know that? Hermione asked with a gasp of surprise. That's because Harry shouted that before punching Sirius in the nose. Tonks snickered. I have so many questions, said Hermione, looking expectantly at Tonks. Yeah, you're not the only one. Dumbledore said Harry might have grown accustomed to life at the place he went, and his abrupt departure from the place might be causing him some misery. Sirius explained. Really? How does that even work? Hermione asked with an inquisitive look that rubbed Sirius the wrong way. You'd have to ask Dumbledore, said Sirius with a shrug of his shoulder as he made himself comfortable on a plush chair. Did Harry say anything else? Hermione asked, turning her sights on Tonks once she realized Sirius was not expanding on it further. Nothing. He has been moody and silent ever since he came back, said Tonks, hugging a cushion close to her chest. And he punched me in the face. Sirius added. We can't let him spend the whole summer cooped up in his room, said Hermione, staring at Sirius and Tonks earnestly. You're right, of course. But give him some time to come to terms with his situation, Hermione, said Sirius, patting the girl on her shoulder. He'll speak to us when he's ready. Despite Sirius' hope for Harry's return to normalcy, it didn't happen in July. The month ended unceremoniously, giving way to August, and still, Harry didn't change his attitude. Even Dumbledore tried his hand, and Sirius had never seen Dumbledore getting pushed out so violently with magic. If the headmaster hadn't countered with his own magic, the man might have broken his back against one of the walls of the Black Manor. This is not healthy, Sirius. Something must be done, Andromeda said as she walked back and forth inside the drawing room of Grimmauld Place. Don't you think I know that? Sirius asked in frustration while rubbing his temples. He threw Hermione out of his room and had her levitated down the floor. He nearly blasted Dumbledore through the wall, and I got punched in the face. I got electrocuted for my efforts to get inside his room. Tonks raised her hand not to be left out. He only lets in Hedwig, Creaker, and Dobby, but that's mostly for food, cigarettes, and fire whiskey. Sirius said grimly. To think that I thought I was moody and self-destructive after escaping Azkaban. I was nowhere near this level of depression. I think it's time that we asked Damien to send his daughter, said Andromeda after a brief moment of silent contemplation. Are you insane? Sirius asked with an incredulous look. In his current state, I don't know what he'll do to the girl. He won't harm her. They were involved, were they not? Andromeda asked with a frown. They were, but not for the last 3 years from Harry's perspective. Do you really want to make this more complicated? I see no harm in it to try. Andromeda shrugged. No. Sirius decided. It's too dangerous. We don't know what happened to Harry when he was away, and I don't think it's a good idea to throw Daphne against Harry and hope for the best. We'll not be throwing her against Harry. We'll tell her and Damien the truth. Let them decide the rest. Andromeda suggested. Sirius just shook his head. He was sure Harry could regain his bearings by himself, and he certainly didn't want Daphne to get hurt by seeing the state Harry was in. He also feared the girl would push Harry too much, and there was no way to predict how Harry would react. It was the only reason he kept denying Daphne's requests to see Harry all these days. Sirius, I'll keep an eye on her when she's with Harry. Tonks said earnestly. The girl is not a helpless maiden, Sirius. She went with him to the Ministry to confront the Death Eaters. She's brave and strong enough, said Andromeda, staring at him pointedly, daring him to disagree with her. In the end, Sirius caved into Andromeda's suggestion. Taking a handful of fluo powder, he threw it into the fireplace. Green Grass Manor. Daphne had spent the entirety of July rife with worry after she learned what happened to Harry inside the Ministry. At first, her father had tried to hide what exactly transpired, but he eventually caved in after her persistent attempts. After that, each day was filled with worry and helplessness until finally, Harry was rescued from the space-time anomaly that took her boyfriend away from their reality. Now, she learned Harry had closed himself off from the rest of the world for some reason. She did get the gist of it from her father, who informed her about the time disparity Harry endured. According to her father, Harry looked older than when they last saw him. The Unspeakables also shared the possibility of Harry's attachments to the people in the branch reality with her father. So, Sirius' flow call about seeking her help to bring Harry out of his self-imposed incarceration inside his room was not surprising. She had been trying every day to get Sirius to let her speak with Harry. It was only when they had mucked up for a whole week that they allowed her into Grimmauld Place. You should have let me see him earlier, said Daphne, glaring at Sirius once she stepped out of the flue. It's not as simple as it sounds. Harry is different than you remember. Sirius just shook his head as he exhaled out to calm his nerves. I suppose your father told you the gist of it. Yes. Daphne said impatiently. Where is he? Upstairs. Tonks will come along for your safety. No. Daphne put her foot down. I don't need anyone's protection. Daphne, you don't understand. I know how to take care of myself, and I don't need anyone protecting me from Harry, of all people. Daphne said firmly. Sirius let out a tired sigh and led her upstairs. Just be on guard, Daphne, said Sirius before knocking on the door to Harry's room. Sirius stood back, and Daphne moved towards the door. Harry. May I come in? Daphne waited patiently outside for an answer. Whatever, came the muffled reply after a few minutes. She opened the door and let it close behind her. The room was submerged in darkness from top to bottom. It was as if someone stole away all the light. Harry. She tentatively called as she made slow and careful steps inside the dark room. The urge to light up her wand was there, but she held back, afraid it'd annoy Harry. Harry, I can't see anything, Daphne said as she tentatively made each step forward. Suddenly, a small globe of light flickered into existence before her eyes. Wow! That's new, she muttered under her breath as she carefully moved forward. Daphne could see Harry sitting up in his bed with his back to the wall. There was a strong stench of smoke in the room as she came closer to Harry's bed. She saw the ashtray on the bedside table filled to the brim with ash and the remains of Muggle cigarettes. She never understood Harry's fascination with Muggle cigarettes when wizarding smoke tubes were available. The globe of light floated upwards until it hit the ceiling, where it stayed, lighting up the room. You seem to have picked up a few tricks, Daphne commented in an attempt to break the ice and regain her bearing upon seeing the physical changes in Harry. Her comment didn't elicit any response from Harry. Instead, she took a closer look at her boyfriend. Harry was far more rugged looking than she remembered. He was also taller and even grew a beard. His hair was long, and she could see that his eyes had grown only brighter. Or maybe that was because Harry had foregone wearing his glasses. His arms looked well defined, and his chest and abdomen were packed with muscles. Dark bangs covered his forehead, shielding the lightning bolt scar in half his right eye. There were dark bags underneath his eyes, signaling a lack of sleep. In short, Harry looked older and tired in her eyes. You look different, Daphne commented as she untied the green robe from around her shoulders and hung it near the nightstand. The yellow summer dress she had underneath allowed her more freedom of movement. She carefully sat on Harry's bed and kicked out her shoes from her legs. I wish I could say the same about you, Harry murmured. What makes you think so? I grew half an inch this summer. But Astoria had me beat with a solid 1.5 inches. Daphne said with a shake of her head as she crawled into the bed and joined Harry. Daphne heard a distinct snort from Harry, which gave her more confidence. Harry positively responded to her presence, which was a win in her books. She rested her back against the wall as she sat beside Harry. Daphne held back a smile when she saw a ghost of a grin tugging at the corner of Harry's mouth. So, care to share why you've imprisoned yourself in the darkness? Daphne asked, arching her eyebrow while looking at Harry. Instead of answering, Harry picked up another cigarette and began smoking it in her presence. It was a signal that he was not interested in having this conversation with her, but she did not come here to be so easily dismissed. Daphne reached out, plucked the cigarette from Harry's mouth, and took a drag. A second later, she regretted doing that as she began coughing. I don't how you can stand this thing. Daphne croaked out between coughs. No one told you to use it, said Harry, taking the cigarette out of her hands. But she was not so easily cowed. She snatched the cigarette back after he took another puff, and this time, she managed to smoke without an issue. I really don't see the appeal in this, Daphne commented, blowing smoke out of her mouth. Then give it back. Harry tried to retrieve his cigarette, but Daphne held it out of his reach. But first answer me, what do you hope to gain by locking yourself in a dark room? Daphne eyed him critically. You don't know what happened, what I lost, Harry whispered. You're right, I don't. No one knows until you tell them, but I won't force you to speak of it. However, is hiding away inside this room going to change anything that happened? Daphne asked rhetorically. Daphne observed her boyfriend closely as he stared into the distance and thought. Have you given any thought to what the Dark Lord is planning at the moment? While you shut yourself from the outside world, your enemies gather strength, Harry. Your sudden disappearance from the ministry also disturbed your plan with Bellatrix. When she said that, Harry looked at her with a sudden realization. Less strange. You still hold her? Harry asked curiously. Yes. Under the drought of living death as we planned. It took all my father's political goodwill with Minister Bones to declare Bellatrix was captured by the ministry. Minister Bones had been hounding my father for days to know why we were keeping Bellatrix as a prisoner. We can't answer that because only you know the true reason. She's healthy, right? Harry asked. For now. If we're to make any moves, we must do it soon. Shutting yourself in this room won't solve any problems. You need to come out no matter what transpired while you were gone. Time waits for no man, said Daphne. She watched Harry take a deep breath before letting go. You're right, of course. Harry rubbed his temples tiredly. I need to sleep. I'll make sure you get your sleep, said Daphne. How do you expect to accomplish that task? Harry arched an eyebrow. Daphne pushed him off the wall, making his head hit the pillow. A moment later, she was by his side, drawing the covers up over their bodies. She pulled his head close against her neck and rubbed soothing circles on his back with her left hand. Her free hand paid attention to his head as her fingers glided through his long black hair. Sleep, Harry, Daphne softly whispered as she held him close. No matter how much she insisted, Harry didn't sleep for more than 5 hours. But those 5 hours were nerve-wracking for her as he was thrashing and mumbling in sleep, suffering from a nightmare. The urge to use a potion was there in the back of her mind, but she held back as she felt it was better this way. She was confident Harry could pull himself out of the current situation. They skipped lunch as they were in bed, but when evening came, she suggested they go out for dinner. At first, Harry was reluctant to follow through with her suggestion, but he eventually caved in before her perseverance. She stepped out of the protective wards surrounding Grimmauld Place and stood beside Harry. Where are we going? Harry asked once they were outside. Somewhere far away from here, Daphne said with a scowl as she noticed the ridiculously transparent attempt of Sirius and Tonks trying to follow them. You seem to be in a foul mood, Harry commented airily. That's because I'm being teased by your mean relatives. They've been making insinuations that we were doing something inappropriate in your room. Deal with them, Daphne said impetuously while glaring at the bush where Sirius and Tonks hid. Sirius, leave us be, Harry said with a sigh. Can't do that, Harry. You don't know how dangerous our islands have become as of last month. Don't worry too much, Sirius. The islands will know how dangerous I've become soon enough, said Harry, pointing his wand straight to the sky. With a bang, the night bus strolled into the driveway at breakneck speed. It halted abruptly once it neared Harry and Daphne. Oh, hey there, Harry. Ernie, look. We've got Harry Potter with us. Stan Shunpike shouted in excitement. You remember me, Harry? I'm Stan Shunpike. I haven't forgotten, said Harry. You hear that, Ernie? Harry Potter remembers me. Stan hollered excitedly. Daphne could see they had become the center of attention for the passengers of the night bus. Perhaps this was not a smart idea, Daphne muttered as she took a few steps back, intimidated by all the stares. Come. Harry took her hand and walked inside the bus, forcing Daphne to follow. Where to, Harry, OL chap? Stan asked in a wholly familiar manner as if they had been friends for a long time. Daphne looked suspiciously between Harry and the conductor. Diagon Alley. It'll be 11 sickles each. And who's your lady friend? Stan asked, grinning like an idiot while looking at Daphne. Stan, meet Daphne. Daphne, meet Stan. Harry proceeded with the shortest of introductions she had ever heard. Harry gave a couple of extra sickles than necessary before asking for a more private setting on the bus. Stan was all the more happy to oblige. Once they settled into a cabin that warded them off from the rest of the shady passengers of the night bus, Daphne let out a relieved sigh. She sat across from Harry inside the cabin. Harry placed sticking charms on their body just when the night bus sped away with a bang. We should have gone to Muggle London. That'd have been far safer. Daphne muttered, shivering in fright as chaos ensued inside the night bus. Seats were moving freely, and she often saw a few wizards getting smashed into the glass cabin that separated them from the rest. No, it won't. Muggles are facing constant attacks from Dementors, werewolves, vampires, and Death Eaters. How do you know that? Daphne asked curiously. I might have sealed myself inside a room, but I read the wizarding and Muggle papers. I've also been listening in on the conversations in the house. I suppose you know everything that happened then. Not everything. Harry leaned forward in his seat so that he was looking straight into Daphne's eyes. What does your father say? He says thank you for destroying the giants. The Ministry is stretched thin responding to the Dark Lord's attacks. The priority of the Ministry is now to contain the war rather than fight the Dark Lord head-on. Most Ministry employees work around the clock to keep the statute of secrecy. Daphne explained. So, Minister Bones has been entirely useless. Harry frowned before dropping his shoulders in disappointment. I don't know why I expected more from her. She managed to force the Death Eaters out of the Wizengamot using the wartime powers of her post. All previously convicted Death Eaters have been declared enemies of the Ministry. The Aurors are also empowered to use deadly force while confronting Death Eaters and other dark creatures aligned with the Dark Lord. Daphne suddenly came to the defense of Madame Bones. She didn't particularly favor Madame Bones, but the woman was far better than Fudge. She also inherited a dismantled and incompetent ministry, and only 1 month had passed since her ascension to the post. Seeing the curious look Harry was directing at her, she rushed to explain. It has only been a month since she came to power. Also, my father talked about Minister Bones' attempts to involve the ICW in the war. It won't be long before other ministries offer assistance to combat the Dark Lord's forces. Asking for military assistance from ICW member states is all fun and good, but how'll we know those that come to our shores are not sympathizers to the Dark Lord's ideology? Harry asked. I suspect that's why the Ministry has so far not given any clearance to outside entities to operate inside our borders. Daphne mused aloud. Harry let out a noncommittal grunt but otherwise remained silent. Daphne knew he had some misgivings about Madame Bones because of her involvement in Sirius' case. Even she shared those same concerns, but if not Madame Bones, then who? Her replacement would not be any better. She suspected Harry also realized it on some level. Just thinking about the stuff she heard from her father about the internal state of the Ministry gave her nightmares. Nepotism, recommendations, and bribes were the real currency from top to bottom in the Ministry. Honestly, she was surprised Minister Bones managed to keep Harry's disappearance a secret till now. Enough about politics. Now, tell me, why are you not wearing your glasses? She asked. Anything to keep Harry's mind off depressing subjects was her goal. In time, she was sure she could bring back the old Harry, who was confident and strong. The one that she truly loved. CH97, The Rise of House Potter. You could postpone this, you know. Sirius said with a troubled look. No. It has waited long enough. It's time for House Potter to emerge from obscurity. Harry said, nodding at the completed Potter Manor while sitting on a bench in the garden. Winky popped next to their side and offered them orange juice. Thanks, Winky. Harry smiled at the elf, who happily nodded at him before skipping towards Dobby, who was working on watering the plants in the garden. Don't you think you're setting up the manor for Voldemort to attack? It'd be better to ward the property using the Fidelius charm. Sirius suggested. Harry shrugged his shoulders. On the contrary, I'll not use any wards on the property. Sirius stared at Harry with wide eyes when he heard that. Are you mad? It'll be like a beacon goading Voldemort to attack this place. Sirius said with alarm. Perfect. I want that party to happen within 2 weeks. Said Harry, taking a sip of the orange juice, completely disregarding the incredulous stare from Sirius. 2 weeks? Harry, what are you doing? Sirius was on the edge now with worry. He feared what was going through the mind of his godson. Just blatantly disregarding all dangers was not how Harry operated. What? I've restored Potter Manor, and I want to hold a party to celebrate its revival, said Harry like it was a trivial matter. Okay. Sirius took a deep breath. Then we can hold a ball inviting the people we trust. We can limit the invites so the word never gets to Voldemort's ears. No. I'll have the date published in the Daily Prophet and send public invites. The party will be open for all. Sirius just gaped at his godson with a flabbergasted look. But before he could say anything else, Harry's friends came out of the manor. So, how does it look? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Is it okay for me to admit I'm jealous of your game room? Cedric asked. That's the prevailing opinion among many people. You're, of course, free to visit whenever you wish, Cedric. Any man who can take down Robustan Lestrange with a blasting curse has an open invite to the manor lasting a lifetime, said Harry. I'll hold you to that promise, Harry. Cedric grinned. What about you, Neville? Harry asked. Well, there are too many fountains. Neville said hesitantly, looking around the garden. Let's say that those fountains might come in handy soon, Harry said with a wink before turning his sights on Tracy. You could have gone with fewer lion sculptures, Tracy commented. Well, let's just say. Let me guess. They have a specific purpose as well, Tracy drawled. Yes. Harry unashamedly agreed. Tracy sighed and looked at Daphne. Honestly, what do you see in him? In a vulnerable moment, I took pity on him, said Daphne, rolling her eyes. Maybe it's because of the Raxperts. They have the power to mess with your head, Luna airily said, making everyone goggle at her. These sakura trees are a nice touch, Tracy admitted, staring at the pink flowery trees in the garden. That was thanks to Sirius' fiancé. I'll have to think up a good gift for her, Harry mused aloud. All right, kids. I want your attention, Sirius said while clapping his hands. Someone please tell my godson that it's a bad idea to hold a party in the manor with an open invitation. You're doing what? Neville gaped. When everyone is trying to keep their heads down, why are you painting a target on your back and inviting you-know-who to attack this place? Asked Cedric. Do you fear the Dark Lord? Harry asked, casually leaning back against the bench. Of course I do. Are you saying you don't? Cedric frowned. Anyone who does not fear Lord Voldemort is an idiot with a death wish. The man is a sorcerer with decades of experience. But fear doesn't mean I should run away and put my life on the ice. Harry, you'll be painting a huge target on yourself if you publicly declare Potter Manor's rebuilt status, Tracy slowly said as if she was speaking to a child. He might attack you and your guests. He might even burn down your home. I'm counting on his arrival. Harry smirked. Tracy rolled her eyes and stared at her friend with folded hands. Honestly. What do you see in him, Daphne? Not only is he an unthinking Gryffindor, he's also suicidal. Hey! Neville protested. Oh, come on, Longbottom. Tell me I'm wrong. Tracy challenged. Neville looked at Tracy and then at Harry apologetically before shrugging his shoulders. She has a point. At least tell us you have a plan, Cedric said earnestly. Oh, I've got a plan, Harry said confidently. But Voldemort is not one to be underestimated. He'll be cautious after what transpired in the Ministry. So, what's the plan? Tracy asked with a skeptical look. Does it involve getting blasted into the past and returning as an old man? You'll see, Harry said enigmatically, letting her jab at his older appearance pass. Maybe we could hold the celebration elsewhere instead of risking your newly built home, Sirius suggested again. We'll be holding the party here as well as your wedding. I think enough delays have pushed back your wedding with Bridget, said Harry. Sure enough, Sirius' postponed wedding plans became the center of discussion instead of the impending party or Voldemort. Before long, his friends departed one by one, leaving only Daphne and Sirius in his home. Harry took a stroll through the manor with Sirius and Daphne accompanying him. The floor was layered with red granite that gleamed under the sunlight, while the walls were made of pitch-black stone. The windows were stained with a multitude of colors from chamber to chamber with intricate artworks. Sumptuous adornments, plush cushions, detailed curtains and rugs of velvet covered the manor, and all of that was Daphne's selection with some help from Tracy. You'll need to fill in the wine cellar. It won't be much of a wine cellar if there is now wine, fire whiskey, or butterbeer, Daphne pointed out. Can you make a list of wine that? I'll be happy to, Daphne said eagerly. Adopting a bashful look when he looked at her amusedly, she defended, I know a thing or two about wine. All right then. I'll leave the wine cellar in your capable hands, said Harry, happy to dump that work on Daphne. You'll also need to add more chandeliers and furniture. Having some wall scones should also lighten up the place, Daphne suggested. All the furniture will be delivered by tomorrow, but I don't know about the chandeliers. Seems a bit excessive to me, Sirius commented, taking an apple from the fruit bowl and taking a bite. I agree. I'm not a fan of candlelight. I've another thing in mind, said Harry. What other thing? Sirius asked curiously. He is just itching to show off his lighting stones. Daphne said with a snort. Sirius perked up. Lighting stones. It's just something I've been working on for smokeless light. Harry explained. But, scented candles are the best. People buy them because of their fresh scent. Sirius said, looking lost. Don't bother. He just wants to show off his rune skills. Daphne said with a sigh. Hey. Do you want to help me send out the invites, or are you too busy disparaging me? Harry asked. It took an entire week for Harry to invite some prominent personalities in the wizarding world. In some cases, Harry sent an invite using Owl Post, but in rare cases, he personally went to invite them and their families. The Wisengamot members in the ministry got a personal invite from Harry, and it was also a convenient time for learning apparition. Though he had the capability of flight, apparition was a faster mode of transportation. He also visited some of his friends and their families in person to deliver the invitation cards. The first family he saw was the Weasley family. They were the first family to host him in the wizarding world, so Harry felt it was better to start from the roots. It was followed by the Lovegoods because their house was closer to the Weasleys. After that, he visited Cedric and his parents to deliver the invite in person. Tracking down the rest of the knights proved to be a hassle as most lived in the Muggle world. So, he stopped delivering invites in person after tracking down Katie Bell's home. The rest of the invites went by Owl or using the Flow network except for one last invite. It was the one he reserved for the Minister of Magic. But before he went to the ministry to deliver the invite in person, he had to do one more thing. Taking a handful of Flow powder, he threw it into the fireplace of Potter Manor. Rita Skeeter's office, Daily Prophet. The yellow flames turned green for a brief moment, and Harry allowed the flames to wash over his face. Rita. Harry Potter. Harry took notice of the woman on his payroll. I'll be at the ministry meeting with Minister Bones. You might get an interesting bit of news if you're not tardy, said Harry before abruptly cutting the call. With a flick of his wand, he vanished the flames and sealed off the floor with wards. With that tip-off delivered, he set forth to Grimmauld Place to find Sirius. While he had every right to be confident in his abilities in case of any Death Eater, he was not foolish enough to discard the help of another skilled wizard. Therefore, he picked up Sirius along for the ride, and together, they arrived at the ministry. Are you sure this is what you want to do? Sirius asked once they were in the lift. I still think this is a terrible idea. Was it a bad idea to sneak into the Department of Mysteries and remove the Prophesy Orb? If we hadn't acted and hoped Dumbledore's half-ass plan to post some untrained wizards as guards would work, then Voldemort would be in possession of the orb. We could have never exposed him to the public. Harry pointed out. This is different, Harry. You're directly daring Voldemort to attack your home. What is to say that he won't use his entire army to overwhelm you with sheer numbers? I've planned for that scenario. Harry said. I think you're underestimating Voldemort and his army. His Death Eaters might be fresh recruits, but he has the allegiance of werewolves, vampires, dementors, and other dark creatures. I've accounted for them as well. Trust me, you'll be pleasantly surprised by my preparedness should Voldemort take the bait. Harry promised. I hope you're right. Because I don't think James and Lily will let me off the hook in the beyond if something happened to you. You sound like a mother hen, Sirius. Are you sure you're a marauder? Harry asked with a chuckle. I'm pretty sure even your father would say this is madness. Sirius muttered. You want to do what? Amelia Bones looked at Harry like he was the dumbest person on planet Earth. As I told you, Minister. I've restored Potter Manor, and I'm holding a party. A party? Are you insane? Minister Bones shouted. The thought had crossed my mind. Sirius said while eyeing Harry from the corner of his eyes. Harry merely shook his head and made himself comfortable on his seat while watching Minister Bones walking back and forth behind her desk, muttering something under her breath. Do one thing, Mr. Potter. You send an invite to the Dark Lord while you're at it. Madame Bones grumbled as she angrily sat back in her chair. I don't have his address. Harry drawled. You. Do you care to know that we are at war? Minister Bones thundered. That's your problem, Madame Bones. You thought the war started last year. As far as I'm concerned, it never ended, and I've been fighting it ever since I stepped into the wizarding world. Harry said, forcing the Minister of Magic to fall silent. The party will go on as planned. You're cordially invited to attend the party. Good day, Minister, said Harry, climbing to his feet and extending the invitation card to the Minister. Tell me, Mr. Potter. If the Dark Lord attacks your home during this party of yours, what do you think will happen? Minister Bones asked with a raised eyebrow. Harry grinned at the leader of Wizarding Britain. The last time we dueled, Voldemort lost his arm. Maybe this time, he'll lose his head. Harry said with a shrug. Minister Bones let out a long-suffering sigh when she heard that. I'll have an aura detail posted outside your home if you're intent on going through with this party. Harry let out an internal scoff. The Aurors were most likely to cut loose and run or join in with the Death Eaters if there was an attack. It's unnecessary, but do what you must, said Harry. However, I've got a request. Let's hear it then. I'll need a blanket pardon for my actions from here on out. Minister Bones looked gobsmacked by the demand. Pardon? What for? She asked incredulously. You don't expect me to fight a war and destroy the most powerful Dark Lord born in our isles with the disarming charm or the stunning charm, do you? Harry asked with a pointed look. I don't have the power to. Minister Bones started protesting. Of course you do. Wartime powers allow the Minister of Magic to pardon someone without a trial. Harry cut in. That provision only applies to hit wizards and Aurors under my command. It does not apply to a civilian. Minister Bones argued. Then it's quite simple, isn't it? You can accept me as a hit wizard. Harry smiled triumphantly. Tell me he's joking. Minister Bones looked at Sirius. I wish that was the case. Sirius said with an uneasy look. Minister Bones took a deep breath before staring at Harry with a troubled look. You look like I'm asking you to sell me your firstborn minister. You'll do as I ask, yes? It'll only benefit you in the end. Think of all the publicity you stand to gain when the news breaks that you recruited the Chosen One into the Ministry's army against Voldemort and his Death Eaters. You mean the one where I get grilled by the Wizengamot for recruiting an underage wizard into a branch of the DMLE, flouting laws and traditions that were followed for centuries. Minister Bones said, her eyes twitching with irritation. Ah, you forgot, Minister. I'm no longer underage. Harry waved his hand dismissively. That's true. Minister Bones said, looking intrigued at the possibilities that now lay open before her. All right. I think it's a reasonable request to issue pardons for using lethal force against the enemies that you face, Mr. Potter, considering we have a war to win. But I can't issue a blanket pardon no matter the circumstances. I'm sure we can come to an understanding of sorts on the scope of legality should I use deadly force against the Death Eaters, said Harry. Yes, an understanding would be perfect. Minister Bones nodded with a sigh. Now, I need to know something. What be you done with Bellatrix Lestrange? You'll soon have her in your possession, Minister. But when I'm finished with her, I'll deliver her to you. For now, know that I need Bellatrix to make Voldemort vulnerable. Harry cut in smoothly. After the meeting with Minister Bones, Harry and Sirius made a swift exit towards the Ministry atrium. Many eyes followed their every move, and Harry kept a tight leash on his magical power to keep himself from reacting. In the branch reality, he was used to people bowing and scrapping before him. It came to a point where some of the Muggles and even wizards started to see him more as a god or a demigod rather than a powerful sorcerer. The constant battles he was involved in had also taken a toll on him as he was always in a warrior mode most of the time. Anything that made him fall back into those instincts made Harry very uncomfortable. While occlumency had helped him recover somewhat, years of behavioral patterns could not be quickly suppressed over a few weeks. Thankfully, they passed by the people in the Ministry without incident until they found Rita Skeeter and a photographer by the Fountain of Magical Brethren in the atrium. The resident bug journalist was in her element as she skipped past many in the crowd and positioned herself before Harry and Sirius. Her quill and a notepad were out in a flash, and the photographer positioned himself behind her. Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter. Rita Skeeter for the Daily Prophet. Do you think you have a few moments for some questions? I suppose I could spare a few moments of my time. The people are calling you the Chosen One. Do you agree with that title? Rita asked with a sparkle in her eyes. No. Harry answered shortly. Any particular reason? Rita asked with a strained smile. Harry knew the woman was only trying to get something juicy out of his mouth and making the most of the chance. I've got a wonderful name. I urge people to use that instead of silly titles made up by some interesting personalities. Here, Harry stared pointedly at Skeeter to get the point across. There are rumors that there was a prophecy in the Department of Mysteries, which was why you were fighting the Dark Lord in the atrium. Is this true? Yes, there is a prophecy, and yes, that's why we were dueling. I won't be sharing the details of that prophecy, and no, it's not in the Department of Mysteries. I've taken custody of the prophecy so it won't fall into the wrong hands. He answered truthfully. Harry saw no reason to deny any knowledge of the prophecy. Frankly, he saw no reason to publicize the prophecy either. Whether Voldemort knew its contents or not didn't make much difference. Either way, Voldemort wouldn't stop trying to kill him. For now, the only use of the prophecy was the psychological warfare aspect. The fear of the prophecy's contents kept Voldemort in flux, making him act irrationally. So you admit you're destined to fight the Dark Lord? Rita asked excitedly. I wouldn't call it destiny. Voldemort chose to attack my family more than a decade ago. He set everything in motion. You could say Voldemort chose his destiny that night when he attacked my family at Godric's Hollow. Rita Skeeter just smiled wickedly as she furiously scribbled on her notepad. Why did you come to the ministry, Harry? She suddenly asked, switching to a topic he wanted all along. To meet Minister Bones and deliver an invite in person. An invite? Harry furnished a card he had made for the public. Potter Manor was destroyed after my grandparents passed away during the last war. I've restored it to its former glory to the best of my abilities. Though I had lost all my family's precious history and my ancestors' portraits, I believe it'll be a new beginning for House Potter. Therefore, I cordially invite you all for a party to celebrate the restoration of Potter Manor on the 20th of this month. More details are available on the card, and I hope everyone can partake. Skeeter had more questions, but Harry was on a schedule here. He had one final invite to deliver, and that required him to visit Hogwarts. It was finally time he checked in on Albus Dumbledore. CH98, meeting the slug. Why? Why did you do this? Dumbledore asked earnestly, with a look of concern shining in his blue eyes. Harry looked at the front page of the Daily Prophet, where his invitation card was printed in bold letters under the headline that read, Harry Potter, the Prophesied One. He had to admit Skeeter had gone out of her way to captivate her audience using a flair for dramatics in retelling their conversation. She cooked up an entirely new story for the prophecy all by herself to augment the drama involved. According to Skeeter, Merlin crossed into the mortal plane from the afterlife to deliver the prophecy of the Chosen One to Dumbledore and the Potters. Then she spun another fantastical tale of how Peter Pettigrew heard a portion of the prophecy and reported it to the Dark Lord. She then connected this half-knowledge of the prophecy as to why Voldemort attacked the Potter family. Rather than taking offense to the false tale spun by Rita Skeeter, Harry found himself impressed by her narrative skills. Skeeter should try her hand at writing fictional stories. Harry mused. Harry. Are you listening? Dumbledore asked, looking rather frustrated. I came here to invite you, Headmaster, to the party I'm hosting at home. If you have the time to spare, please pay a visit. Are you all right, Harry? Dumbledore asked with concern. I'm quite fine. Thank you. I don't think so, Harry. How do you explain this? Dumbledore shook the paper he was holding for emphasis. What is there to explain? Harry raised an eyebrow. Don't you see the danger you'd invite with this act, Harry? Lord Voldemort will take this as a challenge. He will attack you and burn your home to the ground. Dumbledore said earnestly. Harry snorted as he stood up from his seat and walked closer to the vacant stand where Fawkes was supposed to stay. I've been constantly in danger from the moment I stepped into these halls. I didn't see you warning me not to return to Hogwarts. So. Don't you think it's a little late to warn me about any dangers? Harry raised an eyebrow at Dumbledore. For once, the Hogwarts headmaster had no answer and observed silence. Look, Harry. I'm only concerned for your safety. Harry outright laughed at Dumbledore's face when he heard the word safety from the man's mouth. No, you're not Dumbledore. Your concern is not for Harry Potter, an orphan boy. No, your concerns and actions have always been in the interest of your beliefs on what is best for the boy who lived in your petty war against Voldemort. You're wrong, Harry. Dumbledore disagreed. I do care about you. I don't think so. Else, why would you? Harry stopped himself at the last moment before spilling the beans about the Horcrux stuck in his head. Harry. Dumbledore sat forward in his seat, looking expectantly at him. But Harry was distracted by something else as he got a glimpse of Dumbledore's blackened hand. He is afflicted with the withering curse. That means. Harry thought as the realization set in. Harry. Dumbledore's voice brought him out of his musings. After clearing his throat, Harry addressed Dumbledore. There is no point in arguing about this, headmaster. The party will go ahead as planned. Harry said firmly. You're putting yourself and everyone that arrives for the party in grave danger. Look around you, Headmaster Dumbledore. The wizarding world is in danger as long as that madman lives. Harry said with a scoff. No one is safe when vampires, werewolves, and dementors are wreaking havoc in public while Death Eaters are spreading terror in the Muggle world. Then cancel that party. Voldemort will only find incentive in attacking such a large gathering to sow more terror in the minds of the people. Dumbledore pleaded, but Harry just shook his head. You had the ability, political clout, and resources to destroy Voldemort's support base all these years. Yet you chose to do nothing and allowed them to walk freely simply because of misguided morals and cowardice on your part. Harry, please. You don't understand what I faced. I understand more than enough, Dumbledore. I had a long and fruitful chat with Bathilda Bagshot. She had many stories to tell me about you, Grindelwald and Ariane. The way Dumbledore just froze up filled Harry with more confidence. You had your chance to destroy Voldemort and his cronies. You failed. Now, I'll try my hand, but it'll be my way. You can sit back and watch as I wage war against Voldemort not out of some misplaced notion of saving the foolish masses of the wizarding world but out of my own self-interest. It's not as easy as it looks, Harry. Trust me. I understand, I wish I could have done more so that no one else had to bear this burden. Dumbledore said with sorrow. I have a right to live freely, just like everyone else. I have the right to have a family like everyone else. I'll fight for those rights, and I'm prepared to kill Voldemort and his entire army if that's what it takes. Yes, you have that right, my boy. And I wish you live a far better life than this old man. But understanding your enemy is important if you are to destroy him. Lord Voldemort is a powerful sorcerer who has gone farther than any dark wizard has gone before. Dumbledore said. Harry eyed Dumbledore warily as the man came forward from behind the desk and placed a hand on his shoulder. I admit you've come far ahead than I had ever hoped or envisioned in terms of sheer power and skill in magic. But our foe is far better, Harry. If you hope to defeat him, you must strike at the very foundation upon which Voldemort has built his power. Harry raised a curious eyebrow at Dumbledore. Have you not wondered, Harry, how Voldemort survived all these years without a body? I have. Harry nodded slowly. Then that's what we need to find out. His immortality is one of the major pillars that gives him strength and confidence. We must make Lord Voldemort immortal before a killing blow can be struck. Harry stared at the headmaster, who was looking at the pensive cabinet with a hesitant look. He was tempted to come out with the knowledge of the Horcruxes. It was true they could do so better if they could talk freely without keeping secrets from each other. However, he had to constantly remind himself that Dumbledore was the one who started this game of secrets long ago. Even now, the man was dancing around with what he knew instead of taking any proactive action. Dumbledore knew about the Horcruxes from at least Harry's second year or even before that. All this time, Dumbledore had sat on his ass and done nothing. The only move Dumbledore had ever made against Voldemort in this war was the destruction of the ring Horcrux. Even that little bit of news was not shared with Harry. He was merely deducing that's what happened from the withering curse that was eating away Dumbledore. Harry's eyes inevitably fell on the Elder Wand, and the call of power permeated his mind. The Death Stick was his by right, and even now, Dumbledore was holding it just like he was planning to use Harry as a lamb for slaughter in the pursuit of Voldemort's destruction. More than anything else, that thought emboldened Harry on the spot to go ahead with his plans. So, how do we stop him, sir? Harry asked. We must know Voldemort's past to understand the source of his immortality. For that, we must need someone who intimately knew Tom Riddle. The distance from Tom Riddle to Lord Voldemort is not great, therefore, we must secure the aid of an old friend. Who is it? Harry asked, already knowing where this was all leading to. Professor Horace Slughorn is an old colleague of mine and one of Tom Riddle's favorite professors in Hogwarts. I had tried many times in the past to enlist his aid, but this time, I believe he'll come around with you by my side, Harry. What do you want me to do, Headmaster? Harry asked. Dumbledore shot him an enigmatic smile. Do you have more of those invitation cards in hand? Harry had expected Dumbledore to ask his aid in bagging Slughorn and bringing the old potion master to Hogwarts. But he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Dumbledore wanted to move today itself, which had shot down several of his plans. For one, he hoped to use Bellatrix to retrieve Hufflepuff's cup from Gringotts. Then there was the check-up on preparations of the defenses he had built in the castle to face Voldemort's army in case the Dark Lord chose to attack. Because of Dumbledore, he had to suspend the plan to retrieve the Horcrux the next day and clear off his evening schedule. But that still allowed him some time to assess the defenses in Potter Manor. Is everything in place, Dobby? Dobby happily bounced on the balls of his feet, nodding enthusiastically. Everything is done as per your orders, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby found it difficult to arrange for other elves without Master's presence, but Winky and Creaker helped to convince them you'll return. Good. Winky told me you had difficulties recruiting the elves because of my absence. But you've done wonderful work, Dobby. Thank you. Dobby is happy to help, sir. The elf squealed happily. Harry smiled at his elf friend. Winky and Dobby were also affected by his abrupt disappearance. Perhaps they felt it more keenly than anyone else. They had carried on his plans for Potter Manor even in his absence, hoping he'd return one day. Together, they walked beneath the extensive tunnel system the dwarves had built as per his specifications. Harry walked further into the tunnels while Dobby continued to regale him with some funny stories about the dwarves not allowing the elves to clean up the place while they were working in this place. Dobby, however, stopped the many complaints the elves were making when they finally arrived at a prison cell inside one of the tunnels. Instead of being the lively little social butterfly Dobby usually was, he became withdrawn and tactically moved behind Harry with a dose of fear in his eyes. Oh, come on, Dobby. Don't tell me you're afraid of this weakling. Harry snarked, and it had the intended effect on the woman who was keeping herself in a dark corner of the cell behind iron bars. Bellatrix rushed towards the bars of her cell with a deranged look on her face. You moodblue. Infligo. The knockback jinx struck Bellatrix square in her gut, making her stumble backwards. What have I told you, Bellatrix? You must behave in my presence and not call me any names. Harry tutted, shaking his head in disappointment. which only enraged the mad witch. Your end is near, Potter. You and that blood traitor cousin of mine will face a horrible death. I'll watch with glee as the Dark Lord peel the flesh off your bones. Bellatrix screamed while thrashing against the body-bind curse Harry placed her. You seem to have disturbing but impossible dreams in these dark tunnels. Fear not, Bellatrix. I've come to put an end to this dark but unamusing chapter of your life once and for all. Harry said without missing a beat before nodding at Dobby. Dobby snapped his fingers, and the door to the cell swung open. Bellatrix bared her teeth and renewed her struggles as Harry stepped into the cell with his wand in hand. You do not have the guts to kill me, boy. You're weak like your parents and that fool Dumbledore. Harry laughed at the obvious ploy of trying to get a rise out of him. Oh, I've got no trouble in killing at all. I quite enjoyed killing off Voldemort's Death Eater pals when he was resurrected. Do not speak his name. Bellatrix shrieked, glaring at him with the burning hatred of 1,000 suns. Since you asked so nicely, I won't mention his name again. For the sake of our conversation forward, I shall call him Mr. Noseless from now on. Arg! You dirty half-blood! You'll suffer for this insolence. The Dark Lord will come and Mr. Noseless will do all sorts of terrible things to me. Yes, I get your doomsday threats. Harry waved dismissively, which made Bellatrix frothing at the mouth. No, I'm not here to speak of your impending death but about how to kill Mr. Noseless. The Drac Lord is all-powerful. My lord has triumphed death long ago. She said with a mad grin and a wicked chortle that came straight out of cliché ghost movies. Does the Hufflepuff's cup in your vault would have anything to do with his immortality? Harry asked innocently. What? Bellatrix froze while staring at him with wide eyes. It was the exact moment Harry launched an all-out assault on Bellatrix's mind that cut through her mind without any shred of mercy or concern. He cut through her attempts to block him out. He had to admit her mind had formidable defenses even when the witch was a deranged psychopath who was under the grip of continuous use of negative emotions to amplify the repeated use of dark magic. Bellatrix Lestrange was the prime example of the dangers of the continuous use of dark magic. He suspected the witch had most likely forgotten how to use less dangerous magic because of her fall from a normal mental state. The repeated use of dark magic gives rise to megalomania, which even Harry suffers to a certain extent but on acceptable levels. He had learned to suppress the egotism mostly thanks to the goblins and their warrior culture. The militaristic discipline among their race had somewhat rubbed off on him while he was in the branch reality. More physical activity and learning swordsmanship had allowed him to vent off some of the after effects of dark magic. But Bellatrix Lestrange was a witch beyond the edge of sanity. Yet, her offensive power was nothing to scoff at, even at the mental plane. But Harry didn't rise to his state of power without mastering his mind, body, and magic. He tore down all attempts by Bellatrix to keep him out of her mind most cruelly. He could hear the witch screaming madly to the high heavens as he demolished her will without any concern for the sanctity of her mind. Images started to flood his mind as he gained total access to her mind. Harry cajoled her brain to ignore all the episodic memories and focus on the semantic memories. His will was enforced on her mind, and soon, he began to gain access to a lot of information. Digging deeper into decades of memories was difficult, as Bellatrix's mind was not emotionally stable. Some memories caused volatility within her mind, mostly related to her past battles. Harry carefully navigated around the memories of battles past, and with some effort and luck, he found what he was looking for. The memory of Voldemort awarding the Hufflepuff's cup to Bellatrix filtered into his mind, and from that thread, he accessed all memories related to the cup. Harry pulled back from her mind when he finally learned all the security measures enforced on the vault and the cup. What be you done? Bellatrix gasped, looking pale white as she stared at him in abject terror. I was merely confirming my suspicions. The cup contains Mr. Noseless' soul, and thanks to you, I know how to access the vault and deactivate the traps you've laid around the cup. Harry said, smiling brightly at the witch. You'll never get access to the vault. Only I can get inside the vault, and I'll never betray the Dark Lord. I'd rather die. Bellatrix snarled even as blood trickled down from her nose. I know. You're the most loyal servant of Mr. Noseless. Harry said sardonically. Stop insulting the Dark Lord. Bellatrix screamed. Harry flicked his wand, and Bellatrix fell silent. As I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted. I know of your loyalty to Mr. Noseless, and you'll never betray his trust. But I've methods to make you cooperate. You are nothing but a half-blood. You cannot do anything that'd make me betray my lord. Bellatrix mockingly laughed. On the contrary, nothing could be farther from the truth. I've subverted far terrible foes than the likes of you to my side, Bellatrix Lestrange. Harry's words were tinged with the weight of his magical power as he mustered his magic for a spell. Harry pointed his wand right between the eyes of Bellatrix with a green glowing aura at the tip of his wand. You have years of experience over me. You've traveled farther than myself in the vast, ever-changing frontier of the dark arts. You've had more practical experience in magical battles than me. I admit all that. In fact, I acknowledge you as a worthy, skilled, and dangerous witch. Bellatrix stared defiantly at him even as his aura manifested into a visible oppressive force that bared down on her shoulders. But the difference between your power and my power is as wide as the gap between the sun and the earth. Obliviate. Bellatrix's vacant eyes after the spell took effect gave him no pleasure. Harry hadn't wanted to go with the current plan but couldn't think of any other way to safely and easily access Bellatrix's vault in Gringotts. A distinct pop came out of nowhere in a dark alley, scaring away a cat rummaging inside a garbage can. I think we scared off a cat, Harry. Dumbledore said with some amusement. Shame we can't use the same technique to scare off vampires, werewolves, and Death Eaters. Harry muttered as he walked down the street with Dumbledore. Indeed. Dumbledore said with a chuckle. The lights lining the street flickered on and off as they walked towards a house in the distance. I couldn't help but notice you seem to have no reaction to apparition. Dumbledore commented. Sirius taught me to apparate this summer. It's mighty convenient than flying but not as fun. Good. Practice regularly until it becomes second nature. Mastering teleportation magic would be a boon in getting out of a tight spot, and it's extremely useful in battles. Dumbledore advised. Harry merely nodded, appreciating the rare good advice that came from Dumbledore. That's the house. Dumbledore pointed at a small house covered in darkness, unlike the surrounding homes nearby. I can feel a vague aura of magic. It's most likely some form of concealing magic. Harry whispered. Your senses have sharpened, Harry. I'm heartened to see that you've not abandoned the simplest forms of magic in pursuit of powerful spells. Dumbledore said. Together, they walked into the home, which looked like it had been abandoned, and a fight had broken out. What do you think, Harry? Dumbledore asked while looking around the house's interior with the tip of his land lit with white light. It's quite a good illusion, but the caster forgot to use the dark mark, said Harry before asserting his magic over the whole house. Apparitium. The revealing charm consumed every nook and cranny of the house, and the concealment charm broke. The illusion around them peeled away, leaving Horace Slughorn standing in a corner where an armchair was supposed to be. Oh, bollocks. I should have moved yesterday. Slughorn cursed himself while throwing a dirty look at Dumbledore. It was a worthy effort, Horace. Very impressive. I assume you didn't have much time to put more spells and details without revealing yourself. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled merrily. I suppose I could have performed better, but under the circumstances. Slughorn looked at Dumbledore and then at Harry. Slughorn's eyes sparkled with recognition, and then a resigned sigh fell from his mouth. Perhaps I didn't have much of a chance to remain inconspicuous when faced with you two. Slughorn said resignedly. Oh, it was all Harry. I merely apparat dust to a nearby alley. Dumbledore said distractedly while looking around the homes as if he was searching for something. Ah, of course. I should have guessed. Slughorn said with a beaming smile while looking at Harry. You're her son, after all. You knew my mother, sir? Harry asked politely. Oh, yes. Lily was absolutely brilliant. A professor is not supposed to have favorites among his students, but your mother was one of my finest students. Her skill and vivid sense of imagination was a marvel to witness when she applied them to magic. I've been told she was highly skilled in charms. Harry said. Oh yes. But not just charms. Her potions were a work of art. Slughorn reminisced with a gentle smile. I've been told of that as well. Come, let me show you. Slughorn directed Harry's attention to a picture on a table where Slughorn and a young Lily Evans. It was taken during Lily's graduation. She was such a skilled witch. Lily was supposed to make such phenomenal contributions to different fields of magic. Slughorn said wistfully. But then. Slughorn trailed off, looking sadly at the picture. Horace. May I use the loo? Dumbledore asked innocently. Oh, yes. Please be my guest. Slughorn said distractedly. Slughorn blinked rapidly, took a closer look at Harry, and frowned. Don't think I don't know what you're doing, Albus. My answer has not changed, you know. Slughorn shouted after Dumbledore, but the headmaster didn't reply. Professor Slughorn. Can I get a copy of this picture? You see, I don't have that many photos of my mother. Of course. I'll be most happy to give you a copy, Harry. Thank you. Harry smiled at the gentle old man. You're in the Daily Prophet. They're now calling you the prophesied one rather than the chosen one. I'm sure they'll come up with more silly names after I destroy Mr. Noseless. Mr. Noseless? Slughorn asked with a chuckle. It's the name I have for Tom Riddle. I think I'll keep using that instead of the name he chose for himself. Do you think you can destroy him, Harry? Many have tried in the past, including Dumbledore. Slughorn asked with an unreadable expression. I've battled the Dark Lord many times in the last 5 years. Not once had he triumphed over me. He couldn't win even when I was a baby. Within 2 years, I'll destroy him and anyone that supports him. Harry said firmly. You're very brave, Harry. Your parents would be very proud. Slughorn said after a moment of silence. Oh, before I forget. Harry took out the invitation card for the party and gave it to Slughorn. I'm holding a party to celebrate the restoration of Potter Manor. I hope you'll come, Professor. Ah, yes. The party. Dumbledore chose that moment to come out of the loo. Well, Horace. You know why I'm here. Hogwarts would be most blessed by what you've to offer for our students. I extend you the same offer I've offered you for the last decade. The position is yours if you'll take it. Well. Slughorn looked indecisive for a moment before caving in. Fine. But I want a raise, and I want my old quarters. Dumbledore smiled. That can be arranged, old friend. Branch Reality. An excerpt from Hogwarts, A History by Bathilda Bagshot. The century of Hogwarts' rise as a formidable castle and centre for learning was a time of great upheaval among wizards and muggles. The formation of the Kingdom of Scotland under House Targaryen catapulted magical education and muggle education. Some say the influence of Queen Rowena Ravenclaw shaped the education-oriented policies implemented by Scotland's first king in his admittedly short reign. King Hadrian reigned for barely 2.5 years, but throughout this reign, he created hundreds of learning centres in the lands under his control. The Roman churches that symbolized oppression and blind faith became centres for learning for both muggles and wizards. The King and Queen of Scotland directly funded the schools using the royal treasury to ensure they ruled a populace who valued knowledge above all else. It was Queen Rowena who enshrined the motto of all royal schools. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. As the borders of Scotland expanded, so did the number of schools. But Hogwarts remained the prime destination for magical children to complete their studies. At first, Hogwarts struggled to attract many students once it was created by the founders. However, King Hadrian's endorsement of the school and appeal to wizarding families saw a significant influx of young students to the school. The assurance of free meals and fee-less education must have also been attractive for many poor families. Even during the regency of Queen Rowena, the rapid pace of education never stopped. Centuries of repression on free speech, freedom of thought and expression were suddenly taken away inside the newly formed Kingdom of Scotland. As a result, many more wizarding schools, muggle schools, and even mixed schools started to form inside the kingdom. This was also a time of most epic wars. In his short reign, King Hadrian had waged many great battles that saw the defeat of the muggle kingdoms bordering Scotland. The schools also became the training grounds for the future army of Scotland, which incorporated the warring ways of the goblins into its curriculum. While Queen Rowena initially opposed teaching warcraft in schools, she eventually came around to the idea proposed by her husband. When King Hadrian disappeared or ascended, as believed by modern muggles, the four founders of Hogwarts became involved in a fight amongst themselves. Salazar Slytherin wanted Hogwarts to adopt the teachings of war as he feared the absence of King Hadrian would threaten the kingdom's stability. Slytherin feared the muggles would rebel and try to wrest control of the kingdom from House Targaryen in the king's absence. He wanted Hogwarts students to learn warfare so that wizards would never become subservient to muggles again. When the differences between the founders widened, Salazar Slytherin turned his back on Hogwarts. Despite allowing her husband's policy of military training in schools, Queen Rowena was not willing to forcibly enforce this in Hogwarts. Even if Salazar Slytherin abandoned Hogwarts, he never abandoned the family of the man he admired most. He went to the capital and met with Queen Rowena, requesting that he be allowed to impart his knowledge to her children. At the time, Queen Rowena had only given birth to her second child, Princess Daenerys Targaryen. Some say Slytherin was attracted to the royal court because of the allure of power and influence. But most historians agree that Salazar Slytherin must have settled at the court to guide his kin. It was no secret that King Hadrian Targaryen was a Parselmouth like Slytherin. While it was uncertain whether the Slytherins gained the gift of Parseltongue from House Targaryen or vice versa, it was agreed upon by many that both families shared blood. Time would prove Salazar Slytherin's decision to join the court and focus his efforts on Prince Alexander's and Princess Daenerys' education to be a boon for the kingdom. The enemies of Scotland had rejoiced upon hearing the unexpected absence of Hadrian the Dragon. But they never realized the age of the dragon was only beginning. After all, the blood of the dragon remained strong on this earth, and they'd soon realize the true might of the House of the Dragon. Ch. 99, Party at Potter Manor. Gringotts Bank was the sole wizarding bank of magical Britain. It was also a neutral territory where the goblins of the Goblin Nation and wizards of the Wizarding Nation interacted freely. Goblins were natural hoarders of wealth, weapons, artifacts, and anything of substantial value. They also controlled the wizarding economy, at least in Britain. But the goblins also provided their vaults as holding lockers for objects of no particular value with no questions asked for a fee. Such vaults could hold projects of questionable origin and magic, facilitating wizards to circumvent ministry regulations. That was why Bellatrix and Voldemort had confidently tucked away Hufflepuff's cup in Gringotts. Unfortunately for the Dark Lord, getting past Gringotts' security was peanuts so long as Bellatrix cooperated with Harry. Harry eyed Bellatrix Lestrange, walking side by side with Sirius as they entered the bank. He erased decades of her memories after he extracted all the information he wanted from the witch. Right now, Bellatrix had no recollection of what happened in her life. She didn't even see herself as an adult, which made it easier for Harry to keep her on a tight leash. For all intents and purposes, Bellatrix was a child ignorant of most things in the wizarding world. But he wasn't confident the memory charm would hold for too long. A witch as powerful as Bellatrix could overcome the charm's hold on her mind given enough time. That was why Harry brought Bellatrix straight to Gringotts with Sirius as a backup after he was confident the memory charm had taken effect. Walk fast, Bella. Once we're finished here, I'll buy you 2 more chocolate ice cream. Harry said, urging the witch towards a teller. I want 3. Bella said with a pout. All right. You'll have 3. Harry said with exasperation, eyeing the older witch blindly enjoying a vanilla ice cream inside the bank, ignorant of her surroundings. Good day, Master Goblin. She needs to access her vault. Sirius said, facing the teller while Harry closely watched his surroundings. Does she have a name, Lord Black? The goblin grinned down at them, showing off a row of pointed teeth. She's my cousin Bellatrix. For her safety, she is under a glamour charm. I hope Gringotts will respect the privacy of one of its most valued clients. Sirius said. The goblin teller eyed them keenly for a moment. Of course. The goblin teller said softly. Key, please. She doesn't have her key, but her blood should suffice, no? Sirius asked. Very well. The goblin teller sighed. Thankfully, Bellatrix cooperated and did not make a fuss when the goblin teller pricked her finger and drew a drop of blood. The goblin smeared the blood on a long sheet of parchment and stared intently into the parchment as if it held all the secrets of the universe. Everything seems to be in order. The goblin teller looked up from the parchment. Boggart will take you to your vault. A scrawny goblin came around the teller's desk with a constipated look on his face. Follow me. Boggart growled before walking into the interior of the bank. Harry exchanged a look with Sirius, and they followed Boggart, taking Bellatrix along with them. The cart ride through the intricate tunnels was fun, as usual. After nearly 10 minutes of going through many tunnels deep into the earth, the cart stopped before a large stone cave. Boggart looked closely at Bellatrix and then at the two of them before huffing. Harry smirked at the goblin once its back was turned. He had scrapped together a rune bracelet to make Bellatrix immune to any screening of goblin magic that could undo the memory charm. Thanks to his extended stay in the branch reality, he had a deep understanding of goblin magic, which facilitated the creation of some cloaking magic that allowed him to withstand the usual scrutiny inside Gringotts. Goblins could temporarily break all wizarding spells within their bank, which would have interfered with the memory charm he placed on Bellatrix. But that was no longer possible, and he wasn't waiting around to see how long that shield would last. Stay close to me. Boggart muttered as he pressed his hands against the wall. Harry felt a rush of magic pass through the cave ahead. Before his eyes, lamps lit up with yellow flames. Once they crossed the dark cave, they came across a huge hall where a gigantic pale dragon guarded 5 vaults on the other end. Dear Merlin! That's a huge dragon! Sirius breathed out upon seeing the giant dragon wrapped in chains. Come, Boggart said, picking up a pair of clankers from the side of the cave. This is the most secured area in Gringotts. The dragon is a savage even if it's half-blind. How are we to get around the dragon? Sirius asked with a slight shiver. These clankers will help us, Lord Black, said Boggart. The dragon suddenly roared and looked in their direction with a snarl. It might be partially blind, but its ears function exceptionally. Harry muttered. The dragon reared his head to breathe fire at them, but Boggart used the clankers. The small instrument in the goblin's hand began to make loud ringing noises when he started shaking it in his hands. The dragon let out a painful howl as it moved to a corner as if in fear and pain. Harry, Sirius, and a fearful Bellatrix closely followed Boggart. Harry kept his lit wand ahead, but his eyes were pinned on the dragon. He felt pity for the majestic creature bound in servitude to the goblins. Perhaps his bond to the Red Queen made him more sympathetic to the pale dragon bound in chains. He could also see the long red scars on the dragon's body. It was as if someone had used a flame whip on the dragon. Once they reached the other end of the hall, Boggart pressed his palm against the dark wooden door of the vault. The door melted away, and Harry saw the large treasure inside when he directed his lit wand inside the vault. There was silver and gold aplenty inside. Suits of armor, shields and swords lined the walls, and so did skins of different animals, bones, and stuffed heads. He suspected the vault was not just the safe haven for Bellatrix's wealth and the Horcrux. It was most likely the war chest of Voldemort or perhaps a portion of loot from the last war. Harry conjured a long metal stick in his hand and stepped into the vault. He was careful not to touch anything inside the vault because of the Gemino and Flagranti curses. Harry placed a hovering charm on his boots, lifting him a few feet from the ground. He immediately directed the light from his wand into the top shelves of the vault as he carefully searched for the cup. He searched shelf after shelf for the cup until finally he found it. The intricate patterns on the cup matched the images he saw in Bellatrix's memory. Besides that, he could feel the cup starting to assume a dark aura now that it had been found. The Horcrux could already feel the danger Harry posed to its continued existence and was trying to assert itself with its dark nature. Your mind tricks are not going to work here, Harry thought with a snort. He plucked the cup by locking its handle with the stick in his hand. Carefully, he held out the cup towards Sirius, who let it fall into a wooden box. Once the box was sealed, runes flared to life, and the dark aura of the Horcrux suddenly disappeared. Harry cancelled the hovering charm and exchanged a look with Sirius. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Sirius asked with a wicked gleam in his eyes. I suspect that's the case. Let's take the swag out of the vault and put it to some good use, said Harry. Oh yeah. I've always thought Hogwarts could use some new brooms and a nice scholarship program for the children. Sirius mused aloud. Harry looked at Bellatrix once he found merit in Sirius' suggestion. Bella, what did you think? If you take all this into this little pouch, you can have as much ice cream as you want. Safe to say, Harry and Sirius managed to walk out of Gringotts with a sizable portion of wealth in Bellatrix's vault. The exciting part was all they had to do was buy a couple more ice creams for Bellatrix. Are you sure this is what you want to do? Sirius asked, watching from a corner of the cell. This is for the best, said Harry, finishing the transference process. Harry removed the runestone glowing with Egyptian hieroglyphs from the forearm of Bellatrix. It looks like you succeeded. She no longer bears the dark mark on her arm, Sirius said with a look of contemplation. She'll not need it any longer, Harry said succinctly. If she escapes Azkaban again, Voldemort will be cross with her. Once he sees the mark is absent, he'll tear apart her mind and find what we've done, Sirius warned. I agree. Harry nodded absently. You agree? Sirius blinked in surprise. Then why are you sending her to the Ministry? She'll only warn Voldemort of our plans in advance. Oh no, she won't, Harry said. Harry pressed the tip of his wand against Bellatrix's wrist and began murmuring a spell in Parseltongue while calling forth old magic to bind the spell into the core of Bellatrix's soul. The cell was bathed in the heavy presence of old magic until Harry stopped the spell. Glowing red runes began appearing on Bellatrix's wrist until they finally burned onto her skin in the form of 3 rings. There, that'll do to keep her quiet. What did you do? Sirius asked warily. Let's just say she'll be a nasty surprise and another painful lesson for our resident Dark Lord. But I doubt his thick skull will allow the message to sink in properly, said Harry, holstering his wand and walking away from the cell with Sirius following closely behind. What's the message? To never cross a Potter. That's a good message as any, I suppose. Sirius snorted with laughter. Harry and Sirius went further down the tunnels until they finally reached a chamber. You asked me why I'm not powering the wards before the party. You'll have your answer today, Harry said before closing his eyes and clearing his mind of all distractions. Harry placed his hands horizontally on the floor while standing on his feet, connecting his ring fingers with his thumbs. On his left hand, the runestone containing the dark mark started emitting a faint pulse of magic, while on his right hand, the wand started humming with the song of a phoenix. He could hear the gasp of surprise from Sirius as the magic deep in the earth responded to his will. When Harry opened his eyes, the room was filled with several concentric circles of runes. Harry stood at the dead center of the runic circles and unceremoniously dropped the runestone in his hand. The runestone struck the ground at his feet and was swallowed up promptly. What was that? Sirius asked awestruck. You wanted wards, did you not? Let's see Voldemort and his cronies try their best to breach my wards. Harry, Sirius said with trepidation. When you were gone last month, what exactly were you doing? Conquering and ruling as the King of Scotland. He answered truthfully. Oh. Sirius said faintly, suppressing the urge to pry. I was just mostly drinking fire whiskey and occasionally trying to blow up Dumbledore's head. Both are worthy endeavors, Harry said after a moment of consideration. Are you all right? I mean, are you happy being here? Sirius asked softly. Harry fell silent and observed his godfather, who had nothing but concern in his eyes. Why do you ask? Harry asked. Dumbledore and Croaker warned us that you might have started a life of your own in the other dimension. They were right, weren't they? Harry nodded. I'm so sorry, Harry. You might have been. There is no point in dwelling on the past. I'm teaching myself to stay in the present and look towards the future. That's good. Sirius patted him on his shoulder. I won't ask of what you lost. I have enough experience to know that there is nothing that could equal wasted time. But someday, when you're ready, I hope you regain something of greater value than you lost. Harry frowned thoughtfully into the distance before sighing. Come. There is much work to be done. We've pulled off a good enough party, Daphne said, looking around the crowded garden with a thoughtful frown. I think. There is decent food, fine wine, and an atmosphere that's making everyone around here jumpy. This is a good party as any, Daphs. Harry whispered, strolling through the garden arm in arm with Daphne by his side. I couldn't help but notice that you had a long chat with my father and mother today. What was that about? She suddenly asked, but Harry was hardly surprised. He wondered why she hadn't brought up that question so far. Damien and Evelyn hadn't bothered covering up their sense of victory. Do you really want to know? Harry asked. Daphne blinked at the undertone in Harry's voice, but she was curious. Yes. She said succinctly. Your parents wanted to know what my intentions towards you are. They're under the impression that you are smitten by the Potter charm, and they want to protect you. What did they do? Daphne asked with some wariness. They proposed a betrothal contract to be drawn up. Daphne was stunned into silence. What did you? Harry took a long look at her before pressing his lips near her ear. I agreed. I couldn't let go of the chance to make you mine. Daphne glared at him, making him chuckle. But I told them I'd agree to any contract only after you consent. Harry said with a minute twitch of his lips. Honestly, I don't like the idea of a contract between us. It's an old tradition, and I'm surprised you even entertained the thought. Daphne said with pursed lips. Well, it's not a marriage contract. This is merely a betrothal contract with no penalty for voiding the contract. Is that supposed to make me happy? Daphne asked in annoyance as they stopped near a sakura tree. Aren't you? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. I don't know what I should feel. Daphne looked searchingly into his eyes. You're not the only one. I quite like our current dynamic, but I understand the concerns of Damien and Evelyn. Discarding their concerns seemed inappropriate, so I said I'll consent if you agree to it. I suppose I knew this day was coming at some point. So, there's that. Daphne said, trying to channel aloofness, but he could read her like a book with one look into her eyes. Oh, it can't be all that bad. I'm charming, funny, wealthy, powerful, and whimsical. What more do you need? Harry asked with a faux pout. Modesty and an absence of reckless behavior for a start. Daphne said blandly. Where is the fun in that? Harry shrugged. I suppose I could be persuaded to marry a rapscallion like you provided the right incentives. She said snobbishly, turning her nose up. What might these incentives entail? I only ask because there is a shortage of blonde-haired, blue-eyed witches who'd never think of marrying the last Potter, Harry said sardonically. I'll owl you a detailed list. Daphne smirked. You two are worse than Mum and Dad. Get a room, you two. Astoria came out of nowhere to deliver a sledgehammer that broke their conversation. Why are you here? Go bother someone else. Daphne huffed. Everyone in the ballroom is asking for the host inside to start the dance. Hogging the prophesied one all for yourself at this crucial juncture would be discourteous. Astoria said with a straight face. We just came here from the ballroom. They were talking our ears off. Daphne rolled her eyes. Maybe you should go find someone else to bother and let me escort Harry back to his wonderful guests. After all, he was the one to decide on an open invite was a fantastic idea. He should get to meet and greet the wonderful fellows of our little squalor. Said Astoria with a wicked glint in her eyes. What a fantastic idea. He's all yours. Daphne skipped away happily from his arm, leaving him with Astoria. Harry watched his girlfriend go with a tinkling laugh in her wake, her green dress glittering under the light. Let's go. My father has gathered several foreign dignitaries and eminent personalities to meet you. I'm sure you'll enjoy every moment of it. Astoria said with a wicked smirk. How cruel of you, Astoria. Cruel is my middle name. She said with a chuckle while leading him to the ballroom without remorse. As Astoria led him towards her father, he had to meet and greet a whole lot of people along the way. Lady Longbottom and Marchbanks were the first he met on his second arrival. Neville's grandmother was distant but polite as well. She was distracted the whole time they conversed and looked ready for a fight. On the other hand, Madame Marchbanks was talking entirely about his OWL results. He derived some sick pleasure in watching the woman tear into Astoria, warning her not to waste her time on parties and glittery things and to focus on studies like him. She was all praises for Harry, and being the vain little rascal he was, he ate it all up the entire time. He supposed scoring straight O's in every subject except history of magic would impress the governor of the Wizarding Examinations Authority. Astoria was understandably all too eager to escort him away from the good woman who only spoke so highly of him. They met some Hogwarts students and their families along the way. Finally, they arrived at a round table where Damien and Evelyn Greengrass were sitting with some of their acquaintances. Father. I've brought our gracious host as requested. Astoria said, executing a perfect curtsy. Thank you, dear. A familiar voice said from their back. Harry didn't need to turn around to know that it was his grandmother. We've been most eager to speak with our host. There are many important matters that we ought to discuss. Isn't that so, dear Harry? Harry had been expecting a visit from his grandmother. He was surprised it had taken this long. He expected her to visit him immediately after returning from the branch reality. After all, she wanted access to Slytherin's chamber before the school opened. Yes. We have a lot of things to discuss. Harry said with a nod. Good. Parnell smiled. Now take a seat, young man. An excerpt from the Grand Alliance, Goblin Wizard Pact that transformed the century by Madame Selene Smith. While some see King Hadrian as a sorcerer of great battle powers and magical skill, he was also renowned for his diplomacy. His single-handed effort bound the goblins to pledge their fealty to House Targaryen in perpetuity. He had proven his strength to the Goblin Kings when he decimated their army that tried to attack Hogwarts. It's mentioned in the journals of Queen Rowena I that the Goblin Kingdoms were wary of Hogwarts and what it meant for the future. The consolidation of wizards and witches in any form was recognized as a threat by all the Goblin Kings of the time. They feared the unity among wizards rather than the rapid expansion of Muggle kingdoms and empires. Though great in number, the Goblin Kingdoms did not consider Muggle kingdoms a threat. This belief would later be the undoing of goblins across the rest of continental Europe. But in Scotland, before the consolidation of wizards happened, goblins suffered defeat at the hands of the four founders of Hogwarts. The Goblin King Sabretooth broke an uneasy peace between the Goblin Kingdoms and the founders. It was the internal politics within the nearby Goblin Kingdom that led King Sabretooth to put Hogwarts under siege. But his luck ran short as the siege attracted a traveler from the faraway land of Valyria to Hogwarts. The story of the battle is carved in great detail on the front doors of Hogwarts. To this day, it serves as a warning for those who dare to challenge Hogwarts and the authority of House Targaryen. However, the decisive victory over the Goblin army led the way to an alliance when King Hadrian began his conquest. The Targaryen king swayed the Goblin king Snipshank to forge an alliance in return for expanding the land holdings of the Goblin kingdom. During the 3-year reign of King Hadrian, the land holdings of Scotland increased 5-fold. This, coupled with the assimilation of other Goblin kingdoms into the new Scottish kingdom, slowly but surely integrated the goblins into the common army and then accepted the authority of the Crown of Scotland. It is told, however, that House Targaryen's unique gift of bonding with the dragons was one of the main factors that led to their acquiescence before the Scottish crown. Not only was the Goblin army now sworn to a Targaryen king on the throne, but they were also the royal smiths of the kingdom. Each Targaryen king from Hadrian I commissioned their blades upon their ascension to the throne. The old sword of the monarch was returned to the goblins as per goblin traditions. All such swords of past Targaryen monarchs were later moved to a goblin-run museum at the request of Queen Asteria II during her reign in 1775, adjacent to the Goblin Bank of Gringotts. To this day, Goblins of Scotland holds a special status among the goblins of the world. The entire economy of the Eurozone was run by Scottish goblins after Titus Targaryen's Continental War in 1670. While many goblin kingdoms outside Scotland view Scottish goblins as the lesser for swearing oaths to a wizard, the Scottish goblins considered it the single most brilliant decision in their recorded history. As an old saying among the Scottish goblins goes, "We traded a crown of steel for an entire continent." Ch 100, The Party at Potter Manor P2. Benedict Ferguson glared at the horde of blood traders and mudbloods partying away at Potter Manor. In his eyes, these people didn't deserve to be happy or enjoy a party. These people should have surrendered to the Dark Lord and allowed his lord to cleanse the undesirables so that good wizarding folk could live free of Muggle influence. For centuries, his people had hidden under a rock and allowed the Muggle filth to take control of the world. But the Dark Lord would soon change all that. The Dark Lord would soon destroy the magic-stealing Muggles, and then wizards would rule over the world. But first, the enemies of the Dark Lord in the wizarding world had to be purged. So many Muggleborns had already stolen magic from the good pure-blood families. Such thieves and their blood trader friends had to be put down for good before the Dark Lord could purge the Muggles. It was for this reason Benedict was here in Potter Manor. When his lord had tasked him with infiltrating the party in Potter Manor, he was understandably worried for his safety. He had no choice but to obey his orders and attend the party. However, his fears were for nothing, as he was not even searched while entering the manor of his lord's most hated enemy. Once inside, he signaled the rest of his lord's servants through the dark mark. He watched his fellow Death Eaters enter the Potter Manor one by one. As minutes passed by, he felt his confidence climb. He was giddy that he was about to become a part of a major attack on the Potter Manor. Suddenly, he found a house elf with a tray full of drinks before him. "Fire whiskey master." The elf offered the tray with many beautifully designed glasses filled halfway with his favorite drink. Benedict happily took 2 drinks from the tray and drained 1 glass in one go. But as soon as the liquid drained down his throat, he felt drowsy. It was as if his limbs were weighed down by 1,000 pounds of iron. "Does master wish to rest?" the house elf asked in a squeaky voice. "Aeon." Benedict felt the word slur in his mouth. The next thing he knew, he felt like he was being squeezed through a tube, and his vision distorted. He felt a stillness set in for a time before he slowly started to regain his bearings. Benedict immediately sat up and found himself sitting on the floor in a dark room. "What in the name of Merlin is this? Where am I?" Benedict muttered as he looked around in the dark room with growing fear. Don't worry. Everything will be over soon. A silky, smooth voice suddenly spoke, startling Benedict. The darkness in the room suddenly disappeared, and Benedict was left facing a blonde-haired girl standing outside a cell. It was then he realized he was behind bars. He immediately searched his pocket and robes for his wand but found it empty. Looking for this. Benedict's breath caught in his throat when he saw his wand in the blonde girl's hand. Don't worry. You'll have the rest of your friends to keep you company. The girl gave him a derisive look before turning away to walk away. No, wait. You're Damien Greengrass' daughter, aren't you? Help me out of this prison, and you'll be richly rewarded by the Dark Lord. Benedict said desperately. He saw the girl freeze and look at him with cold blue eyes. Really? What sort of rewards? The girl asked with a raised eyebrow. Power beyond measure. The Dark Lord will make you strong. He'll welcome you, a pure-blood witch of noble lineage, into his ranks. I see. You must have been granted this great power by the Dark Lord if you are speaking so confidently. Yes. Yes, of course. The Dark Lord grants power to those of pure-blood ancestry and loyalty. Benedict lied easily. I see. Then, you'll be capable of breaking out of this cell all by yourself. You only need to muster this great power bestowed by the Dark Lord. Benedict scowled at the girl, realizing she had no intention of releasing him from the cell. The Dark Lord will bring death and destruction upon this place. You and your family will die a most painful death. Benedict screamed as he slammed into the cell with rage in his eyes. Oh, there'll be a lot of death this night. The girl looked down at him as if he were a fly, making Benedict's blood boil. Blood traitor. How could you consort with dirty mudbloods in half? Benedict started to go off on his tirade, but he found his voice leaving him. There, that's better. You'll get the company of your friends shortly. Benedict watched with baleful eyes as the green grass girl walked away while he desperately tried to break the iron bars holding him prisoner. Suddenly, his fellow Death Eaters started to appear in his cell one by one, just as the green grass girl promised. With a sigh, he leaned against the wall of the cell and waited for his lord to rescue him and the others. Harry observed the people sitting beside his grandmother at the table. Damien Greengrass was the only man he could tentatively trust because of certain aligned interests. There was Lowy Bourbon at the table, the hit wizard his grandmother assigned him for destroying the giants loyal to the Dark Lord. The other two men at the table were a mystery to Harry. He felt a localized secrecy ward going up surrounding the table. I have to say this party of yours is not half bad. Though, this home could use a better look. Pernell commented after making a show of looking around. Oh. Do you have any suggestions for my home? Harry asked for the sake of conversation. Oh, yes. Don't build one in these damp islands. Pernell said with a chuckle, followed by the other men sitting at the table. Some of us must content ourselves with what we have, Lady Lilith. Not all of us can enjoy the sunny beaches of France indefinitely. Said Harry. Let me introduce you to Christoph Schmidt and Yvonne Volkov. These men will help you with your troublesome Dark Lord. Harry frowned at the two men who waved at him lazily. With a cursory look, he could sense their magic was strong. But having a strong aura was not a guarantee for anything. What brought this sudden dose of generosity? Harry asked, keeping his doubt about the competence of these two men. I'm merely fulfilling my end of the bargain, and it is now time for you to reciprocate. Now, give me what I want, Harry. Pernell looked pointedly at him. Harry stared into the green eyes that were perfect copies of his own before sighing. All right. Harry said with a short nod. He took an envelope from his pocket and slid it towards his grandmother. Inside, you'll find instructions to access Slytherin's chamber from the Forbidden Forest. There is also a portkey to take you to the site. You'll find a closed lid made of stone on the floor, leading you to the chamber through a long pipeline. Pernell stared long and hard at her grandson before taking the envelope. You've been scouring the chamber for years. What interesting things have you found, Harry? She asked curiously. Oh, I don't think it'd be appropriate to deny you the gratification of a treasure hunt, Lady Lilith. Harry evaded giving any information. If you'll excuse me, I've got some guests to attend to. With that parting shot, he escaped from the table and took rounds amongst his guests. The music band Gaelic Hummers were starting another jaunty tune when Harry found Daphne at the entrance of the ballroom. He immediately went to her side after exchanging some polite greetings with the guests along the way. Harry offered his hand and led Daphne to the dance floor. They're here. The elves have started to take them into the cells. Daphne whispered as they made slow steps, following the music in the ballroom. Wizards always underestimate the power of those they consider their lesser. I've found the house elves to be wonderful beings with magic surpassing most wizards. Harry said with a grin. What are you planning to do with these prisoners? Daphne asked curiously. I'll have some delivered to the ministry in exchange for favors. Harry mused audibly for her ears. Daphne shot him an approving look. That's smart. What about the rest? She asked, raising a delicate eyebrow as they glided through the floor in tune with the music. That's a secret. He was subjected to the infamous Daphne stare that was in parts cute and compelling. But I might be tempted to share more details if you agree to the contract. Harry winked. Daphne audibly huffed in exasperation. Out of the many things that I expected to happen in the future, I never expected Harry Potter, the boy who lived to ask for a marriage contract to my face. Daphne said while shaking her head. You could consider it being a privilege. Harry smirked while adjusting his hold on Daphne's waist to get a better reach. Don't be cheeky. Daphne pinched his shoulder. Harry retaliated in kind by pinching along her navel, making Daphne let out an eep. Stop that. People are watching. Daphne warned him. You think they're watching us when they're most likely focusing on their dance partners. Somebody has an overinflated sense of self-importance. Harry said with a chuckle. Oh, in that case, why don't we just dance naked in this ballroom? Daphne snarked, rolling her eyes at him. Interesting thoughts you got there, Daphne. I find it interesting that you immediately thought of getting naked. Harry said suggestively. There is a lot of subliminal messaging with you, isn't there? Why you? Daphne looked incensed, her eyes flaring up with an affronted look. A tremor passed through the whole manor before she could tear into him for teasing her so much. What was that? Daphne asked with worry as she looked around. Harry frowned as the music slowly came to a standstill. It's the wards. Someone tried to bring down the wards protecting us. Is it holding together? Daphne asked, looking concerned. Don't worry. Voldemort will find that my wards are not so easy to breach. Harry said with a wicked smile. Harry and Daphne moved outside the ballroom and into the garden, where they could observe the wards outside. They could see flashes of light and slight tremors passing through the area as someone assaulted the wards from outside. Despite the continuous assault on the wards, the protective dome hardly changed, except it became visible to everyone. While Harry wasn't troubled by the assault on his wards, that was not the case for the wizards and witches in the manor. He tapped his wand against his throat, applying the magnifying charm. Sonorous. There is no need to worry. The wards surrounding the manor cannot be breached. As for those assaulting the wards, he let actions speak rather than some lengthy explanation. The ground beneath them shook as the sculptures and fountains in the garden started to shift, and in their place, large ballistas came up. He could hear the people whisper amongst themselves as the ballistas aimed their bolts at the areas where the protective dome was being attacked. Once they aimed, the bolts on the ballistas glowed with runes before being shot towards their target. While the witches and wizards were stupefied at the freely moving ballistas, Harry knew they were being controlled by the house elves from the cellars beneath the garden grounds. There were charmed periscopes fitted to the ballistas that allowed the elves to zoom in on their targets. Bright flashes of fire and explosion could be seen in the distance. The advantage of seclusion from Muggle settlements allowed Harry to use some flashier attacks against his enemies. The elves didn't let up on the offensive and maintained consistent assault on enemy positions. After a steady stream of assault, the ballistas stopped and folded back into the ground, only to be replaced by sculptures and fountains. Harry initially wanted to use machine guns, but his trip to the past left him with some serious advantages over magical warfare. The secrets of goblin warfare were quite interesting and adaptable for wizards to master. And he had mastered the art out of necessity. There was also caution about staying his hand in using Muggle weapons against wizards in a public setting. He didn't want to get suspicion on his head for the murder of reformed Death Eaters towards the end of the third task. I think they're dealt with. Daphne said in awe. Of course they are. Was there any doubt? Harry looked at her in bemusement. Believing it and seeing it with my own eyes are different. Daphne muttered. That has to be the wickedest thing I've ever seen. Tonks came from nowhere, right behind Harry. I've been wondering where you were all this time. Harry looked critically at Tonks. I've been around. She answered evasively. You mean you were disguised? Someone had to keep an eye out for you. Tonks winked, changing her face and hair to that of another woman before retaining her original look. Anyway, the Aurors are moving into the position where you attacked. If we're lucky, we'll capture a few Death Eaters. See ya. Harry stared after Tonks as she walked out of the garden, giving him a backhanded wave. She is so rude. Harry muttered. I like her. Daphne grinned. Of course you would. Harry sighed. What is that supposed to mean? A pair of blue eyes glared into his own, and just like that Harry was in trouble again. There was a brief recess to the party because of the attack, but it came back to full swing once the Aurors returned with good news that the attack had been successfully repelled. Unfortunately, the Aurors couldn't take any prisoners from the Death Eaters. By the time a squad of Aurors approached the site of the enemy, they were already gone. There were a few bodies on the field, but the Aurors had already identified most of them as werewolves of Fenrir Greyback's pack. Seeing the dour face of Amelia Bones and the way she was tearing into the Aurors for their inability to capture even a single Death Eater, Harry offered the Ministry a way to save face. Harry releases 2 of the Death Eaters he captured into the Ministry custody. He also sent Bellatrix along with them, and Minister Bones was happy to a few Death Eaters to parade before the press. The last he saw of Amelia Bones, she was happily chatting away with a few of his guests while her aurors took the prisoners discreetly into the Ministry holding cells. He suspected a press conference was being prepared in the Ministry while the Minister interacted with his guests. Harry also noticed his grandmother was nowhere to be seen. He suspected the woman felt it was better to leave rather than threaten her exposure with Dumbledore present at the party. The Order members were now prowling his manor openly. Even Professor Slughorn had arrived for the party, but the man stayed close to Dumbledore's shadow, probably fearing another attack. Harry slinked back into the cellar to meet with Dobby, seeing that the party was going smoothly without any issue. Master Harry. Good work, Dobby. Now, deliver one of these Death Eaters to Aragog. Yes, Mater Harry. As the excitable elf teleported away with a Death Eater in the cell to the Forbidden Forest, Harry went straight to another part of the cellar. The deal with Aragog was still on for a Acromantula silk. He had his doubts about how long it'd last with Aragog's health in decline. The Acromantula silk was making him a lot of gold, so he hoped he could keep the deal with Aragog's children. Otherwise, he'd have to kill them all. He found Winky and a few other elves setting up Nagini's cage. With his grandmother having access to the chamber, he felt it was better for Nagini to stay at Potter Manor. Besides, he was almost ready to try his hand at extracting the Horcrux from Voldemort's pet snake. He supposed he could close that chapter before Hogwarts reopened. And then, he could try to extract the soul shard trapped in his head if the process he devised was a success. Branch Reality. An excerpt from The Age of the Dragon by Diana Black. The Age of the Dragon is commonly acknowledged as the 10th century. However, the exact date would be 930 CE to 1000 CE. This period of time was eventful in world history, but none so more than in the Scottish Isles. The rise of House Targaryen changed the course of history in the Scottish Isles and the world. It was the first time in recorded history that a wizard bonded with a dragon. All contemporary sources from that era, close to the first Scottish king, highlighted this fact in their writings. However, the most interesting phenomenon was the continued bond the descendants of Hadrian Targaryen enjoyed with dragons. Hadrian Targaryen's familiar, the Red Queen, later bonded with his son, Prince Alexander Targaryen. The dragons that hatched from the eggs of the Red Queen bonded with Princess Daenerys Targaryen and other Targaryen descendants. This was another event that was unheard of in the wizarding history. The bond that those with Targaryen ancestry enjoyed with dragons allowed them to exert power over the Scottish Islands. Within 3 years, King Hadrian had assimilated 3 kingdoms to make the Scottish kingdom. Prince Alexander and Princess Daenerys would expand the kingdom's boundary even further as Queen Rowena reigned by conquering all the kingdoms in the Isles. Before the Queen abdicated her throne and crowned her son king, all the islands came under the Scottish crown. With the aid of the dragons bonded to Prince Alexander and Princess Daenerys, the Viking menace was destroyed on the islands, and all Viking ships later feared to sail into the Scottish Channel in fear of the Dragon Kings of Scotland. But Vikings were not the only foe decimated during the Age of the Dragon. The power wielded by House Targaryen was such that they started to systematically cull the Roman influence in their newly conquered lands. The non-magical populace was barred from practicing their faith in the Roman Church. The churches and other religious structures were forcibly taken over by the royal house. While considerable efforts were made to remove religion from all walks of life, the vacuum left by the absence of religion gave birth to a new one amongst the non-magical populace of the kingdom. The Valyrian faith took birth among the non-magical citizens of Scotland during the Age of the Dragon. Queen Rowena made concerted efforts to cull the spread of the religion, but during her last years on the throne, she changed her opinion. The court records from that time indicate that Salazar Slytherin was the man who convinced the Queen to stop suppressing the new religion. These records were later cited to claim Salazar Slytherin was the one who started the religion. But this was never conclusively proven. The Valyrian faith proclaimed King Hadrian to be a demigod sent to the Scottish Isles by the heavens to establish God's kingdom in the mortal realm. It was believed that God recalled King Hadrian to the kingdom of heaven, only to return when the armies of hell rose to wage war against heaven. According to the faith, the war was prophesied to happen in 14 locations across the planet, and this future war is called the War of the 14 Flames. It is believed 14 Targaryen princes would wage this war against the armies of hell and save the world from destruction. It became abundantly clear among the wizards of the time that someone used the details left by King Hadrian about his home island to create a new religion. However, the Valyrian faith only became stronger and spread wide after many wizards failed to find the mythical island of the first Targaryen king. The Age of the Dragon would strengthen the Valyrian faith in the Kingdom of Scotland. When House Targaryen started to expand into mainland Europe, the Valyrian faith came into conflict with the Christian faith and Islam. This later led to the War of Faiths for the next 5 centuries until the Continental War, waged by Titus Targaryen in the 17th century, cemented the Valyrian faith's dominance in the Eurozone. Ch 101, Sarcophagus. Harry pondered the silence from his grandmother. Ever since he gave her access to the chamber, she had gone silent. He supposed Pernell was trying to piece together the information about Elysium from the ancient scrolls in the chamber. He had an inkling as to why Pernell Flamel was after Elysium. After all, he had also read the lore of the Hallows, which was vital to unlocking the full power of Elysium to destroy the Blood Enemy. But Harry seriously doubted the Blood Enemy the scrolls kept mentioning were Muggles. Because, in the scrolls, there was a different tale of the Peverell brothers. The scrolls talk of 3 brothers who lived amongst their hated enemies so that they may learn of their plans and bring destruction to their Blood Enemy. But these same scrolls also spoke as if the enemy was too powerful, technologically advanced, and knowledgeable. That was another thing that didn't make much sense. He could understand why the Peverell brothers would consider the Muggles dangerous. But knowledgeable and technologically advanced were not exactly the words he'd used to describe ancient Muggles. The more he read from the scrolls, the less it made sense to think Elysium was some magical dimension that spawned all magical creatures. Elysium was described as the origin of magic and all magical creatures. It was also considered as a place of great power. It was also touted as a place where the wielder of all 3 Hallows could bring about the destruction of the Blood Enemy. There were also some ludicrous claims that the 3 brothers were the creators of all magical creatures on Earth. The more he read, the more Harry felt like it was one of those loony, pure-blood conspiracy theories made to stroke their ego. Or, in this case, a wizarding supremacy story. His own theory was some hollow Earth theory where a separate magical dimension somehow functions inside the Earth's core, spawning all magical creatures. From the interspecies relationships, humans inherited these magical powers. Then, for some reason, this Elysium started to make many elder magical species fade or diminish, leaving the humanoid magical folks like goblins and wizards to dominate the planet. But Harry was not shouting his theory from the rooftops, nor did he have any particular stake in asserting his theory as the truth. Harry had even broached the subject with Salazar while in the branch reality. Even Salazar was unaware of most of the stuff relating to Elysium. But the man was a treasure trove of knowledge when it came to drawing magical energy from the planet to power spells and rituals. It was only thanks to Slytherin that he managed to decipher 3 specific scrolls written in a different language with some similarities with Latin. Even then, the all-speak charm could only do so much because the translations were wonky and, most of the time, made less sense. The charm worked on the residual magic left on the written word, which carried the writer's intent and the source of knowledge of the language. Since the only source Harry got for the Old Latin was from Slytherin, the translations were poor quality. I suppose I'll learn more once Pernell has a closer look at those scrolls. Maybe she has access to this Old Latin to make accurate translations. Harry mused. Keeping thoughts on Elysium in the back of his mind, Harry focused on the task at hand. The task was carving runes into a stone sarcophagus to create a device capable of projecting a soul. In his admittedly humble research into the Horcrux magic and the nature of the soul, he came to one conclusion. A spell to tear off the soul shard from his head could potentially affect his own soul. The problem he encountered was that a spell designed to tear off a portion of the soul could not be made to specify which soul to slice off. So, the solution to this quandary was 2 spells working in conjunction. One to project the soul in a body and the other to pluck the soul out of the body. But using 2 spells in conjunction was very dangerous, especially when his soul was on the line. Therefore, Harry had the choice of charging someone else to perform the spells, but since he trusted himself above anyone else, he came up with the sarcophagus. The sarcophagus would project the souls inhabiting his body into a manifestation of its spirit form. An ordinary soul's spirit form could usually be seen in ghosts, but he didn't know what form the Horcrux would take. Either way, so long as the sarcophagus distinguished the soul signature, he could use a spell to shear away the parasitic soul shard invading his spirit without harming his soul. Then came the most challenging part. Merely cutting away the Horcrux was not practical. He had to bind it to another object and then destroy it. The problem was that shearing off a soul was no laughing matter. Harry suspected it'd be taxing on his spirit and body. Voldemort's soul shard had lived within him for nearly 2 decades, in that time, the soul shard had rooted itself so thoroughly. Also, he was up against Voldemort's soul, which had undergone one of the most unnatural forms of magic known to wizard kind. The factor of unpredictability and risk was always high, no matter the precautions he took. But he had no other option but to go ahead with what he had. The alternative was sacrificing himself to Voldemort by following Dumbledore's idiotic plan. No self-respecting human with even a microscopic sense of self-worth would follow through with Dumbledore's plan. There was no power of love as Dumbledore preached. If there were such a power, then it'd have to be acknowledged that there was also a power of hatred. If Harry had learned one thing in his study of magical energy, it always liked to balance itself and never play favorites. Magic was power, and it cared not who wielded it or for what purpose. Magic was untouched by emotion, only the wielder was. Finally, after days of toiling on the sarcophagus, it was finally finished. Harry audibly yawned and stretched his boy, popping a few bones in the process. He had gone with less than 4 hours of sleep for the last week to finish the sarcophagus, and now he was ready to take a long nap. But before he fell on a bed and let sleep claim him, Harry summoned a snake using the Serpensortia spell. Stay dollar, he hissed at the snake. The cobra that appeared on the sarcophagus stayed docile and lay down without a fuss. Harry charged the runes on the sarcophagus, and lo and behold, a tiny spark of energy was projected outwards from the snake's body. So tiny and fragile but so elegant. Harry whispered in fascination as he stared at the wisp of pure energy that was the snake's soul. The magical senses he had honed over tireless training and practice became highly alert when he saw the physical manifestation of the soul for the first time. Sure, he had seen ghosts in Hogwarts, but this was a whole new experience. The surge of energy he could feel from the soul was something otherworldly but familiar. It felt inconsequential but, at the same time, endless, as if the universe itself was bearing its enormity before Harry. Even his magic surged outward, mirroring the joy and excitement he was feeling now. It was a profound moment, and Harry understood the gravity of the task ahead. He was more determined than ever to decimate Voldemort, who dared to butcher such a gift the universe had granted the man. Soul, he realized, was sacred. It was something that should be preserved, protected, and revered. Anything that subverts the soul should be destroyed. Harry whispered before he devoured the sarcophagus. Come, little one. I'll take you to your new home, Dollar. Harry took the cobra into his hands and left the sarcophagus chamber. He stopped by the door and looked back into the room as if he felt something flicker in his senses. But when he scanned the room, he found nothing. It almost felt like something or someone was watching him, but he could not sense anything when he trained his senses in the room. Shaking his head, he left the chamber to find some nice juicy mice for the snake whose soul he had seen. In the chamber where the sarcophagus was kept, the air shimmered as a ghostly figure appeared and stared at the sarcophagus for a long moment before vanishing into thin air. So, you had a piece of the Dark Lord's soul stuck in your body for all these years, and you want to remove it using this stone bed? Daphne said slowly with a look of utter bewilderment on her face. Not a stone bed. I call it the sarcophagus. At her pointed stare, Harry shrugged and said. But basically what you said. So long as this soul shard is not destroyed, would the Dark Lord remain immortal? Yes. He'll just keep coming back. And you said the Dark Lord split his soul many times and kept these shards in powerful artifacts. Yes. I've destroyed them all except for the last two. The one in his pet snake and the one attached to my scar. Harry answered. Okay. Daphne took a deep breath. Why are you telling me all of this now? What better time is there? Harry asked. Daphne looked at him like he had gone bonkers. After all, Sirius and Bridget were exchanging marriage vows before the assembled guests in the garden of Potter Manor. It was a relatively muted affair with very few chosen guests. Harry had wanted a large function with a long guest list, but Sirius put his foot down, citing security concerns. Bridget also wanted a private event with some family and friends. Harry had to cave in when the two of them insisted, and therefore, there were hardly 25 guests in his garden. Remus became the best man, which left Harry to be the overall organizer of the event. Are you sure you didn't hit your head recently? Daphne mocked him. Everyone is in their own bubble or engrossed in the ceremony. Besides, I set up a ward around us. You've known about this soul shard for a long time, right? Daphne asked. Yes. Harry nodded. So why tell me about this now? Well, we're now officially a couple, and you signed that contract last day. Harry reminded her, which earned him a glare at the reminder of that particular function. I also need someone I trust with sufficient skill in healing, and that's you. Daphne looked mollified and a touch happy at his admission. Of course, I'll help you, Harry. Daphne said, smiling at him. How can I help? First, let's dance, and then you can listen to all my secret plans. Harry grinned. Daphne just nodded with a hint of a grin tugging at the corner of her lips. Harry was nervous and thrilled at the same time. He watched Winky float Nagini into the sarcophagus impatiently. Once she set down Voldemort's pet snake, Harry conjured bindings on the snake, which bound it securely against the sarcophagus. Administer the antidote, Dobby. Winky magically forced Nagini's mouth open, and Dobby poured the antidote into the snake's mouth. Immediately, the giant python wakes from the slumber induced by the draught of living death. It began to struggle against the bindings, but its movements were sluggish. Harry maintained a sense-disorienting spell on the snake to keep it docile throughout the procedure, but he needed the creature to be conscious for the sarcophagus to work properly. Before Daphne's watchful eyes, Harry charged several rune sequences, and the sarcophagus came to life. You got the sequence. Daphne just nodded silently. Now came the hard part. He activated the rune that projected the spirit form, and the sarcophagus worked like a charm. The energy field projected by the sarcophagus projected two distinct soul signatures. There was the wholesome soul of Nagini, and the reduced, tainted soul of Voldemort projected apart. Harry placed a gold ring on a table beside the sarcophagus before he trained his wand on the soul shard of Voldemort. Anima Absido. Tendrils of gold and red strings made of magical energy shot out of the tip of his wand and latched onto the soul shard. He could feel the soul shard fight back against the spell, but Harry remained resolute and began to pull the soul out of Nagini's spirit. Slowly but surely, the soul shard came out of Nagini and remained on the tip of his wand. Harry immediately tied the soul shard into the gold ring and bound it with enchantments so that it remained dormant. It worked. There is no tainted energy left. The soul remains pure. Daphne said with wide eyes as she stared at the glowing ball of energy now exuding a warm aura. He watched from the sidelines as Daphne started using diagnostic charms to see whether there was anything wrong with Nagini. There seemed to be no side effects. But I recommend keeping the snake under observation for a few days before you use the sarcophagus. Daphne suggested. No. I want this thing gone now. You've carried it all this time. Just wait a few more days. Don't be a Gryffindor now. Harry strongly objected to the insinuation that he was thick-headed. But he caved into her suggestion to wait a few days before using the sarcophagus. When he eventually came to do so, it worked quite splendidly without any adverse effects. Once the Horcrux was removed, he felt like something weighing down his neck was removed. He felt like he could battle Voldemort for an entire day without breaking a sweat. Perhaps it was the psychological effect of knowing his soul was whole again and untainted by the soul shard of a psycho. Whatever it was, Harry felt like he was at the height of his power, and from that feeling emerged confidence in his victory over the Dark Lord. That sense of victory was compounded when he used basilisk venom to destroy Voldemort's 2 soul anchors. Lord Voldemort was now genuinely mortal, and that knowledge made Harry spend the rest of his summer holidays in relative peace. Pernell pored over the scrolls and books she collected from Slytherin's chamber. If her grandson thought she'd be swimming aimlessly in the massive repository of knowledge of Cadmus' descendants, he was mistaken. She was an adept censor and had the gift of finer aspects of magic. Therefore, she could trace her grandson's signature of magic on the books and scrolls. Those were the first to be examined, and she easily found what she was looking for that way. The trail to Elysium hadn't gone cold as she had feared. She solved half the puzzle and now knew how to read the map to find Elysium. Her grandson couldn't have pieced it together because he didn't have all the tools. But she had those tools thanks to her connection to Antioch Peveril. You see now, Nicholas. My way is not hopeless after all. Pernell looked at her longtime husband and friend triumphantly as she showed the partial map. You'll need the Hallows to complete the map. No, Nicholas. Pernell shook her head. I need only one Hallow. The Cloak of Invisibility, and we both know where it is. Pernell looked at the large map on the stone tablet left by her ancestors. She had searched for a way to read the map for centuries, but now she knew how. Elysium opens to the transcendent keys. The map of one of 3 shines the way. See the world through death's skin. The light of Ascended shines the path. You see, Nicholas. I know I'm one step closer to embracing our destiny. The stone tablet had a proximity ward to show the clue. Nicholas said with a thoughtful frown as he read the lines written in the precursor language from which Latin was born. Something like that. It's difficult to get a proper read on the magic in the stone. It's beyond our level of magical finesse, said Pernell. But you understand what this means, right? She asked earnestly. The transcendent keys means the Hallows. We've always known they were powerful artifacts and had nothing to do with all that nonsense about death and the Peveril brothers. Nicholas said softly, staring at the lines intently. The map of one of 3. It obviously speaks of the stone tablet left by Antioch. Pernell said, nodding at the tablet in her hands. Nicholas nodded as they also had 2 other tablets of the Peveril brothers, but those hadn't so much as twitched so far. Seeing the world through death's skin could allude to the Cloak of Invisibility. So we might need Harry's help. Yes. But what does the light of Ascended shines the path mean? Pernell asked. I do not know. Nicholas frowned. We might need to look for any references for this Ascended light in our archives. Let's not waste any more time then. Pernell said, climbing to her feet and swiftly walking into their library with Nicholas closely following behind. Branch Reality. An excerpt from Atlantis and Valeria, Myth or Reality. By William Poesy. When Plato brought forth the fictional city of Atlantis in his works Timaeus and Critias, he might have never intended for people around the world to take it literally. Plato's intentions for introducing a mythical city, which was supposed to be a naval power, was purely as an allegory. However, a considerable number of people started to believe in the tale of the mythical city that was supposed to have sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Kings have spent ships after this fictional city, hoping to salvage the sunken city's remains, but nothing was ever found. Such people believed Atlantis was the cradle of civilization, ignoring that Plato used Atlantis to enshrine the superiority of Athens, an ideal state in his mind. This little fact is conveniently forgotten by the proponents of Atlantis and its existence. Similarly, those following the Valyrian faith believed the city of Valyria or the Valyrian freehold to be the birthplace of civilization. Some even claim Valyria is the mythical Atlantis described in Timaeus and Critias. But Plato himself disproves such claims by alluding that Atlantis was near Egypt, while the Valerian faith claims that Valeria was in the Mediterranean between Greece and Rome. But centuries of expeditions have disproved the existence of any such islands. Yet, some people still believe in Atlantis and Valeria's fantastical tales. Thanks to the short-sightedness of 19th-century novice historians, the tales of the mythical cities spread far and wide. In the Kingdom of Scotland, it became a tradition for a newly crowned king to send naval expeditions to find Valeria. It often resulted in war with Rome and other European states during the reign of Alexander Targaryen and his descendants. The quest for Valeria also made Scotland the mightiest naval power in the Western Hemisphere, eventually empowering them to destroy the Vikings and take control of all the Nordic states. Even the Continental War of Titus Targaryen had elements of a Valerian expedition in his fleet. But to this day, Valeria and Atlantis remain a mystery and a rich source of contemporary fiction. Ch 102, Desperate Times. Vol 3, The Secrets of House Peveril. The night was chilly as usual, but it was no better than the days. There was a marked difference in climate not just in Westminster but across the entire United Kingdom. There were undoubtedly some very unfortunate events happening across the nation, and despite being the Prime Minister, Alvin Thomson had no control whatsoever over the situation. That was a fact, and it was being used by his political opponents to discredit him in the media. For a moment, he wondered why his political opponents even bothered. The entitled idiots in the media were doing a far better job than his political opponents in blaming everything wrong that was happening under the sun on his head. Just thinking about those smug sons of bitches in the media and their holier-than-thou attitude made him mad. The more he attempted to put such thoughts out of his mind and relax, the more agitated he became. Whenever he closed his eyes, those smug mugs of those media reporters came to mind. Somehow, the media was spinning the unfortunate events happening in the north and west of London as somehow the government's fault. There was a string of strange night raids on homes near Scotland. The police reports suggest they were gang-related crimes, and he had promised all resources to the police to control the situation. There was also a string of rabies infections going around even though his people on the ground promised him the stray dogs were under control in the streets. The media claimed the vaccinations were not working, but the last report on his table suggests that the vaccines were of high quality. Still, he formed a special committee to investigate the quality of vaccines and, in the meantime, find alternate sources of vaccines for emergency use. Then, there was that infernal bridge collapsing that was creating a headache for the government. How was he supposed to know when or why the bridge would collapse? He was not a fortune teller to have guessed the bridge was about to collapse. The accusations in the media were that the government spent less on the bridge, entirely skipping the part where it was not his government that built the damn bridge in the first place. Still, he immediately sent a team of some of the best engineers and investigators, and they were as clueless as the government as to why the bridge collapsed. But the media was uninterested in facts and was after their ratings. The more they blamed the government, the better their ratings were. Frankly, Alvin was starting to see that the people were the problem. His fellow Brits were getting soft-bellied lazy bums, easily influenced by some two-bit hacks in the media and their daily nonsense. It was disparaging to think his fellow citizens were stupid, but these days, he was thinking of retiring from politics altogether. Some of his opponents even blamed him for forest fires, for the Lord's sake. What was he? Rain? How was he supposed to foresee forest fires in West Sussex, Yorkshire, Moray, and some other areas in the Scottish Highlands? His opponents claimed it was all the government's fault, and the media goons happily parroted the narrative. The silver lining in all of this was that Wales was spared from all these unfortunate events so far. Shaking his head, Alvin let himself relax in his chair and switched on the TV. The first channel that came up was the BBC. He scowled upon seeing the headlines. A grim fog clouding Wessex. Alvin muttered incredulously. The reporter narrated how sad and gloomy the people of Wessex were. Their days were supposedly cold and dreary, forcing most inhabitants to stay indoors. Parks were supposedly left vacant, bereft of children or families. Of course, the prevailing theme of the report was that the government was not doing enough to make people happy. How was he supposed to make people happy? He was not a jester. He was the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. Letting out a huff, he switched off the TV and poured himself a glass of brandy. Draining the glass in one go, he immediately refilled it again. Alvin remembered he was supposed to meet with the US President on a formal state visit next week. Perhaps I should ask the guy for citizenship. Alvin thought with a scowl as he drained the glass again before pouring himself another shot. His daughter was settled in Florida with her husband and the grandkids. Maybe it's time I visit them. Florida will be a perfect place to retire, he thought, a momentary smile overcoming the gloominess as he thought of his family. He heard a soft cough, which brought him out of his musings. Alvin looked around the empty room and frowned. Up here. Alvin could only gape as a man with a pointed nose spoke from a dirty old oil painting in the corner of the room. My mind is playing tricks on me. Alvin shook his head. To the Prime Minister of Muggles, it is urgent that we meet. Kindly respond immediately. Sincerely, Amelia Bones, Minister of Magic. It took a moment for his brain to catch up to what was happening, and he immediately remembered his predecessor talking something about magic and all that nonsense. He had hoped his predecessor was pulling his leg or the man had gone senile. But now, he was faced with the truth of the situation. He could now understand why Ellington wanted to retire. The man in the party had trapped him by foisting all of this into his lap. Bloody wankor. I should have listened to my wife and remained an MP or even quit politics altogether. Alvin thought. I have other matters to attend. Alvin explained, you see, it's not a very good time for me. I have a cabinet meeting, and I need to prepare for. That can be rearranged. This is more important. The blonde-haired man in the portrait said firmly. You don't understand. This meeting is very important. We shall make other arrangements for that meeting. Meanwhile, please respond immediately to Madame Bones. The man said again. Alvin straightened himself and adjusted his tie, preparing to project confidence. He didn't want to show these magic folk how rattled and out of depth he was. So, he adopted what he hoped was a stern look and stared at the door, waiting for his guests to stroll in. But that quickly changed when bright green flames ignited in the grate beneath a white marble mantelpiece. He openly gaped as people in funny clothing walked out of the flames as if the devil was walking out of hell. Good Lord in heaven, give me strength, Alvin muttered, clutching the silver cross pendant his mother had given him. All of these magic folk were wearing pointy hats and blue robes except for one woman who was wearing long red robes. The woman stood in the front, her eyes stern and red hair glittering eerily under the fire. Amelia Bones, I presume. He said bravely, forcing himself to regain his composure. Please, take a seat. Prime Minister, I'm afraid I'm on a rather tight schedule. I was supposed to have this meeting at the beginning of the month, but certain circumstances forced me to postpone it. Thankfully, it also gave me time to prepare. Understandable. Please take a seat and... Alvin offered, but the magic woman declined promptly. I will be brief, Prime Minister. Our people are at war, and that war has spilled into your world. Alvin froze in his chair and stared incredulously at the red-haired woman. You mean, everything that is happening is your people's fault? Alvin asked after finding his voice. Unfortunately, yes. We're facing an insurgency within our people led by a dangerous Dark Lord. The followers of the Dark Lord are responsible for these attacks. We've had some of these attacks in our world as well and... Now, just wait a minute. Why is this Dark Lord? Alvin couldn't help but make a face at the unfamiliar term, attacking us? What could we've possibly done for one of your people to attack my people? You exist, and that's reason enough for the Dark Lord. Said Amelia. He is attacking us because we exist. Alvin asked incredulously. Yes. The Dark Lord hates Muggles, and he supposedly claims to want to eradicate all Muggles and establish the rule of wizards. Said Amelia said with a roll of her eyes. What? Why would such madmen be allowed free rein? You've got to do something to stop this, Alvin demanded, his voice rising. We will take care of such unstable elements shortly, Prime Minister. First, we must secure your government's protection. We cannot allow the Dark Lord to gain undue influence over you or your cabinet. I can take care of myself, and I've got some of the best security details in the country. I won't be needing your protection. Alvin said morosely while shooting a disgruntled look at the blue-robed men and women behind his magical counterpart. I'm afraid I was not asking for your permission. I'm saying that your government will be placed under our protection. Amelia said firmly, her stare eerily reminding him of the Catholic school teacher he used to fear in his younger days. How do you plan on doing that? You people are not exactly inconspicuous with your silly hat and dress robes. Besides, how can this Dark Lord influence my government? The Dark Lord and his followers can use spells to control the minds of men in key positions of power in your government. They can do that? Alvin asked in horror. I'm afraid so, yes. Amelia nodded. This is just preposterous. How can we defend against mind control? We could post our auras within your protection detail, but I scrapped that plan because I need all my best forces to destroy the Dark Lord and his followers. So, I came up with a much more simpler solution. Oh. What's that? Alvin asked curiously, even if he was overwhelmed by the strange tangent his life was taking. It's quite simple, Prime Minister. We take control of your minds before the Dark Lord can. Said Amelia. Wait, what? He stared dumbly as one of the blue-robed women stepped forward and pointed a stick at him. The stick glowed eerie bronze before he heard a faint whisper. Imperio. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom was not the only one to be put under the spell. In the span of a few hours, the entire British government fell under the control of their wizarding counterparts. Amelia Bones was the first Minister of Magic to take such drastic steps to maintain order in the history of the wizarding world. In doing so, she also proved just how vulnerable the Muggles were to wizards despite their advancements. While the entire British government was being systematically taken over by the British Ministry of Magic, a desperate mother begged an old friend for help. Severus, I wouldn't have asked you of this if there was no other way. Please Severus. Draco is just a boy. A boy initiated by the Dark Lord. His fate, his mission, it's beyond me, Narcissa. You already know this. Snape said curtly. Draco is foolish like his father. He doesn't understand what he is getting into. He doesn't, he is just a boy, Severus. Narcissa said with tears rolling down her cheek. Yes, he is foolish. His petty feud with Potter has clouded the boy's mind and filled it with thoughts of revenge. He has eyes, but he refuses to see how dangerous it is to incur the wrath of an enemy like Harry Potter. He said calmly and took a sip from the glass of wine to wet his dry throat. I agree. But he won't listen, and he goes ahead without a moment of thought. The Dark Lord is also punishing us for Lucius' failure. You know as well as I do that there is no other reason for this unreasonable demand foisted on Draco. Careful now, Narcissa. You are skirting close to treason against our Lord. Snape warned. My son's life is all that matters to me, Severus. The Dark Lord means for my son to die trying in this ridiculous task. He wants vengeance for Lucius' mistake, for Bellatrix's mistake. He is punishing my son, my son. Narcissa let out a choked gasp. I'm afraid the Dark Lord's mind is set on this matter, Narcissa. There is nothing I or anybody else could do to change his will. Draco must prevail in this task now that he has taken the mark. Severus said firmly. Narcissa cried in earnest as she gazed at Snape beseechingly. Please, Severus. He is my only child, my baby boy. I have no one else I could ask for help. Narcissa sobbed. If Draco succeeds, he'll be rewarded by the Dark Lord. Snape said in a softer tone. He won't succeed. Narcissa wailed, how can Draco succeed where even the Dark Lord has failed? The Dark Lord wants my son to die trying. I do not think the Dark Lord intends for Draco to succeed in his task, nor does he think Dumbledore will kill Draco. Snape said, looking away from the grieving mother. Please, Severus. I beg of you. Narcissa fell on her knees, I urge you to ask the Dark Lord to spare my son from this burden. He'll listen to you. You're his most trusted advisor. If you say that Draco will fail in this task, the Dark Lord will not be persuaded by me or anyone else for that matter. He is displeased with Lucius and Bellatrix for failing to retrieve the prophecy. He is wroth with the position he is dealt with after Potter wounded the Dark Lord before the whole world to see. Snape shook his head after taking a deep breath. I'm sorry, Narcissa. My son, my only son. Narcissa wailed in despair. She fell from her knees and sat on the floor as she cried. Snape seized her by her arms, helped her into a couch, and gave her a glass of wine. I cannot change the mind of the Dark Lord, but I might be able to help Draco with his task. Snape said slowly. She sat up, her face pale white while her eyes remained red and puffy. But there was desperate hope shining in her eyes as she gazed at Snape. Severus, you would help him? Help my son? Would you look after him and see to it that he returns safely with no harm? I can, try. Snape whispered. Oh, Severus. She flung herself into Snape's arms and hugged him in utter relief. I need to know some things from your Narcissa. I need to know anything Lucius might have shared regarding Harry Potter and anything that happened at the graveyard on the night of the Dark Lord's revival. It might be completely inane, but anything at all would be of great help. Snape said. Lucius never told me anything, but I got the feeling that he was afraid. Afraid? Afraid of who? Afraid of Potter. When Draco returned that summer in his 4th year, Lucius was adamant that Draco stay away from Potter. He ordered Draco to stop antagonizing Potter or any of his friends. Narcissa said, wiping the tears from her eyes. Have Lucius ever said something like that to Draco before? No. Narcissa shook her head, but I've told Draco many times to stop his unreasonable behavior with Potter. Did he say anything about what happened during the night of the Dark Lord's resurrection? Snape asked, a curious glint in his coal-black eyes. No, Severus. He never told me anything. I had asked many times, but Lucius never said a word. But he was terrified of Potter. I see. Snape frowned as he thoughtfully stared out the window of his home. Severus, my son. You do not have to worry, Narcissa. The Dark Lord has tasked me to see to the success of the task. I promise you, Draco will be unharmed if he listens to my advice. Snape said curtly. Thank you, Severus. I'll make sure he knows to follow your command in Hogwarts. Narcissa said with relief. Tonks stretched her back and yawned tiredly in her bed. She had arrived late at night from work. The Aurors have been working overtime with Minister Bones' aggressive moves in the last 2 weeks. The momentum the Ministry gained from arresting Death Eaters from Potter Manor worked like a charm in public. Madame Bones had naturally exploited the political milestone she was handed on a silver platter in a direction Tonks or the rest of the Order had never thought of. She immediately passed on the information about Madame Bones' actions in the Muggle world to Shaq Bolt, who had no doubt passed it on to Dumbledore. The headmaster had correctly identified that Madame Bones would pursue the war far more pragmatically and ruthlessly than her predecessors. But never to this extent. She hadn't thought Madame Bones would be callous enough to use the Muggle government under the Imperious curse. This was why she passed on the information to Shaq Bolt. She knew it was a risky play on her part, but she felt like she had to inform someone responsible. She'd have gone to Harry with the information, but despite his recent success against the Dark Lord, she saw him as a kid. Besides, Harry already had the Dark Lord to worry about. It didn't feel like a good idea to involve Harry in whatever mess the Ministry was getting into. If something were to go pear-shaped, she wanted someone like Dumbledore in the know to pick up the pieces. At the same time, she understood why Madame Bones was taking extreme measures. The Dark Lord had unleashed legions of vampires and werewolves into the Muggle world, wreaking havoc, and this had forced the Aurors to be stretched thin. The presence of Dementors nesting in Muggle towns didn't help either. Taking control of the Muggle government certainly removed any escalation from their part. But it was a slippery slope. Who was to say that the Ministry would continue to hold the reins of the Muggle government indefinitely? Thus, the reason for her snitching on the Minister despite the sensitivity of the information. There was also the slim possibility that the Aurors could be sympathetic to the cause of the Dark Lord. It was a less likely case with Harry sharing his Dark Mark screening ward with the Ministry. They had used that useful little ward to clean house in the Ministry. Madame Bones had been all too gleeful to haul off all marked Death Eaters. Suddenly, her nose picked up the aromatic smell of French roast in her flat. Tonks pushed the sheets to the side and climbed out of the bed. She walked out of her bedroom following the smell and found a beautiful spread on her dining table. There was coffee on the table, as well as bread, butter, boiled eggs, and bacon. She immediately took a plate full of everything she liked and eagerly dined. She was starving as she hadn't had the chance to have dinner last night. "Ave, you even brushed your teeth?" Fleur asked as she walked into their dining room dressed in a bathrobe. Her hair was dripping with water, and she was drying it with a towel. For a moment, Tonks was mesmerized by the beauty of her lover. Fleur's blue eyes were sparkling, and her skin had a glow to it. It also helped that the bathrobe left nothing much to the imagination. "I'm starving here. My teeth understand the demands of the stomach come first and foremost." Tonks grinned. She saw Fleur shake her head and join her at the table. Luckily, she had no duty today and could spend time with Fleur. She supposed she could accompany Fleur to Marauder's Den. Tomorrow, she'd be posted at King's Cross to ensure the safety of the Hogwarts Express. Keeping Hogwarts safe was now a priority, and she needed to blow off some steam before she was thrown into work. The DMLE had proposed an alternative to the Hogwarts train, considering the security risks involved. But Madame Bones had put her foot down on the proposal and killed it. She reasoned that the Ministry would be perceived as weak if they cancelled the Hogwarts Express. Bloody politics. Tonks thought. At least she knew someone would be happy with the results. She had seen how Harry was acting all lovey-dovey around Daphne. She suspected the two were up to no good in those long train rides like she had seen many couples do in her time at Hogwarts. "Why make that face?" Fleur asked. "Oh, nothing. Just thinking about all those Hogwarts kids who get to ride on a train all warm and cozy while we Aurors get to escort that bloody train for a whole day." Tonks grumbled. The tinkling laughter that escaped Fleur's throat lifted her spirits a little bit. In these trying times, laughter was the only remedy to preserve hope. CH-103, a sluggish train ride. "Father has been going mad with worry over our home safety. He had half a mind to send us all packing to Germany if it wasn't for you, Harry," said Astoria as she munched on a chocolate frog on the platform while students boarded the Hogwarts Express. "I'm regretting my actions, you chocolate thieves." Harry glared at the Greengrass sisters for stealing his chocolate stash. "A small price to pay for my company and my sister's favor," Astoria cheerfully said. "You have a rather high opinion of yourself, Astoria." "I learned from the best," Astoria said, pointing at Harry, making his eyes twitch. "It's pointless to engage my sister in a war of words, Harry. She was born with a silver tongue," said Daphne without looking up from the chocolate frog card she was reading. "It's rare when my sister compliments my prowess. But I'm usually in a good mood when that happens." Astoria grinned happily. "See?" Daphne deadpanned. "But I can't thank you enough for warding our home, Harry. Without that Fidelius charm protecting us, I fear our father wouldn't have sent us to Hogwarts this year," said Astoria. "I, for one, could not have thought of spending a second apart from my lovely betrothed," said Harry, throwing his left arm around Daphne's shoulder, making said girl blush. But she also didn't forget to elbow his ribs in silent protest at his comment. At the same time, she didn't mind too much at his hand around her shoulders. Harry took it as a win in his ability to wear her out of the conservative outlook of Daphne. Usually, she was not game for showing any affection in public. "I wish I had a camera." Astoria pouted as she stared at them. You know it'll be an interesting idea to make a compact camera that can take as many photos as we want and is easily carried around, Harry mused aloud. Harry had an aversion to wizarding cameras even though he always liked the sound made by the old cameras when the flash occurred. Come to think of it, he wondered why wizarding cameras made such a sound. He knew for a fact that the wizarding cameras worked on charms, so there was no possible reason why the flash should make any sound. The old Muggle cameras made that sound due to the electric charge passing through the filament, which made the gas in the bulb expand rapidly, generating a small shockwave with a popping sound. The more he thought about it, the less it made sense. Wizarding cameras used charms to generate light and a remarkable runic array to capture the reflected light, so there was hardly any need for sound and the camera's ridiculous size. Maybe we should work on that for our Ancient Runes project this year, Harry suggested to Daphne, who looked ready to punch his teeth out. I don't think so. I'll be changing my electives if I'm saddled with another one of your impossible and highly complicated projects. Daphne threatened with a huff. She is just joking. She loves it when I drag her into different projects, said Harry, seeing Astoria's concerned look. Daphs likes to protest, but she ends up being a phenomenal partner in the project. Just last year, we reversed the effects of a pensieve by projecting memories outwards in a holographic display. Don't call me that. Daphne muttered furiously with red cheeks. While Harry might have obliged with her request, Astoria didn't let the matter drop. Daphne endured her younger sister's teasing until Tracy came to her rescue out of nowhere. Harry made sure the Greengrass sisters safely boarded the Hogwarts Express, and he even left a few wards to keep an eye on them. He had personally vouched for their safety to Damien, and he had escorted them from their home. After all, the Greengrass family was a prime target for Voldemort because of his relationship with Daphne. So, he was covering all the bases. He had offered the Fidelius charm to Andromeda and Nymphadora, but they politely declined his offer, just like the Weasleys. He knew Voldemort well enough to understand how the little psychopath's mind worked. The Dark Lord was denied the destruction of Potter Manor and served the minor confrontation as a major embarrassment for the Death Eaters. The Ministry and Harry came out of that incident in a stronger position with many captured Death Eaters. Voldemort had turned that embarrassment into a rage and channeled it into Diagon Alley and the Muggle world. The Dark Lord's forces kidnapped Ollivander, leaving new Hogwarts students to depend on less-known wand makers. The news in the Muggle world was not great either. There were too many attacks, and most of them were vampire and werewolf attacks. The Muggles were under the impression that it was an outbreak of rabies or some such infection. Therefore, he knew the next target of the Dark Lord's ire would be his friends. For this reason, he approached most of his friends and their families, placing his skill in warding and protective charms at their disposal. Some had taken up his offer, like the Lovegoods, Grangers, and Bells. While he couldn't keep watch over all of them, he felt relieved to have put his knowledge to some use to keep their homes under the best protective wards. Harry traversed through the compartments of the train while he kept an eye out for the Auror standing on the platforms. While he personally disliked Amelia Bones for her hand in serious issues with the Ministry, he had learned to work with the woman. At least, she had so far been competent in keeping up the fight against the Death Eaters. From what Damien told him, Minister Bones had been secretly bolstering her Auror force with foreign and local hit wizards. She seems to have taken a leaf out of Voldemort's book and chose to obscure the identity of her hit wizards to protect them from retaliation. He could see how that'd boost morale within the Ministry forces, but it was also a double-edged sword. Harry focused on the wizards and witches standing outside the train. Their faces were obscured, making them unidentifiable. The weakness of this move was that a Death Eater could sneak into the Auror force unless precautions were taken to prevent infiltrations. Either way, Harry was not worried about the Aurors getting infiltrated. He was more than aware that he couldn't possibly micromanage all aspects of the war. No, he had other methods of waging war against the Dark Lord. While he had handed over the ward scheme to screen for the Dark Mark to the Ministry, Harry kept a charm to track all those branded with the Dark Mark under wraps. He had developed a small prototype, but he was sure he could develop it further. He just needed more time. This year offered him that time, and he was going to use it to hunt down not just Voldemort but also his lackeys for good. After all, he had access to a group of mercenary wizards ready to do his bidding, thanks to Pernell Flamel. So, with a spring in his step, he entered the first compartment of the Hogwarts Express for the prefects' meeting. The prefects' meeting went without a hitch, but Draco Malfoy never attended. The new head boy, Alpheus Everton, was not happy with Malfoy's absence. There were security procedures in place in case an attack happened, and Everton was annoyed. Malfoy thought he could give it a skip. Everton took it personally as an insult and had taken all his frustration on the resident airhead Pansy Parkinson, who claimed Draco had better things to do. It took considerable effort from the Hufflepuff head girl to keep the peace. Don't you think it is strange Malfoy didn't attend the prefects' meeting? He usually never wastes a chance to pick a fight with you, Hermione said as they made their way out of the first compartment with their train patrol schedule. Maybe he lost his nerve with his daddy dearest in prison. Harry said, not wanting Hermione to dig too deep into Malfoy's shenanigans for this year. Still, It's strange. I think he's up to something. Hermione muttered. I'm sure he'll come up with some idiotic scheme to annoy us somehow. Or maybe Malfoy never boarded the Hogwarts Express. Ernie Macmillan said as the Hufflepuff prefect overtook them with Hannah Abbott. One could only hope, mate. Harry called after the puff. Don't keep your hopes up, Potter. Malfoy might just be hiding in some corner to get the better of you. Hannah shouted back as the Hufflepuff duo walked speedily away. Harry snorted at the comment and sought out the compartments for his patrol with Hermione. After a round of patrol duty, he went straight after Daphne's compartment. To his surprise, Neville and Susan Bones were sitting along with the Greengrass sisters. This is a surprise. I thought your aunt would take you straight to Hogwarts herself, Harry commented as he entered the compartment. She nearly did. Then she remembered all those Aurors moving along with the train. So, here I am, the redhead Hufflepuff shrugged. Harry muttered, his eyes settling on Neville. Hey, you. Did you go to the Stonehenge as planned? Neville perked up at the question. Oh yes. It was wicked. Neville said happily before his smile turned into a frown, although, grandmother had a hard time there. The Muggles were giving her strange looks all throughout the day. Harry wisely kept his thoughts on why that might have been the case. It wasn't exactly the norm for the Muggles to see an old woman strolling through their streets wearing a vulture hat and dress robes. At Halloween, that might have been acceptable attire, but during July. Shaking off that train of thought, Harry engaged in a quiet conversation with Neville about other important things, like the Quidditch League matches. He had missed many of the games, all thanks to his impromptu reality hopping. Since no one really knew what happened, he had to come up with a ridiculous cover story that involved a training trip that involved his disappearance from the home islands. He was so engrossed in their conversation that he didn't hear someone knocking on the cabin's sliding door until Tracy opened the door. It was none other than Luna Lovegood who stepped into the cabin. This one is for your Harry. And these are for Susan, Daphne, and Neville. 2 scrolls tied neatly with green ribbons suddenly came before Harry's eyes. Oh hey, Luna. What is this? Before Harry could pluck the scroll out of her hand, his magic jumped to work like an overeager child. The scroll jumped from Luna's hand, untied itself, and unruffled before Harry's eyes in a way that he could read in comfort. Harry frowned as he once again met with the excitable nature of his magical power. Ever since he had rid the Horcrux in his scar, his magic was acting weirdly. It was almost as if his magic was overeager to get things done fast without waiting for his human instincts to catch up. He had to consciously keep his magic from acting out his thoughts all the time. He had relaxed his mind and let it unrestrained while he was among friends. He could already see his friends giving him strange looks because of the apparent display of his telekinesis powers without the aid of a wand. It was not an unknown phenomenon in the wizarding world. Accidental magic had often resulted in such powers manifesting without the aid of a wand. There have been wizards and witches capable of doing the same, but they certainly can't do the other things that he was now capable of doing. One reason he had become so attuned to warding, enchanting, and wielding the planet's natural magic to his needs was these newfound changes within his body. So long as he had a tight leash over his mind, he could assert complete control over his magical energy. Harry, you. Neville let out a gasp, you mastered wandless magic. He could see Susan also staring at him in awe. Daphne, Tracy, and Astoria looked at him with wide eyes. He supposed he should have mentioned it to Daphne, but the opportunity never came. Toward the end of the summer holidays, he had been busy visiting various homes and seeing to their protection. Something like that. Harry admitted, deciding to roll with it now that the cat was out of the bag. His eyes briefly ran over Professor Slughorn's finely written invitation. With a thought, he banished the scroll into thin air. He wants us to be there in his compartment, said Harry. But why? What did I do? Neville looked flabbergasted. You need not worry, Neville. Professor Slughorn is a man who likes to hold parties. Susan explained, Aunta said Professor Slughorn might hold several parties, and he'd invite some famous personalities. It's good for making connections outside of Hogwarts. The Slug Club. Father told us about it. I never thought Professor Slughorn would hold a party in the Hogwarts Express. Daphne said with a pondering look. Maybe it's something else. Let's go see what he wants, Harry said, rising to his feet. They walked all the way to compartment C, and Harry had to endure some staring more than usual. At least, his newfound status as the chosen one or the prophesized one was a boon when he made rounds. The younger kids would become obedient little ducks and look at him as if he was about to turn into a dragon. The braver few would ask for an autograph or even strike up a conversation with him. His policy of random engagements with the crowd helped him avoid being swarmed by his fans and well-wishers. Running away would only cause too many problems. The Weasley twins were also a big help in averting too much crowding of his fans because they sold merchandise in his name and with his signature on it. Besides, thanks to the Knights, he was quite friendly with many Hogwarts students from across houses. Harry, do you plan on continuing the Knights this year? Susan asked as they trekked through the corridors in a sea of students. The knights were created to give combat experience to defend themselves and their family from danger. Since that danger is ever prevalent and out in the open, I think it'll be wise to continue the knights as it is. Harry said after a brief moment of thought. That's good. I was afraid you'd stop the knights. I learned a lot more of Dada from you in 1 year than I did in 5 years at Hogwarts, Susan said happily. Auntie was very impressed by my Dada score. Same here. Neville nodded along happily. Gran was over the moon when I got an O. Sometimes, I can't believe it myself. It looks like you've got skill and patience for teaching Harry. After Hogwarts, maybe you could apply for the Dada post. I'm sure Dumbledore would happily accept you into the staff. Susan suggested, making Daphne snort. If you plan on wasting months in Hogwarts teaching a bunch of children how to hold their wand after we graduate, you can find someone else to court Potter. Daphne said in a way that brokered no argument. As you can see, my lovely yet ambitious girlfriend has plans for poor old me. Harry laughed while Daphne looked rather pleased that he didn't speak in favor of a post at Hogwarts. While Hogwarts was a beautiful place, he would be bored to heaven if he were stuck there for 10 months every year teaching magic to children. Such a position was unamusing and frankly too restrictive. His ambitions mirrored Daphne's to an extent. In his opinion, the Ministry offered far more flexible career options even though, as of late, he tended towards magical experimentation and spell crafting. When they finally reached Slughorn's compartment, they saw they were not the only guests in the hasty little get-together the new professor had set up. Harry. Slughorn greeted jubilantly once the man's grey eyes settled on him. Good to see you, lad. And you brought Mr. Longbottom, Miss Bones and Miss Greengrass. Wonderful. Neville was taken aback as the professor clapped on his shoulders happily. Professor Slughorn, I hope we didn't keep you waiting for too long, Harry said politely as the professor welcomed them into the compartment. Not at all, boy. Not at all. Come have a seat. Slughorn happily welcomed them in and offered them seats. He also noted that the compartment had changed. The interior had expanded, and his magic could glean several other niche spells that folded space in on itself to make room without disturbing the fundamental structure. Ah, noticed it, have you? Professor Slughorn looked at him with a knowing look as Harry sat across from Slughorn with Daphne by his side. Your mastery over spatial charms is most excellent, sir. Harry nodded at the professor with a grin, which made Slughorn clap excitedly. Thank you, Harry. I pride myself on my potioning skills, but it's good to know that my spells are just as sharp, Professor Slughorn said happily. Harry glanced around at their fellow guests. He was not surprised to see Blaise Zabinai and a few other upperclassmen Slytherins and Ravenclaws. Thanks to Daphne and Tracy, he knew most of them. His eyes then fell on the Weasley twins and Ginny sitting in a corner, making his eyebrows shoot up. The twins gave him a wink while Ginny waved in greeting. Close by the Weasleys sat Cormac McLaggen and Marcus Belby. Now, do you know everyone here? Slughorn went on to introduce everyone in the cabin. The rest of the train ride went largely uneventful, with idle conversation as Slughorn interrogated everyone. He had to admit the man had an uncanny ability to gently pry information out of everyone. One by one, Slughorn dug into their background to see whether they were influential or had any interesting connections. He was delighted and over the moon to prod into Susan and the infamous Bones family. While Harry had reservations about Amelia Bones, the rest of her family were staunch enemies of the Dark Lord. Voldemort even killed most of their family members personally because of the threat they posed to his reign of terror. Slughorn's interest in Susan, however, stemmed from her close relation to Minister Bones. In Harry's case, Slughorn wanted to know whether the Prophet was right to call him the Chosen One. For that, Harry had a ready answer, the same one he had given to anyone who bothered to ask. Voldemort started this conflict when he killed my parents. I was a small child then, and my mother destroyed him where he stood at the cost of her life to protect me. This time, I'll make sure there won't be even dust from his bones that remain. If Slughorn was bothered by his statement, he didn't show its sense for the lengthy silence. You think your mother destroyed him? Slughorn asked hoarsely. My mother was a phenomenal witch, Professor. It was her magic that protected me and made the killing curse rebound. Yes, of course. Lily Evans was a very resourceful student. Slughorn blinked a faraway look in his eyes before snapping out of it to gaze at him with a growing smile. And you, Harry? You seem to have inherited much of that raw talent from your mother. To go toe-to-toe with a wizard like the Dark Lord and draw first blood. Not many can boast it, boy. You do your family proud. Slughorn beamed. Then, Slughorn's eyes fell on Daphne, and it was her turn to face Slughorn with questions related to foreign relations because of her father's current position as the head of the Department of Magical Cooperation. By the time Daphne was finished, Slughorn's attention had jumped to the Weasley twins asking about their successful business, Ginny's stellar spell work, and on and on. Thankfully, Slughorn had the grace to let them all go when the sun started to glow red in the sky. Harry found Luna standing near one of the carriages with a half-eaten apple in her hand. Suddenly, the skeletal head of a thestral came down and plucked the remaining apple into its mouth. I see you've gotten acquainted with our ride to the castle, Luna. Harry said as he patted the skeletal horse on its side. Oh, I've known Bob for quite a while. Luna said breezily with a disarming smile. You named a thestral Bob? Harry asked incredulously. Bob is a good name, is it not? It is, but it's so plain for a unique creature like him, Harry said, patting the thestral as it nudged his side with its head. Harry unwrapped a chocolate frog and offered it to the skeletal winged horse, which happily munched on it. They moved out of Hogsmeade Station in carriages while Hagrid led the first-year students to Hogwarts in boats. He had hoped to see some Aurors at Hogwarts, but there were none. He let his senses fly, and he could see almost all living things in a minimal range in his mind. I was wrong. Harry thought. He looked in the direction where he could feel Tonk's magic and waved cheekily. He was sure his distant cousin saw that, as he could feel a subtle fluctuation in her aura. Why are you waving at that tree? Daphne asked worriedly. Oh, just greeting a friend. Harry smiled charmingly at his girlfriend, who looked back at the tree and then stared at him with a speculative look. You two are weird. Astoria snickered, which led to Daphne turning on her younger sister with a glare. As the Greengrass sisters exchanged heated words, he kept his eyes on the approaching castle. If everything went according to plan, he hoped to end the menace that was Voldemort this year. No more Horcruxes were protecting Voldemort, which left the Dark Lord mortal. It also left Dumbledore weakened as well. The withering curse was eating away at Dumbledore, and soon, he'd also be 2 feet under the ground. Harry could not be happier as he stepped out of the carriage into the Hogwarts ground. The tidal wave of magical power in Hogwarts encompassed him, promising him days of glory and freedom from 2 of his enemies. The sun sets on Voldemort and Dumbledore. It's now my time under the sun, Harry thought as he entered the castle with his friends. CH-104, the mind of a spy. Harry smiled when he saw Katie Bell, with the Quidditch captain badge pinned on her robes, sitting by her lonesome in the common room. Congratulations are in order, Katie. You made captain. Harry smiled at the senior chaser in the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Thanks. Katie grinned, honestly, I thought you'd be given the badge. Met. I'm good at finding the snitch. You chasers are the strategists. You'd know more about the game and have more experience than me, Harry shrugged indifferently. He was quite happy he was not given the position. He liked flying, and playing Seeker depended wholly on his flying skills. He was comfortable playing the game rather than worrying about recruitment, strategies, and whatnot. That was the core of the game, and he had no interest in putting too much of his energy and attention into it. Are you about to go into the Great Hall for breakfast? Katie asked curiously. Oh yes. I'm starving. Harry patted his stomach, making Katie grin and jump out of her seat. Then, let's go. I've been sitting in that chair waiting for too long. Together, they walked out of the common room while the rest of their housemates were only preparing for the first day of school. I'm rather mad McGonagall picked me. Why? Harry raised a brow as he looked at Katie from the corner of his eye. How am I supposed to find replacements for the Weasley twins? Those 2 were Rouge troublemakers, but they were fantastic beaters. Katie sighed in frustration. Then I've got to find 2 chasers to replace Alicia and Angelina. You hold tryouts and find the best for the positions. It's not as if any of our positions were permanent. Oliver and Angelina always held tryouts for all our positions. Harry pointed out. I know. But this is not like those times. If we lose against Slytherin, it'll be like we lost against you-know-who. Katie whispered, a look of utter horror dawned on her face. Oh Merlin. If I don't find good players, I'll be blamed for losing to Slytherins. Oh, come on. You can't believe that, Harry said with a slight bemusement, seeing Katie hold her head with 2 hands as if it were about to explode. No, this is much worse. I'll have to find the best chasers and beaters and win the games while preparing for Newts. I think I'm. Sit here. Have some tea. Harry guided a hyperventilating Katie to the Gryffindor table and helped her sit. Thankfully, the house elves must have picked up on his verbal wish. A cup of tea suddenly appeared before Katie on the table. Our house has always produced several players with raw talent. Trust me, everything will go smoothly. Harry patted her shoulder as he sat down next to her. What happened to her? Neville asked, sitting down across from Harry and Katie. The realization that being the captain of the Quidditch team involves a lot of work. Harry said with a grin. Hermione was looking for you in the common room. She's mad that you left her alone to deal with the first ties, said Neville, taking some boiled egg and bread to his plate. She likes to drone on and on about Hogwarts. Let the first ties suffer her for a little while. Harry snickered. Neville's face reddened, his shoulders shook, and he tried desperately to contain his laughter. Katie, on the other hand, laughed heartily. Don't let her hear that, said Neville, grinning. Why do you think I tell jokes only at a reasonable distance from Hermione? Harry winked. As they talked amongst themselves while having breakfast, Professor McGonagall came to the Gryffindor table with several parchment leaves in her hand. Bell, Potter, Longbottom. I'm glad I found you three. Professor McGonagall pinned them all with a pointed stare that made them sit straight. Longbottom, I've got your schedule on hand, but I see you've not applied for potions. You wanted to be a professional herbalogist and I remember recommending you to put more focus on potions. Neville looked like he had something lodged in his throat as he stared at McGonagall. Do you want to put potions for your newts, Longbottom? McGonagall asked with a hint of frustration in her tone at the prolonged silence. But I only got exceeds expectations, Professor. Professor Snape told us he'd only take those with outstanding in his class. Neville stuttered out. Then you're in luck, Longbottom. Professor Slughorn accepts those who scored E grades into his 6th year class. McGonagall gazed at Neville expectantly. So, shall I put your name into the newt level potions? Yes, ma'am. Neville looked a strange mixture of happy and worried. You'll do fine, Longbottom. I was impressed with your transfiguration work. McGonagall looked at Neville with a hint of a smile. Thank you, Professor. Neville grinned. Good. McGonagall nodded before turning her eyes on Harry. Now, Potter. Your schedule. Harry happily took the offered parchment. I'm happy to see that you are taking all your OWL subjects to the newt level. Your schoolwork has improved considerably, and you did fine work in your OWLs despite last year's unfortunate events. Keep up the good work. I'll keep that in mind, Professor. Harry nodded. Good. Miss Bell, I assume you're ready to assume the responsibilities as captain of the Quidditch team. Katie looked troubled as she became the center of attention. I was under the impression that you can manage the team, Miss Bell. Was I wrong? It's just that I've got the newts, Professor. Katie said rather lamely. McGonagall looked at her with an unimpressed stare. Katie will be fine with the position, Professor. I'll help her if she's overwhelmed by schoolwork. Harry offered. Believe it or not, I did consider other options, Miss Bell. I had a talk with Miss Johnson, and she recommended your name. Oh. Katie looked like she didn't know what to say. Anyways, I hope you'll do your position proud. McGonagall breezed past them, leaving an awkward silence at the table. Funny lady, hey. Harry said airily, feeling a bit guilty seeing Katie's hopeless expression. He had worked hard last year, indirectly convincing Angelina to recommend Katie as the captain. It took a lot of subliminal messaging, but his hard work paid off. He had to ensure Katie was the captain because he had other plans this year. The last thing he wanted was for his precious time and energy to be wasted on Quidditch. He enjoyed the game and flying, but not enough to harm his training. The first class of the day was Ancient Runes with Professor Babbling. The newt level runes deal mostly with enchantments and the pairing of wand work and runes. To accomplish this, some substantial skill in charms was necessary, while the basics of enchanting objects were also a major focus in the curriculum. But there were also some chapters on ancient languages, especially Latin and Sumerian. The first class itself was focused on Sumerian and Latin script, as most enchantments were recorded as spells, and those needed to be broken down to their base forms to be converted into runic arrays. This was a field of study where ancient languages, arithmancy, and runes met in common ground. The talks of ancient languages immediately captured Harry's attention. He had an old script in his possession that needed better translation. So, he was interested in gaining any source material to read the script in his possession. When the class ended, Harry stayed back and approached Professor Babbling. Mr. Potter. Is there something you need help with? Professor Babbling asked with a raised eyebrow. Yes, Professor. I couldn't help but notice that you said the newt level runes engage in more ancient languages. Yes. So far, we've touched on Celtic and Anglo-Saxon runes. At the newt level, the same will continue, but there'll be cuneiform writing systems of ancient languages like Sumerian, Hittite, and Akkadian. Right. I was wondering if you've come across this script. Harry abruptly scrawled a few letters off the top of his head that he remembered from those old scrolls in the chamber. He gave the parchment to his professor and waited patiently. When Professor Babbling saw the letters, he could see a microscopic twitch on her face. Even his magic somehow alerted him that his professor knew those letters. So, he was surprised at the answer he received from Babbling. I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with these letters, Mr. Potter. Harry stared keenly into his professor's onyx eyes. While his professor could keep a mask, her magic, on the other hand, told all that he wanted to know. Professor Babbling immediately recognized the letters, which meant the woman had studied the language quite thoroughly or recently. If it was the latter, he suspected he was standing before an informant of his grandmother. It was a wild assumption on his part. Professor Babbling could have simply chosen not to share her knowledge of the language for other reasons. However, his gut told him babbling was not as clean as he thought. While he maintained eye contact, he let his magic flare to life. The aura around him shifted to one of hostile intent, and he immediately saw Babbling's magic coiling around her body in a protective manner. "Is there something else, Mr. Potter?" Professor Babbling asked with a straight face. Harry didn't reply, he merely directed his magic to manifest physically and channeled his hostile intent. The effect was immediate as the air around them heated up, bearing down on Babbling. She became alarmed and raised a protective shield using her wand. The shield flickered as Harry imposed his will on the defensive layer. It crumbled entirely when he placed his palm against it and channeled a wave of destructive force. "So, Professor, how long have you been working for Lady Lilith?" Harry asked, pinning down his ancient runes professor with his stare and magic. He could feel several runes flare up across Babbling's arms, which immediately made Harry amused. But his reach with magic was such that he could simply overpower the amassed magic in his professor's body despite the clever augmentation of magic using runes. Harry was also surprised that his control over wandless magic was so strong that he felt like he had his claws clamped tightly on all magical energy. It was almost second nature to him now as he beat down Babbling's magical power and started to siphon her power from the runes engraved on her flesh. With the thought, a ward covered the whole room, and Harry stared intently at his ancient runes professor. Professor Babbling looked around the room, desperately looking for an exit before her shoulders slumped in defeat when she failed. "Professor, the truth shall set you free," Harry said serenely. "One way or other, I'll learn the truth. It'll be safe for you to come clean with the truth with me and insulate yourself from my enmity." "Yes, I'm an informant to Lady Lilith," Babbling admitted while letting out a sigh. "What does she want with me? What are her plans?" Harry demanded. "I do not know. I was told to watch you and report your movements within the castle." Harry didn't wholly believe her, but he had bigger fish to fry. "These letters, you know them?" "Yes. I do." Babbling looked pained while admitting that. "Good. I want you to give me all the information you have on this language." "That's impossible. I can't." Babbling tried to protest. "You will share that information, or I can tear apart your mind to find what I seek. It's your choice," Harry said coldly, which stopped Professor Babbling's protests. "I'll be happy to share the information, Mr. Potter." "Good." Harry smirked at the black-haired woman. "I've got some other questions as well." Harry walked out of Babbling's classroom with a spring in his steps. He had gotten what he wanted out of his grandmother's pet spy. The woman thought she could stammer and delay the inevitable until Harry lost his patience and invaded her mind to know what he wanted without the slightest bit of concern. His newfound power had even affected his blunt legilimency skills. Somehow, he could instinctively poke and prod the weaknesses of an occluded mind with ease now. He was not complaining about his newfound jump in an unnatural finesse in magic. Usually, he needed to augment himself with planetary magic to achieve that level of perfection. But somehow, something had changed within him after destroying the soul shard infesting his curse scar. Even the lightning bolt scar on his forehead had disappeared. Harry had gotten used to that nice forehead tattoo, and now he was missing it, somewhat. But still, it was a happy day for him. He had gotten quite a lot of juicy details from Babbling's mind. The woman was involved in many shenanigans right under Dumbledore's nose. His first instinct was to take some good, honest revenge on the woman for daring to manipulate him. But he gradually developed a grudging respect for his professor the more he dug into her mind. After scrying through Babbling's mind, some of the missing dots were now connected. He knew much more about the Flamel's intentions and true reach. A frown came to his face as he thought of his grandmother. A seer. It's no wonder she has been ahead of her enemies. And she is a patient one, waiting out a century in hiding to leave her enemies to naturally die off instead of directly confronting them. Harry thought worriedly. He got a lot of interesting information about his grandmother and the precursor language to Latin, but he knew nothing about Nicholas Flamel. That man remained an unknown in all of this. That was a bit concerning. Whistling a jaunty tune as he wandered through the corridor, he encountered Luna, who looked at him with a dreamy smile. "Hey, Luna." "Hi, Harry." She blinked like a sloth, making Harry grin. "A free period?" "MMHM." She nodded very slowly and walked with very slow steps. "Same here." "Are you intentionally acting slow?" Harry asked curiously before hastily adding, "For fun. I'm trying to see whether the bumbling mungus around you would say hi to me. They respond positively to sloth-like behavior." Luna explained. "Uh-huh. Are they communicating?" He raised an eyebrow. "No, not really." Luna shrugged her shoulders. "That's a shame." "It is." Luna nodded, holding her silver-grey eyes on him. "Will you be floating away into wisps of white smoke now?" "Hey." Harry suddenly eyed Luna incredulously at the weird question. "You're close enough to go poof," Luna said airily, gesturing with her hands to show an explosion. "Your mind works in strange ways." Harry eventually said after gaping at the sandy blonde-haired girl. Strangely enough, his comment made Luna quite happy. After spending his free period with Luna discussing inane things like imaginary creatures and strange hobbies like her butterbeer bottle cap collections, he finally arrived at the Dada classroom. Strangely enough, he felt like there was a feather-light charm on his body and mind after some fun talks with Luna. Thankfully, he was right on time. Not giving Snape an excuse to play his petty games ensured he went through the day without the urge to murder the greasy git. Avoiding headaches was generally his policy, and Snape's rebranding as the Dada professor didn't help it one bit. When he entered the class, he could see Daphne and Tracy sitting on the Slytherin side. He scooted over to the Gryffindor side and slipped into the front bench while the remaining benches were taken. Neville and Ron were sitting a row behind him, and the rest of the Gryffindors were seated behind them row after row. "Where were you?" Ron asked once Harry dropped his bag next to his seat and made himself comfortable. "Hermione was looking around for you. I was having a chat with Professor Babbling." "Why was she looking for me?" "Something about escorting first years to their class." Ron shrugged. "Ah." Harry winced. He had forgotten that schedule he and Hermione had agreed to beforehand. She was supposed to escort the first highs to their first class, and then he was supposed to do the second one. "I don't suppose she was mad at me." "Oh, she was pissed, mate." Seamus grinned before he perked up. "Oh, look. Here she comes." "You. Where were you?" Hermione scowled upon seeing Harry sitting in the front row without a care. "Ah, I was lost on the road of life." "Lost in the what?" Hermione looked like she was about to explode. But she sat down quietly when the resident dungeon bat swept into the classroom with a bang. Harry amusedly noted that Snape had needlessly used a charm to slam the open doors against the classroom wall for dramatic effect. As usual, Snape's robes billowed behind him as he swept into the room with a sneer plastered on his ugly visage. The drama queen came to a halt at the center of the room, and with a flick of his wand, the light in the room dimmed. Harry had to struggle not to laugh at the parlor tricks Snape was pulling. Getting the Dada post must have made Snape happy. He is pulling no stops to make himself more important and mysterious. Harry thought. "Have I asked you to take out your books, Miss Granger?" Snape sneered when he saw Hermione opening her bag and taking out the Dada textbook and several pieces of parchment. "No, sir," Hermione said demurely, averting her eyes. "Then don't make a ruckus in my class, Granger. Keep your books in your bag." Snape glared around at the class, making sure everyone had a good look at his ugly mug. "Headmaster Dumbledore has tasked me with teaching you dunderheads how to defend yourself now that the Dark Lord has risen. Your previous teachers have left you with subpar instructions and lessons that impaired most of your skills in the subject. I'm here to correct all of their mistakes." Snape seemed to gloat as he stared into Harry's eyes as if insulting Remus was somehow a score in their little game. Harry didn't hold back this time and grinned crookedly at Snape, daring the man to go further. Dumbledore's protection could only go so far now. If Snape stepped one little toe out of line, Harry could take up the matter with the Ministry and have the man removed from Hogwarts despite what the Board of Governors said. He didn't like using his influence to attack a petty bully like Snape now that he had better things to do. But Snape needed to know there were lines he ought not to cross. The way Snape turned his head away and stalked the classroom instead of going further indicated that the man was aware of his limits. As Snape continued his lecture about Dada and veered off into extolling the intricacies of the dark arts, Harry discreetly eyed Draco Malfoy. The Malfoy heir was sitting at the farthest corner of the room with Theodore Nott. The sullen look he saw on Malfoy's face was not surprising. Usually, the blonde git was overly eager for Snape's lessons. But now, there was no trace of joy or gloating usually seen on Malfoy's face. There was only a grim sort of acceptance and the weight of a Herculean task. All in all, Malfoy looked like an emo bitch who got the rough end of the stick lodged up his ass. Harry cast his eyes back into the blackboard while Snape continued his monologue. Thankfully, Snape must have realized that his boring monologue was not necessary for the class. Instead, the man gleefully declared that a practical session would be held to practice the shield charm. If Snape thought to overwhelm the Gryffindor students with his superior Slytherins, he was sorely mistaken. All Gryffindor students of his year were competent in using the basic shield charm. The disappointed frown on Snape's face when he saw many of his vaunted Slytherins failed to do anything substantial, and the greasy git switched tactics to nonverbal spells. Throughout the lesson, Snape pretended that Harry didn't exist, and that was perfectly fine as far as he was concerned. He ended up partnering with Lily Moon, who was an introvert, according to Tracy. He raised an eyebrow when she nonverbally cast the stunning charm, which splashed harmlessly against his shield. Looking around, Harry confirmed that no one had pulled that right off the bat. Even his knights were not that proficient in silent casting. "Impressive," Harry said as he silently cast a stunner at the auburn-haired girl. Moon hardly blinked as she defended herself, nonverbally erecting a shield. Her response to his compliment was a quick stunner that splashed harmlessly into his shield, which he hastily erected. He grinned at the girl, who remained expressionless but held a silent challenge in her brown eyes. He was more than happy to take up that challenge. Bathsheba babbling scowled at her trembling hand. The sheer terror she had felt as she felt the full might of Potter's power had left her vulnerable. Unlike most witches employed by Lady Lilith, she was not a warrior. She was a researcher, and her academic interest made her a perfect spy in Hogwarts. Not even Dumbledore could see through what she really was. Yet Potter managed to successfully break through the charade she had been running. How? She didn't know. She didn't know what gave her away, and frankly, she was least bothered by that right now. No. The thoughts that bothered her right now were about Harry Potter. She had severely underestimated the boy and suspected her benefactors were also making the same mistake. She suspected that Potter had easily surpassed the Dark Lord and Dumbledore in sheer power. No wizard could wield magic as brazenly as Potter, and the ease at which the boy performed wandless magic was stupendous. It was now out of her hands anyway. Potter had easily entered her mind and learned what he wanted, leaving her position in Hogwarts vulnerable. Potter now also possessed sensitive information about her research into the precursor language of Latin. She didn't know what was his interest in that language, but seeing as Lady Lilith was also interested in that language, she knew the situation had gotten out of her hands. The runes on her arms flared up as she channeled magic into them. Lady Lilith! She called, looking at the glowing runes. Magical energy swirled on her palm for a few minutes before coalescing into a miniature head of her mistress. Bathsheba! Why have you called me at this hour? Potter has learned of my allegiance. He invaded my mind and learned everything that he needed to know. He invaded your mind? Lady Lilith asked skeptically, why did you not defend yourself? I couldn't, my lady. It was unlike anything I've ever encountered. He suppressed my magic and slipped past my defenses with ease. He. Bathsheba took a deep breath to steady her trembling body as she was assaulted by the memory of the event. Potter was using wandless magic with ease. He is far more powerful than we ever imagined. He used wandless magic, you say? He broke my shield with a flick of his finger. He invaded my mind by holding my head in his hands. It was surreal. She explained the ordeal she went through in detail. After she was done explaining, Lady Lilith remained silent. It seems I need to have a word with our young friend. CH-105, Special Lessons from Dumbledore. The first meeting of the Knights took place on a Wednesday. After much deliberation, Harry decided to split the Knights into 2 batches. His tight schedule because of the Newt level classes had thrown a wrench into his normal schedule. The Newt level arithmancy had more hours, and astronomy classes were far more regular than they used to be. In comparison, Transfiguration and Charms took on a more practical side, which was fun. That didn't mean the theory work was removed entirely from the curriculum. The long essays on Voridus Transfiguration McGonagall assigned them as homework remained unfinished on his desk. However, much of that theory work was less important because the Newts focused on practical tests. Unlike the OWL tests, Newt practical tests for select subjects had more marks than theory. The best way he could schedule the meeting was by taking Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs on Saturday and Ravenclaws and Slytherins on Sunday. It was the best way to circumvent a lot of other club activities and Quidditch practice sessions. Not everyone was happy keeping the Knights meeting on Saturdays and Sundays, especially the Quidditch team hopefuls. Some were afraid their chances of getting into their teams would be affected. But since it was not compulsory to attend all meetings, he let them decide whether flying around on a broom or staying alive was their priority. Each day, more and more attacks were being reported in the Prophet, with the Aurors retaliating with deadly force. There were casualties on both sides, with Madame Bones gaining a slight edge by fielding foreign hot wizards to strike at Death Eaters. Don't always use the shield to block spells. Try to move around, Harry advised as he repeatedly fired the knockback jinx at Susan, Neville, and Seamus. In their first meetings, he opted to teach his knights more about battlefield awareness than any spells. In his opinion, the 3 6th years were performing well. However, only Seamus seemed intent on firing back a few spells while on the move. The other 2 were completely on the defensive. Harry continued to fire back as he deflected or dodged some of the spells coming his way. Most of Seamus' spells were wide off from their mark and splashed harmlessly against the barrier he had erected. A stunning charm Seamus used against him was repelled back and clipped Susan's shoulder. She fell unconscious, and Neville's immediate response was to help his fallen friend, which made Harry stun Neville before his attention focused on Seamus. However, his dorm mate was out of breath from all the running and dodging. Avis! Opuno! A flock of birds appeared around Harry, and they shot straight towards Seamus, who dived to the ground. Harry was disappointed to see that, as he instantly transformed the birds into ropes and tightly wound Seamus' legs together. When Seamus tried to cut off the ropes binding him, Harry easily disarmed him. Seamus, well done. You'll need to increase the accuracy of your spells and build up more physical endurance. I can help you improve your accuracy, but you'll have to deal with the latter on your own. Seamus showed him a thumbs up. Harry dismissed the bindings and revived Neville and Susan. Ow! Susan groaned as Neville accidentally elbowed her ribs as they tried to untangle themselves. It created a smear of chuckles from everyone watching. You two need to think on your feet. Why didn't you try to split up or use any offensive spells against me? You asked us to defend. Neville said as he helped Susan to her feet. Offense is the best defense. I told you to defend yourself from my attack using any means necessary. Harry frowned at the two. Have you two forgotten all the training of last year? Neville and Susan looked properly chastised, making Harry sigh. And they wonder why I keep them at arm's length in my plans, Harry mused, shaking his head. But he shouldn't be too hard on them either. After all, they performed quite well against the Death Eaters. Sure, they had a lot of advantages in the fight, but a victory was a victory. Still, despite their poor performance, having a mini militia of his own was better than depending entirely on his grandmother's mercenary army, no matter their effectiveness. Susan will be the one to attack while you two must defend yourselves. Switch up the roles after every 5 minutes. Harry said, escorting his 3 friends to a corner of the room and warding the area to let them practice without bothering anyone else. He returned to his previous spot and selected another team of 3 to continue the lesson. Harry had to admit that he was a tiny bit thankful to Snape. The man was a competent Dada professor who taught useful spells in the Dada classes. This left Harry concentrating on their practical applications and situational awareness amongst his knights rather than teaching spells. Helping wizards and witches to use what they learned in class to the best result was far easier and less time-consuming than teaching them from scratch. When that day's meeting concluded, Harry returned to his dorm. Slughorn, McGonagall, and Snape had left enough homework to make the weekend less enjoyable. But despite that, Harry found some time to write down the information he extracted from Professor Babbling. Strangely, he found it way too easy to deconstruct the old language, almost as if he already knew it far more intimately than he ought to have. It was like Parseltongue all over again. He had somehow acquired an in-depth understanding of Latin to deconstruct the root language, or he had become so proficient in the mind arts overnight that a single peek inside the mind was enough to learn a new language almost instinctively. Harry leaned back against the cushion of the armchair as he pondered the strange changes he had undergone ever since he removed the Horcrux. At first, it was simpler things like the ease of doing magic. Then, it became easy to perform wandless magic. Now, he was almost effortlessly capable of breaking through the occlumency barriers of a fully grown witch like Bath's Haida Babbling. Something was changing within him, and he could feel it in his bones and magic. Of course, he was aware that the Horcrux getting removed was bound to make some changes within his spirit and body, but not to this extent. Is it because I have the allegiance of the Elder Wand and possess the Cloak of Invisibility? Harry mused as he scribbled a few lines of his potions essay. He was starting to wonder whether the harebrained rantings and conspiracy theories mentioned in the scrolls had a grain of truth to them. He knew it was a silly thought, but he was dealing with magic. The realm of logic hardly worked when magic was involved. So far, whatever was happening to him was making him stronger. At least, he hadn't felt any adverse side effects so far. In times like these, he missed the wise counsel of his wife and Salazar. They'd have thought of some out-of-the-box solution to glean the truth from his magic. While he was an accomplished censor, he was nowhere near the expertise of Rowena or Salazar. Thinking about them also brought the unpleasant memories of a son he lost. He had barely gotten enough time to spend with the little tyke because of the constant battles and the expansion of his kingdom's borders. Just thinking about the unfairness of it all made him clench his fist as red-hot anger surged from within his soul. It was almost enough to crack the walls he had built around his mind and his tight leash on the magic coursing through his veins. Suddenly, his mind reverberated with a foreign voice that vaporized the anger which gave into confusion. I'm meeting Harry Potter. Eeb. I can't wait to look into his beautiful green eyes and kiss those lips, and then his hands will be all over me. If all goes according to plan, Harry will start to love me and escape that Slytherin bint's control from tomorrow. Once the love potion starts working its magic, he'll be mine forever. Harry was immensely confused by the girlish sound in his mind spewing nonsense. But that immediately cleared up when he felt the presence of a girl behind the entrance that led to the girls' dorms. He could suddenly hear the girl taking a deep breath as she gathered her courage. Harry stared at the girl as she stepped out of the entrance into the common room carrying a basket and a neatly wrapped scroll with a red ribbon on top. The girl flushed a deep scarlet red as she took each step towards his seat. Hi, Harry. I'm Romilda Vane. Charmed. How can I help you? Harry asked, schooling his features expertly to polite indifference. Headmaster Dumbledore asked me to give you this, said Romilda, tucking a stray raven hair that fell into her face and offered Harry a scroll tied with a red ribbon. The old man is up to his usual tricks, Harry thought as he accepted the scroll. And this is from me, Romilda hurriedly said, offering him a small basket of what appeared to be chocolate cauldrons. For what? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow at the girl, which made her look like a tomato. Oh, you know, for standing up to you-know-who. For being a great hero. I see. Harry murmured. He accepted the basket despite the warnings his magic was giving him. There was a type of compulsive magic in those chocolate cauldrons. He assumed it was a love potion or even the fire whiskey content inside the chocolate shell. He avoided the contents of the basket for the scroll. It was an invitation for special lessons from Dumbledore. There was also a time and password of the gargoyle that led to Dumbledore's office in the scroll. So, he quickly said his thanks to Romilda Vane and went straight into the boys' dorms. "Hey, Harry. What's that?" Ron asked, noticing the basket in his hand and a scroll on the other. "This is a message from Dumbledore," said Harry, shaking the scroll, "and this is a basket full of chocolate cauldrons." Immediately, Ron, Seamus, Neville and Dean perked up. "Really? Chocolate cauldrons, say? Did Dumbledore send them?" Ron asked excitedly. "No. It was a gift given by Romilda Vane," said Harry before an idea quickly struck his mind. "You want it?" He offered the basket innocently while, in his mind, he was laughing at the easy prank he was pulling. The good part was he wouldn't even be implicated in the whole mess that was about to happen. So, Harry maintained a poker face as his friends happily munched on the chocolate cauldrons. With his dorm mates starting to fall in everlasting love with Romilda Vane, he left the Gryffindor Tower to see what was up with Dumbledore. Harry didn't know why he expected anything different from Dumbledore. He had known Dumbledore was inviting him for a movie night with some stupid memories the old man collected about Tom Riffle's past. But he had held out some hope that Dumbledore would give him something else other than the life story of Voldemort and the petty Gaunt family drama. It was like watching a boring documentary, but Harry remained stoic even as a portly ministry worker named Bob Ogden came to visit the Gaunts. Dumbledore had welcomed into this trip to his memory lane by spewing a load of crap about knowing your enemy and whatnot. Harry so wanted to blow a gasket and ask the old man whether throwing the contents of these memories would make Voldemort croak and die. But he held back the indignation at being treated with these reproachful and useless memories that only wasted his time. Instead of raging at Dumbledore, Harry had to remind himself constantly that he had already won over Dumbledore. Standing so close to Dumbledore, he could feel the vile curse that was in Dumbledore's right hand. The only reason he hadn't gone after the ring Horcrux was for this to happen. This was the easiest and effortless way to kill Dumbledore. His inaction was all that was necessary to strike a mortal blow against Dumbledore. The old man barely had a year to live, and that knowledge kept Harry silent while observing the drama unfold before his eyes. But watching the sorry state of the Gaunt family was revolting. He had seen the sad state of wizarding families of the past in Scotland. But the Gaunts had fallen far lower to the bell-bottom. Seeing Slytherin's descendants in such a disparaging status made Harry wince. He also felt a twinge of pity, but he schooled his face so as not to show any of his inner turmoil. In the end, Harry had to accept that the strong survived and the weak perished. Besides, the Gaunts had most likely SLF inflicted the current degradation he was seeing, and all that was over at the hands of Voldemort. He was once again reminded that Voldemort was one of the last embers of the declining house of Slytherin and a descendant of House Peverell. Harry's eyes fell on the resurrection stone on Marvolo Gaunt's ring finger. That same ring was now with Dumbledore. Harry could feel the presence of the two Hallows with Dumbledore. The Elder Wand and the Resurrection Stone were with Dumbledore. He could reach out and pluck them away from the old man if he wanted. The Elder Wand already owed its allegiance to him since he disarmed Dumbledore last year. Taking the stone would make him the master of all three Hallows. The temptation was overwhelming, even if he hardly knew what had happened once he possessed the Hallows. Obviously, the Master of Death story was a fluke, or it was just a silly children's tale. The existence of Père Flamel, Nicholas Flamel, and Voldemort was proof enough that death could be staved off without the use of a fancy title granted by the Hallows. The few lines he had translated so far with the new language only proved to be a dead end. There were only some vague speculations and nothing concrete. It required more research, in-depth reading, and translation of the scrolls to know more. Harry was broken out of his musings when the memory shifted and showed Marvolo Gaunt shouting. "Slytherins!" Marvolo shouted with glee, puffing his chest as if it were the answer to all the world's mysteries. "We're his last living descendants. What do you have to say about that, Ed? Oh, dear Merlin. When will this boring documentary end? This is slowly killing me." Harry bemoaned in the confines of his mind. Thankfully, the memory ended with Bob Ogden leaving the Gaunt family house with a firm look on his face that promised nothing good for the deranged maniacs who were the last descendants of Salazar Slytherin. Once Harry and Dumbledore exited the Pensieve, they took their respective seats in the office. "So, what do you think, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. "I think I'm not surprised why Voldemort turned out as a psychopath. He inherited the madness and callous nature from those people. These Gaunts, they were his relatives, weren't they?" "You'd be correct, Harry. That was Voldemort's family. Marvolo was his grandfather, Morphin was his uncle, and Mary P. Gaunt was his mother." "I see. I guess his mother married a Muggle then, and the Gaunt family disapproved," Harry said to move the conversation along. "Mary P. used a love potion on a local Muggle she fancied. She eloped with him after ensnaring young Tom Riddle Sr. At some point, she stopped giving him the potion, hoping that he had developed genuine feelings of love for her. Alas, that was not to be, Dumbledore said, shaking his head with pity. He left her in her heavily pregnant state and returned to his home. Harry hardly felt any shred of pity for the woman, although he could understand the desperation Mary Gaunt must have felt to push her into doing something like this. Marvolo and Morphin were bunkers, and they were reaching the very heights of mental disorder and insomnia from what he saw in the memory. I gather Voldemort paid a visit to his dear family and found them terribly disappointing. Harry said blandly. Indeed. He had expected to see them in good health and wealth, but Voldemort was sorely disappointed to see his kin. Once he learned the truth about his mother, he became all the more enraged. Till then, Voldemort had thought he was a pure-blood with Slytherin's blood in his veins, abandoned at the orphanage or by some misfortune that befell his parents in the Muggle world. Dumbledore took off his half-moon spectacles and rubbed his eyes. So, once he learned the truth, he became more unhinged. Said Harry. Tom was unhinged long before that. But once he knew the truth, he became obsessed with power and hated any sort of weakness. He plunged into a greater, darker path of no return. What a touching story. Harry thought sardonically. You're wondering why the memories of the past are important? Dumbledore said with a knowing look. The thought did cross my mind. Voldemort will not die if I say I know his family history. Harry said with a cross look directed at Dumbledore. Yes, you're right, nor will his quest for domination of our world stop. But in these memories lies the key to ensuring Lord Voldemort's defeat. Soon, you'll notice this, Harry. Of that, you can be sure. Said Dumbledore. Harry was very tempted to send a bat bogey hex at Dumbledore's face. However, he resisted that urge by turning his attention to Fawkes. His enhanced senses made it almost impossible to ignore the bright aura of the sleeping phoenix. Sir, where can I get one of those? Harry jabbed his thumb at the red and gold phoenix, who snapped out of his sleep to stare at him. Phoenixes are often hard to find. Usually, they find you. Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling as he looked at Fawkes, who let out a soft trill. Maybe Fawkes will take a liking to you after my time. In that case, I'll make sure to hold a stash of sweets for him in advance. That'd be for the best. Dumbledore chuckled. Now before you go, I want you to have this. Dumbledore reached into his drawer and offered a worn-out book to Harry. What is this, sir? It's a book I wrote about using transfiguration and charms and spells in combat. Of course, I never published it, but I believe it'll serve you well. Harry was surprised at Dumbledore's unexpected move. He took the book in stunned silence. You've already mastered some of the best defensive spells and elemental magic at a young age. I truly hope you won't have to use these spells, but nothing is certain in war. Lord Voldemort holds decades of magical knowledge over you, and I hope this book will strengthen your expertise in the two disciplines of magic that you are relatively weak. Thank you, sir. Harry muttered. Now, off you go, Harry. I'll contact you soon with the next lesson. Harry left Dumbledore's office with less hostility than when he arrived at the place. Dumbledore hadn't given him anything substantial to give him an edge. I suppose a personally written book was better than nothing. Harry thought as he returned to his dorms and turned in for the night. CH-106, The Power of Love. Harry was up early, as were all of the Gryffindor Quidditch team hopefuls, their hearts pounding with anticipation. They were all standing on the Quidditch pitch, their eyes fixed on the selection of the new Quidditch team. The sheer number of hopefuls was enough to make Katie sigh in exasperation. Knowing that they'd be stuck forever on the ground if they took every position in the tryouts, Harry suggested a simpler plan. I suggest we hold only the Seeker and Chaser position for the trials. Otherwise, we won't be able to finish the tryouts by breakfast. Harry suggested to Katie. You're right. I suppose we can conduct the Beaters trials with the Keepers trial. Katie muttered to herself. Hey, listen up. Due to the large number of hopefuls that showed up, there'll only be Chaser and Seeker tryouts today. The Beaters trials will be held on Friday evening with the Keepers trial. Katie declared loudly, her voice carrying a note of relief and reassurance, for everyone on the ground to hear. The group let out several loud groans. Most of them complained that they had woken up so early in the morning for no reason. When he saw Katie struggling to control the angry crowd gathered and made them leave the ground, he chose to step in. Silence! Harry shouted. Harry's voice boomed across the Quidditch pitch, and immediately, there was silence. It was not just the power of his voice but something else. Harry could feel his magic acting strangely again, connecting with the Quidditch hopefuls like threads of energy. His vision shifted, revealing a world bathed in a new light. Wisps of energy poured from his body, weaving a colorful web among the gathered students, filling him with a sense of awe and wonder. His magical energy was pure white, but the wisps of energy that branched out from his magic and connected with the students were glowing with different shades of colors. It was the most surreal thing that he encountered. He wanted to study what was happening more closely, but he decided to do that at a later date. He immediately clamped down on his magic and withdrew all the tendrils of his magic. Once he withdrew the magic into his body, he saw everyone looking confused. "Now, anyone not having your tryouts today, please leave the pitch," Harry yelled. Slowly, the crowd started to dissipate, but he could see Ron running after Romilda Vane with a dreamy look in his eyes. That ought to be entertaining to watch, Harry thought. Soon, Harry was occupied by the tryouts. The tryouts for the seeker position were the first to happen. There were quite a few seeker hopefuls on the pitch. If he were a lesser man, he'd have allowed some poor sod to best home and take the position. He'd have been free to concentrate most of his time on his training. But Harry held some team spirit and wanted Gryffindor to win the Quidditch Cup. But more than that, he loved victories of all kinds. Harry liked winning, even if it was a silly Quidditch competition in school or the House Cup. Therefore, Harry gave his best in the air. He flew circles around his opponents and easily captured the snitch in record time. Having the fastest broom played a great part in catching the snitch, but his senses were also obscenely sharper than usual. It was almost as if he was blessed with the ability of forethought, or his brain was processing thoughts and time differently than normal. Whatever wonky stuff was going on with him, changes were happening not just to his magic but also to his body. Whenever his emotions were at their peak, his magic acted out. Similarly, his physical prowess was at its peak whenever his adrenaline was high. As he chased after the snitch released by Katie for the umpteenth time, his mind was only partially engaged in the game. He wondered whether the blood ritual he used to heal his eyes had worked far more than he anticipated. After all, he had worked on his eyesight, an area where even the St. Mungo's healers refused to tread. He had checked with those healers during his fourth-year summer holidays. It was only thanks to the knowledge he gained on blood rituals and old magic from the founders that prepared him for healing his eyes. That same knowledge made him learn to cleanse the blood curse afflicting the green grass family. It could be a combination of removing the Horcrux and the ritual affecting changes in my brain, Harry mused. The wizarding world had made great strides in medicine, but they had shown reluctance to play with eyes because they were tied too closely to the brain. It was one of the reasons why wizarding healers always suggested using glasses instead of attempting to cure the eyes. Harry had jumped at the chance to heal his eyes without overthinking about the consequences, mainly because Lady Hufflepuff gave him the necessary knowledge to do so. He had no reason to think there might have been any adverse consequences at the time, considering he had more serious matters to worry about in the Founders' era. Harry noticed a glint of gold shining near the leg of one of the airborne seeker hopefuls. He immediately urged the firebolt towards the snitch. The snitch flew straight up, and Harry chased after the golden ball at full speed and easily plucked it out in quick order. With that, his position was secure, and he could return to his dorms. But instead of going straight to the shower, he went to the roar and asked the room for a pool. He spent nearly half an hour in the pool, mostly thinking about what he could do to rein in his wayward magic. Using occlumency was impractical because suppressing emotions for hours without end would undoubtedly affect the psyche. Emotions were not something to be abandoned in pursuit of strengthening the mind or controlling magic. After all, some of the most potent spells were fueled by emotions. The only other option before him to ensure that his magic never goes out of control was to train continuously. Unfortunately, it wasn't an easy or quick solution. Despite the troubles it brought him in the past, Harry desperately needed a time turner. Many of his problems could be solved with a time turner in hand. Sadly, that was out of his reach. I guess I'll have to devise a different training method to keep a tight hold on my magic, Harry mused as he just floated in the pool with his eyes closed. The Great Hall was partially filled when Harry arrived for breakfast. He slipped in next to Hermione, who was engaged in a whispered conversation with Ginny. "Hey, Harry." The two girls greeted once he sat on the bench. "Hey, you two." Harry greeted back as he filled his plate with bread, scrambled eggs, beef and tomato sauce. "I got in, Harry. Katie offered me the spot." Ginny shared the good news. "Congrats, Ginny." Harry grinned, happy for the redhead. "Why didn't you know? Weren't you in the trials?" Hermione asked, looking confused. "Seeker tryouts were over first. After that, I went for a swim," said Harry as he dug into his breakfast. "Why didn't you say anything about what Sirius was doing?" Ginny suddenly asked. "Sirius? He is on his honeymoon. He should have come back yesterday." Harry frowned, noticing the elevated chatter in the hall and the look on the faces of his two friends. "What did he do?" "He bought Nimbus 2000s for all house teams except Slytherin," said Ginny. "He did what?" Harry's eyes widened. "It's in the Prophet," said Hermione. Hedwig gracefully flew into the hall and dive-bombed him with the Prophet. The snowy owl settled on the table as Hermione and Ginny fawned over the owl and gave her some food from the table. Harry looked reproachfully at the owl when she stole a piece of beef from his plate. But his attention was back to the front page of the Prophet. Sure enough, he could see Sirius and Bridget posing with a stack of Nimbus 2000 brooms. The Nimbus makers were also in the picture, quite happy to get some limelight after the disaster of the Nimbus 2001s. Those interested in Quidditch knew Nimbus was struggling after the introduction of the Firebolt. It also didn't help that the Nimbus 2001s were a sham. Those brooms had a fancy handle and speed, but they were only good for broom racing competitions, not for Quidditch, which required maneuverability and braking. Blimey! I thought he'd start a couple of new scholarships or something. Harry muttered, thinking about their discussion on what to do with Bellatrix's gold they spirited out of Gringotts. He supposed having some Nimbus 2000s for the Quidditch teams would even the field. Besides, the old Clea sweeps and comets were difficult to maintain, and most of those Hogwarts brooms performed subpar compared to the Nimbus. This'll make the game more fun, said Ginny, thrilled at the prospect of getting her hands on a Nimbus. And more dangerous, Hermione added before she set her eyes on Harry. Didn't you say the Nimbus brooms were too fast and difficult to control? Not the 2000s. They'll function smoothly for chasers and beaters. I'd recommend the Nimbus over the Firebolt for chasers and beaters, said Harry. Their surprisingly amicable Quidditch talk abruptly stopped when a gaggle of giggling girls came close to their position at the table. Harry could see Hermione and Ginny frown at the sudden intrusion by one Romilda Vane, sporting rosy cheeks and a victorious grin on her thin lips. Hi, Harry. Romilda greeted him, her long black hair swept to one side and her eyes gleaming excitedly. Hi. Harry greeted back but kept a poker face as he waited for the inevitable showdown. Why don't you join me at our side of the table? We can have fun. Romilda winked while her friends giggled. I'm quite comfortable here, and I'm having fun. Thanks for the invite, though. Harry smiled disarmingly at the girl before concentrating on the food on his plate. Oh, Romilda. How beautiful you are today. Harry struggled to keep the grin tugging at the corner of his lips when he heard Ron's voice. Ron. Hermione looked scandalized, and for good reason. Harry found Ron on one knee before Romilda Vane with a palm over his heart. Oh, Romilda, my love. How I heart you so. Ron sang romantically. The look on Ron's face, combined with the utter panic on Romilda Vane, made Harry lose his composure. His shoulders started shaking as he struggled to contain the laughter bubbling within. To make matters worse, Seamus entered this scene with a worship in his eyes. Oh, my Lady Vane. Seamus fell on his knee and took a gobsmacked Romilda's palm into his hands. I see you in my dreams every night. You're the sparkling dawn of my darkest day. With that, Seamus pressed a kiss on the back of Romilda's knuckles, making her stumble back with a loud eep. How dare you defile my poor Romilda? She is mine. Dean shouted and tackled Seamus to the ground. The entire hall collectively gasped upon seeing a fist fight break out between Seamus and Dean right in the middle of the hall for a girl's favor. I'll protect my Romilda's virtue, Ron declared boldly and promptly jumped into the fight with his fists raised. Ron! Stop it! What are you idiots doing? Hermione shouted. But her voice went largely unnoticed as the students in the hall started shouting and clamoring as the three Gryffindors brawled on the ground. Harry stared at the scene with amusement as the three Gryffindors fought earnestly while shouting increasingly cheesy lines that claimed their everlasting love for Romilda. Then, Harry saw Neville sneak in next to Romilda Vane and pull her into a full lip kiss. Several catcalls were let out by the students who saw this, but the girl pushed Neville away and looked way out of depth. Look! It's Professor McGonagall! Someone shouted. Harry looked at McGonagall's stern visage and looked eagerly at the fun that was about to unfold. He served himself with more beef into his plate and entertained himself with the satire unfolding before his eyes. This is my best prank ever after Tommy Boy got made in the Ministry. Harry thought with delight, stuffing more beef into his mouth while watching the show. Is Longbottom and your other friends okay? Tracy asked, standing by his side, watching the Greengrass sisters doing their best to stun Luna, who danced around their spells with a dreamy smile. Oh, they're hunky-dory. But they're embarrassed out of their minds. Now, dear Romilda, on the other hand. Harry snickered as he remembered the horrified face she made when McGonagall towered over the girl in her office and declared she was to serve detentions until the Christmas holidays. Let's just say she'll be rubbing cauldron bottoms and polishing suits of armors for the rest of the term. Harry let out a snicker again. How did she sneak in the love potion anyway? I thought Hogwarts security was supposed to be increased this year. Tracy asked with a frown. Security and Hogwarts do not mix well in a sentence. Harry snorted derisively. Daphne has sworn vengeance against Vane and her cohorts for daring to take what is hers. At Harry's amused look, Tracy quickly added. Her words, not mine. I don't think poor Romilda Vane is in any position to endure an enemy like Daphne, said Harry. Besides, that girl has been humiliated before the entire school. I doubt she'll see it that way. Tracy rolled her eyes with a grin. Enough talk. Now, shield yourself, said Harry, firing off a slew of spells against Tracy, who did an admirable job of defending herself. When the lesson ended, the ravens and snakes were exhausted from the physical activity that was involved. Many of them were out of breath and sweaty after the training exercise he had devised for the day. "All right, everyone. We'll meet here at the same time next Sunday. Off you go now," said Harry. The roar made 2 doorways appear so the Ravenclaw and Slytherin students could safely enter their common rooms undetected. The last to leave was Tracy, who whispered something into Daphne's ear before disappearing into the doorway. The doorway shut itself, leaving Daphne and Harry in the room. "What did she say?" he asked. "Warning me not to stay too long." "Why? Afraid that I'll steal your virtue?" Harry joked. For his trouble, he got a kick to his shin. "What did you want to talk to me about?" Daphne asked, with her arms folded and a frown on her face. "No funny business. Do you remember what I said about the change in my magic after I removed the Horcrux?" "Yes, I do." "Well, I've got a problem with my magic, and I'd like to pick your brain about what to do," Harry said before explaining the instances when he started losing control of his magic. Daphne listened patiently as Harry explained everything, and she immediately devised a solution to his dilemma. The fact that she didn't even blink when he said that he was randomly doing wandless magic with ease of breathing emphasized that she had become normalized with the brand of crazy stuff that happened around him. "I'm no master of magic, much less wandless magic. But why don't you use the room of requirement for training? How would the roar help? I have already used it to the best of its abilities." Harry shook his head. "Ask for a place to train in wandless magic," Daphne said as if it were the most obvious solution. For a moment, Harry stared dumbly at her before his eyes lit up with understanding. "You're bloody brilliant," Harry crowed. He picked her up by the waist and kissed her firmly on the lips as he twirled her around. Once he let her stand on her own 2 feet, he could see that Daphne was left breathless, and her hair was all over the place. "Of course I'm brilliant. I'm a Slytherin, after all," Daphne said with her head held high, trying her best not to seem affected by his sudden spark of affection. "Let's check it out to see if it works as you suggested," Harry said excitedly. They stepped out of the room, and Harry walked back and forth before the roar, thinking of a place to train in wandless magic. A doorway materialized on Harry's last pass. Harry entered the new room the roar provided and was pleasantly surprised to see that it was entirely different from the room where he used to train the knights. "Jolly good. I'm glad you're on my side," Harry said, pressing a tender kiss against Daphne's cheek. "Do you have any other brilliant idea you want to share?" "I might." Daphne grinned, enjoying the show of affection before her eyes grew serious. "Now tell me all about this, Romilda Vane. I hear she tried to give you a love potion." Harry brushed it off as an unimportant matter, but the vindictive look on Daphne's face keyed him into the fact that Romilda Vane might have earned a dangerous enemy. Harry flicked through the goldmine of transfiguration spells and charms in the book given to him by Dumbledore. While he had some choice words for Dumbledore, the man at least gave him a treasure trove of magical spells. The book's central theme was the tandem use of transfiguration and charms in battle. There were many transfiguration spells, and then they were deconstructed using arithmancy. Subtle changes were made in the transfiguration spell to incorporate charms into the spell to make it versatile. He particularly liked a spell that used a transfigured, lifelike vine that exploded upon wrapping around an opponent's limb. It sounded like a fabulous spell to permanently incapacitate enemies quickly and maybe even cripple them for life if the explosive component of the spell was tweaked enough. Another spell detailed in the book used a blasting curse on the ground and transfigured the debris into fine silver blades. The blades could then disrupt nerves within the body using nerve-wracking charms. The book had many such fantastic spells with a lot of potential on a battlefield. But these spells required finesse and speed. This was the epitome of silent casting and shortening wand movements for speed. While the spells in the book were beneficial, employing transfiguration in battle was not his forte. He was more of a charms and hex expert in battles. "I'll have to train with this often when I have time," Harry mused. He immediately placed his book under his pillow when he heard sounds coming from outside the dorm door. He stared intently at the door and was vindicated when it swung open to show Neville, Ron, Dean, and Seamus. "Oh, look who is here. Welcome back, lover boys," Harry teased. "You. It's all because of you." Ron wagged a finger in his direction. "Me? If anything, you four wouldn't have fallen under the love potion if you hadn't taken those chocolate cauldrons off my hands." Harry expertly turned the argument against Ron, who was now on the receiving end of 3 glares. "Oh, by the way. Thank you, Ron," said Harry with a grin. "Whatever for?" Ron asked suspiciously. "Because of you, I was saved from a major embarrassment. Your sacrifice for the greater good will be remembered," Harry said gravely. "Oh, shut up, you wanker." Ron threw a pillow at Harry, who dived into his bed and drew the curtains. "Get some sleep, you 3. We have Snape first in the morning," Harry said, and he could hear 4 groans from his dorm mates at the reminder. "CH107, liquid luck." Harry ran as if his life depended on it. A giant hammer came too close for his comfort, but he put his palm against the hammer's surface and let his magic out in the form of the blasting spell. The hammer was blasted away. But he couldn't relax as he had to duck as a pair of bludgeons tried to smash his face in. He evaded those in the nick of time, but he was immediately accosted by a stone sculpture wielding a spear. Harry used the blasting curse to blast the stone into smithereens and banished the shower of rocks against the bludgeons that came after him again. One of the bludgeons veered off while the other slammed into a hastily erected shield. He reduced it to dust with a well-placed blasting curse. Just then, he turned his body into wisps of grey smoke and allowed a giant sword to pass through his spirit form. A huge stone knight stood over him and kicked out with his leg, but Harry flew away to put some distance from the golem knight. But the giant golem was fast and chased after him with its sword raised. Harry placed his palm against the floor and used an ice spell to turn it into ice. The giant knight slipped on the ice and fell face first on the floor with a bang. It stabbed its sword on the floor to arrest its movement and tried to rise back to its feet. But Harry was not having it. He let fly a gouging curse that punched a hole cleanly through one of its knees, making it fall on its sole functioning knee. Harry ran towards the golem knight as fast as possible, and before it could swing his sword, he summoned a fire whip and had it decapitate the golem. The golem's helmed head fell on the floor with a loud crash. With an almost dismissive wave of his hand, he shattered the remaining bludger with an exploding hex. The rest of the golem fell on the floor with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust, but Harry had his body covered under a shield so as not to get dirt and sand on his clothes or body. 2 more giant stone golems were present facing him in the training room. But unlike their fallen brother, these 2 were not knights but ninja golems. This room is so imaginative, or maybe I am. Harry mused as he stood ready with his magic to face more roar would throw at him. The remaining stone golems started throwing daggers and shot arrows at him. Harry broke into a run while throwing blasting curses at the giant daggers and arrows that came after him. Halfway through the run, he changed into his animagus form and broke into a sprint at fearsome speed. He evaded all the arrows and daggers primarily because of his speed and the shield he could maintain, even in his lion form. When he finally reached the remaining 2 golems, he jumped high in the air, transformed halfway back into his human form, and sent a wave of destructive energy at them. They were reduced to rubble by the time his feet touched the ground. When Harry looked around, the training room of the roar remained vacant and dead silent. I guess today's training is over. Harry muttered. He kept an eye out for any movements until he changed the room into a pool and had a swim before he scooted from the 7th floor. The roar had taken the concept of games from his mind to form a training room for his wandless magic. The first few times he attempted the room, the difficulty was less, but over time, the roar adapted to his strength by increasing the strength of the golems and giving him a more physically taxing training set. But Harry had to admit the roar knew what it was doing. Ever since he started training in the roar, as Daphne suggested, the tight leash he had over his magic had not slipped even once. It seemed more taxing his training, the less trouble his magic gave him. He was developing good instincts, making him capable of hosting a greater volume of magic without issue. Seeing everything was going so well, he was in a better spirit. It was reflected in the next potions class with Slughorn. The potion class was a mixture of all 4 houses, and its strength was woefully inadequate. Most 6th-year students had chosen to drop potions because of Snape, only to get outplayed by the arrival of Slughorn as the new potions professor, while Snape became the Dada professor. The small number of students made it difficult to hold classes in the same pattern as other subjects. There were only 4 Ravenclaws, 2 Hufflepuffs, 4 Slytherins and 3 Gryffindors who opted for potions in the 6th year. But some things didn't change for the potions class. It was still held in the dungeon, and most unusually, it was already filled with odd smells. Unlike Snape, Professor Slughorn set them up with individual workstations from the get-go. The first few classes from Slughorn were purely theoretical, mainly dealing with some rare potion ingredients and their effects on certain potions. There was also a small session about different styles of potion making as an introductory class last week. All of those dealt purely with theory, but today, their workstations hosted cauldrons, and the potion cabinet hosted many potion ingredients. It's good to see you all bright and eager for the class. Now, I assume you all have had time to read about the different ingredients and their uses I taught you in the last classes. Slughorn looked at them all with excitable, beady eyes. Yes, sir. The class chorused. Marvelous. Slughorn clapped his hands with a genial smile. Today, we'll be conducting a wee little competition. There were hushed whispers in the classroom upon hearing that. Nothing to worry about at all. It's just some fun on my part but not without its attractions. Slughorn smiled at them while rubbing his hands. With a flourish, the potions professor fished out a small vial of golden liquid from his pocket and showed it to everyone in the class. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a marvelous potion called Felix Felicis. Now. Slughorn looked eagerly at everyone in the class. I suspect some of you might know what Felix Felicis does. Hermione's hand shot up with the speed of a rocket. Yes, Miss Granger. Slughorn was jumping from one leg to another, almost as eager as Hermione. It's liquid luck, sir. It makes anyone who drinks the potion lucky. Correct. Take 10 points for Gryffindor. Slughorn declared happily. Hermione was also similarly happy for scoring points in the potions class. Usually, this was the class where Gryffindor lost points for simply attending the class, all thanks to Snape. But that was no longer the case with Professor Slughorn. Felix Felicis is a tricky potion to make and has disastrous effects if a mistake is made in its conception, said Slughorn. However, if you manage to brew it correctly, you'll find yourself enjoying a fabulous day, at least until the effects wear off. Sir, if everyone can get lucky, then why don't they use it all the time? Ernie Macmillan asked, looking at the small vial with wonder. Ah, because the potion in excess quantity might induce recklessness and remove all inhibitions from oneself. Slughorn said sagely, too much of something, even if it is the most potent medicine, can be toxic to the body. But taken sparingly, it might just serve you well. Have you ever taken it, sir? Tracy asked, leaning forward in her seat with great interest. Yes, of course. Twice in my life. Slughorn smiled with a faraway look, 2 perfect days of my life. Slughorn shook his head and looked at each of them with a grin. And that is what I offer as the price for a little friendly competition if you're up for it. Slughorn smiled indulgently at them, seeing the obvious excitement in everyone as clear as day. Very well, then. Slughorn suddenly became curt. To win this fabulous prize, you must brew the draft of the living death within the hour. The instructions are on page 10 of your textbook. I do not expect a perfect brew as it is a complex potion. Therefore, the person who does best will win liquid luck. Now, you may begin. Everyone scrambled to set up their cauldrons and secure the ingredients. Harry, like everyone else, was adamant about winning the Felix Felicis. His advantage was that he was prepared for this competition in advance. In fact, he had come prepared for the first class itself, but Slughorn's focus on theory material had thrown him off his rocker. But now, he was vindicated for preparing in advance. At this point, he knew the ingredients by heart and quickly picked them up from the cupboard with practiced ease. Returning to his workstation at record speed, he absently used a wandless cleaning charm on the cauldron, spoons, and knives while measuring the weight of the ingredients on the scale. One by one, he started cutting down the size of the ingredients into the required weights with his silver knife. The last ingredient that required some knife action was the roots of asphodel. Once he had finished preparing the ingredients, he heated the cauldron and poured in a measured amount of sterile water. One by one, he started adding the ingredients to the cauldron as prescribed in the potion book he nicked from Snape. He knew he was on the right track when he added the crushed Sophophorus bean into the potion, which turned a bright shade of lilac. He placed a slight repulsing charm around his workstation to ensure the other potion fumes wouldn't interfere with the rest of the process. He started stirring the potion counterclockwise but stopped on the 7th stir and added a clockwise stir. The bright lilac potion became a shade lighter before his eyes. He repeated the stirs until his potion became as clear as rainwater. He finished the potion 10 minutes before the hour was up. When finished, he immediately placed a stasis charm on the potion and secured the cauldron with a glass lid to ensure it wasn't tampered with. With his work done, he looked around and noticed everyone was busy working on their potions. Neville's potion was letting out pink fumes, while Hermione's potion let out fumes with a yellowish tint. Slughorn was passing through between the students, looking sparingly at the workstations. Sir, I think you knew my grandfather, Abraxas Malfoy. Harry-eyed Draco Malfoy, who looked eagerly at Professor Slughorn. The Malfoy scion undoubtedly thought he could cozy up with Slughorn by bringing up his grandfather. Yes, said Slughorn, looking anywhere but at Malfoy, I was sorry to hear he had passed away. Of course, it wasn't unexpected, dragon pox at his age. Harry smirked upon seeing the scowl on Malfoy's face when Slughorn moved away from Malfoy as if there was some plague nearby. If poor Draco expected any preferential treatment as he got from Snape, the poor Death Eater dog was barking up the wrong tree. Inevitably, Slughorn came upon Harry's workstation and a look of utter joy spread across the man's face after inspecting the potion. Excellent. Absolutely marvelous. Slughorn exclaimed with a joyful glint, Good Merlin, you've inherited your mother's talent. Lily was a dab hand at potions. Slughorn immediately fished out the vial of Felix Felicis from his robes and presented it to Harry. There you go, 1 bottle of Felix Felicis, as promised, and use it well. Slughorn patted his shoulder with a beaming smile. Harry had the satisfaction of seeing the utterly crushed look on Draco Malfoy's face. No doubt, the newly branded slave of Voldemort thought the potion would come in handy in his mission. Unfortunately, he had no intention of making Draco Malfoy's work any easier. Besides, the mini Death Eater was on his radar, with Dobby watching his every move. How did you do that? Hermione whispered, jealously looking at the vial of potion in his hand. You heard Professor Slughorn. I inherited the skill from my mother. Harry said smugly, making Hermione roll her eyes while muttering under her breath about getting lucky and whatnot. Harry was watching the trials for the keeper and beater's position from a bench in the stands. He was dressed in his Quidditch robes, and his broom was nearby, but he waited for the trials to end so that they could train as a team. Just like last time, there were too many hopefuls for the positions, which kept poor Katie engaged while boring him as he had nothing to do. At least, he had his entertainment in the form of Daphne, who reluctantly joined him on the stands after his persistent nagging. Anything interesting in the Prophet? Harry asked curiously, seeing his girlfriend's unwavering focus on the paper. The Ministry hit wizards attacked a pack of werewolves. They were killed, but Fenrir Greyback escaped the slaughter, said Daphne. Harry became immediately interested. He placed his chin on her shoulder and read the news over her shoulder. Madam Bones is getting ruthless, Daphne commented with an approving tilt to her tone. Harry muttered distractedly as he deduced this was the work of his grandmother's men. The more he read the article, the more he saw the precision and brutal efficiency by which the werewolves were killed. All of them were stabbed with silver stakes that punched through their bodies. He suspected someone conjured them and banished those stakes into their bodies. Brutal and effective. It was the signature style of mercenaries. After all, he learned a lot from them, thanks to his grandmother. Madam Bones is cleaning up the street of these rabbles. Soon, we might just win this war without your involvement, Daphne said casually. There'll be no war without my involvement, Daphs. But I'll be sure to tell Madam Bones that she has an admirer who believes in her ability to defeat Voldemort on her own. Harry teased lightly. I don't admire anyone. Daphne scrunched up her nose. Sure, you don't. Harry smirked. Shut up. Daphne jabbed at his ribs with her elbow. Harry laughed at her antics and tried to tickle her, but she sat far away from his reach. At that moment, Katie called for him. Hey, don't forget about our date in Hogsmeade, Harry said as he mounted his broom from the stands. Maybe we could spend the date in Hogwarts. Hogsmeade might not be safe for you, Daphne said, frowning in concern. You worry too much. Harry waved dismissively. We'll have a splendid time as usual. With that said, he joined Katie on the pitch. To his bitter disappointment, he was called in to deal with the obnoxious dolt that was Cormac McLaggen. The guy was boasting that he'd be capable of blocking all goal hoops without moving to anyone who'd listen. Can you just take him away from here? I can't concentrate on the beater's trials if he opens his mouth again, Katie whispered to him. The idiot won't stop talking about how he'd choose the beaters, having them engage in a fight with their best to find the strongest. Don't worry. I'll handle him, Harry whispered back. Hey, Cormac. Let's have a talk. Harry approached the loudmouth 7th-year Gryffindor with attitude issues. When it became clear McLaggen had no intention of shutting his trap and continued to interfere in the selection process, Harry used the Confundu's charm to make the idiot shut up. When the tryouts for the keeper position inevitably came, Harry made McLaggen fall unconscious by sending a psyche assault that rendered McLaggen useless on a broom. Cormac behaved like a drunkard on the broom and swayed back and forth while trying to goalkeep. Katie, Demelza, and Ginny ended up taking great pleasure in humiliating the annoying prick by shooting a flood of goals while Cormac drunkenly attempted to capture the quaffle. Ultimately, Cormac McLaggen didn't qualify, and the team felt a collective sense of relief. With McLaggen out of the position, he lifted the Confundu's charm and allowed the disgruntled 7th year to storm off from the field. Good, Merlin. We were saved by luck. Ginny said that once she had landed on the ground with Katie and Demelza, if that prick had somehow qualified, he'd have annoyed us for the whole year. I don't know what you did, but thank you. You saved us all, Katie whispered to him once they were out of earshot. I'm here to help, Captain. You ask, and I deliver. Harry smirked. Then take Jimmy Peaks and Richie Coote for a spin. They are the best beaters in this lot. It won't hurt to get them some practice with you instead of sitting around and wasting time. I get the feeling that these keeper tryouts will drag on, said Katie. All right, lads. Let's fly a few rounds and practice with that bludger, Harry said to the newly made beaters and flew with them to the other side of the Quidditch pitch while Katie continued with the keeper trials. Harry expected Ron to win the keeper spot, but when Katie called them back, he saw a familiar auburn-haired girl standing beside Katie, Ginny, and Demelza. We've got our keeper. It's... Katie started. Vicky Frobisher, said Harry, frowning at the third-year girl critically. Angelina said you didn't want to focus on Quidditch last year. Well, I quit the Charms Club when you started the Knights. I didn't see much point in continuing that. Besides, Umbridge outlawed the club last year, and I never attended its meetings when it was restored, Vicky said tentatively. Hey. Welcome to the team, Vicky, said Harry. As Katie started laying out the training plans before their first match against Slytherin, Harry looked for Ron in the crowd of hopefuls on the pitch. He didn't find the redhead anywhere on the pitch, which made him sigh internally. Though he was not as friendly with Ron, he still considered the bloke a friend. He left immediately after Katie picked Vicky as the keeper. Ron missed one while Vicky saved all penalties. Ginny explained, seeing his look. Oh. Harry said awkwardly. His eyes strayed to the stands to see Daphne conversing with Hermione. I suppose she didn't screw up Frobisher for Ron's sake. Harry mused. After the training session, Harry walked down the lengthy corridors of Hogwarts, escorting Daphne back to her dorm. They mostly talked about their plans for the upcoming Hogsmeade visit and what they should do for their date. He also had to endure endless complaints and some snide remarks against Hermione. Apparently, Hermione grilled Daphne about the nature of their betrothal the entire time. Knowing Hermione's obsessive nature and higher-than-thou attitude, he suspected she had said some unsavory things that might have insulted Daphne. Going by the frosty look on her face whenever Hermione's name came up, his suspicions were pretty much confirmed. But still, Daphne didn't elaborate on what was said between them. You Gryffindors have no tact, and you're highly opinionated. Daphne complained. While Daphne was a lovely dame who didn't air out her grievances, she loved to use blanket insults. Her favorite was insulting Gryffindors as a whole. Hey! Don't forget I'm one of those Gryffindors. Harry reminded her. You're cultured, somewhat unlike your housemates. Daphne grudgingly admitted, but that's because of my influence. Who knows how you'd have ended up if it wasn't for me. Harry had to suppress a smile as she snottily strutted ahead. Why don't you make friends with someone better? Granger has book smarts, but she is a disaster for your social life. No one likes her attitude. I don't know how you tolerate that girl. Daphne huffed. I get by. Harry said with a shrug. They finally reached the entrance wall of the Slytherin dorms. I'll have a word with Hermione. Harry promised as he kissed Daphne's cheek. Please don't. I don't need anyone else to fight my battles. Besides, Granger is inconsequential. Said Daphne. She said her goodbyes and gave him a parting peck on the cheek before stepping into her dorms. On his way back, Harry came across Professor Babbling waiting near the corridor leading to the fat lady's portrait. I was told to give you this by our mutual acquaintance. Said Babbling as she pressed a piece of parchment into his hands. Before he could ask anything, the ancient runes professor walked away without looking back. The parchment she gave him was written in a familiar old script. It read. Dear grandson. Meet me in the chamber at 6 p.m. on the day of your Hogsmeade visit. Bring your betrothed along as well. It's time we have a heart-to-heart conversation and properly introduce myself to your wife-to-be. Sincerely. Pernell Flamel. P.S. Don't be tardy. CH-108, Assassin in Hogsmeade P1. With a new Gryffindor team forming, they had to ramp up the practice sessions. But this time, it was not just to mesh the individual skills into teamwork but also to get familiar with the new brooms. The brand new Nimbus 2000s became accessible once Katie presented Professor McGonagall with the list of the official playing 7 of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. The excitement of taking possession of one of the fastest brooms in the market was quite palpable among the team, and when they were finally given access, Katie pushed for more practice sessions. Katie reasoned that the team needed more time to familiarize themselves with increased speed and maneuverability. But Harry thought she was making excuses to make them train hard for the first game against Slytherin, which was only a few weeks away. But Harry was not complaining, unlike the others on the team. He was entirely dedicated to his role in the training Katie devised for the team. All he had to do was play interference between the chasers as they passed the quaffle between them. The beaters, Jimmy and Richie, played their usual game, trying to take down the chasers while Vicky defended the goal hoops. After half an hour of training, they were packing up from the pitch while the Ravenclaw team took over the pitch for their training slot. Do you think we chasers were not performing well? Katie asked once they were out of the earshot of the rest of the team. We scored fewer goals than what I'd have expected. No. You gals were quick as a wink on those brooms. I had a hard time breaking your coordination. Vicky is just a better keeper, and that's the only reason you scored less. Harry said truthfully. That's nice to know. These brooms are quite nice. Please convey my thanks to your godfather. Katie said with a grin. I'll be sure to pass on the message. Did he really have to buy all those brooms and give them to the Puffs and Ravens? Katie complained after a short moment of silence. Hey, we want the game to be fair play. We're not like Malfoy and his ilk. There is that. Katie said, with a grimace, but still. Hiya Harry. Hagrid shouted from across the Quidditch pitch, waving a lone hand. Sorry. Got to go, Katie. Harry said his goodbyes to Katie and the rest of the team as he ran towards Hagrid. Hey, Hagrid. What do you have in that box? Harry asked once he got close to see the box in Hagrid's hand, shaking with something inside, trying to break free. It's a niffler. A sneaky Nick, he is. 2 times, he sneaked out and robbed Tom. Said Hagrid. Here, let me help. Harry brandished his wand and cast the levitation charm, which made the box float out of Hagrid's hand. "Thanks, Harry. I'm knackered after running after this ruddy blighter," Hagrid said with relief as they walked towards his hut. "Is he going to be in the lesson the next day?" Harry asked curiously. "I was planning to. But now, I don't know, Harry. It'll take time for him to get around, I guess." Hagrid shook his head, but he perked up with a gleam in his eyes. "But there's nothing to worry about. I have another lesson planned. Come. I'll show yet." Hagrid waddled to his hut in a hurry and opened the door while Harry followed the friendly half-giant with the box floating beside him. Fang came rushing out of the hut when Hagrid opened the door with his tail wagging happily. Hagrid rubbed Fang's head sparingly while rushing inside. "Come in, Harry. I've got quite the surprise for yet," Hagrid yelled excitedly as he nosily walked into the hut. "Hey, Fang." Harry patted the friendly dog as Fang rubbed its head against his knees in a friendly manner. "What is Hagrid hiding in his hut? I hope it's not a dragon or any massive creature that could devour us both and still have enough space for dinner." When Harry stepped inside and set the floating box on a corner of the hut, Hagrid came back with a piece of log in his hand. But what was on that log took Harry's breath away. "Ta-da!" Hagrid smiled upon seeing Harry's gobsmacked face. "A bowtruckle!" Harry exclaimed in excitement, seeing the small green twig-like creature. "Found him and a couple of other fellas of his kind when I was looking for some mallow-sweet leaves in the forest." "There are more?" Harry asked in surprise, watching the little creature slowly munch on the wood. "Oh, yet. The whole lot was happy to follow me when I said I wanted to show 'em to my students. Come, I'll show yet." Hagrid ushered him further into the hut, and he saw several bowtruckles happily running around a couple of logs of wood in Hagrid's home. "Amazing!" Harry's eyes gleamed upon seeing the cute little creatures. "Can I hold one of 'em?" "Of course, Harry," Hagrid said happily. Hagrid managed to cajole one of the bowtruckles running around his hut to climb into Harry's extended palm. "Wow!" Harry giddily looked at the twig-like creature, which was making ridiculous poses while standing on his palm. "He is so cute." Harry was ashamed to say he nearly giggled when he poked the little green creature on its green skin. "Bowtruckles make their homes on trees that we use for wand wood. They're mostly peaceful fellas, but when their homes are harmed, they might just show how dangerous they are," said Hagrid. "This will be a fantastic lesson. I'm sure everyone loves these cute guys." Harry couldn't help but tickle the bowtruckle one last time before he let the little guy join his friends in munching on a log. Suddenly, Harry heard a loud squelching noise that startled him. He noticed a barrel in the corner shaking suddenly with more squelching noises. Then, he saw a ton of large maggots inside the barrel, which made him take a few steps back. "What are they, Hagrid?" Harry asked, trying not to show his worry that these maggot-like creatures might grow into giant hideous creatures capable of killing ordinary wizards with a simple sneeze. "Oh, them," Hagrid waved it off as if it was a silly question, "just giant grubs." "Giant?" Harry thought warily. "Oh, there is nothing to worry about, Harry. They're not like the blast-ended scroots," Hagrid promised. "I just got 'em to feed to Aragog." "I see." Harry hummed. As Hagrid explained the troubles Aragog has been suffering, he was thinking of another matter. So far, he had maintained a fruitful relationship with the Acromantula clan in the Forbidden Forest, but he was now running short of Death Eaters to feed the giant spiders. Besides, he had already accumulated enough Acromantula silk to create a fortune for 4 generations of potters to live lavishly. With Aragog's health declining, the effort to keep his side deal with the Acromantula clan would be in jeopardy. "I'll need to remove these giant spiders from the board quietly and efficiently," Harry mused as the beginnings of a plan started to form in his mind. He went back to listening to Hagrid's retelling of the heart-touching story of how he came to possess Aragog while making a mental note to wait until Aragog kicked the bucket for Hagrid's sake. A wave of destructive energy shot out of the palm of his right hand, smashing away the stone knight into rubble. At the same time, with his other hand, he held up an energy shield that made stone knives crumble to dust as they were thrown in his direction. With a flick of his wrist, Harry transfigured the pieces of shattered stone into a pack of wolves and set them up on the remaining stone golems. A concentrated blast of fire nearly burnt his face if not for his instincts kicking in, forcing Harry to roll out of the way. Suffusio. A torrent of water was conjured out of his palm and slammed into the wooden dummy with wand in hand, expelling the flames, and he immediately froze the dummy in a block of ice. He put up a shield again, which protected him from more knives as they shattered against the shield. Defodio. He swiped his hand in a wide arc. The golems attacking him were bifurcated, with their top halves falling unceremoniously on the floor. He ducked immediately and rolled away as the wooden dummy shattered the ice and banished blocks of ice against him. Harry broke into a run around the dummy and started deflecting the spells that rained down on him. When the dummy realized simple banishing charms, stunners, and blasting hexes were not working, it started to get into transfiguration spells. All sorts of creatures like bears, foxes, and dogs started popping up and starting to chase Harry. He kept them all at bay by using a wide area banisher, which threw them back a good distance, but the dummy began to conjure more such animals to keep him occupied. Harry took his wand out for the next spell and pulled off a spell he had learned from Dumbledore's book. He transfigured a small rock into a wide net, which he banished to the transfigured animals. Once he got most of them, the net grew large steel spikes, which destroyed the transfigured animals by disrupting the magic holding them together. A pack of wolves that escaped the net tried to jump him, but Harry summoned a fiery whip and cut them all down in 2 swift strikes. He immediately cast the hovering charm on the fallen piece of a stone golem and banished it straight at the wooden dummy. The dummy snapped it in half on a gouging charm with a swift slice of the wand in its hand. Harry used that distraction to perform another transfiguration spell he learned from Dumbledore's book. Riata Laquem. A broken piece of the stone golem was transfigured into a giant steel spring, and Harry wrapped it around the dummy. The spring's steel coils were super hot, burning the wooden dummy as they dug into the wooden body like a hot knife cutting through butter. Expelliarmus. Bombarda. The wand in the hand of the dummy was pulled away from its hand, and the dummy turned into splintered wood in the next second. Phew. It's over. Harry thought, wiping the sweat on his forehead. Whenever he came to the roar to train his wandless magic, the room turned the difficulty up a notch. This was the first time he was forced to use his wand to come out on top with a simulation provided by the roar. Harry got freshened up and went straight for the Great Hall with his backpack for breakfast. He was nearly late for breakfast, but he managed to put some veggies and bread into his stomach before catching up with his friends in the herbology class. "Where were you?" Neville asked once he plopped down next to Neville. "Just trying out some spells. I lost track of time." Professor Sprout walked into the classroom in her bright yellow robes. "All right, children. Today, we will learn about the different ways to nurture fluxweed. Now, turn to page 20 of your textbook and read the 3rd paragraph. As you read, I'll have some pots of fluxweed distributed." The lesson progressed as usual and without any incident. But it hit a snag when Professor McGonagall came and whispered something in Professor Sprout's ear that made the friendly woman go pale. The next thing Harry saw was Hannah Abbott getting excused from the lesson, and Professor Sprout followed shortly after McGonagall left everyone to gossip and speculate. But by noon, everyone knew that Death Eaters had attacked Hannah's family, and her mother was found dead. That day, students from across the 4 houses were moody as the news of the Abbott family's tragedy spread like wildfire. Hannah was taken out of Hogwarts to attend her mother's funeral, and no one knew whether she'd return. Harry waited patiently outside the doors of the Great Hall where the flight of stairs that led to the dungeons were situated. He greeted a few of his Slytherin acquaintances as they left for Hogsmeade. If the older Slytherins had made fast friends with him after the Triwizard Tournament, now it was the younger years of Slytherin students that made the effort to get in his good graces. Daphne and Tracy had told him the younger years were no longer intimidated by Malfoy and his cohorts. Ever since he dealt a blow to Umbridge and her cronies and Snape got knocked down a few pegs, younger Slytherins were bold enough to resist intimidation from the Death Eater legacies in the house. According to Tracy, most of the Slytherin house was filled with half-bloods who pretended they were purebloods to get away from trouble. Harry's consistent beating down of the Death Eater groupies in the house and Snape, along with his public display of cutting off Voldemort's arm, was enough to inject a dose of courage into those students. PSSST. Master Harry. Harry was slightly startled to hear a whispered voice, but he calmed down when he found Dobby behind a curtain. He immediately put up a Notice Me Not ward around the area. "Dobby. Did you find anything?" "Dobby did, sir. The bad Malfoy boy is getting a cursed necklace." Dobby heard the boy whisper his dark words after receiving a letter. "Yes, he did." Dobby reported readily, his small face sporting a grave look. "Good work, Dobby. Do you know who is coming to deliver the necklace and where?" he asked eagerly. Dobby doesn't know who is coming, sir. But Dobby knows the evil Malfoy boy will wait for someone in the 3 broomsticks. "Good work, Dobby. I'll deal with the rest from here. Send Sirius my best." Harry watched Dobby teleport away, and he fished out a 2-way mirror. Amelia Bones. It took a minute before the face of the Minister of Magic appeared in the mirror. "Mr. Potter. I hope you have something important to discuss," Minister Bones said with a frown. There were dark circles under the woman's eyes. He supposed the latest death had struck a blow to the Ministry, considering Mrs. Abbott was a high-ranking official in the Department of Magical Transportation. There was already speculation that Voldemort was recruiting from beyond the borders of Britain. "Indeed, Minister. How would you like to capture a Death Eater who is trying to assassinate Albus Dumbledore red-handed?" Harry asked. The way Madame Bones' eyes lit up was answer enough. After all, the Ministry needed a victory to boost the morale, and Harry was happy to spell the end of House Malfoy for good. It was a win-win situation for them both. "I'm surprised you're offering to capture Draco Malfoy alive. We made this arrangement solely for your extrajudicial activities. So, why let the Ministry capture him?" Madame Bones asked curiously. It was true he was given immunity from the ministry so long as he used deadly force against marked Death Eaters. But Madame Bone's questioning had another meaning. Harry suspected she was gauging his limits to use deadly force and see where his boundaries were. You just lost a valuable ministry employee, and Malfoy is a fellow student. He has not yet claimed any lives. So, I'm giving a pass on this one. There are far worse Death Eaters than Draco Malfoy. Harry answered. Minister Bones stared at him briefly before shrugging her shoulders. Very well. How do you want to proceed, Mr. Potter? Don't send Shacklebolt. He is Dumbledore's man. Send someone you trust. I'll be waiting outside the Three Broomsticks. Here is the plan. Harry walked hand in hand with Daphne. They chose to do away with their uniform robes and wear jackets over their shirts and ties for the date. They couldn't wear any casual dress because there were strict instructions to wear uniforms because of security concerns. Why is he checking us when we are going out? Shouldn't the checking be done when we return from Hogsmeade? Tracy asked with a scowl as they came upon Filch standing outside the large oak doors of the castle inspecting the students. You know by now he enjoys anything that torments us. Daphne whispered back at her friend. I don't know why this man is even hired. It's not like he can detect anything if we conceal it with magic. Asif Ahmed scowled at Filch while holding hands with Tracy. I sense a funny story to that hostility. Harry said, eyeing Tracy's date out of the corner of his eyes. Harry was genuinely surprised when he saw the fourth-year Ravenclaw accompanying Tracy as her date. While Slytherin students were less hostile with his relationship with Daphne, he supposed they'd have taken up an issue when one of their own started dating a Muggleborn. He supposed Tracy's half-blood status must have kept them to turn a blind eye, or he didn't give due credit to his girlfriend's prowess within the house. After all, she had kept the pureblood maniacs at bay on her own, even if he lent her some help in their fourth year. That man confiscated a couple of dung bombs I planned to use on a bully. I got 2 weeks' worth of detention cleaning the broom closets in the castle. Asif said with a huff. At least you know the location of all the broom closets. I'm sure that'll come in handy pretty soon. Harry snickered as he saw Tracy's cheeks reddening while Asif remained clueless. Be nice. Daphne slapped the back of his palm, but she was enjoying it, going by the smile on her lips. After going through Filch's scrutiny, they went out to visit Hogsmeade. So, where will we go first? Tracy asked as they neared the village. We should visit Fickle Fabrics. We should look for that blue hat you mentioned last night. Daphne peeked up. I nearly forgot about that. Let's go. Tracy rushed them towards the hat shop. The massive collection of hats with various enchantments was on display as Daphne and Tracy went from shelf to shelf, looking for the best hats in the shop. How does this look? Daphne asked, wearing a bronze-colored hat with a white feather on top. Not bad. It'll look good if it is green. Harry commented. Where is Neville? I don't think I saw him with you. Daphne said as she set aside the hat and searched for another one. Neville and Susan went to visit the Abbott family to pay their respects. Neville's grandma came to pick him up. Harry said, picking a green hat he saw and placing it on Daphne's head. He adjusted the hat a bit to let her tuck in some stray hair which had fallen into her eyes. Daphne stood before a mirror and looked at all possible angles to see whether the hat was a match. Yab. Looks perfect. Harry smiled as he hugged her from behind and pulled the hair over her shoulder to press a chaste kiss against the nape of her neck. You'll buy me this one if you like it so much, said Daphne, smiling at the compliment and the kiss. Now, let me look for that blue hat Tracy was talking about. She said it had warming enchantments for winter. While I like to see you in many colorful hats, dresses, or in nothing at all. Harry yelped as Daphne kicked his shin with the back of her heel. You should hurry up, Daphs. We've got a Death Eater to catch and make ourselves presentable for that meeting. Harry whispered against her skin before he retracted his arm from her waist. You still haven't told me who we're meeting. Daphne said, rolling her eyes. It won't be a secret meeting if all the secrets are known beforehand. Harry smiled while Daphne rolled her eyes. Fine, keep your secrets. You'll be buying me extra chocolate cauldrons from Honeydukes. Daphne said, brooking no argument from him. An excerpt from the Continental War 1660–1670 by Marcus Slytherin. Titus Targaryen ascended the throne at the age of 24. His ascension caused many rumours across the vast Scottish kingdom, as his father, Edgar Targaryen, was still in sound health and only 56 years old. Most historians agree, citing contemporary sources and surviving court transcripts, that King Edgar was fascinated by art and magical exploration. He abhorred court politics and was largely unambitious about expanding Scottish power, trade, and influence worldwide. King Edgar's eldest son, Prince Titus Targaryen, was the exact opposite. He was a gifted warrior and a sorcerer of great power and skill. From an early age, his mastery of the elements was unparalleled. At the age of 16, Prince Titus became a complete master of the element of water. As such, he could summon water with a mere thought. His mastery over the water element was such that he could turn them into the finest blades of ice and rain death upon his enemies at will. His unparalleled mastery over water, combined with his colossal dragon moon fire, made him the most dangerous warrior in the Scottish kingdom. Prince Titus was a great admirer of Hadrian I, Alexander I, and Vicenia I. These three monarchs had ensured the complete subjugation of the surrounding kingdoms of Scotland. There is even a famous saying by the prince. Hadrian started the kingdom. Alexander crushed the enemies circling us. Vicenia took all the islands she saw, birthing the Scottish Empire. I will make sure the sun never sets on the Scottish Empire. His claim was initially dismissed as flights of fancy by a young prince. But when King Edgar crowned his son king, he retired from kingship and retreated to mountains and forests in pursuit of knowledge. With King Edgar's absence, the royal court started hearing different voices that concurred with King Titus' ambitions. It didn't take long for the aspirations of a young Prince Titus to become the official policy of the Scottish Empire. The Targaryen court that desired peace suddenly found itself in disfavor of the young monarch who looked to Europe and saw more land to expand and inferior enemies to defeat. The goblins were King Titus' steadfast allies and advisors. Their voice drowned the court within the year of his ascension, and the loudest voice in the court was calling for the conquest of Europe, wallowing in the Dark Ages. When King Titus looked upon the old kingdoms that were once the Roman Empire, he saw weak theocratic states believing in an imaginary deity and clergy that had no spark of power to their souls but a power granted by the words of one book. Before King Titus finished a year upon his throne, he declared war on all of Europe. It was in Yule of 1660 that he declared war and made his intentions known to Europe that the House of Dragon was coming. When King Titus declared war upon Europe, he famously said this to the detractors in his court, who cautioned him against such naked aggression. I have the might of dragons, Scotland, magic, and Valyria on my side. What is Europe going to do? Pray to their big bearded man in the sky. I say, let him come. I, too, prefer a fight between equals. While many historians credit Titus Targaryen's ambition, greed, and arrogance for the continental war that followed, many more pragmatic historians, such as Lionel Green and Victoria Smith, point to the expanding population of House Targaryen. At the time of Titus' ascension, there were 17 Targaryen princes and princesses with bonded dragons. King Titus, a shrewd man with excellent political acumen, keenly observed the internal politics churning inside the House of the Dragon. He was a master of subterfuge and political power plays in his court and abroad, and he saw a remedy to prevent the possible fracturing of his family. Titus saw the individual ambition simmering within House Targaryen could be channeled effectively, and he saw an easy way to ensure his family could peacefully expand into the vast lands of Europe. Thus, the conquest of Europe became a preventive medicine for internal strife and the expansion of the Scottish Empire. Ch 109, Assassins in Hogsmeade p2. Draco Malfoy was submerged in a tempest of emotions, fear reigning supreme at the moment. It was a fear that threatened to engulf him, to lay bare his vulnerability before those close to him. He was about to do the greatest act in the war against Mudbloods. He was about to kill Albus Dumbledore, the wizard who even the Dark Lord feared, in a straight fight. His entire body shook at what he was attempting. The largest of it all, the moment of greatness and truth, stared back at him. It was a point of no return as well. He had never killed anyone before, but then again, he had wanted to kill but never got the chance. His thirst for power and recognition was a fire that raged within him. If his target were Potter or that Mudblood Granger, he'd have felt a surge of exhilaration. But the Dark Lord demanded Dumbledore's death. If he succeeded, the reward would be immeasurable. He'd elevate the prestige of House Malfoy and secure a place at the Dark Lord's side as they usher in the era of pure blood dominance in Britain. Draco could think of the many things he could do if he had such power. He could show those blood traitor Weasleys their place once the Dark Lord won. Without Dumbledore, Potter could be dealt with. He believed it was because of Dumbledore, his arch-nemesis was powerful. Once the Dark Lord destroyed Potter, he could also pay a visit to some of his fellow housemates, especially the Greengrass sisters. He was sure Greengrass and her little gang could be of some use to the Death Eaters even if they were blood traitors. But they were not the sole blood traitors in his house. It was sad to know how many pure-blood Slytherins had fallen for Potter's false charm. Once the Dark Lord won, he'd make everything right, and House Slytherin would be purged of the undesirable elements that polluted its sanctity. However, for any of that to come to pass, he had to complete the task set out by the Dark Lord. While the rewards of victory were indeed great, the consequences of failure were much harsher. Draco was acutely aware that failure would not only crush him but also tarnish his family name. The thought of his family falling further into disfavor with the Dark Lord was a heavy burden that threatened to break him. It could lead to his death or even his mother's death. Draco's hands shook as he sat in the Three Broomsticks, waiting for Travis Finch to show up with the cursed necklace he purchased from Borgin and Burke's. He chose to sit at the table close to the door and was seated in a chair that gave him a full view of the door. He was hardly bothered by the inane conversation amongst his friends as he sweated a little while eyeing the door like a hawk. He eyed his supposed friends and beat down the urge to sneer at these idiots. Crabbe and Goyle were as useless to his father as their parents were. Pansy was a disturbance more than anything at this point with her incessant nagging. Millicent was silent and useless, just like Pansy. He didn't consider Zabanai a friend, but that one was too dangerous to trust, even with a toothbrush. Nott was silent and creepy. He never knew what that boy thought, which made Theodore not dangerous and untrustworthy. Any one of his so-called friends could bring him down if they knew what he was doing. After all, his failure would benefit them and their families. House Malfoy gaining the Dark Lord's favor would not sit well with his friends and their families' interests. So, he kept his eyes peeled for a spell in the back from his so-called friends. Even now, he had kept Crabbe and Goyle in the dark despite how dumb they were. After all, it was not just his fellow Slytherins he had to worry about. Snape was also after his hide, constantly offering his aid and prying for information about his plans. It was a good thing he had started taking lessons in occlumency over the summer. While he was not at a level to face a skilled legilimens like Snape, he could detect intrusions into his mind, which was more than enough to safeguard his secrets. Draco sat up straight when he noticed Travis Finch walk into the pub. "I'll be right back," Draco said to his friends as he stood and walked towards the men's restroom. It didn't take long for Finch to follow him and enter the restroom. They immediately secured the restroom with a few wards to keep out any surprise visitors. "Did you bring it?" Draco immediately asked. "Of course I did," Finch said, taking out the cursed necklace that he brought from Borgin and Burke's before coming to Hogwarts. Draco immediately took the wooden box from Finch's hands and looked inside. The shiny black necklace gleamed menacingly, making Draco shiver in fright from the palpable malevolence. For a moment, he doubted his plan to have Dumbledore get afflicted with the curse on the necklace. After all, if he could feel the dark magic in the necklace, Dumbledore could most certainly detect the magic. But Draco already had a plan that he hoped would circumvent that little problem. All he had to do was force someone else to use the necklace on Dumbledore. It had to be someone Dumbledore wouldn't suspect capable of attacking him. Thankfully, he just had the best person for that job. "You may leave now," Draco said to Finch while handing the man a pouch of galleons. "Do not linger in this place. You ain't need to worry about me, Malfoy. I'm off to Nocturne to find my Red Beth and have a nice evening." Finch grinned lecherously before taking his leave from the restroom. Draco wiped the sweat off his forehead and tried to get a grip on his shaking hands. It was now time to execute his plan. Taking a deep breath, he walked out of the restroom, the box safely hidden in a pocket inside his robes. He looked around at the pub for his target while standing inconspicuously close to a darkened corner of the pub, away from anyone's notice. His eyes were solely trained on Madame Rosmerta as the voluptuous witch served the customers butterbeer and wine. The barmaid of the Three Broomsticks was a wet dream of all male students in Hogwarts. She was attractive with her long, curly dark hair, hazel eyes and an impressive bust that made all the boys swoon. Having captured the eye of the majority of the male population of Hogwarts and Hogsmeade, Madame Rosmerta was a perfect pawn for this task. But directly using Madame Rosmerta was not a sound idea. Draco knew this, and therefore, his plan was far better. When Madame Rosmerta finally left the tables and came behind the counter, Draco was ready with his wand and pointed discreetly at the witch. Imperio. He could see the spell take effect. He had practiced the spell repeatedly on a few captured Muggle prisoners during the holidays, and it was not different when used against Rosmerta. He didn't even need to use verbal commands to make her obey. He only had to convey his intentions silently while the spell took effect. Find a lone Gryffindor student and put them under the Imperious curse. Order them to give this necklace to Albus Dumbledore. Order them not to open the package for anyone else. Order them to go straight to Albus Dumbledore and make sure he touches the necklace. Draco slid the wooden box on the counter, and Rosmerta took the box without protesting. The woman kept it inside her coat, making Draco let out a relieved sigh. "You'll forget who gave you this necklace. You'll obey my order without fail and never tell anyone about the necklace. Now, act normal to everyone else." Draco let out a sigh of relief when Rosmerta turned back to her job. The woman was back looking at the shelf, probably for a butterbeer bottle. It was as if a great weight was lifted off his shoulder. He had done it. He could feel a surge of victory coursing through his body. Some of the confidence that he had lost was returning in full force. He had done the most difficult task right under the noses of the occupants of the Three Broomsticks. He now had the most attractive barmaid of Hogsmeade under his command. His grey eyes fell on the shapely bottom of Madame Rosmerta. Draco couldn't help but smirk at the older witch as she continued to serve and tease the men and boys in the pub. "When this is all over, I should visit Rosmerta to properly celebrate my victory," Draco mused, smiling lecherously at the voluptuous woman. He remained in the dark corner, watching Rosmerta work while looking for an opportunity to use an unsuspecting Gryffindor in his scheme. As minutes ticked by, his anxiety only increased, and it notably spiked when he saw Potter enter the pub with a bunch of Aurors. What is Potter doing here now? Why is he with Aurors? Draco thought, his fear rising to new heights as he frantically looked around the pub for an escape route. Potter suddenly clapped his hands, and a loud sound attracted everyone's attention. The entire pub fell silent and looked at Potter, whose eyes gleamed with a bright green hue. Everyone, I'd like you to cooperate for a few minutes. Please stay where you are and stay silent. Potter said loudly. Draco's eyes widened, and his heart started beating faster. He began to sweat as the aura spread out in the pub, making it impossible for him to leave without a fight. What is the meaning of this? Who do you think you are, you half-blood loon? Pansy shrieked, but Potter just waved his hand, and Pansy was lifted off her feet and slammed into the pub's roof. The wooden planks of the roof suddenly started to move and rearrange themselves as if they were being transfigured. When the planks stopped moving, everyone saw Pansy Parkinson trapped inside the wood. All her limbs were locked in, and even her mouth was covered by a wooden hand, making it impossible for the sixth-year Slytherin to make any sound sans some groaning and moaning. I'm afraid I don't have the patience for Death Eater bitches today. Now, I won't be taking too much of your time. So, please remain seated. Potter said with a disarming smile, but the weight of his command was palpable. No one moved from their spot, especially after witnessing the casual display of wandless magic that rendered Pansy Parkinson immobile and silent. Draco couldn't help but gape as he stared at the bound Pansy struggling on the roof. His thoughts of attacking Potter and the Aurors and somehow making a run for it fled his mind upon seeing the ease at which his arch-rival was performing magic. When he tore his eyes away from Pansy's prone form and looked at Potter, he saw his rival was holding a stone in the palm of his hand with glowing runes carved on its surface. What in the name of Merlin is that? Draco wondered. Suddenly, many beams of golden light shot out of the runestone, which jumped around the pub. The runestone continued to shoot out many beams that banked left and right around tables, shelves, and counters. Some of those beams swirled around some people in the pub before they shot back into the runestone. It was a beautiful light show, and Draco would have secretly enjoyed it in any other situation. When Draco saw a lone golden beam remain in the pub swirling around Rosmerta, he knew he was had. Increceris. Expelliarmus. Madame Rosmerta was immediately bound and disarmed by an aura in the blink of an eye. Draco shivered in fright as the auras followed the light beam, which pointed at an inner pocket inside Rosmerta's coat. The auras levitated the wooden box from her pocket, making Draco gulp audibly. There is definitely dark magic emanating from the box. An aura said after casting some spells on the box. Of course, there is, and Madame Rosmerta is under the Imperious curse. Potter said almost casually. Draco felt like he couldn't breathe as Potter and the aura started unraveling his plans to glory right before his eyes. His danger senses went haywire when the aura started to inspect Rosmerta for the spell. I believe Mr. Potter is right. She has glazed, unfocused eyes. An aura said after inspecting Rosmerta. I believe the one who put her under the Imperious is not too far away. In fact, I'm pretty sure he is right there. Potter pointed straight at him out of the blue. Draco jumped out of the seat he was sitting in and made a run for it while firing a couple of exploding curses at Potter and the Aurors. But his curses were blown away, and the next thing he knew, he was blown straight out of one of the pub's windows. His ears started ringing, and he spat out dirt from his mouth while lying prone on the ground. He shook his head to regain his bearings. He slowly crawled up to his hands and knees even as his vision swam. He could hear distant shouts and screams, so he searched for his wand. But he couldn't feel the warmth of the hawthorn wand in his hands, which sent a jolt through his body. He panicked and wildly searched for his wand by patting down the ground around him. Fortunately, his fingers grazed a piece of wood and a familiar warmth spread through his right arm. The familiar sense of warmth also helped to chase away the blurriness covering his eyes. He immediately tried to apparate away, but he found something like a hammer punching into his gut, knocking the air out of his lungs. Anti-operating jinx! Draco bemoaned. Draco keeled over as he struggled to breathe, and his wand flew out of his hand before he could do anything. I warned you that the Malfoy line would end if you sought my enmity. Draco gritted his teeth as tears prickled his eyes at the weight of his failure set in. He could see Potter standing a few paces from him with a carefree look. Look at you now, crying like a baby in the middle of Hogsmeade for getting caught in service to the Dark Lord. I can feel his tainted magic on your left arm. The Dark Lord will kill you. Hill. Draco threatened furiously as shame and fear dominated his mind as he felt 1,000 eyes on him. He'll fail like he always has. The last time we met, I took his arm. The next time, I'll take his soul. Potter said as if he was talking about the weather. Draco couldn't understand how Potter could so callously and bravely state such things without a shred of doubt. He couldn't understand how someone similar to his age could stand up to the Dark Lord. He couldn't understand why Potter was powerful enough, but he wasn't. Come on, lad. We have many questions for you and a long stay in the cell next to your father to look forward to. Draco heard one of the Aurors say as he was bound in ropes, and his possessions, including his wand, were carefully sealed away. The last thing he saw before the Aurors sighed along operated him was the many judging eyes of his fellow Hogwarts students. At that moment, he knew he had brought shame and ruin upon House Malfoy. An excerpt from the Continental War 1660–1670 by Marcus Slytherin. The Scottish Empire under King Titus Targaryen was clear on its way forward in foreign policy. The Scottish court sought expansion into mainland Europe. Despite the many wars fought over the years with the former colonies of the Roman Empire, Scottish kings and queens have always been satisfied with ruling over the home islands and never expanding further into mainland Europe. This policy was not born out of magnanimity or a desire for peace. It was sheer pragmatism, and the Scottish throne hardly needed any resources outside its lands. The Scottish Empire hosted the most powerful sorcerers in the known world, with vast tracts comprising Scottish, Welsh, English and Irish lands. This magic allowed them to become immensely strong in military affairs, agriculture, mining, crafts, and art, and they boasted a vibrant economy. The Scottish Royal Navy was historically the most powerful navy the world had ever seen, as it had single-handedly broken the Viking dominion of the seas. There have been many failed attempts by Frank, Spanish and Dutch kings to reclaim the Scottish Isles under Christendom, but they've all failed and become the graveyard of their armies and navies. This eventually resulted in a lukewarm peace between mainland Europe and the Scottish Empire known as the Dragon's Peace. It was a treaty signed by 4 dominant crowns of the European continent. The signatories were the Scottish Empire, France, the Dutch Republic and Spain. This mutually agreed upon peace treaty brought almost a century of peace to the Scottish Channel. This peace even led the Scottish Empire to become a peacemaker whenever the European kingdoms waged war against each other as a neutral party with no stake in the conflict. This state of affairs brought 3 Targaryen kings with excellent diplomatic skills and a century of peace. European history remembered them as the 3 saintly dragons for their efforts to diminish the expansion of the Scottish Empire in the pursuit of peace with other European polities. Therefore, it was a surprise when King Titus declared war on the Dutch Republic and its entire colonial possessions in the Americas and Asia. It was a war the Dutch Republic was not prepared for or even assumed in their wildest dreams would happen because the Dutch Republic was one of the most lucrative trade partners of the Scottish Empire. On New Year's Eve, the Dutch Republic received the declaration of war. So, when the year 1660 started with the shores of the Dutch Republic burning as dragons laid waste to their enormous fleets and harbours, King Godfrey II of the Dutch Republic was said to have sported a look of utter befuddlement at the sudden hostilities from Scotland. As a Protestant nation, the Dutch Republic had often come into bitter conflicts with France. But never with Scotland, as their battles had been forgotten in the annals of history in favour of the Protestant Catholic civil war within Christendom. In fact, it was the Catholic Church's obsession with waging endless wars against the Scottish Empire that inflamed the Protestant movement in Europe. If anything, the Dutch Enlightenment age and the reforms that led to freedom from the grip of the clergy of Rome were because the Scottish Empire defied church power and doctrine. At one point, the Dutch kings of House Nassau tried to establish marital alliances with House Targaryen in hopes of preserving their shrinking republic, which France, the Holy Roman Empire, and Spain besieged. Though unsuccessful, the Dutch kings enjoyed better relations with their Scottish counterparts. So, Scotland's sudden declaration of war caught the Dutch Republic woefully unprepared. By the end of January, the Dutch fleet was completely wiped out of the Scottish Channel, and most of their islands, cities, and towns close to the shores were under Scottish occupation. Their overseas possessions were essentially cut off from the mainland. Without the support of the mainland fleet, these colonies became easy prey for rival colonial powers or were forcibly absorbed into the Scottish Empire by the Scottish Royal Navy. However, the quick fall of colonies was also due to the Scottish Empire's ability to project its power using 2 special classes of ships unassailable by conventional weapons, the Royal Navy's U-boat and the airship. It took King Godfrey II and his generals a long time to understand the true might of the enemy invading their nation. But by then, the Dutch Republic had become increasingly weakened by the relentless assault of the Scottish Royal Navy and Royal Army. However, the Dutch Republic's woes didn't end there. Under Antoine II of House Bourbon, France invaded the Dutch Republic, resulting in a series of skirmishes and eventually the unilateral annexation of the Duchy of Lorraine and the invasion of the Spanish Netherlands. This, in turn, caused the Holy Roman Empire and Spain to declare war on France in defense of the Dutch Republic and the Spanish Netherlands. It was a complex situation on the ground where bitter rivals suddenly found themselves allies of convenience. When word reached the Targaryen court in February that war had broken out between the major European powers, Titus Targaryen allegedly laughed so loud that the whole castle of Dragonshire shook. Whether Titus Targaryen planned for the distrust and greed that spun the wheel of European polities to lead France, Spain, and the Holy Roman Empire into a war remained unknown. However, many agree that Titus goaded the European powers to war against each other by spreading misinformation. Some court transcripts of the French court support this theory because King Antione believed there was a secret alliance between the Scottish Empire and the Habsburgs of Spain, the Holy Roman Empire. At the same time, the Habsburgs believed House Targaryen and House Bourbon had come to an unholy alliance to divide Europe between themselves. Therefore, a bitter war broke out between France and Habsburg-ruled Spain and the Holy Roman Empire. This neatly allowed King Titus to solidify his hold on the Dutch Republic, leading to its capitulation on June 3, 1660. The Dutch Republic was reconstituted into a principality under King Titus' uncle, Henry Targaryen. Immediately after that, he turned his attention to another European power while holding the borders of the newly formed principality with his dragons and sorcerers. CH110, meeting two immortal alchemists. Harry had a spring in his steps as he walked away from Hogsmeade with Daphne. They had an overall neat date. They held hands while they walked, they snogged a lot, he brought her a cute hat, and she made him buy her a mountain of chocolates as usual, like in all their previous dates. Then, they had the exciting adventure of hunting down a couple of Death Eaters and foil their plots. It was quite fun to watch Draco Malfoy being dragged out of Hogsmeade under the guard of Aurors, bound and gagged. The entire Hogwarts student body with access to Hogsmeade had come to watch the spectacle. There was no sympathy for Draco Malfoy, especially when everyone had a frontal view of the glaring dark mark on his right arm. Of course, Dumbledore and Snape tried to talk the Aurors out of taking Draco into their custody, but sadly for the dynamic duo, the Aurors were sent with clear orders from Minister Bones. It also helped there were no Order members among the Aurors assigned to the Hogsmeade mission. It left Dumbledore powerless, and he could only watch Draco Malfoy being dragged away by the Aurors. Harry took great comfort in watching the twinkle in the man's eyes disappear when it was trained on him. It was one of those sweet moments of revenge that he enjoyed, watching the level of discomfort he brought upon the head of Dumbledore. But it was never enough for what that man took from him. He had lost the woman he loved, a son and an entire kingdom, all because Dumbledore couldn't let go of his favorite pawn. No matter what, there was payback coming for Dumbledore in store, and he wanted to do that with his own two hands. That was one of the reasons why he didn't allow Draco Malfoy to stumble around Hogwarts in his idiotic mission to assassinate Albus Dumbledore. As if that pawns could assassinate a fly. Harry thought with a scoff. You're thinking about some plan to cause more trouble for Dumbledore, aren't you? Daphne said with a knowing look. You know me so well, love. Harry grinned, squeezing her hand as they walked towards Hogwarts with their fingers intertwined. I don't think Dumbledore is happy with what you did. He looked like you stole away his phoenix. Daphne said, her shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Oh, I'm going to do much worse in the near future. Harry muttered darkly. Leaving your justifiable revenge against Dumbledore aside, who are we meeting? Daphne prodded before Filch checked them outside the entrance into the castle. You'll see. Harry whispered as they neared the Hogwarts caretaker. Filch allowed them entry after being searched and found nothing untoward in their possession. Immediately, Harry found a secluded spot and called for Dobby to transport them into the chamber. Harry expected Pernell to greet him with a flashy entrance, but the woman was already there when he arrived with Daphne. The interesting bit was that she was not alone. A man accompanied her, and they were both sitting on a red couch. She seems familiar. Daphne muttered. Isn't she one of my father's guests? The Lady Lilith. Yes. Harry whispered. I don't recognize the man, though. Daphne said. Harry, what is going on? How did they gain access to the chamber? Harry didn't say anything and merely walked forward with Daphne until they stood before Pernell and the unknown man. The man beside Pernell was not dressed in the standard wizard attire of a cloak and a pointed hat. Instead, the man wore a long grey coat, a cream-colored sleeveless jacket, a dark green sweater, and black pants. Harry would have taken the man for a Muggle noble if it wasn't for the dragonhide boots he saw on the man's legs. He eyed the man and wondered whether this was Nicholas Flamel. But he couldn't be sure because he had never met the famed alchemist. Whenever Pernell brought other guests, they were foreign politicians, mercenary wizards, or even heads of foreign magical law enforcement. Harry. You are right on time. That's good. Pernell commented. Harry flicked a finger, and a green couch was conjured before them. He led Daphne to the couch, and he took a seat beside her while staring at Pernell. If his grandmother had noticed his casual display of wandless magic, she wouldn't have shown it. The same couldn't be said about the man accompanying her. He looked mighty impressed. So, this is the first time we've met Mr. Potter. My name is Nicholas Flamel. The white-haired man introduced himself. The Nicholas Flamel the alchemist? Daphne asked with a gasp. Yes, the very same. Nicholas smiled genially. Oh. Daphne stuttered before she rounded on Harry with a frown. Don't tell me this is one of your pranks. Daphne accused. It's not. Harry raised his hands in a placating manner. He is not pranking you, girl. I'm Pernell Flamel, and your mother was once my student. Pernell said as if she was talking to a small child. Harry scowled and barely held back from snapping some choice words at the woman for taking that tone with his girlfriend. He had to endure such a patronizing tone in the past because he was unfortunately dependent on the woman to get rid of Voldemort's supporters. But that doesn't mean he could tolerate this attitude indefinitely. Have a care how you speak. Harry warned, glaring into an identical pair of green eyes. Oh ho! Or else what are you? Harry didn't let the woman go off on a tangent and insult him this time as he brought forth the full might of his magical power upon Pernell. The raw power that he mustered and enforced upon Pernell manifested in the form of a bright green aura, a crushing pressure in the air and wave after wave of hostile gales that slowly moved the couch the old alchemists were sitting on. You invited us here to talk. You'll be respectful, or I will force you. And trust me, you won't like it when I use force. Harry said firmly. Force me? Do you hear that, Nicholas? Pernell said with an amused tilt of her head. My hearing is quite fine, my dear. But Mr. Potter is right. You invited them, and as hosts, we must show proper respect to our guests. Nicholas commented airily. Pernell snorted derisively while eyeing Harry and Daphne. Do you think this little trick is intimidating, Harry? I have faced many youngsters who thought too much of themselves over the centuries. It didn't end well for them. I already have one manipulative, condescending old man to deal with in my life. I will not tolerate a woman of that same caliber in the list. Harry said quite firmly. He glared into the green eyes of his grandmother, who did the same while countering his assertive power by shielding herself with her own magic. But before it could escalate, Nicholas Flamel intervened. This is enough. He inherited your stubbornness, and you know where that'll lead to. Nicholas said, squeezing his wife's hand. Fine. Pernell snorted derisively but reeled in her magic and turned her eyes on Daphne. I was discourteous to you, Miss Greengrass, Mr. Potter. My apologies. Pernell dipped her head gracefully. Harry pulled his magic into his body and let the pressure drop. There was an awkward silence where all four of them struggled to start again. Mr. Flamel, you said earlier that Harry inherited Mrs. Flamel's stubbornness. Does that mean Harry is related to you? Daphne asked tentatively. Nicholas and Pernell exchanged a look between them and started regaling their tale. Harry listened, but his other senses were tasked with scanning the chamber. After all, he wouldn't put it past his grandmother to put some trap in the chamber. Trust was something that hardly came to Harry, especially from those with comparable power and influence. His eyes landed on Daphne, who was listening intently to the story of how his mother was conceived using a squib line of House Gaunt. When it was finally done, he saw a look of utter bafflement on Daphne's face as she stared at Pernell. Why did you do what you did? I mean, if you wanted a child, you could have, you know. Daphne blushed and nodded at Nicholas Flamel. Because my wife was gifted with the abilities of foresight. She has had prophetic dreams from early childhood, and she saw the need for his existence before the Millennium Conjunction. Nicholas explained, nodding in Harry's direction. The Millennium Conjunction? What is that? Daphne asked curiously. It is an event foreseen by the Peveril brothers. You might have heard of them from the tales of Beetle the Bard. There are many such stories and folktales spread across different magical communities. Nicholas explained. In Britain, the tale of the three brothers spoke of the Deathly Hallows and how the youngest brother, Ignotus, used the cloak of invisibility to cheat death, and when the time came, he greeted death as an old friend. Well, in France, the tale is slightly different. The story spoke of the eldest brother, Antioch, who cheated death by casting the most powerful ward with the Elder Wand. In Spain, the story shifts again as it was the second brother, Cadmus, who cheats death with a necromantic spell, binding his soul to his body using the resurrection stone. Said Pernell. I don't understand what folklore has anything to do with Harry. Daphne said confusedly. Because Harry has all three bloodlines of the Peveril brothers converging together in his veins. House Potter are descendants of Ignotus, House Gaunt are descendants of Cadmus, and I am a descendant of Antioch. Said Pernell. But that still doesn't explain. Be patient, you little GI. Pernell scowled as Nicholas interrupted her by loudly clearing his throat. What my wife meant to say is that there is a good reason we want the bloodlines to merge so that the wizard kind may escape the Millennium Conjunction. Nicholas talked over his wife. What is this Millennium Conjunction? Harry asked, breaking his silence. Pernell and Nicholas grimaced. It is an event that spells the end of all magic. Nicholas said with a sigh. You're pulling our leg, right? Harry said with a scoff. We wish we were making this up. But no. The history of magic could be traced back 10,000 years and maybe even more. Every millennium, one of the dominant magical races is selected to prove its worth. If they fail the test, the entire species slowly fades away from the planet. Pernell said grimly, with her fists clenched in obvious discomfort and anger. I don't believe this. You are just making this up. Daphne denied loudly while standing up with a scandalized look. If you want proof, look at the elves, the mermen, the dwarves, and the goblins. They were the great four races that dominated our world for thousands of years. The world trembled before their might in the past. Look at them now. They can barely sustain any magic. They cannot even protect their homes and take shelter close to wizardkind in fear of the muggles. Nicholas said, letting out a long-suffering sigh. The elves have been reduced to slaves. The mermen lost their ability to weave magic and live in the deepest oceans or close to wizardkind. The dwarves and goblins had the most powerful armies in the world, but now they are glorified builders and bankers. But our dominance will not last for long. Pernell warned, her green eyes darkening all of a sudden. This is our millennium. Soon, wizards will also weaken, and it's already happening now that we are so close. The wards that protect our communities will collapse, and the muggles will either hunt us down, or we'll have to depend on the Vila community and centaurs to survive. Harry stared at the duo calmly while, in his mind, he was anything but that. He had read some snippets of this goofy story from the scrolls in the chamber, but he thought it was just some folklore of the past to scare away children. Now that he had the chance to look at the Flamels and their reaction, they seemed genuine and believed this hyped-up story. Even Daphne looked lost as she returned to the couch and fell silent. Surely you've started to notice that as generations pass, the lesser we become. Nicholas said with a pointed look at them before explaining further, the pure-blood families who had developed special gifts in magic have nearly vanished. They think this had been the consequence of breeding with Muggleborns. Of course, the Muggleborns have nothing to do with it, considering they are offsprings of a wizard or a witch in one way or another. Now, even their numbers are also dwindling. Which is why destroying the Muggles and appropriating their knowledge into our society was a viable plan. Parnell grumbled. It's not a viable plan. The Muggles and their technology are incompatible with magic and our way of life. Besides, how will we do such a dastardly act and survive knowing that we stand upon the bones of billions? What sort of a civilization will be that? If we stoop to such a level, we are better off dead. Nicholas said firmly, while Parnell just huffed and glared in the opposite direction. Harry eyed the old alchemist, who defended the Muggles so openly. The man looked to be in his 50s with full white hair and a trim white beard. But the alchemist retained a relatively youthful face. The stone. Harry suddenly said, staring intently at the alchemist duo. The sorcerer's stone is a remedy to this, yes? You made it to ward off death and maintain your magic for as long as you live. You are quite mistaken, Harry. Nicholas chuckled. We are not the creators of the stone. What? Harry asked with wide eyes. But it's known, you're the famous alchemist. Daphne was also equally taken aback by the piece of information. No, Miss Greengrass. Nicholas chuckled. The sorcerer's stone was created by an unparalleled genius this world has never seen in 10,000 years. Then who made it? Harry asked curiously. In the old days, he was known to his people by the name Moros. Parnell said. But you'd know him by the name of Merlin. But that's impossible. Merlin came after the time of the founders. Daphne argued. But this time, it was Harry who corrected Daphne. Actually, he didn't. Harry said, as someone who traveled to the past and had spent 3 years with the founders, I can confirm Merlin was before the founders' time. His legends were known during their time as well. Although, the people of those times called him Murden. Murden, Merlin, Moros. They're all the same. All the artifacts we have collected, all the writing, paintings, and carving over the centuries, lead to one man and the Peveril brothers. Parnell said, taking a scroll from her coat and offering it to Harry. He unruffled the scroll and looked inside to find just 4 lines written in the strange language he learned from Professor Babbling's mind. It's a clue to reach Elysium. It is the birthplace of all magical creatures, and all legends compel us to visit this place for judgment. We'll have to find the Deathly Hallows and arrive at Elysium with their help before the millennium is complete. Said Parnell. But the Hallows are not real, right? Daphne asked, looking quite overwhelmed and lost. The Hallows are very much real. Your betrothed inherited one from his father's family, the Cloak of Invisibility. Nicholas said with a knowing look at Harry. Daphne stared at him in disbelief and silently questioned with her eyes, so he just nodded minutely, making her jaw drop open. What do you want to do with it? Harry asked. Not us, you. Nicholas said with a pointed stare. Me? He raised a skeptical eyebrow. Yes. You are my grandson and your mother's son. If there is one thing I know, it is that you are extremely resourceful. I suspect you already know where the Deathly Hallows are. After all, you have learned most of what we talked about from the chamber. Am I right? Harry stared at his grandmother with a sharp look. He didn't for a moment think those couple of compliments were genuine. After all, Parnell Flamel was a cranky old woman who insulted everyone as a first response. We already know where the Elder Wand is, and I suspect you also do. A brilliant young man like you might have deduced the most powerful wand is with the most powerful wizard. Nicholas said with a knowing look. I know. It's with Dumbledore. Harry said with a sigh. So, that's why he is so strong. Daphne muttered. Don't be so sure, my dear. The Elder Wand was once wielded by Grindelwald. Albus won the wand in a fair duel. The wand is a powerful foci, but it cannot make a wizard invincible. Nicholas said. Now, we know the final Hallow should be with House Gaunt. So, it must be with that silly Dark Lord running around here because I couldn't find it anywhere else. Parnell said with a frustrated sigh. Harry debated within himself whether he should tell the truth about the location of the Resurrection Stone. On one hand, it was in his interest to stop the weakening of magic in the wizarding community. But at the same time, he was not wholly certain of the intentions of the Flamels. They were immortals, and they could have expertly fabricated this whole story in an elaborate scheme to take possession of the Three Hallows. Now, even if the Elysium existed, he didn't want these two to take possession of it. This means the Resurrection Stone was his leverage, and no sane person would ever concede the upper hand when there was so much at stake. I'll need everything you have collected so far to ascertain the truth by myself, Harry said after giving it some thought. You don't trust our word or the information you gleaned from violating Bathsheda's mind or from the chamber? Pernell asked with a curious look. I'd be an idiot to take any information purely based on trust. I need proper time to ascertain certain things before I commit to any action, Harry said. That is more than fair. We'll have all the necessary materials moved to the chamber. Nicholas immediately agreed. It goes without saying what we discussed here will not reach another ear. Pernell leaned forward in her seat, her stare gaining a steely edge. The only reason we included you, Miss Greengrass, is because you are betrothed to my grandson and my student's daughter. Do not make me regret that trust. Of course. Daphne quickly said. All right. That's enough, my dear. We have taken up too much time from them, Nicholas said as he climbed to his feet. After saying their goodbyes, the Flamels left the chamber, leaving Harry and Daphne on the couch by their lonesome. Harry leaned back against the couch and tried to relax. To his surprise and approval, Daphne leaned into his side and rested her head on his shoulders. Why are you always at the center of all this intrigue? It's becoming a recurring habit, Daphne muttered. I'm the boy who lived, love. Battling dragons, dark lords and unraveling thousand-year-old mysteries are right up my alley, Harry said, rubbing her back soothingly. Still, it feels like you are not catching a break. We haven't even dealt with the Dark Lord, and another problem is already cropping up, Daphne complained. Yes, woe is me. A kiss from my dear betrothed might chase away all the gloom and doom, Harry suggested playfully, making Daphne raise her head and stare at him. Surprising him, she captured his lips in a searing kiss that took his breath away. When Daphne pulled back, he nearly whined at the loss of her warm lips. I suppose you do deserve a kiss for being the hero. Daphne grinned at him, which made Harry throw his arms around her. Only one. How many would satisfy you? Daphne arched an eyebrow. Details, Harry said dismissively before their lips met again as he was pushed against the couch while Daphne straddled him. Details are. Daphne gasped out in between kisses, important. Harry didn't heed that as they spent the next couple of minutes snogging the life out of each other. CH-111, the meddler. Harry was not surprised when he got a summons to Dumbledore's office. He expected the headmaster to do it immediately after Malfoy was hauled off from Hogsmeade. He supposed the man was busy trying his luck to get Malfoy out of the DMLE's clutches. But the front-page Daily Prophet article about the arrest of Draco Malfoy with the standard Death Eater brand proudly displayed on his forearm put all the confusion to rest. The Ministry had immediately cashed in on capturing the hired wand of the Dark Lord charged with assassinating Albus Dumbledore. He particularly liked the fact that Malfoy was charged with attempted murder, being a member of a listed rebel organization, casting an unforgivable curse, possession of an object enchanted with dark magic, purposefully endangering underage wizards and breaching the statute of secrecy. The last charge was a common charge applied to all Death Eaters regardless of any of their individual actions. The organization as a whole was responsible for exposing the wizarding world to the Muggles because of their actions. Harry doubted Draco Malfoy would get the Dementor's kiss, but he doubted the Ponce would get a reprieve from Azkaban. Of course, Minister Bones was no longer trying to hold Death Eaters in Azkaban, considering the fickle nature of Dementors. If Harry was satisfied with the results of Draco Malfoy's capture and subsequent incarceration, Ron was over the moon upon hearing the news. Once Ron read the Daily Prophet in the Great Hall, the redhead jumped over the Gryffindor table, shouted out his support for the Aurors, and fist-pumped for good measure. Ron's reaction, while dramatic, attracted quite a few shouts and whistles of approval from the student body. Draco Malfoy, over the course of 5 years, had painstakingly carved a reputation of a schoolyard bully. That reputation had soared to new heights since the Dark Lord's return, and the mini-Death Eater got the prefect badge. Ever since that idiot got a taste of power, he had been lording it over everyone, heightening the dislike of the Malloy brand across the 4 houses. It was pretty natural for those who exercised policing power to get disliked. So, most prefects tend to get a lot of blowback because they use the power against those they dislike or even enforce their authority enough to piss off everyone. Adding Snape's standard dose of daily abuse and Malfoy's ego into the mix, anyone at the end of Malfoy's shenanigans was teeming with outright hatred. It was one of the reasons why he never took points from anyone or assigned detentions. It was an easy way to get disliked, especially by the students who thought house points and house cup were worth a damn. Ron's over-the-top celebration did not go unnoticed. Professor McGonagall put Ron on a month of detention, but that never put any damper on the wide, satisfied grin on the redhead's face throughout the day. The classes went on almost smoothly even though the rumor mill of Hogwarts was churning a lot of theories about Draco Malfoy's current condition and incarceration. Most students believed Malfoy would get the Dementor's kiss, missing the fact that most of the Dementors had rebelled and left Azkaban. Some thought Malfoy would be subject to torture to find Death Eaters in the Dark Lord's lair. But out of the many such rumors, Harry loved the one Luna unwittingly started. According to the latest edition of the Quibbler, Draco Malfoy would be sent to work in the mines of Gringotts under a secret pact between the Ministry and the Goblin Nation. Though many students were aware of the Quibbler's reputation, they forgot that in favor of their shared dislike of Draco Malfoy. According to Luna, the Quibbler had become highly sought out by the students, and she had to write to her father to send more of the print to Hogwarts. Harry had his print of the Quibbler safely tucked away in his trunk. He hoped to keep it in a frame and preserve the article for the sheer comedic value. He had taken Luna's autograph and hoped to get her father's autograph in due time. Luna even managed to extract a promise from him to give an interview about Draco Malfoy. He was just debating himself about the pros and cons of such an enterprise when Professor McGonagall swooped in with a summons from Dumbledore. That was how he found himself stepping into Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore was in his seat with a grave look plastered on his face. Harry's eyes searched for the Phoenix, but Fawkes was nowhere to be found. The Phoenix tended to leave the headmaster's offices whenever there was a severe contentious issue to discuss that could devolve into a fight. He didn't think Fawkes was a coward but more of a drama queen. He suspected Fawkes liked to make dramatic entrances at an emotionally volatile moment to diffuse it with a distraction or even a Phoenix song. He couldn't be sure, but he'd bet on it. In some ways, it was an effective rapport Dumbledore and Fawkes were having. "Harry. Please take a seat." "Thank you. I take it this is not another one of your lessons, Professor?" Harry commented as he gracefully sat on the chair across from Dumbledore. "I'm afraid you're right. Lemon drops?" Dumbledore offered, pointing to a bowl of sweets on the man's table. "No, thank you. Harry, I'm very disappointed in you." Dumbledore started with a grave tone, looking mighty disappointed. "Okay." Harry nodded genially. It was not as if he cared one whit what anyone thought of him. Their opinions meant nothing to him, least of all Dumbledore. So, Harry merely raised an eyebrow and looked expectantly at Dumbledore while folding his hands against his chest. "Do you not have to say anything?" "Of course. I feel quite happy to have done a splendid job in service of the British wizarding community to ensure a dangerous criminal has been pulled off the street," Harry said with an easy shrug. "A criminal?" Draco Malfoy was a fellow student in this school. Dumbledore looked like someone punched him in the nuts as he said that. "Oh, right. I forgot there is a law that claims any wizard or witch can use the Imperious Curse on a sentient being and get away with it so long as they're a Hogwarts student," Harry drawled as he stared at Dumbledore unimpressed. "I did not say that, Harry," Dumbledore said disappointedly. "Then please, by all means, say what should be done with someone who uses the unforgivable curse on a barmaid who serves butterbeer and engages in small talk with her daily customers." Harry pinned Dumbledore with a hard stare. As usual, there was silence and more attempts at guilt-tripping from Dumbledore. "Why didn't you come to me, Harry? I could have." "Are you an Auror?" Harry cut off the headmaster. "That is not important." "Oh, I think it is. You believe only you know what is best, and everyone must follow your wishes, right?" "No, Harry. I only want." "Then sit back and relax and for once let the law enforcement do their job instead of imposing your will on the world headmaster. It's time for you to remember that you are Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. That's it and nothing more," Harry said, talking over Dumbledore once again. "I know my limits, Harry." Dumbledore frowned. "I really don't think you do, headmaster." Harry shook his head. "You get constantly reminded by the tragedies that happen around you that you are not infallible, and yet you insist on meddling in affairs that have nothing to do with you. Are you any different, Harry? You were only too happy to interfere in matters that didn't concern you," Dumbledore said. Harry felt a sliver of rage crop into his mind as he temporarily lost his hold on his mental faculties. But he managed to beat down that rage with cold, hard logic that, in the end, Dumbledore didn't matter. The man was inconsequential for the future. "I'm not going to be a part of giving second chances to Death Eaters when they are running around doing the bidding of Voldemort without any remorse and with the intent to kill and maim people around them," Harry said firmly. "Do you not see anything redeemable in Draco Malfoy? Do you not find it in your heart to give a chance to a fellow student to make the right choice?" Dumbledore asked in a desperate yet soft tone. "No, not when I'm fighting a war to destroy Voldemort and all his supporters," Harry answered without any hesitation. Dumbledore now looked like someone crushed the man's soul. "I'm so sorry, Harry. I have burdened you with such a tall task of battling Voldemort, which has robbed your childhood and made you into who you are." Dumbledore's blue eyes shined with tears. Just seeing that made Harry develop an urge to punch the man in the face. Consequences be damned. "May I be excused? I have better things to do than waste my time in pointless banter." Harry said as he felt the tolerance level dropping with the more time he spent in the presence of Dumbledore. How dare you, boy! In my time, no student would dare to talk back to the headmaster of Hogwarts in such a disrespectful manner. One of the portraits of the past headmasters peeked up with a scowl on his portly face. In that case, you must have lived in an era where the headmaster of Hogwarts was not a meddlesome old man who minded the running of Hogwarts instead of micromanaging the lives of everyone around him. Harry retaliated sharply. Why you? The old man in the portrait growled. Harry paid no mind to the opinions of dead men. He stood up and stared at Dumbledore, imparting a last bit of thought before he left the office. To repeatedly defend oneself and never retaliate against an enemy determined to kill you is suicide. You made that mistake with Voldemort and his Death Eaters when they waged war on the wizarding world. I don't intend to make that mistake. The whirlwind of excitement and chatter surrounding Draco Malfoy's arrest by the Aurors continued despite the professors giving everyone a pile of assignments and stepping up their game in the classroom. It was hard to let go, especially when Rita Skeeter took a particular amount of glee to drag the Malfoy name through the mud. Skeeter's peculiar style of digging up dirt from the past and blowing it out of proportion works wonders. By the time she was done with Draco Malfoy, everyone had the perception of a disturbed teenager who was unredeemable and stuck in the ways of his murderous father and grandfather. Of course, the final nail in the coffin came from the Quibbler. Luna had gone around the school interviewing students from different houses and years to make a long-running feature out of the schoolyard bully that was Draco Malfoy. The only people who were disappointed or sad in Hogwarts about Draco Malfoy's fate were Dumbledore and Snape. Both men were reserved in the following week, and Dumbledore was usually absent most of the days from Hogwarts. Even Slytherin House was not bothered by Malfoy's absence because they immediately replaced the guy with William Harper as their seeker. According to the rumor mill, the Slytherin captain replaced Malfoy the very next day while loudly complaining about Malfoy's refusal to participate in practice sessions. While the classes and the usual Hogwarts drama were going on, Harry was also engaged in sifting through all the finds the Flamels dumped on him. Unlike in the past, he now had Daphne's help to go through the piles of information. The Allspeak charm took care of the language barrier for Daphne, even though she could handle Latin. This language is strange, and I think I have seen some of these symbols in some ancient rune texts. Daphne muttered as she sifted through piles of copies of transcripts taken from stone tablets and cave paintings. I wouldn't be surprised. If Merlin lived 10,000 years back, as the Flamels claimed, then it's only natural for the written script to have survived hidden within the known scripts of our time. I mean, just look at the symbols for numbers in the script. They're quite sophisticated and useful for crafting runes. Harry pointed out. I have noticed. The runic representation of numerals has always been difficult, but this language has the flow patterns necessary for flawless uninterrupted carvings. Daphne mused aloud. Indeed. These numerical symbols have better synergy with alphabets, which is unheard of in old runic languages. It's a departure from the commonality of all runic languages, which use a combination of alphabets to represent numbers. Harry muttered as he carved a simple rune matrix on a stone pebble. Do you think they were speaking the truth about Merlin being the progenitor of all magical beings? Daphne asked after some time, looking up from some of the records in her hand. I do not know. Some of these texts mention Atlantis, where Merlin and his people supposedly lived. The city of Atlantis is an old Muggle legend, and I suspect by the look on your face there are legends of the mythical city in the wizarding world as well. There are tales just like there are tales about Avalon. But they are just children's stories and old songs. There is nothing substantial in such stories. Daphne said with a shrug. Every story has some information embedded in it. Maybe there is something in it that could connect with any of the information we currently have before us. Harry said, rubbing his eyes and leaning away from the number of parchments and scrolls laid out on the table. I suppose I could ask for some of my old books from home and look for some common tales connected to any of this. Daphne murmured, nodding at the scrolls sprawled before her. Let's call it a day. Harry sighed, setting the scroll he was reading. They had combed through a lot of stuff in an hour they managed to find after the classes were over for the evening in the chamber. It became apparent that Daphne was also bored out of her mind by the speed with which she stood up from her seat, ready to leave the chamber. You want to bet who'd win the Quidditch match? Harry asked. I bet Gryffindor will win with 100 points lead over Slytherin. Interested to take the bet? Daphne raised a delicate eyebrow. Touché. You seem to have no confidence in the Slytherin team. What would Salazar think about his snakes betting against his house? Harry smirked at his girlfriend. I'm sure Salazar will approve. I have the sense to win instead of being blindly loyal to his house, unlike an unthinking Gryffindor. Daphne said with a snort and flick of her hair over her shoulder as she sauntered away. Hey! An excerpt from the Continental War 1660–1670 by Marcus Slytherin. The Christmas of 1661 was a pivotal moment in the history of two powerful polities of Europe. The Scottish Empire launched a war of conquest without much provocation against the rest of Europe in 1660 under the reign of Titus Targaryen. When 1 year passed, the Dutch Republic had fallen under the relentless assault of the Scottish army and navy. The Scottish fleet had cut off Dutch shores from the rest of the world before they landed troops in Dutch lands. The Scottish army, led by Henry Targaryen, took complete control of Danish territory. The Dutch royal house Nassau capitulated to the Scottish crown on June 3, 1661. But it was on December 1, 1661 that a formal proclamation came from the Scottish crown. The Dutch Republic was officially dissolved by the order of King Titus, and in its place, the Dutch Principality was established with Prince Henry Targaryen as its first reigning prince. The 6 months that led to the official crowning of Henry Targaryen was not a period of peace because, outside the borders of the Principality, an ugly war was being waged. While France and the Holy Roman Empire were initially trying to take over the lands of the Dutch Republic, it devolved into a direct war between the two great European powers. The war, however, was only exacerbated when King Titus enforced Muggle-repelling wards across the captured territory of the defeated Dutch Republic. A portion of the Muggle armies of France and the Holy Roman Empire were trapped inside the ward, and those outside found themselves cut off from their battleground. While this should have given pause to any reasonable polities, the two empires, spurred on by regional ambitions and bloodshed of the past, continued the conflict. The 6-month period was not wasted by the Scottish Empire. Under the orders of King Titus, the Scottish Empire underwent a massive military build-up, expanding its army and navy. 3 new invasion forces were created by King Titus under Princes Henry, Jason, and Hector. Prince Henry was ordered to pacify the Dutch and use the fallen republic as a stable base for further invasion into the heart of Central Europe. Prince Jason Targaryen, the king's second cousin, was charged with the invasion of Spain, while Prince Hector was tasked with subjugating France. 17 dragon riders were under the Scottish crown at the time of this invasion. 9 of these 17 dragon riders landed on mainland Europe with a massive armada under their command. The port of Le Havre was the first place to feel the scorching heat of dragon fire, where Prince Hector Targaryen, Princess Rhaenys Targaryen and Prince Edward Targaryen landed on their dragons. The assault on Le Havre was led by the 3 dragons Stormcloud, Deathwind, and Redburn. The dragons unleashed their potent flames on the port city, turning it into a living hell on the planet. Unlike the Scottish cities that were enchanted to stop the spread of flames, the Muggle port city on the banks of the Seine had no such protections. The dragon fire of the 3 dragons burned so hot the river boiled for an entire day, and the flames consumed the entire port within the hour of the attack. As Le Havre was a strategic port city, the official plan of the Scottish crown was to capture the city intact but destroy the French fleet moored at the port. But contrary to their plans, the entire city was consumed in towering tongues of red, gold, and green flames that lit the night sky. The port city burned for 3 days, and the Scottish fleet found itself in a difficult position by being forced to land their troops on the mouth of La Morelle. The Scottish sorcerers had to overwork and transfigure the difficult terrain of the shores of La Morelle to anchor their ships. Despite the strategic setback in terms of achieving their primary military goal of securing the port city of Le Havre, their army managed to land on French soil. The Scottish army was now at the western banks of the Seine instead of the east, but this was only a temporary setback. Whether their landing changed or not, the blow on Le Havre was felt all the way in Paris. The capital city of France shook when the news filtered in that half their fleet was gutted in the Battle of Seine, and their port city was now nothing more than ash. The complete destruction of Le Havre with a death toll in the thousands while grotesque started the long and bloody tale of Prince Henry the Annihilator. From court sources in France, the name was assigned by none other than King Antoine II of House Bourbon. We have caught up with the latest chapter, last updated December 14, 2024.